Song Xiaonuan, an only child from a well-off family, harbored deep affections for her classmate Yang Fan. However, Yang Fan's heart belonged to his neighbor, Zhou Wan, and he remained entangled with Song Xiaonuan out of financial necessity. The two conspired in secret, one positioning herself as a confidante, the other as a boyfriend, with a singular aim to sever ties permanently. In her desperation to marry Yang Fan, Song Xiaonuan coerced her parents into selling their assets, a decision that ultimately led to one parent succumbing to despair and the other being sent for re-education. It was only when she found herself abandoned by those she once held dear, stricken with illness and devoid of any value to them, that the truth unveiled itself. Zhou Wan remarked, "Song Xiaonuan, do you truly believe this son is your biological child?" The son replied, "Mom, no, Auntie, she is my mother." "Your son was sold to the mountains at birth," Song Xiaonuan demanded. "Let Yang Fan reveal the truth to me." Yang Fan coldly responded, "What is there to discuss? Just pull the plug." In her final moments, Song Xiaonuan, unable to find peace, preferred to linger as a restless spirit rather than be reborn, yearning to understand where she had faltered. Unexpectedly, this very desire ignited her rebirth. Chapter 1, Rebirth. Keep a close watch on my child. Mom, Xiaonuan is about to give birth. This house has only 2 rooms, one for me and Xiaonuan, and the other for you. Where will my son reside once he is born? Yang Fan, do not forget this house is ours. You initially persuaded us to transfer ownership to you, but it was agreed that we, as a couple, would live here until our last days. Father, what was what is. Furthermore, this abode is being relinquished to your own grandson, not some stranger. Why must you supplant him? You ungrateful wretch. Cough. Mrs. Song's eyes were bloodshot, yet she could not articulate a complete sentence. Within the room, Song Xiaonuan's eyes fluttered open, and upon beholding the familiar surroundings, they flickered with recognition. She had not perished. It was Yang Fan who had personally disconnected her oxygen supply. Subsequently, she had become a specter, lingering by Yang Fan's side, yearning to comprehend her shortcomings. For 3 decades, from her 30s into her 60s, she trailed him until she unearthed the entirety of Yang Fan's scheme to exploit her family. Thus, she had returned to exact retribution for this blood debt. The clamor outside intensified. Song Xiaonuan gingerly touched her forehead, bruised from the impact, inwardly berating her past self. To aid Yang Fan in coercing her parents from their home, she had resorted to self-inflicted harm. However, upon observing her burgeoning belly, all animosity was momentarily suppressed. Now was not the opportune moment for confrontation. She must first reclaim what was of utmost importance. Yang Fan, please cease your bickering. Xiaonuan, you're awake. You are truly foolish. Was it worth injuring yourself for them? Observe, even after your act of self-harm, they remain unwilling to depart. They are utterly shameless. Upon noticing Song Xiaonuan's emergence, Yang Fan masked his anger and solicitously assisted her to a seat. Song Xiaonuan looked up at her parents, tears streaming down her face. These were tears of remorse and longing, yet in Yang Fan's eyes, it seemed as though Xiaonuan was merely coercing her parents. Song's father and mother gazed upon their only daughter with expressions filled with disappointment. This daughter had become utterly infatuated with a man, to the point of forsaking her own family. Song Xiaonuan, what do you have to say for yourself? 3 pairs of eyes were fixed upon Song Xiaonuan. Suddenly, she clutched her abdomen in pain, fearing she might go into premature labor. Seeing her in such distress, Song's parents displayed anxious expressions, while Yang Fan frowned, irritated by Xiaonuan's apparent weakness at such a critical moment. Yang Fan, quickly take Xiaonuan to the hospital, urged her mother, unable to contain her anxiety any longer. She retrieved a bag she had prepared earlier, ready to escort Xiaonuan to the hospital. Yang Fan nodded impatiently and turned to fetch the bicycle. As Yang Fan departed, Song Xiaonuan suddenly grasped her mother's hand tightly. Mom, I have something crucial to tell you. Once I give birth, you must keep a close watch on my child, otherwise, Yang Fan might switch him with another. What? What are you saying? Her mother looked at her in disbelief, but upon seeing Xiaonuan's determined nod, an unsettling sense of panic began to rise within her. Song's father stepped forward, a stern expression on his face as he questioned, have you learned something? Dad, Yang Fan intends to cut off all ties. First, he deceived us into giving up our house. Second, he plans to evict you both. And third, he aims to replace my own flesh and blood. Before he could complete his sentence, Yang Fan rushed in. Seeing Song Xiaonuan, who was barely able to move, he suppressed his anger. Perhaps I should procure a wheelchair. The hospital is nearby. Wheeling her there would take but a quarter of an hour. A neighboring grandmother with a leg ailment had rented a wheelchair from the hospital. Yang Fan intended to borrow it from her. 5 minutes later, Song Xiaonuan was seated in the wheelchair, being conveyed to the hospital's obstetrics and gynecology department. The expectant mother is in premature labor. How have you been caring for her, only bringing her in at this late stage? The physician reprimanded them after the examination. Song's mother regretted her actions, wondering why she had forced her own daughter simply because she wanted to leave the family. Doctor, we were wrong. Please, we implore you, ensure the safety of my daughter and her child. Upon seeing Song's mother's haggard visage, the doctor softened his tone. Rest assured, wait here at the entrance. You will be notified upon the child's birth. Wah. 2 hours later, the sound of an infant's cry emanated from the delivery room. Song's mother rose and approached the door. After nearly half an hour, the delivery room door opened, and a doctor emerged. A nurse wheeled a mobile hospital bed, upon which Song Xiaonuan lay. Another nurse followed behind, cradling a baby. Are Song Xiaonuan's family members present? We are Song Xiaonuan's parents. Song's parents immediately rushed forward, their resentment towards their daughter dissipating as they beheld her pallid complexion. Where is her spouse? At this moment, Song's mother realized that Yang Fan had inexplicably vanished, her attention consumed by her concern for Song Xiaonuan. Song's father spoke up. The child's father has gone to his workplace, stating he needed to request leave. The doctor furrowed his brow, informing Song's mother that while the child was indeed born prematurely, his development was relatively satisfactory across various aspects. Nevertheless, meticulous care was imperative. Yet, Song Xiaonuan appeared to be under some form of distress, her mental state somewhat lacking, prompting the doctor to advise them to closely monitor the mother's emotions, as negative feelings could potentially lead to postpartum depression. A pang of guilt struck Song's mother as she gazed at Song Xiaonuan. It was indeed as she feared. Once they had assisted Xiaonuan in completing her month of confinement, it would be best for them to depart. Given that the property had already been transferred, they ought not to remain there any longer. Song Xiaonuan's focus remained steadfastly on the infant. From the moment the child was born to the bathing and examination, her anxious gaze never wavered until the baby was swaddled in the blanket they had brought, and she finally felt at ease as they exited the delivery room together. This unwavering vigilance led the doctor to believe that Song Xiaonuan was indeed under some stress, for no mother would exhibit such intense anxiety over her child, reaching a level of fixation that was almost alarming. Song's father assisted the nurse in wheeling the mobile bed to the ward, while Song's mother took the child in her arms, unwilling to relinquish her hold. Upon reaching the ward, Song Xiaonuan repeatedly instructed her parents not to let the child stray from their sight. Only when they assured her did she finally succumb to a deep slumber. Wen Kong, here is the money and the tickets. Please go to the hospital cafeteria and procure some meals. When Xiaonuan awakens, she will surely be hungry, and I find myself quite famished as well. Do buy a little extra. Father Song Wen Kong, promptly heeded his wife's advice and retrieved 2 lunchboxes, setting off for the hospital cafeteria with money in hand. Mother Song, Tang Jianmei, first placed the child beside Song Xiaonuan before commencing the organization of their belongings. A basin was tucked beneath the bed, a thermos perched on the bedside table, and half a can of malted milk powder was set aside to prepare for little Nuan once she awakened. She had also meticulously prepared diapers and swaddling clothes for the infant. Once everything was arranged, Song Wenkong returned with the lunchboxes. Chapter 2, A Staunch Defense. Old Song, please eat first. It is already past noon, and you haven't had breakfast, she urged. You should eat as well. Once I finish, I will head back to prepare some chicken and fish soup for Xiaonuan, he replied. Tang Jianmei nodded. For the frozen chicken and fish had long been prepared at home, all they needed was to simmer them in a pot for 2 to 3 hours to enjoy. The two hastily finished their lunch and washed the lunchboxes. Song Wenkong even took the time to fill the thermos with warm water before hurrying back. He needed to request leave from work first, then return to concoct the chicken soup for Xiaonuan. Having had her fill, Tang Jianmei began to feel drowsy. After a morning filled with arguments with Yang Fan, and with Xiaonuan's premature delivery, she found herself exhausted both mentally and physically. Upon hearing footsteps, she turned her head, only to discover that Yang Fan had arrived, immediately dispelling her drowsiness. Mom, Xiaonuan has given birth. Is it a boy or a girl? He inquired. Tang Jianmei swiftly picked up the child, her expression tinged with displeasure. Where were you while your wife was giving birth? I went to request leave from work, otherwise I would be marked absent, he replied. Xiaonuan, though deeply anxious, had fallen asleep, but upon hearing Yang Fan's voice, she immediately awakened, albeit without opening her eyes. The mere mention of his leave request elicited a cold smile from her lips. Indeed, Yang Fan had gone to request leave, which took only half an hour. The reason for his tardiness was that he had visited the home of his first love, Zhou Wan, whose pregnancy had also progressed significantly, with her due date not far from Xiaonuan's. In her previous life, Song Xiaonuan did not experience a premature birth, which allowed Yang Fan to easily exchange their children. It was only after the child was raised that she discovered she had been assisting Zhou Wan in raising her son, while her own child had been sold on the very day of his birth. "Mom, please let me hold the baby. The child is premature and not yet strong enough." "Wait a few days before holding him," Tang Jianmei decisively refused. Xiaonuan had received countless reminders and warnings. She could not let the child be given to Yang Fan. Yang Fan, however, was indifferent, as this child was not his. It was merely a pity that Song Xiaonuan had indeed given birth prematurely, over a month early, which necessitated a change in his original plans to switch children. "Mom, since both mother and child are safe, I have to go to work now, otherwise my salary will be deducted. I leave Xiaonuan in your care." Yang Fan glanced at his watch. He had only taken half a day off and still needed to return to work in the afternoon. Tang Jianmei nodded, hoping Yang Fan would leave quickly, as she felt increasingly anxious. Upon hearing Yang Fan's footsteps fade away, Song Xiaonuan finally relaxed and fell into a deep sleep. When she opened her eyes again, it was already time for dinner. Tang Jianmei was feeding the little infant with a bottle, but the baby seemed to resist, making faint sounds that indicated a lack of strength. "Mom, please give me the baby." "Xiaonuan, you're awake. Are you hungry? Your father has returned home and made chicken soup, which I have kept warm. Shall I serve you a bowl?" Xiaonuan shook her head, feeling a fullness within her. She believed she was ready to nurse the child. As the diminutive bundle was placed into Song Xiaonuan's hands, her heart was on the verge of shattering. This was the child she hadn't even glimpsed before that beast had sold it away. "Mother, I've failed you," she silently lamented. The infant, as if sensing something, puckered its lips in search of sustenance the moment it was in Song Xiaonuan's embrace. When the child latched onto her breast for its inaugural nourishment, Song Xiaonuan finally comprehended the essence of maternal love. "Mother, I was wrong. I will diligently honor you both in the future." "Xiaonuan, you." Tang Jianmei, who was in the process of ladling chicken soup for Song Xiaonuan, nearly dropped the bowl in her hands. Her daughter seemed transformed, and furthermore, how did she discern that Yang Fan intended to switch the child? Myriad questions swirled in her mind, but being in the maternity ward with several other postpartum women nearby, she dared not utter a single word of inquiry. "Mom, have Dad return home?" Song Xiaonuan noticed her father seated in the corridor. Given that it was a maternity ward, a grown man was indeed not suited for frequent comings and goings. Thus, aside from delivering meals, Song Wenkong refrained from entering the ward. Tang Jianmei nodded, stepped outside to exchange a few words with Song Wenkong, and Song Wenkong nodded in acknowledgement before departing. "Mom, I frightened you this morning, didn't I?" Song Xiaonuan queried. Tang Jianmei nodded. She couldn't fathom what had possessed Yang Fan that day, urging her to leave early in the morning. Her daughter, too, had abetted him, deliberately injuring her head to compel her compliance, which resulted in premature labor. Reflecting on this, Tang Jianmei was consumed with indignation. "I'll seek out a residence in a couple of days. Once your father and I have moved out, the two of you can live harmoniously." "Mom, I've acknowledged my errors. Please don't leave. Mother, please help me." Song Xiaonuan pleaded, her gaze fixed on Tang Jianmei, whose earlier anger melted away in the warmth of her daughter's tearful eyes. The infant had finished feeding, and just as Song Xiaonuan intended to lift the child to burp him, Tang Jianmei reached out first. As a new mother, Song Xiaonuan was still unaware that one must burp a baby after feeding. Henceforth, after each feeding, the child must be held upright and gently patted to release the air. Otherwise, the baby would spit up. Song Xiaonuan nodded, recalling how in her previous life, she had been scolded numerous times by Yang Fan for neglecting this vital aspect of childcare. "Xiaonuan, you're awake," Yang Fan said as he entered. Casting a fleeting glance at the child in Tang Jianmei's arms, his eyes momentarily flickering with disdain, a fleeting glimpse that Song Xiaonuan noticed all too well. "Yang Fan, shall you name this child, or shall I?" "You may name him," he replied. "Let us call him Song Xiao, since he was born in the morning. I think it has a nice ring to it." "Why Song Xiao? Shouldn't he bear the surname Yang?" "If you insist, then let it be Yang Xiao." A bitter smile curled on Song Xiaonuan's lips. He was not the child's biological father. If he wished to use the Yang surname, so be it, his discomfort would be no concern of hers. Indeed, Yang Fan hesitated for a moment, but after a moment's contemplation, he nodded. Let's call him Yang Xiao. As Song Xiaonuan observed the shifting emotions on his face, a sense of unease gripped her heart. It dawned on her that by April at the latest, Zhou Wan would give birth, and Yang Fan might turn his intentions toward her son. Perhaps Yang Fan has already found a new partner. In due time, he might stroll about with their son in his arms, only to claim that the child has vanished. Even if a report is filed with the police, there would be no trace of the boy's whereabouts, especially in the year 1970, when the streets were devoid of the omnipresent surveillance that we see today. Song Xiaonuan has made up her mind. She must remain vigilant, resolutely ensuring that her son does not stray from her sight. Once she has divorced Yang Fan, it will mark the commencement of her retribution. Gazing tenderly at Yang Fan, she finds him returning her look. To the outside world, they appear as a loving couple, their mutual gaze radiating affection. Although Yang Fan feels a twinge of disdain upon meeting Song Xiaonuan's eyes, he cannot help but feel a flicker of pride. Chapter 3, Reclaiming the Treasure of the Tang Family. Mother, you should return home. I can manage here, you must be weary after a long day. Yang Fan smiled warmly at Tang Jianmei. She hesitated momentarily, but upon seeing Xiaonuan nod, she turned to leave, acknowledging her fatigue and the need to rest for a while. As soon as Tang Jianmei departed, Song Xiaonuan placed the child beside her and picked up the bowl of chicken soup, drinking it eagerly. After finishing one bowl, she felt unsatisfied and opened another container, revealing the meal prepared by Song Wenkong. It contained a generous portion of fluffy white rice, accompanied by vibrant green vegetables and succulent red pork, all generously drizzled with the rich juices of the meat. Song Xiaonuan's appetite was piqued. She seized her chopsticks and began to eat, completely oblivious to the changing expression on Yang Fan's face. Xiaonuan, I have yet to eat, he finally interjected, watching as she nearly devoured half of the meal. Song Xiaonuan was momentarily taken aback. She glanced at her lunchbox and then at Yang Fan. Her expression filled with uncertainty as she inquired, Yang Fan, are you intending to snatch food from me, a new mother? Instantly, Yang Fan's face flushed crimson. Stealthily, he surveyed his surroundings and noticed that others were eavesdropping on their conversation. Two new mothers cast skeptical and disapproving glances in his direction. I forgot. I will step out for a meal and visit you later this evening, he stammered. No need, she replied. You've had a long day. After you finish your meal, it would be best for you to return home and rest. By the way, I will be discharged in a couple of days, and I will require my parents' care. Therefore, please refrain from suggesting that they leave. Yang Fan clenched his teeth, initially contemplating sending her parents away to accommodate his own, thereby placing Song Xiaonuan under the influence of his family. Once she and Zhou Wan had given birth, he could surreptitiously switch the children, ensuring his son would lead a life of affluence, given that Song Xiaonuan's dowry was substantial. Yet, now, perhaps it would be best to consult with Zhou Wan on how to proceed. With that thought, Yang Fan departed without looking back. After satisfying her hunger, Song Xiaonuan nestled beside her son and drifted into slumber. The child was well behaved, only stirring to whimper when he was hungry or needed a change. Otherwise peacefully asleep with his eyes closed. After spending 3 days in the hospital, Song Xiaonuan finally returned home. To ensure the safety of her child, she opted to sleep in her parents' room. That night, Song Wenkong took a blanket and settled on the sofa in the living room, allowing the three of them, mother and child, their own space. With furrowed brow, Yang Fan inquired as to Song Xiaonuan's meaning. She replied with a smile that the child was being rambunctious, and to ensure his repose, she had taken to slumbering in her parents' chamber. Despite harboring some skepticism, Yang Fan ultimately placed his trust in Song Xiaonuan, convinced that her affection for him was absolute. After all, she had acquiesced to his demands that she transfer ownership of her family's abode to his name and provide a substantial dowry as a prerequisite for their nuptials, conditions so exacting. Yet she had conceded. Furthermore, nearly a year into their marriage, he had relinquished all but 10 yuan of his wages to Zhou Wan, while subsisting on the Song family's provisions for his morning and evening meals, save for the lunches he partook of at the company cafeteria. Most gratifyingly, whenever his fancy was captured by an object, Song Xiaonuan would procure it with her dowry funds and present it to him. only for him to feign displeasure and implore her not to expend her resources on him. Inevitably, Song Xiaonuan would clasp his hand adoringly, vowing to refrain from such extravagance in the future, only to indulge in even more lavish acquisitions thereafter. Young Fan. Song Xiaonuan suddenly interjected as his hand rested upon the doorknob. Once the child reaches his 1-month milestone, I intend to host a celebratory repast for our acquaintances. Are there any individuals you wish to extend an invitation to? I shall make the necessary arrangements. My parents must certainly be included, as well as my elder brother and his wife, and my younger siblings. Zhou is a dear friend of yours, what do you think? Very well. All shall be invited. On my side, there are only 4 of us, plus my friends and your friends. Let us assemble 2 tables worth of guests and set them up at home. But the house is so diminutive, where could we possibly accommodate them? Our courtyard is quite spacious. There should be no impediment to placing 2 large round tables within its confines. The procurement of provisions is a matter my parents will oversee, thus. You need not concern yourself with it. Very well, I shall inform them accordingly. Is there anything else? Nothing further, retire and rest. Privately, Yang Fan rolled his eyes. Yet inwardly, elation burgeoned. The occasion of the child's full-month celebration presented an opportune moment for his machinations. Amidst the throng of attendees, he could discreetly entrust the infant to Zhou elder brother, Zhou Yong, tasking him with its sale or abandonment. Once Zhou delivered the child, he would feign solace for Xiaonuan by initially adopting a child from an orphanage, with the pretense of returning it upon the recovery of their own offspring. He possessed an intimate understanding of Song Xiaonuan. Once ensconced within their home, she would be incapable of relinquishing it. Moreover, with Xiaonuan's parents having been previously estranged by his contrivances, the propitious moment for his expropriation of her familial assets would have arrived. The day of Yang Zhao's full-month celebration dawned. To Yang Fan's astonishment, not only did Song Wenkang's elder brother and his spouse grace the occasion, but also his sister and her husband. Furthermore, Song Xiaonuan's cousin, Song Wei, and her female cousin, Song Qin, along with her maternal cousins, Jiang Jun and Jiang Min, and her maternal female cousin, Jiang Xian, accompanied their elders. The sheer number of individuals caused an immediate congestion within the confines of the living room. Xiaonuan. With such a multitude of guests, the 2 tables you have arranged will prove insufficient. Moreover, the tables and benches I have borrowed will be inadequate. Regarding that matter, my father has already undertaken the task of procuring additional tables and chairs. If you would be so kind as to move the living room sofa to the periphery, we shall be able to accommodate an additional table. Has father not severed ties with them? Why has he arrived at this juncture, and what ulterior motive underlies his presence? Yang Fan articulated the very question lingering in Song Xiaonuan's mind. Indeed, after years of estrangement, marked by their absence even at her wedding, their sudden appearance upon the birth of her child seemed driven by ulterior motives. Noticing Song Xiaonuan's pensive demeanor, Yang Fan felt a sense of reassurance, deducing that she, too, was unaware of their intentions. Xiaonuan, brother Yang. Familiar voices echoed from the doorway as Zhou Wan, visibly pregnant, entered alongside Zhou Yong. Zhou Wan was Yang Fan's neighbor, a couple of years their junior. A shadow of resentment flickered across Song Xiaonuan's eyes. In her past life, she had been oblivious to the fact that Zhou Wan carried Yang Fan's child, naively believing that Zhou Wan's husband had abandoned her, prompting her to extend various forms of care and assistance. Now, witnessing the longing gaze Zhou Wan cast upon Yang Fan, it was evident how foolish she had been. Suppressing her inner turmoil, she greeted them with a smile. Zhou Wan, you're here. Come into the room with me and see my son. Zhou Wan glanced discreetly at Yang Fan, and upon receiving a subtle nod, she plastered on a smile and followed Song Xiaonuan into the room. Upon beholding the infant swaddled in scarlet cloth, a pang of jealousy pierced Zhou Wan's heart, though it was fleeting. Zhou Wan, perhaps you could return the hair clip? You mentioned borrowing it for a couple of days, but it has been over half a year now. The hair clip adorning Zhou Wan's hair was embellished with a small black pearl, a gift from Tang Jianmei to Xiaonuan. Zhou Wan had expressed admiration for it and requested to borrow it. Initially, Song Xiaonuan had demurred, but Yang Fan had interjected, it's just a hair clip. You're older than her by 2 years. What's the harm in giving it to her? Seeing Song Xiaonuan remain unwilling, Zhou Wan hastily raised her right hand, asserting that she would borrow it for just 2 days, promising to return it thereafter. Regrettably, She had never returned it in her previous life. Zhou was caught off guard when Song Xiaonuan seized the hairpin atop her head, causing an involuntary flutter of anxiety within her, sensing that something was amiss. Xiaonuan, this hairpin is not. Indeed. You mentioned you would only borrow it for 2 days, yet it has never been returned. As fortune would have it, you are wearing it today. So please return it to me. Chapter 4, The Secret of the Hairpin. Zhou. I deeply regret wearing it today. Each time she encountered Song Xiaonuan, she would invariably adorn herself with a different hairpin, solely to monopolize this one. Yet for some inexplicable reason, she had inexplicably chosen to wear it today. Well, I have borrowed it for quite some time, and it is only right that I return it. However, Xiaonuan, how is it that this child bears no resemblance to Yang Fan? Doesn't he resemble him? Perhaps that is for the best. It is often said that sons take after their mothers, while daughters resemble their fathers. Zhou was momentarily at a loss for words. She scrutinized Song Xiaonuan closely, feeling an innate sense of dissonance, yet upon inspection, aside from her postnatal figure, which had become more voluptuous, she appeared unchanged. However, she could not use weight gain to undermine Song Xiaonuan, for at present, her own figure resembled that of a sphere. Were it not for Yang Fan's promise that, should she bear him a son, all of the Song family's wealth would be bestowed upon Zhou, she would not have borne a child. She had also financially supported a man who had lost his wife, binding herself to him through a marriage certificate. Zhou harbored no fears that this man would extort her, for once Yang Fan had secured the Song family's fortune, he would easily invest another sum to facilitate a divorce from Zhou. With money as bait, what was there to worry about? A shrill voice echoed from outside. Song Xiaonuan concealed the hairpin within the inner pocket of her garment, and with her son in her arms, she opened the door to greet them. Dad, Mom, you've arrived. Xiaonuan, congratulations on bearing a grandson for the Yang family. It's just that your mother-in-law is preoccupied with caring for her grandson and cannot find the time to attend to your postpartum confinement. Fortunately, your own mother is by your side, which puts my mind at ease. Gazing upon the triangular-eyed old woman, Song Xiaonuan felt an urge to cleave her in two. In her previous life, she had resided in Xiaonuan's own house, consumed meals prepared by her, and donned garments gifted by her. Yet she had still subjected her to relentless abuse. When she complained to Yang Fan, she was met with a fist to the ground. A daughter-in-law should serve her in-laws without complaint. You're just being difficult. Her sole solace was Zhou son. Both Yang Fan and his mother doted on the boy, a sight that warmed her heart and provided the only comfort she could find in her home. With a profound inhalation, Song Xiaonuan steeled herself. The hairpin was now in her possession, but further arrangements were yet to be made. The Song family was no match for the Yang family at present. Their most critical vulnerability was her mother, Tang Jianmei, being the daughter of a capitalist. Her maternal grandparents and uncles had all been sent away for re-education through labor. Her mother had only escaped this fate by marrying her father. Yet, consumed by her love for Yang Fan, she had divulged this secret to him, leading to her mother's demise from anger and her father's forced imprisonment, leaving her without any protection. Yang's mother seated herself at the dining table with an air of entitlement, scrutinizing the dishes while casting envious and malevolent glances at Tang Jianmei. Dressed in a gray wool coat, black fabric trousers, and cotton-padded leather shoes, Tang Jianmei was celebrating her grandson's first month. This attire, though ordinary to her, appeared ostentatious in the eyes of the impoverished young mother. Nothing special, she muttered. Just a useless, money-draining daughter. Dressing so well, how shameless. Her words were met with a stern glare from the young father, who had been instructed by his son to maintain the deception of Song Xiaonuan, whose premature delivery had disrupted their plans. Nearby, the uncle, Song Wenjian, overheard the young mother's words. He and Song Wenkong were brothers, but Song Wenkong's marriage to Tang Jianmei, a capitalist's daughter, had afforded him a much better life. The capitalist label had created a rift between the families. However, with Song Wei's upcoming wedding and their own cramped living conditions, Song Wenjian saw an opportunity in his brother's house. He planned to borrow Xiaonuan's room, now that she was married, and potentially exploit his brother for financial gain. Having learned of the birth of Xiaonuan's son, he and his sister's family brought gifts, hoping to mend the strained relationship. Thus, today, Lu Feng was diligently assisting Tang Jianmei with the celebration, her eagerness undeterred by the presence of other neighbors who had been hired to help. This situation, in reality, engendered a sense of unease for Tang Jianmei and her neighbors. They had all discreetly agreed upon certain stipulations, and Lu Feng's actions complicated matters considerably, leaving them in a quandary as to how to proceed. Fortunately, Tang Jianmei, possessing a resourceful nature, gestured for them to continue. Observing that everyone had taken their places at the table, Song Xiaonuan also retrieved her portion and retreated indoors. However, instead of consuming the food, she secured the door and examined a hairpin with meticulous care. Subsequently, she procured a pair of scissors and deliberately punctured her finger, inflicting a rather deep wound from which blood immediately welled forth. Song Xiaonuan then positioned a small, ebony pearl over the laceration. Instantly, the blood from her finger was entirely absorbed, with the pearl exhibiting a continued inclination to draw more. Song Xiaonuan patiently persevered. In her previous existence, she had witnessed Zhou inadvertently break her finger, causing the hairpin to transform into a spatial dimension. Only then did she comprehend the magnitude of her loss. But it was regrettably too late. Precisely as Song Xiaonuan began to experience lightheadedness, the scenery before her underwent a metamorphosis. She found herself situated amidst an expanse of pastoral land, the atmosphere of which seemed markedly distinct from the external world, imbued with an exceptionally invigorating fragrance. Inhaling this aroma, her dizziness promptly dissipated, and she attentively scrutinized her surroundings. Here, expansive tracts of fertile, dark soil stretched out before her. Proceeding along the black earth, she discovered a spring. From a distance, the configuration of this spring resembled the ebony pearl adorning the hairpin. The spring was diminutive and shallow. One wondered if it could yield even half a cup of water if one were to use a drinking vessel to collect it. Song Xiaonuan felt a profound desire to drink from it, but lacking a receptacle, she resolved to postpone her thirst until a later time. Song Xiaonuan raised her head once more, unable to discern the end of the black earth, only catching sight of wisps of white smoke. Within the ethereal haze, the outlines of undulating peaks emerged. These mountains, reminiscent of the uneven ridges of a hairpin, beckoned her to explore further. Xiaonuan, open the door. The voice of Yang Fan pierced through her thoughts, causing a shiver to course through her. She found herself at a loss, uncertain of how she had arrived in this space or how to exit it. Yet, as the thought of leaving crossed her mind, she found herself standing at the foot of the bed. A revelation dawned upon her. She attempted once more to enter and exit. And observing her newfound freedom to traverse this realm, a sense of lightness enveloped her. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by Yang Fan, who stood at the threshold with a furrowed brow, accompanied by Zhou, whose expression bore a hint of grievance. What troubles you? Why haven't you gone to eat? You gave the hairpin to Zhou, so why do you seek it back? Song Xiaonuan paused, realization washing over her. This was the reason for their visit. Suddenly, laughter bubbled forth, her mirth so intense it nearly brought her to her knees. Chapter 5, Indignant Fury. What is it? What are you laughing at? As tears streamed from her eyes, Yang Fan felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. What am I laughing at? Did Zhou complain to you? Tell me. What is Zhou to you, and why do you always side with her? Zhou is my sister, is it not natural for me to assist her? With a renewed smile, Song Xiaonuan gestured outwards. I was only aware that you had an elder brother, a younger brother, and a younger sister. The combined names of you siblings embody the essence of a smooth journey. So, when did Zhou become your sister? Can't she be the girl next door? Ah. The girl next door, you say? Well, my dear neighbor, is there any fault in my wanting my hairpin back? Zhou, feeling the weight of Song Xiaonuan's unwavering gaze, felt a pang of guilt and regret. Could it be that Song Xiaonuan had discovered something? Yet, inexplicably, ever since the hairpin was snatched away by Song Xiaonuan, she felt as though she had lost a cherished possession. That was why she had told Yang Fan, hoping he would retrieve the hairpin. They both understood Song Xiaonuan all too well. As long as Yang Fan made an appearance, he would undoubtedly achieve his goal. Brother Yang, perhaps we should just forget about it. Zhou cast a pitiful look at Yang Fan, causing a pang of heartache within him. He glared even more fiercely at Song Xiaonuan, as if he would not rest until the hairpin was returned. Song Wenkong, Tang Jianmei, and the others, hearing the commotion, approached. Today is Yangzhao's full moon celebration, with so many guests outside. What on earth is going on? Mother, this hairpin was part of your dowry. You saw how much I admired it and gifted it to me. But Zhou also took a liking to it and said she would borrow it for a couple of days, but that couple of days has stretched into half a year. So, you lent it to Xiaonuan, and yet you deceived me by saying you didn't know where you had lost it? Why are you so careless? Indeed, mother. I have become more discerning. I noticed the hairpin adorning Xiaonuan's head today and reclaimed it. Yet, Yang Fan had the audacity to berate me, demanding that I return the trinket to Xiaonuan. Yang Fan, this is part of my dowry. By what authority do you compel Xiaonuan to bestow it upon Xiaonuan? I am also curious as to the precise nature of your relationship with this Xiaonuan. Tang Jianmei turned her gaze towards Yang Fan, her piercing eyes darting between him and Xiaonuan. Yang Fan sensed the mounting pressure, a feeling of disquiet washing over him. He had the distinct impression that Song Xiaonuan had undergone a transformation since the birth of their child, though he could not pinpoint the precise nature of the change. Over the past month, Song Xiaonuan had treated him with her customary gentleness, readily providing him with funds whenever he requested them, leading him to believe that she remained unchanged. Yet, today, this woman dared to defy him. From whence did she derive such audacity? Could it be from her lineage as the offspring of a capitalist? This was a matter he could not broach, lest he, as Song Xiaonuan's husband, face dire consequences. Thus, Yang Fan found himself in a state of profound vexation. What is all this commotion? Yang's mother interjected, rushing into the scene. Upon witnessing Song Xiaonuan and her daughter seemingly tormenting her son, she promptly placed her hands on her hips and glared with her beady eyes. Is that so? Then I am at liberty to relinquish my status as your daughter-in-law. Yang Fan, shall we arrange a time to dissolve our marriage? Yang Fan's heart skipped a beat. Divorce? Such a prospect was untenable. He had yet to lay claim to the Song family's fortune. If you are unwilling, then depart. Do you presume that the Yang family holds you in high esteem? Why should I leave? It is you who should depart. After all, this is my home. What are you saying? Do not forget, cough cough cough. Yang Mu intended to continue, but was abruptly interrupted by Yang Fan's violent coughing. With so many outsiders present, did she truly wish to confine herself behind this door forever? Noticing Yang Fan's discreet gesture, Yang Feng promptly approached, second sister-in-law. What kind of hairpin is that? May I have a look? Song Xiaonuan produced the hairpin, its pearls now entwined with her, resulting in the black pearl losing its former luster. Nonetheless, Yang Feng's eyes sparkled with interest. The hairpin designs available at the supply and marketing cooperative were quite ordinary, lacking the exquisite craftsmanship of that which Song Xiaonuan possessed. Second sister-in-law, Xiaonuan is not my second brother's sister, I am his true sister. If you are fond of it, why not gift it to me? The Yang family truly had no shame, each clamoring for the same hairpin. Song Qin scoffed, secretly desiring it herself, as she too was a Song, being a close cousin of Xiaonuan. Do you have any shame? Is it that you covet it too? After all these years of silence, you suddenly appear, leaving us to wonder what your intentions are. Upon hearing Song Qin disparage her daughter, Yang Mu immediately retorted, her words leaving Song Qin's face flushed with embarrassment. Stealing a glance at her parents, she noticed their discomfort, causing her to lower her gaze in shame. Having lived for 40 years, Yang Mu was adept at reading subtle cues. Following Song Qin's gaze, she noted Song Wenjian, Lu Feng, and of course, Song Wei. I understand that you may be here to take advantage of the situation, though I am uncertain whether you seek to benefit from the property or the finances, or perhaps both. You must refrain from speaking nonsensically. Xiaonuan is my niece, and as her uncle, is it not appropriate for me to celebrate the birth of her child? The truth of Song Wenjian's intentions was laid bare, and in a fit of shame and anger, he retorted, indeed, why would it not be appropriate? I certainly welcome your gifts for my grandson, however, I must question why your family did not attend when Xiaonuan married my son. Song Wenjian opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. Lu Feng gently tugged at Xiaonuan's sleeve, silently urging her to respond. Xiaonuan lowered her head. Feigning ignorance, in her previous life, their entire family had perished without her uncle ever making an appearance, so in this life, she chose to observe a little longer. Yang Mu clearly noted Lu Feng's gesture and Xiaonuan's reaction, reveling in her triumph. Let me be frank with you, do not think that simply because you are Xiaonuan's uncle, or even her biological parents, that my son lacks the authority to dismiss you. Song Wenjian was taken aback, demanding to know why this should be the case. Yang Mu cast a glance at Yang Fan, who wore a tense expression, and wisely chose to remain silent. Song Wenjian then turned his gaze toward Song Wenkong, who appeared rather pallid. Uncle, this property has now been transferred to Yang Fan's name, making him the rightful owner. What? Xiaonuan's revelation sent shockwaves through the room. as both Song Wenjian and his wife, along with the neighboring onlookers, regarded Xiaonuan with astonishment, as if she were an anomaly. Could it be that Xiaonuan had taken a husband, thus rendering the property transfer unnecessary? Song Wenjian felt a sense of disappointment within, yet he still murmured. Our Yang family would never accept a son-in-law who comes to our door. It is Xiaonuan who, out of affection for my son, insists on transferring the property to him. Isn't that so, Xiaonuan? Yang's mother smiled coldly, her eyes glinting with a hint of menace as she regarded Song Xiaonuan. Chapter 6. When shall we divorce? Song Xiaonuan nodded, affirming that it was indeed her own insistence to gift the house to Yang Fan, otherwise, he would not marry her. Suddenly, Lu Fang found it difficult to breathe, and Song Qin could no longer contain herself, unleashing a torrent of insults. Song Xiaonuan, how can you be so shameless? You marry a man yet still have to contribute your family's property. Song Xiaonuan raised her head, her eyes glaring fiercely at Song Qin. You speak the truth. I am indeed shameless. However, you are hardly in a better position, otherwise, why would you come here? Eagerly attending the celebration of the month-old child of this so-called shameless person? You, a decayed wit is beyond carving, you are beyond redemption. With that, Song Qin turned on her heel and departed, unable to tolerate the presence of such a foolish woman, feeling that even a glance would tarnish her own sight. Let us leave, we shall not return here again, Song Wei urged, pulling Song Wenjian and Lu Fang along, having never agreed with his parents' actions. See. You have been slapped in the face by reality. Lu Fang shot a glare at Tang Jianmei, her eyes scanning the surroundings. Upon spotting the milk powder and fabric she had gifted, she contemplated reclaiming them, realizing that if her objectives were unattainable, there was no point in offering gifts at all. Seizing the items Lu Fang had brought, Yang's mother cast a disdainful glance at her, remarking, So, you feign civility by bringing gifts only to freeload. Intending to take them back upon departure? Are you truly Xiaonuan's aunt? How could Xiaonuan have such shameless relatives? Lu Fang's face paled. Realizing the potential damage to her and Lao Song's reputation if this were to become public knowledge, Song Wenjian, after a glance at Yang's mother, promptly pulled Lu Fang up, stating, Let's leave. We shouldn't have come in the first place. As the Song Wenjian family hastily departed, Yang's mother erupted in laughter, only to be silenced by Song Xiaonuan's words. Yang Fan, when shall we proceed with the divorce? Song Xiaonuan. Don't assume that my affection for you grants you the license to utter nonsense. We already have a child, what need is there for divorce? Yang Fan's eyes flickered with confidence, assured that his declaration of love would instantly transform this fool's tears into joyous laughter. Song Xiaonuan shook her head, crystalline tears streaming down her face. Yang Fan, I am not speaking rashly. It is true that I love you. But I have come to the realization that you do not reciprocate my feelings. Otherwise, where were you when I was in labor? Yang Fan stammered. You claim Zhou Wan as your childhood neighbor, but what neighbor requires you, as her older brother, to care for her during her pregnancy? Does Zhou Wan not have an actual brother? Zhou Wan interjected. Furthermore, despite earning a monthly salary of 36 yuan, you have yet to entrust me with your wages since our marriage. Even now that our child has reached its first month, how can we possibly manage without the surrender of your earnings? The Song family possesses immense wealth, to the extent that they can afford to subsidize their housing and even provide additional financial support without a second thought. One must wonder where the Song family acquires such substantial funds, especially since Tang Jianmei does not hold a job, relying solely on Song Wenkong's earnings. Thus, their daughter is indeed a burden. I cannot be mistaken in this regard. Listening to the hushed whispers of the neighbors, it was not only Yang Fan who appeared dismayed. His mother cast a disdainful glare at Song Xiaonuan, questioning how this wretched girl dared to resist today. Once the murmurs subsided somewhat, Song Xiaonuan began to sob softly, saying, Yang Fan, I have always treated you well. I purchased your clothes, shoes, and socks, and aside from your midday meals at work, I prepare your breakfast and dinner. What more do you expect from me? Be quiet. What have I done to deserve this madness? You are the one who pushed me to this point. That hairpin is clearly my mother's dowry, yet you insisted I gift it to your neighbor's daughter. Why is that? Doesn't her mother have one? Zhou Wan. Her mother indeed does not, came the reply. At this moment, all eyes were drawn to the exquisite hairpin in Song Xiaonuan's hand. It was undeniably charming, appealing not only to Zhou Wan but to all the women present. It appeared that the young man from the Yang family had quite a hold over Zhou's family, as it was perplexing why he would compel his wife to part with such a trinket. One might speculate whether the child in Zhou's daughter's womb could belong to the young man from the Yang family. This remains uncertain. Only time will tell once the child is born. Why wait until then? Are you foolish? When the child arrives, whoever the resemblance favors will be the presumed father. Indeed. We will have quite the spectacle to witness. Zhou Wan's complexion turned ashen, never having imagined that a mere hair clip could be implicated in such a predicament. Leaving Yang Fan momentarily speechless. I would rather destroy it than relinquish it to you. Suddenly, Song Xiaonuan seized a teacup and ferociously smashed the pearl hair clip, shattering the pearls and bending the clip, causing Zhou Wan to feel as though she had lost something invaluable. Yang, my heart aches, Zhou Wan's words trailed off as she began to collapse, but fortunately, Yang Fan was by her side and swiftly caught her. Wan, what's wrong? Yang Fan exclaimed anxiously. Oh dear, these two seem to have an unusual dynamic. Have any of you ever seen Zhou Wan's husband? I have, a disheveled man. But it's been quite some time since I last saw him. I think I've seen him too, could it be? Another round of hushed whispers ensued, infuriating Yang Fan to the point of blurting out, Song Xiaonuan, you lunatic, I want a divorce. Very well, Yang Fan, when shall we proceed with the divorce? Yang Fan. Yang, quickly, take me to the hospital. Zhou Wan uttered before losing consciousness. Alarmed, Yang Fan immediately swept her up in a bridal carry, intending to rush her to the hospital. Yang Fan, if you dare step out of this house today, do not bother returning. Song Xiaonuan suddenly roared from behind, while surreptitiously slipping the shattered pearl hair clip into her spatial dimension. In truth, she had not wanted to destroy the hair clip, but if it remained intact, Zhou Wan would never relinquish her obsession, leaving her with no choice but to take drastic measures. Do not forget, Song Xiaonuan, this abode is now under my dominion. Upon my return, I anticipate the absence of these two antiquated individuals. A collective gasp rippled through the assembly, all eyes converging upon Song Wenkong. Initially, Song Wenjian's presence had filled Song Wenkong with elation. Despite his elder brother's habitual envy, he was, after all, family, and his visit was genuinely appreciated. However, the revelation of his ulterior motives cast a shadow of doubt upon the very notion of kinship. Coupled with Song Xiaonuan's desperate hunger strike for a man, Song Wenkong was overwhelmed. Incensed by Yang Fan's audacious declaration, he seized a stool and brought it down upon Yang Fan's back. No. In a moment of decisive action, Song Xiaonuan surged forward, intercepting the stool with her own body. She was determined to avert the repetition of past tragedies, where her father's assault on Yang Fan had led to his detention and re-education. Xiaonuan. Tang Jianmei shrieked in terror, witnessing her daughter's sacrifice as she shielded Yang Fan from the blow. Chapter 7, Child Abduction. Xiaonuan. Song Wenkong, equally horrified, rushed forward. The sight of blood trickling from his daughter's lips filled him with remorse. Father is taking you to the hospital. As Song Wenkong moved to lift Xiaonuan, she abruptly regained her footing and lunged past him. Zhou Yong is abducting a child. Song Xiaonuan cried out, her voice hoarse and faint due to her injuries, reaching only the ears of Song Wenkong and Tang Jianmei. Upon glancing up, they observed Zhou Yong, Zhou Wan's elder brother, positioned at the window, cradling an infant. His hand was poised to open the window, evidently with the intention of absconding. Seize him. Zhou Yong is abducting the child. Song Wenkong and Tang Jianmei exclaimed in unison. Zhou Yong momentarily froze, having been awaiting an opportune moment for Yang Fan to relinquish the child. He had traversed numerous locales to connect with a trafficker for this child. Presently, infants command little monetary value, male infants fetch a mere pittance, while female infants are virtually unwanted. Fortunately, Yang Xiao was still diminutive, merely a month old, which persuaded the trafficker that the child could be nurtured. However, Yang Fan neglected his responsibilities, becoming entangled with Song Xiaonuan over a hair clip, nearly implicating Zhou Wan. Fortunately, Zhou Wan displayed sagacity by feigning unconsciousness to escape the situation, thereby affording him an opportunity to pilfer the child. Unexpectedly, he was discovered. With his apprehension, the theft of the child became untenable. He turned around with a sheepish grin, placing the infant into Tang Jianmei's arms. Auntie, I was not abducting the child. Your argument had frightened the child to the point of incessant crying. I was merely attempting to soothe him. Please refrain from unjustly accusing me. Tang Jianmei promptly embraced the child, meticulously examining him. Reassured that the child was unharmed, she experienced a sense of relief. Song Xiaonuan felt a wave of relief wash over her, yet she was acutely aware of the excruciating pain in her back. She bit down on her finger. As the spring water from her inner world silently flowed into her mouth. Unsure whether the spring water possessed healing properties, Song Xiaonuan could only experiment. As the spring water continuously trickled down her throat, the pain in her back markedly diminished. Only then did Song Xiaonuan release her finger, intending to embrace the child. Xiaonuan, should we go to the hospital for an examination to see if there is any injury to your bones? It's all right, mother. I am simply exhausted and wish to rest for a while. Tang Jianmei nodded. Today, Xiaonuan has just completed her confinement period, and now this unfortunate incident has occurred. It truly is an ill omen. My apologies to everyone, please return home after your meal. Tang Jianmei spoke, and everyone resumed their seats. After all, it was not every day that they enjoyed such delicacies, and they certainly wished to indulge, especially since gifts had been presented. Yang's mother did not leave but instead looked at Tang Jianmei and asked, "When will you all move?" Move? Why would we move? The house belongs to my son. And if he requests you to vacate, you must comply, otherwise, I will report to the authorities, claiming you are, well, encroaching upon private property. Yang Feng smiled slyly, thinking that once these two old folks departed, her parents could move in, allowing her and Yang Shun to each have their own room. Although the house has been transferred to your son, this is still my home, and I shall not leave, regardless of your threats to involve the police. The property has its documentation. Yang's mother was momentarily taken aback, as she was unaware of this fact. In light of this, she decided to wait for her son to return before taking further action. Her eyes darted around the living room, noticing the multitude of gifts scattered across the floor, which she knew had been brought by the visitors. Giving a knowing glance to Yang Feng and Yang Shun, they quickly comprehended their mother's intention and prepared to seize those gifts. What do you intend to do? These are presents from my neighbors and friends. Do you wish to take them without compensation? Tang Jianmei exclaimed loudly, causing Yang's mother to feel flustered yet defiant. This is not a gift for you. It is for my grandson. Today marks my grandson's full moon celebration, and as his grandmother, is it not right for me to take the items back? You are not mistaken, indeed, today is your grandson's full moon celebration. However, the 3 banquet tables cost me 30 yuan. If you wish to take the items, you must provide the payment. What? 30 yuan? Are you robbing me? Why not ask for 300? In fact, there are indeed 300 yuan, or perhaps even more. Xiaonuan's childbirth expenses amounted to 30, and gifts for your young fan cost over 200. Moreover, the wedding and the new home decorations also incurred over 100. The more Tang Jianmei spoke, the angrier she became. She wondered how much money was truly needed for marrying off a daughter or acquiring a daughter-in-law. As the guests finished their meals, they gathered around, and Yang's mother, her face flushed, turned and left without a word. Yang Feng and Yang Shun quickly followed suit. Each onlooker cast a sympathetic glance at Song Wenkong and his wife, lamenting their misfortune in having such a daughter. After offering a few words of consolation to Tang Jianmei, the guests departed. Tang Jianmei surveyed the disheveled living room and courtyard, an indescribable weariness settling in her heart. Thankfully, the neighbors she had invited were reliable. They worked together, washing dishes and sweeping the floor, while Song Wenkong quietly returned the borrowed tables and chairs. As darkness enveloped the sky, the couple finally collapsed onto the sofa. Gasping for breath, suddenly realizing how devoid of meaning their lives had become. Jianmei, perhaps we should just leave, out of sight, out of mind. Wenkong. Your words resonate with truth, yet the child is so young, and was nearly abducted moments ago. Could Xiaonuan's suspicions be justified? Is Yang Fan contemplating selling this child to exchange for Zhou Wan's offspring to be raised by Xiaonuan? But what could be the underlying motive? Tang Jianmei scoffed. What else could it be? The child in Zhou Wan's womb is undoubtedly Yang Fan's. Alas, we lack concrete evidence. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Song Wenkong promptly rose and rapped on Song Xiaonuan's door. Xiaonuan, how do you fare? Having imbibed the spring water from her sanctuary, Song Xiaonuan leaned against the bed, her heart palpitating as she gazed at the sleeping Yang Xiao beside her. By a hair's breadth, she nearly lost her child once more. Father, mother, I am unharmed. Please. Be seated. Xiaonuan, confide in your parents truthfully. Is there a liaison between Zhou Wan and Yang Fan? Is the child she carries Yang Fan's? Song Xiaonuan lowered her gaze, concealing the loathing in her eyes. She remained uncertain whether to reveal her rebirth to her parents. What if they were frightened by her revelation, suspecting her of illness? Yet, without confiding in them, she would be overwhelmed by the magnitude of the tasks ahead. Father, mother, do you believe in the supernatural? Child, you are courting danger. Song Wenkong whispered sternly, glancing around the room despite knowing it was unoccupied. Xiaonuan, your mother believes you. If you have something to impart, speak boldly. Wenkong. Secure the doors and windows, and prevent anyone from entering. Chapter 8, Confession. Song Wenkong nodded, meticulously opening each window to peer outside, ensuring no one was present before closing them with utmost care. Mom, Dad, would you believe me if I told you I had died and been resurrected? Tang Jianmei nodded. For she did believe it. Ever since her daughter's premature birth, she had noticed a transformation, a departure from her former infatuation. Song Xiaonuan began her tale, recounting how her mother had been driven to her demise by her actions and how her father, having harmed Yang Fan, had been sentenced to reform through labor. She was soon overcome with tears. No wonder you desperately tried to stop that beast, you were protecting your father. I wrongly accused you. Song Wenkong's eyes welled up with emotion upon hearing these words. His anger had been misplaced, for his daughter had acted to safeguard him. So that's the truth. Yang Fan and Zhou Wan were already in cahoots, secretly swapping your child and making you raise their offspring. How could you be so naive? Tang Jianmei chided Song Xiaonuan, poking her forehead in exasperation. I've seen foolishness, but never to this extent. But Xiao Xiao is also Yang Fan's son. How could he be so heartless? Song Wenkong was utterly perplexed. What kind of father would sell his own son? Dad, Mom, there's one more thing, Yang Xiao is not Yang Fan's son. What? Then you. I didn't have an affair. I was deceived on my wedding night. Alas, I was such a fool, I gave a piece of jade to Yang Fan. What jade? On the morrow following my nuptials, I espied beneath my pillow a piece of mutton-fat jade. Presuming it to be a gift from Yang Fan, I inquired of him regarding the matter. As it transpired, Yang Fan claimed it was an item entrusted to him by a friend for safekeeping, which he had since reclaimed to return to its rightful owner. In retrospect, I surmise that this jade must have been a memento left to me by Xiao Xiao's biological father. The convolutions of this situation eluded Tang Jianmei, yet comprehended it fully, a textbook case of despoiling a widow. First, severing Xiaonuan's escape routes, then cutting off her support, until Xiaonuan is devoid of any further utility, at which point her tribulations shall commence. Xiaonuan, what course of action do you intend to pursue henceforth? Having absorbed analysis, Tang Jianmei inhaled deeply, her gaze fixed upon her daughter, whom she now perceived as utterly naive. Mother, behold this hairpin. Song Xiaonuan presented the shattered hairpin. The pearls, of course, were no longer present. She had retrieved a pencil box and deposited the fragments within, concealing them within the confines of her spatial dimension. It's bent. And the pearls are gone. Alas, such a fine item, now ruined. Mother, it is not ruined. This is no ordinary hairpin, but a celestial treasure. Observe. Is this not your tea mug? The tea mug upon the bedside table vanished into thin air. And Tang Jianmei rose abruptly, cognizant that their daughter had never dabbled in the art of illusion. Therefore, the preceding event. Father, is this not your garment? The garment suspended from the rack near the entrance had inexplicably vanished. A bewildered Song Wenkong approached the rack, only to confirm its emptiness. Vanishing, vanishing. Song Xiaonuan's hands flitted about, and everything she touched, including the heavy wardrobe, disappeared into thin air. In a blink, the chamber was barren, save for a thick layer of dust behind the wardrobe. Tang Jianmei and Song Wenkong exchanged astonished glances before Tang Jianmei regained her composure. Nuan, she began. I recall a tale my grandmother told me, about a remarkable heirloom passed down through their lineage, yet never witnessed by anyone. Song Xiaonuan understood. This hairpin must be the extraordinary treasure passed down from her maternal ancestors. No wonder it remained unseen, even if spotted, no one would suspect it to be a treasure. Mother, this is a divine gift bestowed upon me, pilfered by that vile Zhou Wan in my previous life. Only when she inadvertently cut herself and bled did I realize. What? Zhou Wan was aware of its significance? No, she remains ignorant to this day. It was only after my demise, as a specter trailing Yang Fan for 3 decades, That I witnessed his predatory actions and discovered the truth. As she spoke, Song Xiaonuan's teeth gnashed audibly. Tang Jianmei closed her eyes, and when she reopened them, her gaze was resolute. Nuan, consider this carefully. This is a battle of life and death. Song Xiaonuan was aware that her mother remained skeptical. For her past self had been foolish, so foolish that she had disheartened those who genuinely cared for her. Mother. The return signifies a debt of blood that must be repaid. However, our strength remains feeble. I have also divulged your identity as a capitalist heiress, which has placed their very existence in the hands of Yang Fan. Should he choose, he could easily divorce Xiaonuan and report the couple, thus stripping them of all agency. Xiaonuan, since you have made your decision, I will trust you one last time. Please, move this bed aside. Tang Jianmei lifted the sleeping Xiaoxiao from the bed and instructed Song Xiaonuan to shift it. As her hand brushed against the bed, it seamlessly vanished into her spatial realm. Wenkong, please pry open that section of the floor. Song Wenkong nodded, taking a chisel and hammer in hand. He counted the floorboards and aimed directly at one, prying it up with precision. Once the first board was removed, the surrounding ones became manageable. In no time, he had opened a square meter of space. Tang Jianmei then removed a black, key-shaped wooden piece from around her neck, severed the cord, and inserted it into a concealed hole. Suddenly, the area they had uncovered cracked open, revealing a hidden opening. Xiaonuan, you may descend. Below lies all of Mother's dowry, including the deed to this house. The deed, this entire property. Indeed, this vast expanse was part of your grandmother's dowry to me. All these houses rightfully belong to me, yet. Song Xiaonuan understood. In order to lead a peaceful life, Mother had relinquished the houses. The aperture was diminutive and shallow, reaching only to Song Xiaonuan's waist. Illuminating the space with a flashlight, Song Xiaonuan discerned approximately 7 or 8 rosewood chests. Hunched over, she transferred all the chests into her spatial dimension before Song Wenkong assisted her in ascending. Father. What shall we do about this opening? Song Wenkong demurred. Once activated, this mechanism cannot be reversed. We can only procure some soil tomorrow to bury the opening, and then replace the flooring and bed. Song Xiaonuan retrieved all the rosewood chests from her spatial dimension. Tang Jianmei opened the chests one by one, and Song Xiaonuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 9, Grandfather had a concubine. Each chest contained different items. 2 chests held only a pair of vases and several rolled-up scrolls. Song Xiaonuan, unfamiliar with the vases and without unrolling the scrolls, surmised that they were undoubtedly valuable. For chests contained fabrics unlike any Song Xiaonuan had ever seen, shimmering and embroidered with various floral designs, exuding an aura of opulence. The 7th chest contained numerous smaller boxes, each filled with antique jewelry and hairpins, clearly belonging to her grandmother. The final chest was partitioned, one half filled with silver ingots and the other with gold bars, separated by a wooden plank. Atop the gold and silver lay several large envelopes wrapped in craft paper. Tang Jianmei opened the envelopes, one containing a folded land deed. Song Xiaonuan glanced at the address and area, and exhaled a sigh of relief. Encompassing several hundred meters, this land is entirely under Tang Jianmei's ownership. In the coming years, should Tang Jianmei produce this land deed, everyone, especially Yang Fan, will be compelled to depart. Within the 2 envelopes, one contained a savings account. Upon opening it, Song Xiaonuan's heart was struck as if by lightning, a substantial sum of 30,000 yuan. When she beheld the name on the account, an ache welled up within her, rendering her breathless. It bore her name, Song Xiaonuan. Her mother had bequeathed her this considerable fortune. Xiaonuan, your request for 2,000 yuan as dowry was an underestimation of your worth. Now, I entrust all of this to you, do not act foolishly again. Song Xiaonuan nodded, proceeding to open the last envelope, which contained a will, jointly drafted and signed by Tang Wenkong and Tang Jianmei. The contents were straightforward. Upon their passing, all their possessions would be inherited by Song Xiaonuan, with no one to supersede her, including her offspring. Song Xiaonuan's hand caressed each box, watching them vanish, as the bed and cabinet returned to their original positions within the space. Mother, do you still have tickets here? What is it? I'll withdraw the money tomorrow and exchange it for tickets. We must prepare supplies. Why? Mother, there are only 3 of us. How can we contend with the Yang and Zhou families? Not only is Yang Fan's mother unscrupulous, but Zhou Wan's elder brother is also a hooligan. But where can we go? Let's seek connections. I recall that my maternal grandparents were sent down some years ago. At worst, we can go to them. Dearest Xiaonuan. Your mother has deceived you. Alas, it is true. Your maternal grandfather was never exiled, rather, he absconded to Hong Kong Island with his concubine. Your maternal grandmother was tormented to death, and it was your uncle, your only maternal uncle, who was sent into exile. A wave of disbelief washed over Xiaonuan as her mother continued, her voice thick with sorrow. Your grandfather abandoned your grandmother, bribed officials, and fled with his mistress and her son, taking all their worldly possessions with them. Tang Jianmei's voice broke as she spoke, tears streaming down her face. Her mother, the woman who had loved her most in this world, had been driven to her grave by her father and his concubine. Xiaonuan, still reeling from the revelation, recalled a place from a distant memory. She grabbed a pen and paper, and with a trembling hand, she sketched the image that haunted her thoughts. Mother. Where is this place? Could it be our family's former home? She remembered a time in her previous life when she had followed Yang Fan to this very spot. Yang Fan had dug with a shovel, unearthing 2 chests, while Zhou Wan had gleefully stored them away. That is the courtyard your father bought for his concubine. Her mother replied, her voice laced with bitterness. It has fallen into disrepair now. Mother, we must go to that courtyard tomorrow, Xiaonuan urged, her eyes gleaming with determination. Why would we go there? I loathe that place. I wish I could burn it to the ground. But there are 2 chests of gold hidden there. In my previous life, Yang Fan and Zhou Wan unearthed them. Ah, is that so? Very well, we shall go first thing in the morning. I will request a leave of absence from work and accompany you both, Jianmei declared. Only after their intense discussion did the 3 women realize their stomachs were growling with hunger. Despite having prepared a lavish feast for their guests, they, the hosts, had not eaten a single bite. I shall prepare some noodles. Fortunately, I have saved a few vegetables, otherwise, we would have nothing to eat this evening. 3 bowls of fragrant noodles were placed upon the table, and the 3 of us picked up our chopsticks and began to eat. The delightful aroma elicited playful sounds from Yang Zhao's mouth. Concerned that Yang Xiao might be taken away, Song Xiaonuan promptly fetched a camp bed, cleaned it thoroughly, laid down bedding, and placed Yang Xiao upon it, transporting her into the space. Xiaonuan, can people also enter? Yes, both Xiao and I can enter. Would you like me to take you in to see? Song Wenkong and Tang Jianmei, filled with excitement, set down their chopsticks, each grasping one of Song Xiaonuan's hands, eager to behold the treasures she spoke of. However, Song Xiaonuan vanished, leaving the 2 behind. Upon realizing that her parents had not entered the space, she hurriedly exited. After another attempt, the eventual outcome was that the couple either lay on the ground or sat upon it. They finally understood they could not enter. It appeared that the treasures recognized individuals, and if they could not enter, so be it, as long as the baby could, that sufficed. The 3 of them resumed their meal, and after finishing, they did not bother to wash the bowls but instead lay down to sleep. The night passed in silence. The next morning, Song Wenkong rode his bicycle to work to request leave, while Tang Jianmei prepared breakfast and washed the dishes they had neglected the previous day. Song Xiaonuan began by placing all the money, tickets, and some valuable clothing, shoes, and relevant documents from her room into the space. Then, she fed Yang Xiao, washed her face and bottom, changed her into a clean diaper, and placed her in the space before taking a basin to wash the soiled diaper. Upon Song Wenkong's return, the trio, cradling Yang Xiao, boarded a bus to the ferry terminal, procured tickets, and embarked on the ferry. Though merely a month old, Yang Xiao possessed an exceptional docility, seldom fussing or crying. Now, nestled in Song Xiaonuan's arms, she sat on the ship, her countenance briefly illuminated by a flash of novelty. Alas, the expression proved ephemeral, eluding observation. As the vessel docked, they disembarked with the throng, proceeding to a secluded nook where Song Xiaonuan deposited Yang Xiao into her pocket dimension. Subsequently, she produced a pair of bicycles. She mounted one herself, while Song Wenkong, with Tang Jianmei as his passenger, took the other. Half an hour later, they arrived at the locus where Yang Fan had previously amassed his fortune. Father, she declared, it is here. I entrust this formidable task to you. A spade materialized from the pocket dimension, which Song Wenkong accepted. As he prepared to excavate, he was abruptly halted. Song Xiaonuan retrieved 2 cups of water from her pocket dimension, offering one to each of her parents. How did you discern that your father was parched? Song Wenkong seized the cup and drained it in a single draught. However, as a cool sensation caressed his throat, he paused, bemused. Xiaonuan. This is water from your pocket dimension, is it not? What else does your pocket dimension contain? Tang Jianmei sipped her water slowly, savoring each mouthful. The water tasted as if it had been chilled in a well and infused with honey, sweet, icy, and utterly soothing. Mother speaks true, Song Xiaonuan affirmed. It is spring water from the pocket dimension, albeit diluted with boiled water. The spring is too meager, even if I were to drain it entirely. It would scarcely quench father's thirst. Song Xiaobao gestured in explanation, prompting Tang Jianmei to sigh. The presence of spring water is already a boon. The lass merely lacks understanding. In the expanse of space, there lies a patch of dark soil. Regrettably, I lack the skills for cultivation, otherwise, I would sow rice, wheat, vegetables, and fruits, ensuring we never face scarcity. Lacking agricultural expertise, I contemplate purchasing some books and seeds to embark on this endeavor. Tang Jianmei's suggestion garnered the support of Song Xiaonuan, who diligently documented it in her notebook to avoid forgetting. Beyond just books and seeds, it would be prudent to acquire a water tank, a coal stove, coal, pots, and utensils. Ideally, we should construct a bamboo hut, furnished with a bed, cabinets, and a dining table with chairs. Song Wenkong also joined the effort. Once Song Xiaonuan finished her notes, he returned the cup to her, then picked up a shovel and began to dig. Song Wenkong exerted considerable effort, as the house had been abandoned for several years, making the ground quite hard. Yet, when the shovel effortlessly penetrated the soil, he surged forward with renewed vigor. Xiaonuan. Is this the spot? He inquired, noticing the absence of any visible chest. Xiaonuan nodded, pointing downward, urging him to continue digging, as a pit deeper than a person would be necessary to uncover the chest. Suddenly, a metallic clink echoed as the shovel struck something. Setting the shovel aside, Song Wenkong began to clear the earth with his hands, revealing an iron box, which he pulled out with determination. To his surprise, another box lay beneath it. Having regained his equilibrium, Song Wenkong exerted force once more, though fortune did not favor him this time. The pit was taller than a person, leaving him without a fulcrum. Father, I'm coming, Song Xiaonuan exclaimed, leaping into the abyss. Her hand met the metallic exterior, and in an instant, the box was absorbed into her spatial dimension. The two regarded the height above, grateful that Song Wenkong had excavated at a diagonal. With Tang Jianmei's assistance, they emerged from the chasm. Song Xiaonuan promptly ejected the metallic container, which resembled a small, modern suitcase. Song Wenkong employed a hammer to breach the ironclad box, revealing a large coffer crafted from precious Phoebe Jiannan wood. Upon opening the coffer, several gleaming gold bars were unveiled. Tang Jianmei lifted one, delicately assessing its weight, each a substantial ingot of over 300 grams. This solitary box contained no less than 100 gold bars, and with 2 boxes in total, they possessed 200 such bars. This was a veritable windfall, surpassing even Tang Jianmei's dowry in value. Mother, that elderly gentleman was quite partial, bestowing such riches upon a concubine, Song Xiaonuan remarked. Alas, the concubine possessed beauty and allure, men are often drawn to such qualities, Tang Jianmei sighed. I object. You mustn't tar everyone with the same brush, Song Wenkong interjected. Tang Jianmei nodded in agreement, acknowledging her husband's virtuous character. Indeed, you are an exception, otherwise my mother would not have permitted me to marry you, even with such a generous dowry, she conceded. Song Xiaonuan's head snapped up as realization dawned upon her. She finally understood the origin of her romantic inclinations. Could it be hereditary? Fortunately, her mother had encountered a virtuous man. Dearest, safeguard these gold bars with utmost care. Place stones within the iron chest, then inter it securely. A smile graced her countenance, an excellent stratagem, indeed. He meticulously restored the clasps of the chest, returning it to its original location, then, seizing the shovel, he meticulously filled the deep excavation. In a year or two, through the erosive caress of wind and rain, the land would revert to its former aspect. Let us return hence. There are farmers dwelling nearby, we shall inquire of them to procure some water jars, requesting they deliver them to the dilapidated abode ahead. I shall venture forth, tarry here. Mounting his bicycle, he departed. Approximately an hour elapsed before a dozen or so local farmers, propelling carts and bearing baskets, approached them. 2 yuan apiece for the water jars. They also offer their own cultivated melons, fruits, vegetables, maize, and sweet potatoes. Let us acquire some for ourselves. A total of 15 yuan was expended, yielding 5 water jars and an abundance of produce. A smile of amusement played upon her lips. Upon reaching the vicinity of the ferry terminal, she gently lifted the infant from the vehicle. He had been nourished while awaiting her father's return, and now possessed a lively spirit. Let us partake of luncheon at the state-owned restaurant. This afternoon, I shall retrieve some funds, enabling us to procure provisions for the spatial dimension, ensuring sustenance in unforeseen circumstances. Both father and daughter concurred with her proposal. She proceeded to the bank, withdrawing 5,000 yuan, allotting 1,000 to each parent. These are the remaining ration coupons. You two are entrusted with their utilization. I shall venture to the black market to exchange coupons for goods. Exercise prudence. Have no apprehension. The trio parted ways, each embarking on their own course. Song Xiaonuan, intimately familiar with the black market, knew that even with a city residency, rations were fixed. However, with her refined tastes, she was compelled to frequent the black market for necessities such as fabrics and meats. Of course, ration coupons were indispensable, making her primary objective for the day the acquisition of such coupons. Armed with a substantial sum of cash, Song Xiaonuan was imbued with considerable confidence. I'm going to the countryside and wish to procure nationally recognized grain coupons, as well as oil, sugar, cigarette, and soap coupons. Young lady, exchanging coupons is feasible. But be warned, the prices are not lenient. My mother provided me with 100 yuan. Will that suffice? A glint of disappointment flickered in the man's eyes. He had initially anticipated a substantial transaction, only to discover a minor player. A single bicycle coupon could fetch as much as 50 yuan. Song Xiaonuan procured some national grain coupons, along with fabric and sugar coupons. When the petty gangster produced a bicycle coupon and a sewing machine coupon, Song Xiaonuan hesitated. When she married Yang Fan, her dowry included a radio, a sewing machine, a watch, and a bicycle. Apart from the bicycle and watch, 2 of the larger items had been seized by Yang's mother. While she had been displeased at the time, Yang Fan possessed a silver tongue, and through his persuasive flattery, Song Xiaonuan had acquiesced. Consequently, the household currently lacked a sewing machine and a radio. But Song Xiaonuan resolved to defer their purchase, opting instead to await an opportunity to reclaim them. Noticing Song Xiaonuan's reluctance, the man presumed her financial constraints and refrained from pressing the matter. Such commodities were highly sought after, and he had no concerns about their sale. Bearing the newly acquired tickets, Song Xiaonuan pivoted and departed, her mind teeming with pending matters. Chapter 11, Accumulating provisions subsequent to her departure from the black market. Song Xiaonuan proceeded directly to the department store. Her initial undertaking was to procure apparel and footwear for Yang Xiao at the children's section. Regrettably, the children's section lacked garments tailored for infants of Yang Xiao's diminutive stature. Given the prevailing scarcity of both fabric coupons and currency, few were inclined to purchase ready-made articles for diminutive infants. Consequently, Song Xiaonuan procured apparel suitable for children aged 3 to 5. Acquiring 3 sets each of cotton thermal undershirts and pants, along with 2 sets of padded cotton attire. Additionally, she acquired several pairs of footwear, ranging from insulated boots to slippers, acknowledging the shared inability of herself and her mother to craft footwear. Upon completing her acquisition of children's apparel, she directed her attention to the adult section, recognizing the imperative to procure substantial winter overcoats for her parents and herself. Furthermore, she secured an ample supply of cotton thermal undershirts and pants, complemented by several pairs of thick socks. Observing Song Xiaonuan's fervent purchasing activity, the sales clerk surmised that she was an educated youth preparing for rural resettlement, as only such individuals engaged in such comprehensive acquisitions, typically indicative of favorable familial circumstances. Esteemed comrade, might you be interested in acquiring flawed fabric? It requires no coupons. Indeed, where might I find it? Follow me. The sales clerk finalized Song Xiaonuan's current purchases and inquired as to their disposition. Song Xiaonuan produced a sizable burlap sack, eliciting a somewhat ambivalent expression from the sales clerk, who regarded the consignment of costly cotton overcoats to such a humble receptacle with a degree of reservation. However, the novelty of the sack assuaged any concerns regarding Song Xiaonuan's mental acuity. Subsequently, she escorted Song Xiaonuan to the department store's rear entrance, where she rapped upon the door. A middle-aged woman adorned with spectacles emerged. Enter. Song Xiaonuan followed the sales clerk into a small storeroom located at the back door, revealing an abundance of items within. There were fabrics of every hue and even cotton. I would like 30 pounds of cotton, and please provide me with samples of these fabrics, each one, she requested eagerly. You do realize the cost, don't you? At the very least, it amounts to this, the middle-aged woman indicated with 2 fingers, signaling 200 yuan. Without hesitation, Song Xiaonuan produced 20 crisp bills and handed them over, assuring the woman that she had more if needed. The middle-aged woman glanced at the sales clerk, who offered an awkward smile, fully aware that this was a lucrative opportunity. Her bonus for the month was secured. Song Xiaonuan requested several bags for the cotton, priced at 50 cents each, purchasing 5 to ensure that her recent acquisitions had a place to be stored. She then spent another 10 yuan to rent a cart, knowing that upon return, she would reclaim her deposit. This was Song Xiaonuan's first experience pulling a cart, and her awkwardness mirrored that of a clumsy noblewoman inebriated with joy. Eventually, the middle-aged woman assisted her in maneuvering the cart outside, prompting a grateful smile from Song Xiaonuan. Once the area was devoid of onlookers, she transported both the cart and its contents into her space before heading to the supply and marketing cooperative to find Song Wenkong. Song Wenkong was busy securing milk powder, as a new shipment had just arrived. He presented all of his milk powder coupons, yet lamentably, each person was limited to purchasing just 1 pound. On his first attempt, he acquired a pound. On the second, Tang Jianmei took a pound. This was the third occasion, and Song Wenkong decided to test his luck. Father, what are you doing? Xiaonuan, just in time. Hurry and grab some milk powder. Upon hearing the mention of milk powder, Song Xiaonuan's eyes sparkled with determination. For it was essential to her son's sustenance, and she resolutely refused to let this opportunity slip away. Unbeknownst to others, Song Xiaonuan remarkably managed to procure 3 kilograms of milk powder, leaving Song Wenkong utterly astonished. How had she accomplished such a feat? Surely, one could simply offer an extra 50 cents to those who had managed to secure some. Indeed, not every household could afford milk powder. Yet with the precious milk powder coupons in hand, failing to purchase would only result in expiration. Thus, acquiring it for resale at a markup became a rational choice. This realization granted Song Wenkong a newfound appreciation for his daughter's purchasing prowess. The two then approached Tang Jianmei, who was already surrounded by an abundance of supplies. The trio each seized a portion of the provisions, utilizing the opportunity to discreetly stash several bags into their hidden space. Gradually, their hands became lighter as they proceeded, until only a single vegetable basket remained, containing a pound of pork, destined for a sumptuous braised dish that evening. That night, Yang Fan had yet to return, but Song Xiaonuan remained unperturbed. She secured the door and retired for the night, conserving her energy for the morrow's endeavors. Today, her sights were set on breakfast establishments, and she darted between 4 or 5, acquiring a substantial quantity of large meat buns, flaky pancakes with fried dough sticks, and soy milk with rice rolls, much to the annoyance of those in line behind her. Once breakfast hours had elapsed, Song Xiaonuan made her way to the supply and marketing cooperative. A fresh shipment of woolen yarn had just arrived, along with cotton fabric suitable for undergarments. Swiftly, she produced her fabric tickets, yarn tickets, and cash. What colors do you desire? Yellow, black, and crimson. The sales attendant counted the tickets, finding them to be precisely the quantity Song Xiaonuan sought. Internally, she smirked, thinking how fortunate this woman was to have coincidentally arrived just as the goods were replenished. Furthermore, I would like to procure this cotton fabric using my ration coupons. My child is still young, and it is imperative that the undergarments be made of this particular cotton material. The sales clerk scrutinized Song Xiaonuan, somewhat incredulous. A mere slip of a girl in her teens, and already a mother? Song Xiaonuan produced a photograph taken on her child's 1-month birthday and presented it to the clerk. The clerk's eyes widened in astonishment. You truly have a child? Song Xiaonuan nodded. The child is being cared for by my maternal grandmother at home. I'm taking advantage of this free time to purchase some necessities. Very well, I'll cut the fabric for you. Having acquired the cotton fabric and yarn, Song Xiaonuan veered into a narrow alleyway. Assured that she was unobserved, the package vanished in an instant. Song Xiaonuan was aware of the presence of a black market in the vicinity. She navigated the labyrinthine alleyways until she arrived at a dilapidated door, where a young man stood sentinel, glancing about furtively. Buying or selling? Buying. 3 cents. Song Xiaonuan dispensed the 3 cents and proceeded inside. Upon entering, she immediately noticed an elderly woman hawking eggs from a basket. "Grandmother, what is the price of the eggs?" 5 cents apiece. "How many do you desire?" "How many do you have available?" 93. "My daughter-in-law sent them from the countryside." "I'll take them all." "And would you be willing to part with the basket as well?" "Certainly, it's yours." The elderly woman accepted the payment, relinquished the basket, and departed, remarking on her good fortune in encountering a wealthy patron. "Sir, what is the price of this rice?" 1 yuan per jean, firm. Song Xiaonuan nodded. "I'll take it all." "Young lady, there are 50 jean of rice here. To purchase it all would amount to 50 yuan. "Indeed, here are 50 yuan, I shall take it all." Song Xiaonuan felt an intense loathing for herself at that moment. For had it not been for Yang Fan, the Song family's supply of rice and flour would have sufficed. The appetites of the 3 of them were modest. And as urban residents, they received a monthly ration of grain. All they needed to do was to present their rice sacks and vouchers at the grain station when the time came. However, ever since she began her romance with Yang Fan, Song Xiaonuan found herself depleting her family's provisions to support him, for he was perpetually hungry. Chapter 12, Quarrel in Yang Fan's family. Only his father worked, striving to provide for 6 mouths. Subsequently, the eldest brother's pursuit of employment drained the family's finances, leading to debts that left Yang Fan struggling to find enough to eat. It was during this trying period that Song Xiaonuan entered their lives, promptly initiating her support efforts. She invested a significant amount of money and resources until the eldest brother married and had children, finally earning Yang Fan's attention. Yet, Yang Fan's demands were unreasonable. He insisted on bringing a substantial dowry and claimed that there was no marital home available, thus necessitating a stay at the Song residence. Yet, he was unwilling to be a son-in-law in name, insisting that the house be transferred into his name, or else he would refuse to marry. Song Xiaonuan shook her head, reflecting on how absurdly devoted she had been in her previous life, as she tried to shake off these unpleasant memories, only to realize she had forgotten to bring a sack for the rice. Observing her lack of containers, the kind man generously offered her his own backpack. And with the 50 yuan in hand, she swiftly exited the black market, as if fearing she might change her mind. Carrying 50 jean of rice would have been a daunting task had she not once drunk from the spring in her storage space, but now it was a simple endeavor. Observing the time, she noted it was still before noon, and thus she continued her perusal of the market. In the emporium, she discovered and procured 6 pairs of shell-soled cotton shoes and laced cotton boots, selecting sizes appropriate for herself and her parents. She also entertained the notion of acquiring footwear for Xiao, but alas, items suitable for children were not to be found. Having exhausted the offerings of the black market, she transitioned to a supply and marketing cooperative to further amass provisions: granulated sugar, table salt, assorted fruit and milk candies, pastries, cooking oil, soybean oil, pencils, notebooks, satchels, as well as textiles, soap, wash basins, towels, toothbrushes, and toothpaste. "You must be preparing to go to the countryside," remarked the sales clerk, deducing her intentions from the scale of her purchases. "We've seen many young people heading to rural areas lately." "You possess remarkable perspicacity, madam," Song Xiaonuan responded. "Indeed. Could you perhaps assist me with acquiring a thermos, as well as those lunchboxes and water bottles?" Having gathered her acquisitions, Song Xiaonuan stowed them within her pannier and departed, leaving the sales clerk to observe her departure with a mixture of empathy and admiration. She surmised that Song Xiaonuan likely hailed from a family that favored sons over daughters, necessitating the young girl's relocation to the countryside. However, the family's provision of ample funds for supplies suggested a degree of consideration for her well-being. Song Xiaonuan then sought out a restroom, where she discreetly entered her personal dimension. Having been absent for a considerable duration, she anticipated that Xiao would have awakened. Indeed, she found the infant lying quietly upon the cot, displaying a composure that tugged at Song Xiaonuan's heartstrings. How could she have failed to safeguard such a precious child in her previous existence? "My dear child, have you soiled your diaper?" she cooed. "Let me cleanse your delicate skin, ensuring your comfort, before you partake of your nourishment." Yang Xiao opened her mouth and began to drink milk with a delightful slurping sound. Song Xiaonuan lovingly patted Yang Xiao's back, completely oblivious to the slight flush on the infant's cheeks. After satisfying her hunger, Yang Xiao let out a burp. And Song Xiaonuan gently placed her on the bed, saying, "My dear, mommy is going out to stock up on supplies. I will come back to keep you company once I have everything. If you feel tired, just sleep." With that, she exited the space, abruptly transitioning from an exceptionally fresh environment to the foul-smelling bathroom, almost causing her to choke. This incident dampened her enthusiasm for stocking up. She merely intended to prepare for the future, without the need for excessive hoarding. Upon returning, Song Xiaonuan put away the backpack in the space and took Yang Xiao out again. Now, she needed to contemplate the significant matter of divorcing Yang Fan. When she arrived home, Yang Fan was already seated on the sofa. Upon seeing her return, he scrutinized her with a fierce expression, demanding to know where she had been. "What does it matter to you? Have I sold myself to you, or am I your servant? Why should you care where I go?" "You." For the first time, Yang Fan sensed that Song Xiaonuan was difficult to engage with. Could it be that she truly suspected something between him and Zhou Wan? "Song Xiaonuan. I hope you remember that I am your man." "You are my man? Since when was that so?" "What do you mean?" "I mean it quite literally. A man may not always be at home to wash clothes and cook, but his salary is certainly contributed, and he takes care of the children." "What about you?" I'm busy." "Busy with what?" "A factory assembly line worker, thinking you are the Prime Minister?" "Song Xiaonuan, you hold the working class in disdain. Though I am impoverished, I possess ambition. Spare me the labels, your position was procured by my father." "With such resolve? Perhaps you should sell your job and return the money to him." "Song Xiaonuan, you have overstepped. Can you not endure? If so, divorce me, after all. Your mother harbors no affection for me. Shall we proceed with the divorce tomorrow? If you do, you will find yourself without a place to stay. For this is my home." "Nonsense. This house was a dowry from my grandmother to my mother. When did it transform into your residence? You truly lack shame." Yang Fan's expression darkened. He detested the disparity between them. If Song Xiaonuan were as destitute as Zhou Wan, he would not feel such inferiority. "Song Xiaonuan. Do not presume that your wealth renders you superior. Your mother is the daughter of a capitalist. Should you continue to provoke me, I shall report your mother." "Go ahead. I await your report. Do not forget, my mother's property is registered in your name, you shall not fare well." Yang Fan was momentarily speechless, having been caught off guard. In truth, he did not intend to quarrel with Song Xiaonuan today but sought financial assistance. Zhou Wan had already been admitted to the hospital. And with her imminent delivery, he lacked the funds even for that. Desperation consumed him. However, having previously severed ties with Song Xiaonuan, he aimed to assert dominance, knowing that she was particularly susceptible to such tactics. Unexpectedly, his attempt to intimidate failed, and he found himself at a disadvantage instead. He cast a glance at Song Wenkong as he entered from outside, a vegetable basket in hand, and for a moment was at a loss for words. He could only step forward, intending to take the basket. "Father, allow me. Nay, rather consider when you shall divorce my Xiaonuan. You are simply unsuited to be my son-in-law. I shall not divorce your daughter, unless..." "Unless what?" "Unless you relinquish Yang Xiao to me, and proffer 10,000 yuan, which would serve as Yang Zhao's sustenance. Only then would I entertain the notion. You harbor no affection for Yang Xiao. So why would you desire her? Furthermore, is your childhood friend Zhou Wan not soon to deliver? Which will you attend to then? Whether Zhou Wan gives birth is of no concern to me, but Yang Xiao I shall not relinquish." Yang Fan cast a triumphant glance at Song Xiaonuan, knowing she held affection for this son. Thus, he would use this bastard as leverage. Chapter 13, Seeking Connections. Yang Fan, I shall not relinquish the child to you. Furthermore, tomorrow I shall seek out your superiors at your workplace, to inquire as to how they educate their employees. Why would you seek out my superiors? A trace of panic flickered across Yang Fan's face, feeling as though he had erred in returning today. I shall inquire of your superiors why a man does not provide for his wife and child, and where his funds are truly directed. Moreover, where have you been residing these past 2 days, absent from our home? A guilty conscience stirred within Yang Fan. These past 2 days. He had been at the hospital with Zhou Wan, who had been complaining of abdominal pain, leading the doctor to admit her for observation. I have been residing at my mother's abode. Is that not permissible? Indeed. By the way, Do inform your mother that since your elder brother received a house upon his marriage, shouldn't I be entitled to one as well? Unless, of course, you are not her son. Inconceivable. You visited our home, it's hardly capacious enough to accommodate us all. That is of no concern to me. If habitation is unfeasible, then the equivalent in currency will suffice. After all, should you reside in my home, you would be subject to my dictates. This is my residence, legally transferred to me. I am aware, yet when queried about the provenance of the house, you would disclose that it was bequeathed to you by our mother. Subsequently, when questioned how you could accept the transfer of property from the offspring of a capitalist, it would imply a deficiency in your ideology. I am returning to my mother's abode. I have no inclination to engage with you further. Realizing that he would neither procure funds nor evade threats, Yang Fan, incensed, arose abruptly and stormed out, slamming the door with vehemence. Song Xiaonuan immediately turned her attention to her son, whom she held in her arms, apprehensive that he might have been frightened. However, the little one remained composed, gazing at Song Xiaonuan without so much as a blink. Good son. Your mother would never abandon you. In the previous life, I inadvertently lost you and raised another's offspring as if it were you. A realization that fills me with bitter resentment. Song Xiaonuan, aware that her child could not comprehend her words, began to unburden herself, finding solace in her expressions. Forgive me. Son, I do not intend to treat you as a receptacle for my grievances. It's merely that I feel profoundly foolish and am hesitant to confide in others. In any case, you are not yet able to understand. The aroma of culinary endeavor wafted from the kitchen, indicating that Song Wenkong was at the helm today. Where has mother gone? Her mother went to search for her former classmates. What was the purpose of this reunion? It was, after all, in hopes of reclaiming the house. However, I find the prospects rather dim. When the property was transferred, it was done through a sale, thus complicating matters. Song Xiaonuan sighed, reflecting on how flawlessly she had executed her plans back then, only to find the resolution now fraught with complications. Tang Jianmei returned, her face etched with concern. Song Xiaonuan promptly ushered her into the room, eager to inquire about the outcome of her endeavors. Qiao Bing is my classmate. He was originally a soldier but, due to an injury, transitioned to our local police department. He informed me of your uncle's current plight. It turned out that her uncle was struggling to make ends meet, barely able to afford a meal each day. Fortunately, her aunt remained steadfast, choosing to endure hardship alongside her husband rather than seek divorce. Their two children, cousin Tang Weimin, aged 21, and cousin Tang Weijing, also 19, were strategically sent to the countryside as sent-down youth under the guidance of their uncle and aunt, placed far from home. This arrangement would ensure that in the isolated rural setting, the backgrounds of Tang Weimin and Tang Weijing would remain concealed, allowing them to navigate their lives safely. As for the house, what did Uncle Qiao have to say? He has inquired with the relevant authorities on my behalf. The property was originally transferred through a sales agreement, and unless the other party consents, there is little hope of recovering the house. However, possessing the property deed would change the circumstances. Song Xiaonuan fell silent. Even if they were to produce the deed, it would offer them no advantages, only disadvantages. In the event that meticulous individuals inquire as to why the property deeds were not included during the initial donation of the house, insinuating ulterior motives or dissatisfaction, the situation would undoubtedly become intricate. Mother, I offer my sincerest apologies. It is entirely my fault. My foolish child, there is no need for such remorse. It is merely a house, is it not? We can simply acquire another. It is not as though we are lacking in funds. Tang Jianmei offered a gentle smile, dismissing the matter with nonchalance. However, the clandestine nature of property transactions might impede the acquisition of a residence to her liking. Furthermore, a classmate informed me that Jiang Zhongming is employed at the G Committee. His assistance could prove invaluable in certain matters. Jiang Zhongming, the husband of Song Wenyu, my brother-in-law. Song Wenkong furrowed his brow. His relationship with his elder brother and younger sister was somewhat strained, primarily due to his marriage to Tang Jianmei, which elevated his economic standing. However, he refrained from assisting them financially, not out of unwillingness, but rather out of a sense of fairness to his wife, as he was loath to use her wealth for his family's benefit. Despite being aware of the extent of his wife's dowry, particularly the chests filled with gold bars and silver bricks, he diligently worked and earned a salary to support his family. His siblings viewed this as foolish. But he preferred to be perceived as such rather than utilize his wife's assets. Observing Song Wenkong's worried countenance, Tang Jianmei gently patted his shoulder, saying, "Wenkong, rest assured. In the face of mutual benefit, even adversaries can become allies. Therefore, we can engage in negotiations with him, offering commensurate advantages." "What kind of benefits can we offer him? Perhaps gold bars?" "Certainly not. For instance, the property deed." Both Song Xiaonuan and Song Wenkong's eyes lit up. Indeed. While this deed may seem like a mere trifle to them, it holds significant value for Jiang Zhongming. "When shall we approach him?" "There's no rush. We shall act once Yang Fan makes a move. For now, we can only proceed cautiously, one step at a time." After dinner, the three of them played with the children for a while before retiring to wash up and rest. Song Xiaonuan shared a bed with Tang Jianmei, while Song Wenkong settled down on the sofa in the living room. In the middle of the night, Song Wenkong heard the sound of the door opening. Yang Fan quietly entered and made his way to his room. Song Wenkong perked up his ears, listening to the sounds of Yang Fan rummaging through the room. Despite his attempts at restraint, some noise inevitably escaped. After quite some time, Yang Fan emerged with a large bundle of items. Song Wenkong waited a moment. But when Yang Fan did not return, he simply closed his eyes and fell asleep. He knew that Xiaonuan had already stored her belongings in the space. Even what remained in the cabinet consisted of nothing more than a few old and new articles of clothing. As for money and tickets, neither he nor Tang Jianmei had more than 5 yuan on them, all entrusted to Song Xiaonuan for safekeeping, which was certainly more secure than any physical space. At 4 in the morning, Song Xiaonuan's alarm clock rang. She entered the space and found Xiao Xiao sleeping soundly. She went straight to the kitchen to wash up. For today held significant matters to attend to. Chapter 14, My man has not returned home for 3 days. "Xiaonuan, would you like me to accompany you?" "No. It is more convenient for me to go alone. If you accompany me, they might mistakenly think we are a mother and daughter confronting someone together. By the way, I intend to check what Yang Fan took away last night." Song Xiaonuan swiftly entered her room, glancing around before dashing towards the nightstand. Tang Jianmei followed closely behind, observing as Song Xiaonuan opened the drawer, rummaging through it. There should have been a watch she gifted to Yang Fan, yet it was nowhere to be found. She wondered whether he had worn it. She then turned her gaze to the wardrobe, flinging it open to discover that a cotton jacket, newly made this year, was missing, along with a woolen coat. As for the other items, Song Xiaonuan could not recall how many things were gone. It was still uncertain how much was missing. "I need to see it in person. I shall be on my way now, you need not worry. Be cautious." Song Xiaonuan pedaled her bicycle directly to Yang Fan's home, which was not far from hers, merely separated by 2 streets. In Haishur, the weather in April was mild. By 4 o'clock, the horizon began to glow with the light of dawn. Song Xiaonuan parked her bicycle at the entrance of the Yang residence and began to search meticulously. Yang Fan's bicycle was part of her dowry, so she recognized her own belongings, yet there was no sign of any bicycle outside the Yang home. She knocked forcefully on the door, only to be met with Yang's mother's impatient voice. "Who is it? Are you out of your mind, rushing to reincarnate at this hour?" Song Xiaonuan remained silent and instead found a stone to knock on the door. As using her hand was too painful, the stone proved to be more convenient. The mere contact of the stone against the dilapidated door instantly etched several fissures into its surface. Yet, what relevance could this hold for Song Xiaonuan, given it was not her domicile? "Who is it? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Madame Yang exclaimed with waning patience as she flung the door open. Just then, Song Xiaonuan's stone made contact once more, and had she not swiftly evaded it, and had Song Xiaonuan not retracted her hand in time, she might have sustained a head injury. "Xiaonuan, what brings you here so early? Has something occurred?" "Mother, is Yang Fan here?" "He has been absent for 3 days now. Formerly, he neglected to remit his wages, but now he doesn't even return home. I wish to inquire as to why he treats me in such a manner." Song Xiaonuan nearly lacerated her larynx as she vociferated, her voice both resonant and shrill, to the extent that Madame Yang felt compelled to silence her. The soundproofing of their residence was subpar, and the presence of numerous neighbors lent it the ambience of a bustling tenement. Predictably, the inquisitive denizens of the neighborhood craned their necks, some even congregating at the Yang's threshold. Song Xiaonuan, having already brushed past Madame Yang, stormed inside, bellowing, "Yang Fan, emerge at once. The Yang's abode consisted of a single, expansive room, approximating 30 square meters, partitioned into 4 chambers. The eldest, Yang Yi, dwelled in one with his spouse, Wang Kaiqin, and their offspring, Yang Bao. The second son, Yang Fan, initially shared a room with the fourth, Yang Shun, but upon his marriage to Song Xiaonuan, Yang Shun was allocated a solitary chamber. The third child, Yang Feng, a young woman, naturally occupied a room alone. The outermost room served as the domain of the elder Yangs, functioning not only as their sleeping quarters but also as their dining and living area. As for the kitchen, it was relegated to the corridor outside the entrance, while sanitary needs were met with chamber pots indoors for minor necessities and public facilities for major ones. Song Xiaonuan surveyed Yang Mu's room, finding it empty, before dashing into Yang Shun's room, startling him into a loud cry. It was quite unusual for a sister-in-law to burst into her brother-in-law's chamber. Yang Feng, displaying his cleverness, left his door wide open, signaling that he was alone. Ultimately, it led to the room of the eldest brother and sister-in-law. This time, Song Xiaonuan refrained from intruding recklessly and instead knocked politely on the door. Recalling that in her previous life, Wang Kaiqin was the only one in the Yang family who bore no malice towards her. Xiaonuan. It's just the 3 of us here, we haven't seen Yang Fan, said Yang Mu. Song Xiaonuan nodded, turning to Yang Mu, Mother, where has Yang Fan gone? I noticed his watch is missing, along with his wool coat and the new cotton-padded jacket he had made this year. Yang Mu's heart skipped a beat. With the watch gone, it was clear he had gone to placate that wretched Zhou Wan. She had endured this for a long time but dared not express her anger towards Zhou Wan. It was not that she wished to suppress her feelings, but rather she feared the repercussions on Yang Fan. If he were to lose his job, where would she find the 5 yuan she relied on each month? Perhaps he's working a night shift, he must have taken his watch with him. It's only natural to wear a cotton-padded jacket at night when it's cold. Yang Mu speculated. Listening to Yang Mu's ramblings, Song Xiaonuan nodded earnestly before turning to leave with her bicycle. Xiaonuan, where are you going? I'm heading to Yang Fan's workplace. I want to inquire with his supervisor about how they manage the employees. Working during the day and at night, are they even allowing people to live? Oh, you mustn't go. Before she could finish, Song Xiaonuan had already pedaled away, leaving Yang Mu in a state of frantic worry, only to be kicked by Yang Fu for her anxiety. The old woman, with a mouth resembling a funnel, seemed incapable of silence, as if her very existence depended on her incessant chatter. Now, it appears, she has buried her son in a pit of her own making, feigning ignorance of his whereabouts while insisting he is working overtime. Why not simply admit ignorance, you foolish self-righteous creature? Yang's father unleashed a torrent of scolding and kicks upon her, though his voice was not loud, the blows were indeed painful. Yang's mother, filled with indignation yet unable to voice it, slunk away to the doorway, realizing she had spoken far too much. Yang Fan toiled at the motor factory, laboring daily to assemble motors, a task synonymous with the monotony of an assembly line. Was it exhausting? Perhaps not in the traditional sense, yet fatigue lingered in the air. The factory operated on a 3-shift system, and at this moment, the night shift had just ended, coinciding with the arrival of the morning shift. Song Xiaonuan stood anxiously at the factory entrance, her gaze fixed on the door. Miss, who are you looking for? Inquired the elderly guard, his vision failing him. Unable to recognize Song Xiaonuan, primarily because she had never visited Yang Fan's workplace before. Sir, I am Yang Fan's wife, I have come to fetch him from work. What? Yang Fan's wife? Which Yang Fan are you referring to? Is it the one from Workshop 1? Song Xiaonuan nodded, confirming it was indeed the Yang Fan from Workshop 1. Oh, you must be mistaken, Workshop 1 only works the day shift and does not rotate shifts. That is not correct, sir. Yang Fan has not returned home for 3 days. I came here to search for him, and his mother claimed she was working the night shift. I cannot help you with that, you may wait here. No, sir, I need to speak with his supervisor. Yang Fan and I have been married for nearly a year. And our child is over a month old, yet I have never seen a single paycheck from him. What? What did you say? Surely, you do not mean to suggest that his wages are being given to his mother? He hands over 5 yuan to his parents each month as pension money. I am aware of this. However, I have not seen a single cent of the remaining funds. Is it possible that the company is not paying him? That is unlikely. Our company is punctual with salary payments, and even disburses wages in advance when holidays occur. Chapter 15, Collecting Yang Fan's salary. The elderly gentleman has dedicated nearly his entire life to this factory, treating it with the same affection as his own home. And he does not permit Song Xiaonuan to tarnish the factory's reputation. He immediately interjects. Song Xiaonuan nods repeatedly. She is not here to confront the electric motor factory but rather to find Yang Fan. As the night shift concludes, the early shift employees begin to enter the factory in succession. Curiosity surrounds Song Xiaonuan. What is this young lady doing here at such an early hour? Naturally, those familiar with the gatekeeper inquire and discover that this beautiful young woman is, in fact, Yang Fan's wife, who has just given birth to a son a month ago. Is that so? I perceived Yang Fan as rather refined. How could he neglect his wife and child? Not only does he neglect them, but from the impression of this young wife, it seems she has even transferred her family home into Yang Fan's name. Is that true? Yang Fan is quite impressive. How is it that such fortunate circumstances have not befallen me? Is this truly a blessing? You, who rely on others, will be looked down upon. Whispers circulated among the crowd, those with personal matters to attend to departed, yet upon returning, they would inevitably spread the news. Those with no concerns remained at the factory gate, discussing the revelations. As time passed, the crowd outside the factory grew larger, and the day shift employees arrived, all astonished by the unfolding situation. This is Yang Fan's wife. I saw him just yesterday. You work in the same workshop, don't you? Yes. But he took leave yesterday afternoon. Yang Fan has been taking quite a bit of leave lately, claiming that his son is unwell and needs to accompany him to the doctor. Oh. Upon hearing this, Song Xiaonuan, in a fit of anger, secretly retrieved the chilly water that Tang Jianmei had prepared for her and applied it around her eyelids. The irritation caused her tears to flow freely, and her wailing startled everyone in the vicinity into silence. My son has been born for over a month now, and Yang Fan has never even held him. Moreover, my son is perfectly healthy. There's no need for a doctor. Is that true? Where has Yang Fan gone? Comrade, please stop crying. Our workshop director has arrived. You should speak with him. Song Xiaonuan, with tear-stained eyes, saw a middle-aged man approaching on a bicycle and hurriedly ran towards him, crying, Director, I beg you to let my husband come home. He hasn't returned in 3 days. But he asked for leave yesterday, stating he was accompanying you and your son to the doctor, and he won't be coming in today either. Director, Yang Fan is deceiving you. I have been married to him for nearly a year, and our child is 38 days old, yet I have never received a single cent of his salary. Nor have I prepared a meal for the family. Director, my suffering is immense. At the beginning, Song Xiaonuan's lamentations, mingled with tears, elicited sympathy from the nearby women, who couldn't help but shed tears for her plight. This young wife has been wronged and deceived. Comrade, do you know where Yang Fan has gone? I am only aware that he shares a close bond with his neighbor, and the two are often seen together. So why don't you go find him? I dare not, for his neighbor is about to give birth, and Yang Fan forbids me from approaching her. What? There's that as well. The workshop director's countenance visibly changed, and he cast a penetrating glance at Song Xiaonuan. If he could not discern that this young comrade had intentionally come to report grievances, he would indeed be unworthy of his position as workshop director. Comrade, please accompany me to the factory office. I am unable to address this matter, but our factory has a union, and if that is insufficient, there is also the Women's Federation. You may seek assistance from them. Thank you, leader, I appreciate your guidance. The workshop director waved his hand at the onlookers. Those who should be working, return to your duties. Those who should be going home, please depart. Do not crowd at the factory gate. This is not a matter of merriment, and do we not care for the factory's reputation? Indeed. If Yang Fan dares to tarnish our factory's standing, I shall not let him off lightly. Precisely, I take pride in being an employee of the motor factory. If he were to ruin that, I would seek him out for retribution. Such a person ought not to remain in the factory. Perhaps we should voice our concerns and urge the factory leadership to dismiss him. But he hasn't committed any offense. How can he be dismissed? His wife mentioned that their neighbor is giving birth. Which man would concern himself with a neighbor's childbirth, unless... Understood. Perhaps we should visit the hospital. Ever since Song Xiaonuan drank from the spring water of the space, not only has her strength increased, but her senses have also become remarkably acute. Upon hearing these words, a subtle smile graced her lips. This is our factory director, you may address any concerns with him. Director, I shall now return to work. The workshop supervisor led Song Xiaonuan to the factory office and promptly departed, unwilling to engage in such tedious matters. His focus was on production and quality. With tears streaming down her face, Song Xiaonuan began to recount her woes. The director's memory stirred. Yang Fan had joined the factory last year, seemingly stepping into someone else's position. What is it that you truly wish for me to do? The director inquired, observing Song Xiaonuan with a tinge of regret. It was a pity to see such a beautiful flower planted in dung. No, Yang Fan was even worse than dung, which could at least nourish flowers. This particular flower possessed its own sustenance and even nourished Yang Fan, leaving him at a loss for words. Yang Fan's mother despises me, declaring that I am unworthy of entering the Yang family. Therefore, I wish to divorce Yang Fan, but he demands 10,000 yuan from me as child support. 10,000 yuan? The director nearly choked on his drink upon hearing this. Did Yang Fan have any concept of money? With a monthly salary of merely 36 yuan, he dared to expect 10,000. Furthermore, the house originally belonged to my mother, but to preserve Yang Fan's dignity, it was transferred to him. Now, upon divorce, we are to be evicted. What more is there? This marriage is one I cannot afford to dissolve. I implore the director to ensure that Yang Fan's salary is redirected to me. It matters not whether he returns, but his wages must certainly be given to me. Very well, I shall notify the finance department. On the 1st of each month, you may come to the finance office to collect Yang Fan's salary, just 30 yuan. Leaving him with 6. What about the other bonuses? All of them will be given to you, he can only receive 6 yuan each month. Thank you, director, however. It is only the 5th of this month you should go to the finance office and request an advance of 10 yuan for next month, which will be deducted then. With heartfelt gratitude, Song Xiaonuan took the director's note to the finance office, where the staff, having received an internal call from the director, looked at her with sympathetic eyes. Thank you all, I apologize for the trouble. It's no trouble at all, just keep an eye on your finances in the future. The head of the finance department, a caring lady, despised individuals like Yang Fan. She promptly handed Song Xiaonuan 10 yuan and requested her signature. Holding the 10 yuan, Song Xiaonuan departed under the watchful gaze of her colleagues, knowing that each 1st of the month, she would come to collect Yang Fan's salary. Chapter 16, A disturbance at the hospital. In a hurry, Song Xiaonuan rushed to the breakfast shop, purchasing enough food for at least 10 people. She always needed to stock up on supplies. This approach would undoubtedly irritate Yang Fan, leading to a confrontation with no chance for reconciliation. By that time, the brute would surely devise some malicious scheme, such as reporting her mother or framing her. Thus, it was wise to prepare in advance to alleviate future worries about daily life. Upon returning home, Tang Jianmei had already come back from grocery shopping, her expression gloomy, as a neighbor had informed her that Zhou Wan had given birth to a son in the dead of night. Energized by this news, Song Xiaonuan quickly urged Tang Jianmei to have breakfast and took care of Xiao Xiao, feeding her and changing her diaper. Mom, let us go stir up some trouble at the hospital. Alright, let us first inform your father and ask him to take a leave of absence. Indeed, I had a prior conversation with my father. The mother and daughter tidied everything up, locked the door, and hurried directly to the hospital. In one of the hospital's wards, Mother Zhou sat on Zhou Wan's bed, smiling as she watched Yang Fan embrace a child. Suddenly, Tang Jianmei, upon witnessing this scene, rushed over without a moment's hesitation and slapped Yang Fan across the face. Tang Jianmei had consumed the water from the spatial spring, granting her considerable strength, and her slap left Yang Fan's face swollen. Song Xiaonuan was equally unyielding, cradling Xiao Xiao with one arm, she struck Zhou Wan's still joyous face with the other. The ward, filled with other new mothers and their families, was left in stunned silence by this unexpected turn of events. Yang Fan, how could you betray Zhou Wan? No wonder you neglect your own son, coming here to hold Zhou Wan's child. Zhou Wan's child is yours, isn't it? The atmosphere in the delivery room became electric with shock, and Zhou Wan turned pale with fright. In this era, such betrayal could lead to severe repercussions, from public humiliation to imprisonment. You're talking nonsense. If I'm speaking nonsense, then tell me, whose man is Yang Fan? He is mine, isn't he? My man has been by your side for 3 days and 3 nights. The occupants of the delivery room nodded in silent agreement. Although it hadn't been 3 days and nights, this man had indeed been with the woman since the night before last. Everyone assumed they were a married couple. One new mother even envied Zhou Wan, thinking how fortunate she was to have such a devoted partner. Little did they know, they were not husband and wife after all. Yang Fan, your own son is barely a month old, and you've never once held him, let alone changed his diapers. Yet, you're holding this child so tightly. Is he truly your son? I believe he is Yang Fan's son, look how similar their faces are. Tang Jianmei exclaimed loudly, drawing everyone's attention to Yang Fan and the child in his arms. Although the baby looked like a little old man, his features were already discernible. Then, they looked at the child in Song Xiaonuan's arms, who resembled his mother, with delicate features and a lively spirit. Release your foul stench. You, the capitalist's daughter. What right do you have to cause a scene here? Mother Zhou retorted, revealing Tang Jianmei's background. Song Xiaonuan glanced at Yang Fan, who appeared guilty. Apart from himself, no one in the Song family knew about this. Auntie, why do you say my mother is a capitalist's daughter? Who told you? It was. Mother Zhou glanced at Yang Fan, her eyes flickering. How could she have revealed this secret that could control the Song family's lifeline? What should she do? Auntie. You can't say it, can you? Just because you receive my husband's salary every month, you truly believe my husband is your son-in-law. Yang Fan. I went to your motor factory earlier, and your factory director already knows about your terrible behavior of neglecting your family, not handing over your salary, and occupying my house. Song Xiaonuan, you malicious woman. Yes, this malicious woman will start taking your salary from this month onward. This month. Your factory permitted me to procure your forthcoming remuneration in advance. As for the subsequent month, I shall be the recipient of your wages. Brandishing a 10 yuan note before Yang Fan, Song Xiaonuan then returned it to her pocket. Song Xiaonuan, I intend to dissolve our marriage. The sentiment is mutual. Furthermore, I shall denounce you all, one for adultery, one for illegitimacy, and one for exploiting the vulnerable. Heavens, could this be factual? It is utterly appalling. You are uttering falsehoods. This child is not mine. If not yours, is the father deceased, incapacitated, or simply unable to be seen? Must you then, from the outset of your pregnancy, nurture it so meticulously? I was truly blinded to marry a brute such as yourself. Xiaonuan, refrain from further discourse, let us proceed to report them. Representatives from the governance committee arrived, as did officers from the Public Security Bureau. A nurse hastened over, revealing that the director had instructed her to report the matter to the Public Security Bureau, given its gravity. The governance committee's presence was orchestrated by Song Wenkong. Upon witnessing the infant in Yang Fan's arms, Jiang Zhoming's countenance brightened. Comrade Zhou Wan, given your recent parturition, and for the sake of your well-being, kindly relocate to the adjacent ward to prevent any disturbance to the other mothers. Zhou Wan, her face contorted, attempted to rise. A woman in the next bed interjected, Comrade. Such inconvenience is unnecessary. We are not apprehensive of any disruption. Furthermore, we possess faith in the Public Security Bureau's ability to swiftly ascertain the child's paternity. The other three mothers and their families nodded in agreement, eager to see what would happen next and reluctant to let her leave. Eventually, Zhou Wan was assisted to the adjacent room by her mother. As the presence of male officers from the Public Security Bureau and members of the G Committee necessitated maintaining decorum, the doctor retrieved Zhou Wan's registration information from her delivery, which listed Yang Fan as the husband and bore his signature. Jiang Zhoming surreptitiously shook his head, lamenting Yang Fan's utter foolishness. Song Xiaonuan, however, gritted her teeth in resentment. It wasn't that Yang Fan was foolish, but that they had underestimated his cunning. Under normal circumstances, no one would bother to verify this information. Yang Fan's actions were laying the groundwork for their future, ensuring that this illegitimate child could replace her son and Zhou Wan could supplant her. All without requiring any alterations to the records. Yang Fan's face was ashen, the stark evidence of the documents and the child's resemblance leaving him no way to prove his innocence. He cast a venomous glance at Song Xiaonuan before abruptly pointing at Tang Jianmei, exclaiming, Comrades, I denounce her. She is Tang Jianmei, the biological daughter of the capitalist Tang Shiyu. Tang Shiyu of High City was a notorious capitalist, a fact known to everyone present, especially Jiang Zhongming. They had initially hoped to benefit from Song Wenkong's marriage to Tang Shiyu's daughter, expecting to acquire some advantages, perhaps even an apartment from the vast estate. However, Tang Shiyu's sudden arrest and Tang Jianmei's swift donation of the entire property left them with absolutely no benefit. Chapter 17, Severed Ties. The comrade from the Public Security Bureau glanced at Jiang Zhongming, noting that while this matter fell outside their purview, it was within the jurisdiction of the Revolutionary Committee. Jiang Zhongming, after a brief look at Tang Jianmei and a subtle nod from her, waved his hand, signaling for her to be taken away. Song Xiaonuan was taken aback by the swiftness of her mother's detainment, a stark contrast to her expectations. Despite her grandfather's capitalist status, she believed it shouldn't extend to married daughters, especially since Tang Jianmei had already donated her dowry house. However, the revelation of her grandfather's escape with his concubine had left her with a lingering unease, anticipating further complications. Jiang Zhongming addressed Song Xiaonuan, although you are married, your mother's situation requires clarification. Remain at home and refrain from going anywhere until further notice. Noticing a fleeting avarice in Jiang Zhongming's eyes, Song Xiaonuan nodded. Staying indoors indefinitely was impractical, necessities like groceries were essential. However, in front of such a crowd, she conceded to give Jiang Zhongming face. Pleased by her compliance, he nodded and departed with Tang Jianmei. Yang Fan, witnessing Tang Jianmei's detainment, smirked triumphantly, casting a smug glance at Song Xiaonuan. In response, Song Xiaonuan retorted, I wish to report Yang Fan for illicit relations. Zhou Wan is his paramour, and their child is the tangible evidence of their affair. Yang Fan was aghast. He had anticipated that Song Xiaonuan, in a bid to protect herself, would shield him after he reported Tang Jianmei. As long as she remained his wife and signed a pledge severing ties with Tang Jianmei, he believed the matter wouldn't implicate her. I was astounded by the woman's imprudence in daring to report him. He glared fiercely at Song Xiaonuan, who returned his gaze unflinchingly. Take him away, he commanded, and dispatched 2 female officers to conduct a thorough investigation of this case. The hospital's report against Yang Fan merely prompted the Public Security Bureau to initiate an inquiry. If it were a misunderstanding, no action would be taken. However, Song Xiaonuan's denunciation of her husband necessitated the filing of a case. Zhou's mother stood anxiously to the side, her eyes darting about furtively. Seizing an opportune moment when no one was paying attention, she stealthily absconded. In truth, Zhou's mother could have departed openly, as no one had reported her, nor was she engaged in any illicit affairs that would warrant her arrest. Even if someone were to seek her out, it would only be for questioning. However, her excessive nervousness inadvertently provided the Public Security Bureau officers with a clearer assessment of the situation. Due to having recently given birth, Zhou Wan was confined to her hospital room, where she would be subject to scrutiny by female officers. Although Yang Fan was taken into custody, he continued to hurl insults at Song Xiaonuan. Incensed, Song Xiaonuan swiftly lunged forward and struck Yang Fan across the other cheek. Hey, comrade, you cannot resort to violence. An officer protested. He may insult me, but he shall not denigrate my parents. Striking him is a lenient punishment, Song Xiaonuan retorted vehemently, her gaze fixed on Yang Fan with murderous intent. Yang Fan dared not utter another word. He was suddenly overcome with the need to relieve himself. Officer, he pleaded. I need to use the restroom. I cannot hold it any longer. You two accompany him, the officer instructed. Song Xiaonuan scoffed and stood aside, awaiting Yang Fan's return. Once Yang Fan emerged and was escorted away by the Public Security Bureau officers, she cradled Xiao Xiao in her arms and returned home. Upon arriving home, Song Wenkong was bustling about in the kitchen. Song Xiaonuan hurried over, noticing several dishes laid out on the table, which piqued her curiosity. Father, why have you prepared so many dishes? She inquired. Xiaonuan, has your mother been taken away? These are meant for her later, he replied. How do you know? She asked, surprised. This is the result of my discussion with Jiang Zhongming, he explained. What was discussed? It turned out that Song Xiaonuan and Tang Jianmei had sought out Song Wenkong to inform him of Xiaonuan's intention to create a commotion at the hospital. Song Wenkong had already resolved to consult Jiang Zhongming. He recalled Tang Jianmei's words, in this world, there are no permanent enemies, only enduring interests. As long as the interests were aligned, objectives could naturally be achieved. Jiang Zhongming had not anticipated that Song Wenkong would approach him, yet he had articulated his needs clearly. A flicker of understanding crossed Jiang Zhongming's eyes as he grasped the implications of his brother-in-law's intentions. Song Xiaonuan wished to divorce Yang Fan, and she sought custody of their child. Should Tang Jianmei be reported by Yang Fan, she requested his discreet assistance in relocating their family of 3 to Tang Jiangsong's residence. Tang Jiangsong, being Tang Jianmei's elder brother, faced a harsh existence in a remote labor camp, and she desired to extend her support to him. As for the compensation, the substantial property Tang Jianmei had pledged, along with the land deed firmly in hand, would be delivered immediately upon the successful completion of their arrangements. Jiang Zhoming's heart raced at the thought of such a vast estate. The potential value was immense. With the deed in his possession, given his current status, he had no doubt these properties would soon be his. Thus, the prospect of Song Wenkong's offer resonated deeply within him. "Father, your sagacity never ceases to amaze me. I anticipated the arrival of law enforcement after the commotion at the hospital, yet representatives from the governance committee appeared instead. Xiaonuan, we must make preparations. I shall relinquish my employment tomorrow, and you should proceed to the electrical machinery factory to divest Yang Fan of his position." Song Xiaonuan nodded in agreement. Recognizing that her status as Yang Fan's wife, albeit temporary, afforded her the leverage to sell his employment. After ensuring her son was satiated, she cycled to the factory. Earlier that morning, while collecting her wages, she had overheard the finance director expressing interest in acquiring a job. "Excuse me, sir, I seek an audience with elder sister Lin." The gatekeeper, moved by Song Xiaonuan's plight, permitted her entry upon learning of her purpose. "Ah, Xiaosong, what brings you here?" "Elder sister Lin, could we converse in private? I have a matter to discuss with you." Elder sister Lin acquiesced, accompanying Song Xiaonuan out of her office and to the stairwell. There, Song Xiaonuan directly inquired about the potential value of Yang Fan's position. "He is a permanent employee, albeit on the assembly line. Surely it could fetch 500. "Elder sister Lin, I offer you Yang Fan's employment." "Truly? Are you authorized to make such a decision?" "Indeed. Firstly, my father purchased his position for 500 yuan. Secondly, I am still his wife." "Very well, it will spare you the monthly embarrassment of collecting his wages here, subject to the ridicule of others." They reached an accord. And within half an hour, the transfer of employment was finalized. Song Xiaonuan made no attempt to conceal Yang Fan's arrest from elder sister Lin, but the latter remained unconcerned. This position now belongs to her nephew, and it bears no relation to Yang Fan. However, this matter must still be communicated to the factory office. Indeed, when the police contacted the motor factory, the factory promptly responded that there was no such person, even if there had been. He had sold his job before committing the crime. Song Xiaonuan's actions preserved the factory's reputation, for which Sister Lin, representing the motor factory, graciously visited with 200 yuan and some gifts to express her gratitude. Chapter 18, Zhou Yong is assaulted in truth. The money and gifts that Song Xiaonuan received from Sister Lin arrived 3 days after she had sold her job. The following day, she was summoned to the police station, where they inquired in detail about the timeline of her relationship with Yang Fan, from their initial acquaintance to marriage. It was revealed that Song Xiaonuan had harbored feelings for Yang Fan since high school and had persistently pursued him until he agreed to marry her, following the transfer of property into his name. The expressions on everyone's faces conveyed the understanding that Yang Fan had likely never harbored any affection for Song Xiaonuan. His heart belonged to Zhou Wan. Yet, Song Xiaonuan's mother hailed from a wealthy family. Although she had surrendered all her assets, she had retained a modest sum for herself. It was this small fortune that tempted Yang Fan to entertain unscrupulous thoughts, even as he remained attached to Zhou Wan, leading to a convoluted situation. Song Xiaonuan. Yang Fan has acknowledged that Zhou Wan's child is his. We have called you here to inform you that Yang Fan is certainly facing imprisonment. Please sign here. And what of Zhou Wan? The committee is already addressing the matter. You may inquire with them regarding their approach, especially considering the child is still young and requires her mother. Song Xiaonuan nodded affirmatively, swiftly signing her name on the document. Under Chao Bing's subtle suggestion, she approached the Women's Federation, requesting their intervention to facilitate her divorce from Yang Fan. The staff at the Federation had already received a call from Jiang Zhongming, instructing them to fully cooperate should Song Xiaonuan seek their assistance in parting ways with Yang Fan. Consequently, on the 3rd day after Yang Fan's arrest, Song Xiaonuan finally obtained her divorce. Overwhelmed with emotion upon receiving the decree, tears streamed down her face, witnessing her profound sorrow. The Women's Federation staff felt a deep sympathy for her plight. A man she had cherished for so many years had merely trifled with her affections. Such heart-wrenching experiences are universally devastating for any woman, especially considering they shared a child. Meanwhile, Song Wenkong faced his own dilemma. His elder brother, Song Wenjian, and younger sister, Song Wenyu, urged him to divorce Tang Jianmei and draft a formal declaration of severance, even going so far as to insist on a public announcement. The advantage of such actions would be that he could avoid accompanying Tang Jianmei to labor education, sparing Song Xiaonuan the burden of enduring hardship with their child. However, Song Wenkong resolutely declined. He had already resolved that regardless of adversity or prosperity, the family would remain united. Seeing that his brother was immovable, Song Wenjian ceased his attempts at persuasion, feeling that he had said all that needed to be said. As soon as her brother departed, Song Wenyu promptly retrieved an envelope from her pocket, which Jiang Zhoming had instructed her to deliver to Song Wenkong. Upon opening the envelope, he discovered 2 sheets of paper. One detailing the time and location of Tang Jianmei's demotion. Also included was the notification of his and Xiaonuan's assignment, mirroring Tang Jianmei's in terms of time and location. Predicated on the most adverse outcome of Song Wenkong's refusal to divorce Tang Jianmei. Second brother. Zhongming is cognizant of your decision and has orchestrated preparations for your departure with Xiaonuan in 3 days. Understood. Incidentally, will Jianmei be transported alongside me or separately? You shall journey together. Originally, you and Xiaonuan were slated to be apprehended by the G Committee today, however, Zhongming expended some funds to host a dinner, thereby. I comprehend. Convey my gratitude to your husband. Here is the land deed for this residence, please tender it to Zhongming. Second brother, I. Wenyu. You are my sister, and it is my perpetual desire for your well-being. If the opportunity to amass wealth presents itself, surreptitiously accumulate some for your security. In truth, Zhongming is not entirely. Second brother, I understand. I shall also avail myself of this time to procure a dwelling for our eldest brother, ensuring his assistance should I encounter any adversity in the future. Wenyu, you are astute. As I embark on this departure, our reunion remains uncertain. Take care of yourself. Song Wenyu's eyes welled with tears. Familial bonds cultivated since childhood are not easily severed. Upon learning of the 3-day reprieve, Song Xiaonuan swiftly commenced preparations, gathering the family's belongings. Save for 2 sets of bedding to be taken along. She also arranged Tang Jianmei's clothing and bedding, along with provisions, for Song Wenkong to deliver to Tang Jianmei. Acknowledging that even in confinement, sustenance remains a necessity provided by family. Taking advantage of the opportunity to deliver meals, Song Wenkong clarified the situation to Tang Jianmei. With the outcome now known, Tang Jianmei felt a sense of reassurance. In the evening, Song Xiaonuan was preparing noodles in the kitchen, intending to take them along for the journey. Suddenly, she heard the sound of Xiao Xiao crying and immediately rushed out. Zhou Yong had broken in through the window, his intent solely to abduct Song Xiaonuan's child. His sister, Zhou Wan, had been publicly shamed in recent days, leaving him unable to hold his head high. Thus, he directed all his animosity towards Song Xiaonuan, planning to steal her child and, should he find no buyers, dispose of the infant in the river. Little did he anticipate that as soon as he opened the window, the child would begin to wail. Caught in a moment of indecision about whether to stay or leave, he was confronted by Song Xiaonuan. Upon seeing Zhou Yong, a glint of fury flashed in Song Xiaonuan's eyes, while Zhou Yong, captivated by her beauty, harbored a lascivious gaze. Without hesitation, Song Xiaonuan wielded a kitchen knife towards Zhou Yong, though she struck with the back of the blade. Nevertheless, that single blow rendered him unconscious on the ground. Song Wenkong rushed out and, upon witnessing the blood pooling from Zhou Yong's head, checked for a pulse beneath his nose. Thankfully, he still showed signs of life. Song Xiaonuan stowed the knife away and scooped up Xiao Xiao, who, contrary to her hand reached towards Zhou Yong's trousers once more. Song Wenkong wished to intervene. Aware of the sensitivity of the situation, yet Song Xiaonuan remained undeterred. It was only when she extracted a crumpled little notebook from Zhou Yong's underwear that she disdainfully sought to wash her hands. What is this? In my previous life with Yang Fan, I learned that Zhou Yong possessed a ledger detailing human trafficking, which he carried with him at all times, concealed within his undergarments. In truth, Song Xiaonuan had long desired to obtain this ledger, but lacked the means to approach Zhou Yong. Even if she managed to get close, acquiring it would be nearly impossible. Unexpectedly, this fellow had delivered himself into her hands. Such an opportunity was exceedingly rare. Song Wenkong opened the notebook, his eyes widening in disbelief. This brute even trafficked newborns. Xiaonuan, quickly go report this to the police. By the way, hand me that kitchen knife, if the police inquire. Just say I was the one who wielded it. Chapter 19, The Destruction of the Zhou Family. Song Xiaonuan nodded and pedaled her bicycle swiftly towards the police station. Comrades. There are human traffickers. Traffickers? Where? In my home, attempting to abduct my child. My father subdued him, which is why I am here to file a report. The officers promptly responded. Over the past 2 years, numerous children had gone missing, and the police had been tirelessly investigating the case. Zhou Yong has regained consciousness. Fortunately, Song Wenkong, displaying his wit, took the opportunity during Zhou's unconsciousness to bind him with a rope and discreetly placed the ledger into his pocket. Comrade, he is a trafficker. Having pried open the window with the intent to abduct my child. Song Xiaonuan has already brought Xiaoxiao from another room, and upon seeing such a small child, the officers from the Public Security Bureau glared at Zhou Yong with indignation. They are all familiar with this fellow. He is unemployed, spending his days as a vagabond, engaging in petty theft and occasionally dabbling in shady dealings. However, whenever the officers attempt to apprehend him, they can never find any evidence. He is as slippery as an eel. I am not a trafficker, I came to see the child, he protested. Is it necessary to pry open a window to see a child? The officers approached and indeed discovered that the window's latch had been tampered with, leaving Zhou Yong at a loss for words. Comrade, he is Zhou Wan's elder brother. Zhou Wan is the disgraced ex-wife of my former husband. He has deliberately come to steal my child as an act of revenge against me. The officers nodded. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, both Song Xiaonuan and Yang Fan, along with Zhou Wan, had already gained notoriety. Comrade, I suggest searching him to see if he possesses any further tools of the crime. Suddenly, Song Wenkong interjected, and upon hearing this, Zhou Yong's complexion turned ashen. He could not afford to be searched, for it would spell disaster. However, considering that the ledger was hidden away, the officers would typically only search his clothing pockets. Unlikely to probe deeper. The realization dawned upon him when a notebook fell into the hands of the authorities. It became clear that the old man, taking advantage of his unconscious state, had thoroughly searched him. What is this? As the officer opened the notebook, he immediately produced handcuffs. April 3, 1968, sold the youngest son of the Chen family, received 30 yuan. November 8, 1968, sold a 2-year-old boy from the Li family, received 40 yuan. March 6, 1969, sold a 1-year-old boy, received 30 yuan. August 1, 1969, sold a 6-year-old boy, received 10 yuan. November 1, 1969, sold a 3-year-old boy, received 20 yuan. December 15, 1969, sold the Wang family's newborn son, received 50 yuan. Zhou Yong was led away in handcuffs. As he was escorted out, he turned to face Song Xiaonuan. You vile woman, I will kill you. You will not have the opportunity. Song Xiaonuan retorted coldly, knowing that the parents of the numerous children he had sold, as well as the state, would never forgive him. Early the next morning, families like the Chens and Lis, who had reported their children missing, were summoned to the police station. They arrived eagerly, hoping their children had been found. However, upon learning that the trafficker had been apprehended but their children were still missing, they were consumed by rage. The officers urged them to remain calm, assuring them that an investigation was underway. They began by asking, in the case of the Li family, was your child lost on November 8, 2 years ago, at the age of 2? The Chens. Is your child the one who went missing 2 years ago on April 3, at the tender age of 2? The young Wang bride was even more agitated. Her infant, merely 2 days old, was stolen last year on December 15. The dates aligned perfectly. Zhou Yong was brought in for interrogation. Not only with his hands cuffed behind his back but also with shackles on his feet. He confessed to his child trafficking activities. However, when questioned about the whereabouts of the children, Zhou Yong demurred, claiming ignorance. He only knew that they were sent to the train station, where others would come to collect them. Immediately, both train stations in High City were placed under strict lockdown, leading to the apprehension of several child traffickers. Upon learning of Zhou Yong's betrayal, these traffickers were consumed with a desire to kill him on the spot. The Zhou family's door was shattered. Parents who had lost all hope of finding their children vented their rage on the Zhou household. Their primary objective was to harm Zhou Wan's child. But Zhou Wan and her child were under guard in the hospital. Frustrated, they resorted to vandalizing the Zhou residence, smashing furniture to smithereens and shattering the kitchenware. They even poured buckets of cold water on the beds. Zhou Wan's 19-year-old sister, Zhou Jia, narrowly escaped being stripped naked by the enraged mob. Thanks to the protection of her younger brother, Zhou Peng, who hid her under the bed. However, he suffered a broken leg and might face permanent disabilities. According to the doctors, Zhou's parents sought to identify the perpetrators, but amidst the chaos, who could they possibly pinpoint? Zhou's mother, with a cunning glint in her eye, resolved to seek out Yang's mother. Since it was Song Xiaonuan who had reported Zhou Yong, she dared not exact revenge herself but chose instead to incite Yang's mother. Upon witnessing Zhou's mother approach, Yang's mother was struck with fear and hastily secured her door. Maintaining distance from the Zhou family was imperative, lest she be mistaken for a human trafficker herself. Recognizing Yang's mother's palpable terror, Zhou's mother understood that she wished to avoid any association. However, could she truly remain unscathed? Her daughter had suffered greatly at the hands of Yang Fan. That old wretch, she thought, your son has been imprisoned by Song Xiaonuan. Yet you dare not confront this wretched girl. You usually exude such bravado, yet now you are reduced to silence. Furthermore, had not Song Xiaonuan's property been transferred to your son Yang Fan? I declare, since my daughter has been wronged and imprisoned due to your family's actions, the Zhou family lays claim to that house. Yang's mother, upon hearing this, grew frantic. This cannot be. Such a splendid house, with a vast courtyard. And with just a modest investment, we could easily add another room. How can the Zhou family snatch it from us? Within the confines of their home. Yang Feng and Yang Shun listened intently, their teeth clenched in anger, preparing to devise a plan with their father and elder brother upon their return. Yang Xian and Yang Yi had initially intended to seize Song's property once Yang Fan and Zhou Wan were dispatched for labor reform. But now the Zhou family sought to intervene. This was intolerable. Perhaps they should simply expel that wretched Song Xiaonuan tonight, after all. She was no longer a member of the Yang family. But what if she refused to leave? Henceforth, we shall besiege them daily. Furthermore, tonight, you, mother and daughters, shall reside at the Song residence, partly to compel that vile Song Xiaonuan to depart, and partly to prevent the Zhou family from seizing the house. Chapter 20. The evacuation of the Yang residence. Song Xiaonuan has been incessantly occupied these past 2 days. Constrained by a mere 3 days, she has devoted all her time to shopping and food preparation, save for the necessary trips to the Public Security Bureau for signatures and the Women's Federation for the divorce. She withdrew all her funds from the bank, nearly arousing suspicion. She frankly declared it was her mother's dowry. The bank, aware that Tang Jianmei was the scion of a capitalist family, and considering that the money had been deposited for many years, hesitated to make things difficult for Song Xiaonuan. Given Tang Jianmei's impending labor camp sentence, having withdrawn the funds, Song Xiaonuan gathered all her ration coupons and cycled to various supply and marketing cooperatives and department stores for shopping. Once the coupons were exhausted, she turned to the black market, primarily to stockpile rice, flour, and eggs, with meat being a most welcome addition. She knew that those in labor camps would not be permitted to purchase such things. She also acquired as much infant formula and malted milk extract as possible, along with white liquor, which could serve as an antiseptic for injuries. Several cartons of cigarettes were also procured, as they would be instrumental in fostering favorable relationships. Additionally, she bought an abundance of pastries, candies, winter cotton clothing, and even coal. Father, you must report to the G committee before 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. I have pre-cooked all this flour, so you can simply mix it with boiling water for a quick meal. Well, there are still 2 lunch boxes here. Tomorrow morning, we shall part ways to procure breakfast. We will buy as much as we can, ensuring that we shall not go hungry. By the way, I have gathered all your clothes, those on the bed need to be taken away tomorrow. Father will tidy up when he has the time. Song Xiaonuan busily cooked all the rice in the house and fried all the flour until it was done, only then did she begin to boil water, as she intended to have a thorough wash tonight. Open the door, open the door. Upon hearing the voice, both father and daughter instantly recognized it belonged to the Yang family. A slight smile played on Song Xiaonuan's lips, yet she chose to remain silent. Song Wenkong swiftly packed his clothes into his suitcase, placing it alongside Song Xiaonuan's, before checking each room once more to ensure nothing was overlooked. Song Xiaonuan had already cleared the kitchen of all pots and pans, even putting away the stove and thermos, leaving the kitchen nearly bare save for some shattered coal. Just as the Yang family was about to unleash their ire, the door swung open. "What brings you here?" "What brings us here?" "We are here to reclaim the house. This property has been transferred to my family's second son. Here is the deed." "Surely, you do not dispute this?" "I acknowledge it, but can you come back tomorrow?" "We shall be leaving then." "That will not suffice, we intend to stay here tonight. Eldest, you and your wife and child will occupy this room. Third, you shall share a room with mother. Fourth, you will sleep on the sofa. If you occupy all the rooms, where shall my daughter and I, along with the child, find rest? Regardless, you are no longer affiliated with the Yang family, depart forthwith." Exchanging glances, Song Xiaonuan and Song Wenkong bound their bedding with rope. And with their suitcases in hand, they exited the premises. Observing their dejected departure, the matriarch of the Yang family erupted in gleeful laughter. While she harbored no particular affection for Yang Fan, she acknowledged the acquisition of the splendid abode he had facilitated. Thus, she resolved to deliver victuals to Yang Fan on the morrow. Alas, the kitchen was utterly devoid of provisions. It is rumored that the Song Xiaonuan family is to be relegated tomorrow. Presumably, they have liquidated their possessions. "Very well. Tomorrow I shall prepare sustenance at home to deliver to your second elder brother." Both assented, unfurling the quilts they had brought and settling down for the night. "Father, might we lodge at an inn for the night?" "Indeed, have you brought your household register?" "I have." A lodging house was situated in proximity to their residence. Any local denizen whose domicile was insufficient to accommodate guests would secure a room there. Upon inspecting the household register, the staff promptly procured 2 rooms for them without further inquiry. Securing the doors and windows, Song Xiaonuan escorted Xiao Xiao into the interdimensional space. She set the alarm, intending to execute a grand endeavor this night. Save for the old cadre Yang Xian, all members of the Yang family were present earlier, ergo, she would pilfer the Yang household in its entirety this evening. The alarm sounded, rousing not only Song Xiaonuan but also the little one. Thus, Song Xiaonuan elected to relieve him and administer nourishment, ensuring his peaceful slumber. Subsequently, she opened the window, egressed, retrieved her bicycle, and hastened towards the Yang residence. She quietly arrived at the entrance of the Yang residence, where the sound of snoring wafted from within. Carefully, she wrapped her shoes in 2 pieces of cloth and donned gloves. Taking out the key she had prepared earlier, she gently unlocked the door. Song Xiaonuan produced a wrench and lifted the quilt covering Yang's father, placing it over his head, causing the wrench to fall. Given Yang's father's advanced age, this sudden action rendered him unconscious. With a flashlight in hand, Song Xiaonuan first retrieved her dowry sewing machine and radio, storing them in her space. Before proceeding to the rooms of Yang Feng and Yang Shen, where she collected their furniture and beds. In the room of Yang Yi and Wang Kaiqin, upon discovering nearly new furnishings, she took everything, as they were purchased with her own money. Finally, she approached the room of Yang's parents. The furniture there was dilapidated and filthy, thus unworthy of her interest. Yet, she knew where Yang's mother hid her money. A secret she had learned from Yang Fan in her previous life, as he had mentioned that his mother enjoyed concealing her wealth beneath the bed. Directing the flashlight's beam under the bed, she was initially deterred by the filth, however, her desire for the money overcame her hesitation. She swiftly gathered all items into her space, finally uncovering an iron box. To her surprise, the old woman had hidden a considerable sum of money, along with a bicycle ticket. After discarding the contents beneath the bed, she pulled back the quilt from Yang's father, checking for breath. He was alive. Exiting the house, she closed the door behind her and, upon glancing at the kitchen belonging to the Yang family in the corridor, a mischievous smile graced her face. She stored the stove and cupboard in her space, leaving no stone unturned, even taking the nearby coal balls, not to mention the pots, pans, and knives. Having departed with contentment, Song Xiaonuan cycled back to the inn. She clambered through the window, secured it, removed the cotton cloth from her feet, and entered her pocket dimension to indulge in a bath. Following her ablutions, she laundered her garments. All 5 water vats within the dimension were replete with water, facilitating her tasks. With all her chores completed, Song Xiaonuan emerged from her pocket dimension and retrieved her bedding, which she arranged upon the inn's cot. However, scarcely had she reclined when a knock reverberated upon the door. Yawning, Song Xiaonuan opened it to find two constables clad in pristine white uniforms. "What seems to be the matter?" she inquired. "Did you vacate your chamber last night?" "Certainly not. I am accompanied by a child, where could I possibly venture?" "What has transpired?" "The Yang family has lodged a report, alleging that they were assaulted and robbed last night." Chapter 21, Being escorted away indeed? Which valiant soul performed such a commendable deed? I wish to express my gratitude in person. You the officers, cognizant of Song Xiaonuan's plight, did not find her reaction peculiar. Rather, they deemed it understandable. "Why are you residing in an inn instead of your own residence?" Song Wenkong approached, informing the officers that they had been evicted by the Yang family. They were merely lodging for a single night, as they were scheduled to be escorted away that very day. The officers were already aware of their expulsion, which was why they surmised that they might be lodging at the inn and sought them out. They held Song Wenkong in high esteem, for he had chosen to accompany his wife into exile, enduring hardship, rather than seek a divorce, a true testament to his devotion. "What time are you departing today?" "We must report to the G committee before 9 o'clock, so let us prepare to procure some breakfast early in the morning, and then visit the supply and marketing cooperative to see if there is anything we can bring along." The officers from the Public Security Bureau nodded in acknowledgement, meticulously inspecting their quarters and inquiring with the night shift attendant to confirm that the two had not left the hotel, before departing promptly. Song Wenkong entered Song Xiaonuan's room, where she offered a slight nod in response. Song Wenkong smiled, as it was indeed as it should be. Time was of the essence, and we decided to check out and purchase breakfast. "Very well, I shall tie Xiao up front. And later we can see if we can acquire a backpack at the cooperative, that way, we can stow the bedding inside." Song Wenkong nodded, opened the door, and prepared to leave, only to discover the attendant eavesdropping against their door. Upon noticing Song Wenkong and his companion emerging, her face flushed with embarrassment. "I wasn't he," she stammered. Song Wenkong chuckled softly, waved his hand dismissively, retrieved his deposit, and took his leave. Well aware that the attendant had not intended to eavesdrop on their conversation, but was merely under the watchful eye of the Public Security Bureau. "Let us enjoy breakfast here," he suggested. "We shall have soy milk, fried dough sticks, and rice rolls, along with 2 baskets of dumplings." "Xiaonuan, haven't you exhausted your tickets?" "There are still some left. Look, here they are." In truth, Song Xiaonuan possessed an additional pound of grain tickets, more than sufficient for a meal for the two of them. However, Yang's mother had at least 30 pounds of grain tickets in her iron box. How could they possibly go unused? After finishing their meal, they purchased 10 large meat buns and left the breakfast shop under the disapproving gazes of onlookers. They then split up to procure various breakfast items and pastries. The bicycle ticket remained unused, as Yang's mother must have already been aware of the theft of her iron box. It was certain that someone was lying in wait at the bicycle purchasing location. By 8:30, they arrived at the G committee, where Jiang Zhoming acknowledged them with a slight nod before having their household registration books collected and stamped with a red mark indicating the transfer of residence. "I won't see you off, take care of yourselves from now on." "Thank you. I don't know if we will meet again, but please take care." At 10 o'clock, a small truck arrived to transport 10 individuals, although they would not all be heading to the same destination, as they were all departing from the train station. Lu Guangzong, Chen Shimin, and Tang Jianmei were among them, followed by Song Wenkong, Song Xiaonuan, and Song Xiao. It turned out that after the divorce, Song Xiaonuan registered Song Zhao's household, changing her name to Song Xiao. Since she was not originally from the Yang family, there was no reason for her to bear the Yang surname. The 10 individuals called by name were ushered onto the truck and taken to the train station. "You 3 come with me," a middle-aged man wearing a red armband whispered to Song Wenkong. Noticing the man's kind eyes, Song Wenkong understood that he was certainly a friend of Jiang Zhongming. The 4 members of the Song family were to be sent to a remote mountainous area in Heilong province. A journey that would take 4 days and 3 nights by train from Haishur, followed by an 8-hour bus ride after disembarkation. Is this the destination? No. It requires another hour in a bullock cart to arrive. Thus, escaping from this place is utterly impossible. Moreover, without money, tickets, or a letter of introduction, how could one possibly flee? Song Xiaonuan was completely unaware that, had it not been for Jiang Zhongming, they would have faced a body search. Tang Jianmei had already been searched, losing even 5 yuan. After a dozen individuals finally boarded the train, the guards settled into the hard sleeper compartments while they were relegated to the hard seats. Once the train commenced its journey, escape would be out of the question, leaving the guards feeling quite at ease. The first day passed without incident, but by the following night, Tang Jianmei found herself unable to endure. Although she had been provided meals from home by the G committee, her nights were restless. Days without a shower left her skin itching, and the multitude of odors aboard the train overwhelmed her senses, making her feel nauseous. "Mom, here." A handkerchief infused with floral scent was thrust into Tang Jianmei's hand, accompanied by a preserved plum placed in her mouth, reviving her spirits. The next day, a guard escorted 2 individuals off the train. They were being sent to Zhejiang province for detention. With 2 fewer passengers, no one boarded the train, resulting in more spacious seating. Song Xiaonuan encouraged Tang Jianmei to lie down, resting her head on her lap. Tang Jianmei hesitated, feeling that her daughter, still holding a child, was far more fatigued. Suddenly, Song Xiaonuan recalled the spring water in her space and hurriedly entrusted the child to Song Wenkong, taking her tea container to fill with water from the train station's hot water service. The spring in her space silently and continuously produced its refreshing water, which Song Xiaonuan would check on before sleeping, scooping it into a thermos whenever the spring was full. As time elapsed, for better or worse, a small thermos of spring water had been accumulated. Song Xiaonuan first went to the restroom, closed the door, and entered the dimension, pouring a modicum of the spatial water into a tea mug. Subsequently, she diluted it with cooled boiled water. As the frigid water coursed through Tang Jianmei's throat, all discomfort gradually dissipated. Song Wenkong also imbibed half a mug of the water, shaking his head with amusement, realizing that the treasure was right beside them. Yet all 3 had momentarily forgotten. Another day transpired, and 2 guards disembarked with 4 individuals, leaving only the Song family of 4 on the vehicle. The middle-aged man approached. "There are 3 berths available in the sleeper car, you should head over there. There's still a day and night to go, so rest if you can." Song Wenkong was taken aback, realizing that these 4 tickets were all purchased to He province. But the 3 guards were unaware since the tickets were in the middle-aged man's possession. The 3 promptly proceeded towards the sleeper car with their luggage. The berths were all middle and upper bunks. Song Xiaonuan embraced Song Xiao and directly slept on the upper bunk, while Song Wenkong and Tang Jianmei slept on the middle bunks. Through conversation, Song Wenkong was astonished to discover that this individual was not a friend of Jiang Zhongming. "You are." "My name is Chao Jun, the cousin of Chao Bing. He instructed me to take good care of your family en route." Song Wenkong expressed his gratitude repeatedly, and even Tang Jianmei was unable to sleep. She had never known that Chao Bing had a cousin, and furthermore, she had unknowingly incurred such a significant favor. "Chao Bing asked me to remind you to be wary of Jiang Zhongming. Although he is your sister's husband, this individual harbors considerable ambition, I fear. But we have already given him the land deed." Not only was the land deed given to him, but the name on the deed had also been changed to Jiang Zhongming. What more could he possibly want? Chapter 22, Beware of Jiang Zhongming. Song Xiaonuan's brow furrowed slightly. She understood what Uncle Chao was implying. Although the land deed had been altered to bear Jiang Zhongming's name, Jiang Zhongming did not want anyone to know about the transaction. However, she was not concerned that Jiang Zhongming would take action against them. He was merely a minor cadre in the G Committee of High City. It was unlikely that his influence extended as far as the Black Province. The train finally arrived at a provincial train station in the Black Province. Song Xiaonuan and her companions hastily retrieved their thin cotton-padded clothes, trousers, and small cotton quilts from their baskets and suitcases. The temperature here was at least 10 degrees lower than in High City, and they distinctly felt the chill. Seeing that they were well prepared, Chao Jun felt reassured. He donned his military overcoat, put on his cotton hat and gloves, and led the way off the train. They checked the time and found that they could still catch the long-distance bus to the county town. After a bumpy ride, the bus arrived in the county town, and the sky was already pitch black. The county town did not yet have electricity, so people relied entirely on flashlights to get around at night. The 4 of them, equipped with 2 flashlights, found a very rudimentary guest house. It cost 5 mao per person. Under the dim kerosene lamp, a female attendant, bundled up like a bear, revealed only her eyes. How can it be so cheap? Song Xiaonuan mused to herself. She understood why it was so inexpensive only after she entered the room. It was a communal sleeping platform. "Comrade, are there no private rooms available?" "A private room? If you want to freeze to death, I can give you a private room." Song Xiaonuan remained oblivious to the implications, while Chao Jun had already grasped the situation. By late April, the coastal city experienced temperatures in the teens, yet here, the nighttime lows could plummet to freezing. Consequently, they were compelled to sleep around a heated pit. However, it was unfeasible for the inn to provide a fire pit in every room, leading to the creation of 2 large communal sleeping areas. Only when one was fully occupied would another be opened, facilitating centralized heating, albeit inconveniencing the lodgers, who, regardless of age or gender, were compelled to share a vast Kong bed. The Kong was furnished with quilts, yet upon entering, Song Xiaonuan was greeted by an unpleasant odor emanating from them. She fought the urge to grimace and refrained from voicing her thoughts. Both ends of the Kong were already occupied, leaving only a small space in the center. The attendant illuminated the area with a flashlight, revealing 4 available spots, although she did not notice any children. Chao Jun's flashlight flickered momentarily, and he instinctively settled beside a male companion, opting not to cover himself with a quilt, but rather using it to create a barrier between himself and the man. Observing a woman on the opposite side, Song Xiaonuan emulated Chao Jun, employing her quilt to maintain distance before lying down. Tang Jianmei shared the bed with Song Xiaonuan, with Song Xiao nestled between them, and soon after, they were enveloped in slumber. Witnessing his family drift off to sleep, Song Wenkong secured their suitcase with a rope and tethered it to his foot, ensuring that anyone attempting to pilfer their belongings would be thwarted. Indeed, as dawn broke with a faint light, Song Wenkong felt a tug at his foot, sharp and painful, which suddenly reminded him of their luggage. With a start, he sprang up and exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Awakened by Song Wenkong's vociferous tone, Chao Jun sat up. The burly man, who had surreptitiously attempted to pilfer their luggage, blanched and fled. Song Wenkong, tugging on the rope, retrieved his belongings, prompting onlookers to commend his ingenious method, which had averted a potential theft. With slumber dispelled, Song Xiaonuan promptly donned her coat, cradling Song Xiao in a small quilt as she sought out the restroom, devoid of occupants and partitions. Song Xiaonuan hesitated to venture into her private dimension, opting instead to address their physiological needs in the public facility. The county town offered breakfast options, eschewing the familiar fried dough sticks and pancakes in favor of corn porridge, savory pork buns, and an assortment of corn bread. Lacking local grain coupons, Song Xiaonuan utilized her national coupons to procure 10 pork buns and 4 bowls of corn porridge. Content with 3 buns and 2 bowls of porridge, Song Xiaonuan and Tang Jianmei left the remainder for the others. Song Wenkong consumed 2 buns, Chao Jun devoured 3. And the remaining pair were reserved for the cadres who would escort them to the village. A bullock cart ambled towards the county government committee. Chao Jun, having submitted the Song family's documents and completed all formalities, eagerly approached the arriving vehicle. "Greetings, I am Chao Jun. I have prepared the documents for these 3 individuals and entrust them to your care." The old man scrutinized a piece of paper, counting with his fingers, before casting a quizzical glance at Chao Jun, Song Wenkong, Song Xiaonuan, Song Xiao, Tang Jianmei. "But there are 4 individuals." Having inadvertently overlooked the child, Chao Jun gently patted his head in belated realization. "Indeed, there are 4 individuals. The little one slipped my mind due to their tender age. That simply won't do. Regardless of size, a life is still a life. I mustn't forget, for abandonment in this bitter cold would surely spell their demise." Chao Jun nodded repeatedly, expressing his remorse, and watched until the family of 4 had boarded the ox cart before turning to depart. "Esteemed elder," the woman said, "thank you for remembering our son. You must not have had breakfast yet at this early hour. These 2 meat-filled buns are a small token of our gratitude." "Well, aren't you a considerate young lady?" the old man responded. "I won't stand on ceremony then. In light of these meat buns, I shall keep an eye out for you all." "Ah, kind sir. Please do tell," she replied. The old man began to speak, but Song Xiaonuan found it arduous to follow, as the thick local dialect forced her to piece together the meaning, understanding barely half of it. The gist was that they would be residing in the cowshed, which already housed several people, including a particularly amiable couple with their grandson. Furthermore, they were advised to avoid contact with the villagers, who, in turn, would not bother them. The rest eluded Song Xiaonuan, but she dared not inquire further. She resolved to proceed cautiously, prioritizing the safety of her family. "Here come the capitalists." And with a young un too, a chubby, well-clad boy shouted as he ran alongside the ox cart, followed by a chorus of children. The old man cracked his whip in a feigned attempt to scare them, the lash landing on the ground and effectively deterring some of the younger ones. However, the chubby boy clearly didn't accept this and continued to run alongside the ox cart. Song Xiaonuan's eyebrows slightly twitched. In this era, to be able to eat so well and dress so nicely, he was likely a child from the village leader's or brigade leader's family. That's the grandson of our Red Flag Village's headman. Don't underestimate this kid, he's the king of the kids in Red Flag Village. A child king, Song Xiaonuan mused, glancing at her son in her arms, shaking her head with amusement. How old was her son? How could he possibly integrate into this group of children? Moreover, their current status was that of capitalists, subjects of re-education through labor. It was best not to entertain such fantasies. Chapter 23, Meeting Uncle. See that row of houses up ahead? That's where you'll be staying. The old man raised the hand holding the ox whip and pointed to a row of slanted-roofed houses ahead, shouting loudly. When Song Xiaonuan's family saw this row of houses, their hearts sank completely. This wasn't a house fit for humans to live in, it was essentially a shed for cattle. It was a wooden frame structure with a thatched roof. Song Xiaonuan truly suspected that a mere 2 or 3 level gale could blow away the thatch. And if coupled with a torrential downpour, even the shed would collapse. But as the ox cart continued forward, and they saw several mud brick houses behind the shed, the anxiety in their hearts finally dissipated. So there were houses in the back. The old man's lips curled slightly upward. He had given this family of 4 quite a scare, hadn't he? How could he really let these people live in such drafty dwellings? Go on in and find an empty house to live in. Song Wenkong immediately jumped off the ox cart, looked around, and, seeing no one, took out half a pack of cigarettes from his person, carefully stuffing it into the old man's hand. A flicker of hesitation crossed the old man's gaze. But he ultimately accepted the cigarette, swiftly tucking it into his pocket. Once you're settled, seek out Chief Liang at the village committee. He'll arrange work for you. And I reckon you're short on provisions, ain't ya? If you've got the coin, you can procure some coarse grains. We appreciate your guidance, she said. What should we call you, sir? Song Xiaonuan, cradling her child, dismounted the ox cart and approached with a cheerful demeanor. Everyone calls me Uncle Niu. You can call me that when no one's around. If there are people present. He paused. We conceal ourselves, or feign ignorance. Uncle Niu's eyes held approval, indeed. You city folk are quick-witted. After unharnessing the ox cart from the bovine and guiding the animal into the shed, providing it with fodder and water, he departed. Song Xiaonuan meticulously examined the mud brick dwelling. A large door stood in the center, flanked by latticed wooden windows on either side. She carried Song Xiao through the entrance and, upon observing the stove at the far end and a dilapidated wooden table in the middle, deduced that this was the kitchen. 2 doors stood to the left and right, 3 of which bore locks, though merely for show. Song Xiaonuan pushed open the only unlocked room, surveying the space that could be encompassed in a single glance, and sighed. She had anticipated hardship in exile, but not to this extent. The room was utterly bare, save for cobwebs adorning every corner. The floor was of bare earth, from which centipedes and other vermin emerged and retreated, causing Song Xiaonuan's skin to crawl. Tighten your luggage and place it on the ground. Let us first head to the village committee. Tang Jianmei felt a surge of anxiety, for she was the primary individual being dispatched. And her husband and daughter were inadvertently implicated due to her. Song Xiaonuan nodded, glancing around before vanishing from sight while cradling Song Xiao, after such a long time. The little one must have been famished and needed a change, yet he remained silent. Upon entering the space, Song Xiaonuan gently laid Song Xiao on the military cot and swiftly procured a thermos, an enamel plate, towels, and diapers. Oh dear, what a mess. Thankfully, there was a piece of plastic sheeting, otherwise, the bedding would have been soiled. Song Xiao gazed at Song Xiaonuan with his clear, innocent eyes, filled with a hint of grievance and helplessness. Unbeknownst to her, Song Xiaonuan was oblivious to her son's expression, focused solely on tending to his needs. Once clad in a fresh diaper, Song Xiao felt a wave of comfort wash over him and began to drink milk. He was truly quite hungry but understood that it was inconvenient for his mother to feed him. Seizing the opportunity, he also consumed some rice porridge that had long been prepared, followed by a fried dough stick before exiting the space. Song Wenkong and Tang Jianmei upon noticing the lunchbox in Song Xiaonuan's hand, shook their heads. We are not hungry yet, we must prioritize our urgent business. In an instant, the lunchbox vanished. And the group hastened towards the village committee, unfamiliar with its location and merely heading towards the densely clustered houses. How dare you act independently? You are troublemakers. The rotund child reappeared, trailed by a group of youngsters. Little comrade, we are looking for village chief Liang, could you guide us? Are you searching for my grandfather? I shall lead you there. Upon hearing that someone was searching for his grandfather, the chubby boy immediately lifted his head high. He waved his hand, signaling several individuals to follow him. Grandfather, there are nefarious characters seeking you. Liang Zong, the village chief, though only 50 years of age, sported a mane of graying hair that made him appear significantly older. Upon hearing his grandson's call, he opened the door with a frown, saying, If you continue to speak like that, I shall instruct your father to discipline you. The chubby boy shrank his neck slightly, though, regrettably, his short neck rendered the action nearly inconsequential. Greetings, village chief. I am Tang Jianmei, and this is my husband, Song Wenkong, along with my daughter, Song Xiaonuan, and my grandson, Song Xiao. Tang Jianmei, what is your relation to Tang Jianjun? I am his sister. Your biological sister? Indeed. The village chief's brow furrowed, according to policy. If Tang Jianmei's husband came from an unblemished background, she would not be subjected to relocation. What is your family's background? The chief turned his gaze towards Song Wenkong, who promptly replied, My grandfather was a farmer, my father was a worker, and I am also a worker. Then how could you? Never mind. Since you are already here, let's not dwell on it. Please take a seat while I summon Tang Jianlin. Liang Jinbao, go to the back mountain and fetch Tang Jianjun. Completing this task will earn you a piece of candy. Yes, I shall ensure the task is accomplished. As she watched the chubby boy dash out, Tang Jianmei stood up. Her eyes filled with gratitude as she looked at the village chief. You need not thank me, last year, my eldest granddaughter lost a cow. And it was Tang Jianjun who, at great personal risk, ventured into the mountains to retrieve it. Tang Jianmei comprehended that in this locale, oxen seemingly held greater significance than people, a realization underscored by the village head's unusual deference. Village chief, you summoned me. Tang Jiansong entered, his gait noticeably askew, suggesting a limp. Ah, Jiansong, do you recognize these individuals? Tang Jiansong's gaze immediately fell upon Tang Jianmei, his eyes reflecting disbelief, his lips trembling. A single thought pervaded his mind, the siblings of the Tang family's direct lineage were utterly vanquished. Village chief, I know them, they are my sister and her husband. In that case, I entrust them to you. Escort them to collect their provisions, and attend to their other needs. Tang Jiansong expressed his gratitude repeatedly before leading Tang Jianmei and the others to an adjacent room. Accountant Liang, I brought my sister and her family to receive their rations. Accountant Liang, a cousin of Liang Zong, held the position due to his advanced education, having attained a junior high level. I've received notification. Your family of 4 will receive 15 jin of corn and 30 jin of sorghum monthly. Work assignments will also be arranged by us. Song Xiaonuan and the others were taken aback. A mere 45 jin of grain per month for a family of 4, and all of it coarse grains. In High City, their individual monthly ration was 28 jin, with children under 3 receiving 5 to 10 jin. Thus, the 3 of them, along with Song Xiao, could purchase at least 89 jin of grain monthly, an ample amount for their family sustenance. Moreover, the majority of these provisions consist predominantly of rice, while a smaller portion can be allocated for millet, which is primarily used to prepare a nourishing porridge that is particularly favored by children and the elderly. Currently, the monthly allocation is a mere 45 pounds, predominantly comprising sorghum and corn, casting a shadow of uncertainty over their future sustenance. Tang Jiansong nudged Song Wenkong, urging him to promptly sign for the grain. Thank you, Comrade Liang, for your hard work, Song Wenkong expressed gratefully, immediately inscribing his name before following the accountant to the rear warehouse, where the grain had been pre-arranged for collection. They could simply retrieve it and depart. Remember to come every first of the month to sign for your rations, the accountant reminded, showing a hint of courtesy due to Tang Jiansong's influence. Song Wenkong, of course, expressed his gratitude profusely. He couldn't help but notice the accountant's right index and ring fingers, already tinged with a sickly yellow hue, indicative of a substantial nicotine addiction. Although Song Wenkong carried a pack of cigarettes in his pocket, he had no intention of offering them. Not out of a lack of understanding but rather from a sense of self-preservation. The degree of yellowing on the fingers suggested an intense smoking habit, however. The accountant was merely a village clerk, raising questions about his financial capacity for such indulgence. As a newcomer, he decided it was best to bide his time. As for Niu Bo, the exchange of half a pack of cigarettes for 2 buns seemed reasonable. Unbeknownst to Tang Jiansong, who was oblivious to Song Wenkong's inner musings. He observed him exiting with 2 bags of rice and followed suit. Accompanied by Tang Jianmei and others, they made their way to the cow shed. Maintaining silence along the journey, as many villagers turned their gazes towards them, particularly Song Xiaonuan, who was cradling a child in her arms. Concealing her visage as much as possible, Song Xiaonuan kept her head lowered. Her alabaster complexion, unremarkable in the bustling metropolis of High City, had transformed her into an object of intense scrutiny among the villagers. Who was that young woman cradling a child? A young woman, you say? With a child in her arms? Could the child be hers? She seems awfully young. They're with Tang Jianlin, they must be capitalists. Capitalists have money. I wonder how much they brought with them. Not much, I wager. Did you hear about Shen Meiqin? They ransacked her house, leaving her without a penny to her name. Alas, such a pity. The villagers' hushed whispers gradually escalated in volume. Song Xiaonuan, unable to comprehend their local dialect, remained oblivious. Tang Jianlin, however, furrowed his brow, yearning to hasten their pace. Alas, his injured leg proved uncooperative. At long last, they arrived at the cow shed. Tang Jiansong unlocked his room, which faced Song Xiaonuan's room directly. Until the heated Kong is constructed, you may reside in my humble abode. Though it is only April, the nights can still be quite chilly, necessitating the warmth of the Kong to ward off illness. Tang Jianmei nodded in acknowledgement, casting her gaze about her brother's chamber. A large Kong occupied the space against the wall, adorned with a worn-out quilt. Near the window sat a desk of indeterminate origin, its surface obscured by age and its legs propped up by stones of varying heights. The room lacked chairs, rendering them unnecessary. The Kong provided ample seating to reach the table, facilitating easy access to everything. The sole inconvenience stemmed from the limited space, making movement cumbersome with multiple occupants. Jianmei. What brings you here? Brother, your leg. Both spoke simultaneously. But Tang Jiansong offered an explanation first. My leg was mauled by a wolf while searching for the cattle in the mountains. Fortunately, I managed to protect the cow. And the villagers feasted on the wolf, so I'm managing reasonably well. Tang Jiansong's voice was hushed, as if fearing eavesdroppers. Jianmei, you're married now, why? Brother. Don't ask. Many things are unforeseen, like mother's death, like that old man eloping with his concubine. At this point, tears streamed down Tang Jianmei's face. Tang Jiansong remained silent, having witnessed firsthand how his dignified and beautiful mother was driven to her death by his father and the concubine. And his father. How he abandoned him in a crisis to protect the child raised by the concubine, these were scenes best left unremembered, lest he be consumed by rage. Uncle. Should we build a similar bed in our house, and how will we manage the meals? Song Xiaonuan, sensing their distress, interjected, as the hour grew late. Yes. We must build one, or we won't survive the winter. And the grain, I'm telling you, don't complain about the meager amount. But it was indeed meager, a mere 45 pounds. And all coarse grains at that. Beholding the meager provisions within the rice sack, Song Xiaonuan was at a loss as to how to manage them. Unlike the bustling metropolis of High City, this locale would soon be enveloped in the dormancy of winter. Laborers did not accrue work points, nevertheless. They were allotted sustenance during the quiescent months. I comprehend now, she mused, deducing why the monthly rations were so paltry. The annual yield was being disseminated piecemeal. A modicum of solace could be found in the assurance of not starving. But what if the provisions prove insufficient? After the day's toil, one forages for wild greens, seeks out mountain treasures, and gathers firewood, came the reply. Especially as autumn descends, the mountains teem with bounty, enough to satiate one's hunger throughout the winter. Tang Jiansong expounded at length, and with each word, Tang Jianmei's tears flowed more freely. It was a lamentable state for the scion of the esteemed Tang family to be reduced to such straits. Jiansong, where shall we repose this night? Song Wenkong. who had remained silent until now, posed the query. Tang Jiansong rose to kindle the Kong. Song Xiaonuan meticulously observed his actions, committing each step to memory. As the Kong finally warmed, Tang Jiansong retrieved a thermos from outside, his most prized possession aside from the quilt. Within lies hot water. Procure basins to cleanse yourselves before retiring. Your brother-in-law and I shall rest here, while you and your daughters occupy that space. Song Xiaonuan extracted a piece of cloth from her luggage and measured it against the center of the Kong. Tang Jiansong's eyes lit up as he rummaged through his desk drawer. He unearthed a length of lead wire. Securing one end to the window frame and the other to a nail in the wall, a nail he had specifically hammered in to hang his hat. With this lead wire, the sable cotton fabric could serve as a curtain, segregating the men from the women. Xiaonuan Song retrieved the cotton quilt, hastily washed her face, followed by Jianmei Tang, who then discarded the water before retiring to the heated brick bed. Indeed, the heated Kong was comfortable to sleep on. And Jianmei Tang was soon fast asleep. Likewise, Jiangsong Tang and Wenkong Song outside were soon snoring. Chapter 25. The unlocked door. Xiaonuan Song listened intently for a while before entering the interdimensional space with Xiao Song in her arms. She glanced at the watch on the chest of drawers. It was not yet 6 in the evening, yet the sky was already so dark. She suddenly recalled that her parents and uncle had not even had dinner. Were they not hungry? Perhaps they were too tired and had forgotten their hunger. Xiaonuan Song thought wryly, as she prepared some food for herself and quickly ate it. She could not afford to skip meals, or what would become of Xiao Song's nourishment? After attending to Xiao Song's needs, feeding her milk, and organizing the items she would take out the next day, she emerged from the interdimensional space with Xiao Song. The night passed uneventfully. Before daybreak, Jiangsong Tang arose. He reached for his teacup, toothpaste, and toothbrush, sensing something amiss. By the faint light filtering in, he saw with delight that his toothbrush, toothpaste, and towel had been replaced with new ones. Undoubtedly, his sister had bought them for him. His old toothbrush had long been reduced to a stubby brush, and he had been frugally squeezing out the last bits of toothpaste from the cut-open tube. As for the towel, which had become smooth with use, he had been loath to discard it, finding it useful for wiping the stove or washing dishes when it was his turn to cook. Upon his return to the house, Tang Jiansong was astonished to find 4 oil sticks and 4 large pancakes neatly arranged on the desk. His mouth agape, he remarked. Why was I the only one searched when you arrived? They did not search either of you, it is I who have brought misfortune upon them. Song Xiaonuan felt a pang of sorrow. It was not her mother who had caused trouble for herself and her father, but rather she who had inadvertently burdened her parents. Today, it was her turn to prepare the meal, and she intended to cook a pot of coarse rice porridge, promising to bring back a portion for herself. Tang Jianmei followed her outside, eager to learn how to manage the rural stove, for she was utterly unfamiliar with kindling a fire. How else would they eat in the future? Song Xiaonuan accompanied her, realizing that now that they were here, it was imperative to learn well, otherwise the consequences would not only affect herself but could inadvertently implicate her parents as well. They divided a bowl of coarse rice porridge among the 4 of them, and Song Xiaonuan used the remaining warm water in the thermos to prepare a cup of malted milk for each person. It had been 2 years since she had last tasted it, and she found herself longing for it, though she knew it needed to be safeguarded to prevent it from being taken. Tang Jianlin devoured the pancakes and oil sticks with gusto, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. What? There's more to this? Tang Jianmei halted her meal, her brow furrowed in confusion as she glanced at her elder brother, uncertain of his meaning. We must go to work soon, our house cannot be locked, and we are subject to inspections by the village officials at any time. Upon hearing this, Song Xiaonuan was taken aback, finally understanding why every door was adorned with locks yet remained unlocked. With a sigh, she realized the situation was far more arduous than she had anticipated, prompting her to contemplate how she might utilize the resources within her spatial dimension. Song Wenkong and Tang Jianmei knitted their brows, fully aware of the coal stove, provisions, and garments residing within Xiaonuan's space. The inability to secure the door presented a formidable obstacle, rendering the retrieval of even a single item impossible, thus jeopardizing their future prospects. I shall seek assistance from Uncle Niu to construct a Kong for you, though remuneration will be required. Tang Jiansong's voice descended into a somber tone as he broached the subject of finances, a commodity he sorely lacked, having been either confiscated or pilfered by his own father. Uncle, would 50 yuan suffice? Song Xiaonuan inquired, producing 5 large denomination bills and placing them in Tang Jianlin's hand. Tang Jiansong remained momentarily stunned before erupting into laughter, reassured by the presence of funds. I shall promptly seek out Uncle Niao. Upon my return, your assistance will be required. However, Xiaonuan, concerning you and the child. Fear not, uncle. I shall secure the child to my person. Tang Jiansong nodded in affirmation and hastily departed. The remaining individuals consumed their provisions, with Song Wenkong opening the window to dissipate the aroma of fried dough sticks. Seizing the opportunity, Song Xiaonuan retreated into the alcove, vanishing from sight as she attended to the needs of Song Xiao, nourishing him and cleansing his face and posterior. Uncle Niao arrived with alacrity, his expertise in Kong construction evident at first glance. Will you be dining alongside the others, or do you prefer separate arrangements? He inquired. Uncle Niao, could you elaborate? If you intend to partake in communal meals, I shall proceed with the Kong construction directly. However, should you prefer to dine separately, I shall construct a separate stove in the corner, thus ensuring a more comfortable slumber during the winter nights. The place is so small, is it feasible? It is indeed feasible. Just place it in this corner, and you can find a way to procure a small pot. Uncle Niao, will this small pot suffice? Song Xiaonuan produced a petite iron pot from her backpack, a cooking vessel she was accustomed to using at home. You city dwellers are quite particular. Such a diminutive pot resembles a child's playset. Who could possibly eat from it? Song Xiaonuan was speechless. After all, this was merely their everyday frying pan, albeit incomparable to the larger pot over there. 12 yuan. I will set up a Kong, build a stove, and connect a pipe. We must also arrange some stones on the ground, otherwise, it will be impossible to walk when it rains. Just as Song Xiaonuan was about to agree, Tang Jiansong's face flushed slightly. Uncle Niao, 12 yuan? I will have my children gather some firewood for you, and we can also collect some wild vegetables. I'll even make you that wooden basin we discussed last time. Uncle Niao, perhaps you could make the basin a bit larger, after all. We have a small child here as well. Uncle Niao nodded. 12 yuan, and after deducting the costs of materials and labor, he would not earn much. Especially considering he would also have to provide firewood and wild vegetables. Tang Jiansong was overjoyed. He had long desired to separate from Shen Meiqin. But he had neither money nor a pot. That pot had been purchased at a high price by Shen Meiqin from the village accountant. However, Song Xiaonuan was concerned that their pot and wooden basin might be taken, especially since they couldn't lock the door. Yet, Tang Jiansong seemed entirely unconcerned. Upon discreet inquiry, he learned that as long as it was made by Uncle Niao, no one dared to take it. Song Xiaonuan was on the verge of kneeling in gratitude to the heavens. Fortunately, they had provided her with beef buns and cigarettes, otherwise, how could 12 yuan suffice for so many matters? Niaobo departed, needing to prepare materials and have his son deliver 2 loads of firewood first. As Song Xiaonuan turned around, she noticed a middle-aged woman standing beside her. This woman was truly beautiful. Despite her age, it was evident she had been raised with care. Shen Meiqin, clad in a blue coat, stood next to Song Xiaonuan, accompanied by a middle-aged man in a black coat. Xiao Tang. Are you going to eat separately from us? The man in black queried, his gaze directed at Tang Jianlin. Old Gu, let me introduce you. This is my sister and brother-in-law, and this is my niece along with her son. With the sudden addition of 3 adults, IIC. Then please bring out your provisions later. By the way, I'm Gu Hui, and this is my wife, Shen Meiqin. We reside next to Tang Jiansong, Gu Hui said, glancing at Song Wenkong. Following his gesture, Song Wenkong realized they lived directly across from their own home. Chapter 26, It's you who will be hit. Shen Meiqin's expression soured slightly, for dining separately was not advantageous for them. Despite Tang Jiansong's limp, he was far more adept at foraging for mountain goods or collecting firewood than they were. Dining separately is fine, but the pots, bowls, and utensils are ours. You cannot use them, and the water tank and bucket are also Meiqin. Enough, Gu Hui interjected, his eyes flashing with anger as he glared at Shen Meiqin, cutting her off mid-sentence. Xiao Tang, do not heed her words, you may freely utilize these items without concern. Tang Jiansong hesitated. Now aware that his sister had brought a cast iron pot, yet with so many necessities in life, he was uncertain whether she had included everything required. Very well. We shall refrain from using your belongings, henceforth, please do not make use of ours. Song Xiaonuan was not inclined to indulge this woman. In her previous life, Although she drifted as a soul, she encountered numerous individuals, and Shen Meiqin was merely the type to seek personal gain. What a farce, we shall indeed use your possessions. Ha ha. Gu Hui tugged at Shen Meiqin and departed, for having fallen to such depths, maintaining a faade was utterly unbecoming. At that moment, a door swung open, revealing an elderly couple accompanied by a child of 5 or 6 years. Xiao Tang, is this your sister and her family? Uncle Sun, are you feeling better today? By the way, this is my sister Tang Jianmei, my brother-in-law Song Wenkong, my niece Song Xiaonuan, and her son Song Xiao. Song Xiao, born this morning, is it? What a lovely name. Song Xiaonuan's eyes brightened. Uncle Sun appeared to be an intellectual. Sister, Uncle Sun was originally a professor at Jinghua University. He arrived 6 months before me. A professor? Song Xiaonuan felt a surge of joy. Her son's education would surely be secured. I am Sun Jiwen. And this is my wife Wang Yan, along with my grandson Sun Feiyang. Although our current living conditions are not ideal, we still hope he can live confidently. Sun Feiyang lifted his head, first glancing at Song Xiao and Song Xiaonuan's arms before turning to her. Auntie, may I play with my little brother? Your brother is still very young. Once he learns to walk, you can play together, she replied. Song Xiaonuan rummaged through her pocket and produced 2 pieces of fruit candy. Sun Feiyang reached for them but hesitated to take them without first glancing at his grandfather. Go ahead and eat. But remember to keep an eye out for opportunities to help, like gathering firewood for Auntie Song, his grandfather advised. I understand, Grandpa. I'll go collect firewood now. Sun Feiyang accepted the candy but did not eat it. Instead, he shouldered a small basket and went outside to gather wood. Seeing the smile on his face, Song Xiaonuan admired Uncle Sun, convinced that his parenting was exemplary. My wife has not been well lately, so I took a couple of days off. I must hurry to work, or I won't make it back for lunch, he mentioned. Uncle Sun, what illness does Auntie have? I have some medicine with me. Song Xiaonuan inquired immediately. Her interest was not out of meddling but rather because Mr. Niu had mentioned that a pair of elderly couples caring for their grandson were good people. She has a high fever, likely caused by a cold. This is the fever reducer, and this is the cold remedy. Please take them, she said, rummaging through her bag and handing over the medicine. Can I call you Xiaonuan? Of course, my name is indeed Song Xiaonuan. Thank you, you have alleviated my urgent concern. However, I currently have no money to repay you, but I will. He began. No need for that, it was but a small effort on my part. Sun Shu returned to his dwelling with the medicine. But it wasn't long before he hurriedly ventured out again. Today, he had to undertake the labor of 2 individuals, otherwise, he risked being taken away for public denunciation. Let us also engage in work, suggested Tang Jiansong as he stepped outside, followed closely by Tang Jianmei and others. Upon seeing that the Tang family had gathered, the village chief began to assign tasks. Tang Jianmei and Song Wenkong were designated to cultivate the barren land on the back mountain. Due to insufficient grain, it was imperative to cultivate diligently and enrich the soil. When the village chief laid eyes on Song Xiaonuan, he hesitated for a moment. You still have to nurse a child, so you should gather pig fodder. However, this task is rather light. And I worry someone might report you. Therefore, you must rise early each day to shovel pig manure. Song Xiaonuan nodded. And seizing the opportunity when no one was paying attention, she produced a 3-foot cloth coupon that had been given to her by the Chao army before their departure. The village chief's eyes lit up upon seeing the coupon. Although he had a little money at home, it was rendered useless without the necessary tickets. This cloth ticket arrived just in time. Seeing the village chief accept the coupon, Song Xiaonuan felt a sense of relief and requested Tang Jiansong to accompany her to familiarize herself with the pig pen. The village chief glanced at Tang Jiansong, who, upon learning that the village chief had shown leniency towards Song Xiaonuan, smiled broadly, his eyes gleaming with gratitude. In that moment, the village chief felt a sense of validation in his decision. The pig pen was located on the opposite side of the cattle shed, housing 4 pigs under the watchful eyes of 2 caretakers. Upon learning that Song Xiaonuan had come to shovel pig manure, they were filled with delight. Tang Jiansong cast a worried glance at Song Xiaonuan. She appeared quite slender, and the cart for transporting manure was no light burden. He wondered if she would be able to manage it. Song Xiaonuan secured Song Xiao to her back and grasped a shovel. Initially, she struggled with the task, getting herself covered in pig manure. However, after half an hour, she had mastered the technique of shoveling, working tirelessly for a full 2 hours without respite. "You're Tang Jinsong's niece, aren't you? You seem quite frail, yet possess considerable strength." The two pig herders were not idly standing by, while Song Xiaonuan shoveled. They assisted in cleaning and feeding the pigs, eager to finish early and head to the fields to earn their labor points. "Indeed, uncle and aunt, you are a couple. Right?" The young girl had a keen eye. "Of the 4 pigs, 3 belong to the state, and 1 is ours. By the way, my husband's surname is Li. And you can call me Aunt Wang Kai." This couple did not belittle Song Xiaonuan due to her background, instead, they treated her with great kindness. Recognizing her diligence and that she was not one to shirk her duties. The 3 of them worked while chatting, and when the cart was filled with pig manure, Uncle Wang Kai pushed it to the manure pit himself, without requiring any assistance from Song Xiaonuan. "Head back now. You need to gather at least 20 pounds of pigweed this afternoon, or you won't pass the inspection," Aunt Wang Kai said. Washing her hands and glancing at the disheveled Song Xiaonuan with a kind reminder. Song Xiaonuan nodded, washed her hands, and returned to the cattle shed with Song Xiao. Uncle Niao and his son were busy preparing the Kong and building the stove for their home. The foul odor wafting from a distance indicated that the girl had been tasked with shoveling pig manure. "Quickly wash up, you smell terrible." Old Niao's son was utterly disgusted. Only to receive a rap on the head from Old Niao. "You, a peasant, dare to disdain pig manure? Have you the audacity to refuse to eat pork?" "Father. Why did you strike me?" "I struck you because you deserve it. Let me tell you, if you continue to bully the weak and fear the strong, I will disown you as my son." "Father." Old Niao's son actually began to weep. Song Xiaonuan felt a sudden apprehension. It seemed Old Niao's youngest son had some mental deficiencies. Chapter 27, The Wonders of the Spatial Spring Water. The one who was struck was Old Niao's youngest child, Chen Sanjing, whose mother died at his birth. The villagers disliked him, believing him to be a jinx. Moreover, Chen Sanjing had spent too long in his mother's womb, causing oxygen deprivation to his brain, which resulted in intellectual impairment. Song Xiaonuan hastily retrieved 2 wooden buckets from Tang Jinsong's house, preparing to fetch water from the river. But Old Niao stopped her. "Sanjing, go and fetch 2 buckets of water. If you're obedient, your father will acknowledge you." "I." Tears welled in Chen Sanjing's eyes. Just as he was about to refuse, he heard Old Niao's promise to acknowledge him. He blinked his eyes, picked up the 2 wooden buckets and a carrying pole, and went to fetch water. "Comrade Song, I built a simple stove for you, you can cook here for the time being." Old Niao knew about the morning's events. He simply couldn't stand that woman named Mei Qin, already sent to the countryside. He didn't know what she was still striving for. "Thank you, Old Niao. Then I'll boil some hot water first." Song Xiaonuan first set down Song Xiao on Tang Jinsong's Kong, then took out a kettle and an enamel plate. "You brought quite a comprehensive set of supplies." Old Niao lifted his eyelids slightly and said with a smile. "Indeed, with a child in tow, one must ensure all necessities are accounted for." Uncle Niao remained silent, lamenting the misfortune. Had she not been married off, she would have been spared this exile. Having fetched the water, Song Xiaonuan emerged from the dwelling with a small parcel of fruit candies, which she presented to Chen Sanjing. The once indignant Chen Sanjing could not help but smile at the sight of the vibrant sweets. Uncle Niao shook his head faintly. The lad was nearing his 3rd decade. Yet his mind remained as that of a child. While he lived, he could provide for him, but what would become of him upon his passing? To rely on his 2 sons to care for him would be akin to starving him to death. Uncle Niao was filled with worry. His heart set on earning money and hoarding grain, so that he might pay a high price to find a wife for his youngest son, ensuring he would have someone to care for him in the future. Unbeknownst to Uncle Niao's thoughts, Song Xiaonuan retrieved the kettle, scooped water from the bucket, placed it on the makeshift stove, and ignited the kindling with a match. Uncle Niao had brought the firewood, having received 12 yuan for it, no small sum. And thus he was compelled to fulfill his obligation. The kettle swiftly heated, and Song Xiaonuan poured the boiling water into an enamel basin, before setting more water to boil. As her uncle's thermos was devoid of hot water and needed replenishing, Song Xiaonuan bolted the door and entered the inner space, cradling Song Xiao in her arms. She first divested herself of the garments soiled with pig manure, and then meticulously cleansed her hands and face. The space contained thermos flasks filled with hot water. And Song Xiaonuan hastened to cleanse her son, having neglected to change his diaper for nearly 3 hours, fearing the onset of diaper rash. As she unwrapped the plastic sheet, the diapers inside were indeed heavy and damp, nearly soaking through the outer pants. Song Xiaonuan swiftly removed the soiled diaper, carefully cleansing it with warm water. Upon noticing the patches of red on the baby's bottom, tears of compassion welled up in her eyes. Instead of applying any ointment, she fetched a cup and collected some spring water from the nearby pearl spring, gently dabbing it onto the inflamed area. Remarkably, the redness diminished at a visible pace. Song Xiaonuan kissed the cup lightly, understanding the true essence of this spring water. She then took a clean diaper and changed Song Xiao, before unbuttoning her blouse to nurse the little one, who eagerly drank as if starved. Once satiated, Song Xiao grew drowsy. Song Xiaonuan cradled her son upright, coaxing a gentle burp from him, and laid him down on the cot before swiftly taking a shower. By the time she emerged, the water on the makeshift stove had boiled, and Uncle Niu was pouring it into a kettle. "Thank you, Uncle Niu," she expressed gratefully. "There's no need for thanks for such trifles. Let us head back for a meal, we shall return in the afternoon," he replied. Uncle Niu understood that Song Xiaonuan was preparing lunch, and he took Chen Sanjing away with him. Chen Sanjing, upon seeing Song Xiaonuan in her fresh attire, revealed a shy smile. He had etched her face into his memory, recognizing her as a wonderful sister who would share sweets with him. From now on, whenever she asked for his help, he would surely comply. Song Xiaonuan took out some flour to begin kneading the dough, while allowing it to rise. She washed Song Zhao's diapers, hanging them on a rope strung between tree trunks to dry. Upon entering the dwelling, she retrieved several eggs from the basket, whisking them in preparation. A makeshift stove supported an iron pot, into which a modicum of oil was introduced, initiating the process of crafting flatbreads. Each flatbread received a generous lashing of the egg mixture, followed by a delicate inversion and further toasting, culminating in the creation of a fragrant egg pancake. With a sparing addition of oil, the preceding actions were replicated, yielding a succession of tender, egg-infused flatbreads. Tang Jianmei and Song Wenkong made their return, their hands bearing the marks of exertion, the skin abraded from prolonged engagement with hose. Their stomachs, too, voiced their hunger, rumbling audibly. And the aroma of the egg pancakes elicited a simultaneous swallow of anticipation. "Sister, brother-in-law, I never imagined you possessed such fortitude, the village head has lauded your efforts." Tang Jiansong strode ahead with elation, initially apprehensive that his sister and her spouse might prove unsuited to the labor, necessitating his augmented contribution. However, their vigor surpassed his own expectations. "I shall cleanse my hands forthwith, for they are stained with blood." Despite the gnawing pangs of hunger, Song Wenkong and his companions maintained a fastidious regard for hygiene, promptly approaching the enamel basin filled with clear water. "Little Nuan, what culinary delight have you prepared today? The fragrance is intoxicating." "Uncle, it is merely flatbread. I shall prepare a broth, and then we shall partake in our repast." The remaining egg mixture, deemed too precious to squander, was directly introduced into the boiling water, complemented by the inclusion of wild greens and a seasoning of salt, culminating in the preparation of a verdant broth enriched with egg. The family congregated, partaking in the meal, and Tang Jiansong found himself on the verge of tears. His standard of living having experienced a marked elevation since the arrival of his sister and her family. "Xiaonuan, your hands have blistered as well. You've been helping with cooking and laundry, from now on, let your mother handle these tasks, for you still have the responsibility of nurturing the child." Tang Jianmei noticed the blisters on her own hands and, recalling her daughter, grasped her hand only to find that indeed, she bore blisters too, with 2 of them being blood blisters. Her eyes welled with tears at the sight. Xiaonuan had been pampered since childhood, completely unaccustomed to such labor as shoveling pig manure. However, Song Xiaonuan felt indifferent, attributing her acquired skills to Yang Fan, for in her previous life, after losing her parents, she had to endure every hardship, thus honing her abilities. "Uncle, is it true that only one crop can be grown here annually? In March, we plant wheat, in April, corn, in May, rice. We harvest wheat in July, corn in September, and rice in October. There is so much work to be done." Indeed, by the end of the year, after delivering the public grain and the communal pig, and enjoying the pork dishes, the women have little left to do. And the men? The men must repair the waterways and dig ditches. Of course, we women, who are considered the bad elements, must also participate, otherwise, where would the provisions for winter come from? Chapter 28, Finding the Jade Pendant. Song Xiaonuan comprehended the gravity of the situation. Her gaze towards Tang Jianmei and Song Wenkong laden with deeper remorse. Had it not been for her infatuation, how could she have ended up here? Tang Jianmei shook her head, asserting that Xiaonuan should not bear the blame. Had they been more resolute at that time, such circumstances might have been averted. Thus they too shared the responsibility. Xiaonuan, there is no fine grain here, so we must rely on your generosity. Tang Jiansong quickly finished his lunch. Yet a lingering sensation of hunger remained in his belly. Uncle, please have another, he urged. I made 10 in total. My mother and I each had 2. And you and my father had 3 apiece. I only had 2, and I wanted to give away 1. A sense of embarrassment washed over him. Even while feeling unsatisfied, he wished to extend generosity to others. However, Uncle Sun had been exceptionally kind to him. Especially during the time when he had just arrived and was utterly incapable of washing clothes or preparing meals. Those days were a struggle. With his energy depleted and his meals barely edible, he could scarcely differentiate between wild greens and weeds, feeling as if life were a torment. Thoughts of death had crossed his mind, for his mother had passed, his father had abandoned him, and his family fortune was lost. What purpose did life serve? In that critical moment, it was Uncle Sun who extended a helping hand, providing not just for his physical needs but also offering solace for his spirit. Which ultimately instilled in him the courage to persevere. You wish to offer food to Uncle Sun and the others, don't you? Little Nuan understood that this request might be a bit excessive, yet. I'll go deliver it, you enjoy your meal. Song Xiaonuan picked up 2 pancakes and knocked on the door of the next room. Aunt Xiaonuan, have you finished your meal? Are you about to go fetch pig feed? The door swung open to reveal Sun Feiyang, who had already caught a whiff of the fragrant pancakes, yet he resolutely kept the door shut, effectively sealing the aroma outside. Feiyang, your grandfather probably won't be back for lunch. Here, take this for you and your grandmother. She is still unwell and needs something nourishing. Sun Feiyang did not take the offering but instead turned his gaze toward his grandmother, who lay on the bed. Miss Song, I extend my sincere gratitude. Your remedies and sustenance are invaluable to us, though I know not if an opportunity for recompense shall ever arise. The matriarch sat upright. Her fever abated by the morning's dose, her vigor restored to the point of experiencing hunger. She accepted Song Xiaonuan's offering of food with gratitude, recognizing the necessity of nourishment in these dire circumstances. Her concern for her husband and grandson outweighed any reluctance, and she resolved to repay the kindness should fortune allow. Song Xiaonuan smiled, pressing a cake into Sun Feiyang's hands, along with a small sachet of powdered milk, mindful of the nutritional needs of the elderly and the young. As Sun Feiyang closed the door, a tear escaped his eye, yet he feigned a speck of dust to spare his grandmother's feelings. Grandmother. I seem to have gotten some dust in my eye. My dear child, partake first, and then deliver a portion of the bread to your grandfather. Song Xiaonuan's cakes were generously portioned, and the grandson and grandmother divided the bread into 3 shares, ensuring that each member of the family received a portion of refined grains. Following a brief respite after luncheon, the family hastened to their labors. Song Xiaonuan, carrying Song Xiao, had already departed, tasked with gathering 20 pounds of pig feed. Despite her unfamiliarity with its appearance. Aunt Xiaonuan, you seek pig feed? Follow me, I know of a place where it grows. Sun Feiyang, also carrying a small basket, recognized Song Xiaonuan's perplexity and offered his assistance. So, this is pig feed. Under the guidance of the little one, Song Xiaonuan picked up the chopping knife, emulating Sun Feiyang's actions as she began to harvest pigweed. The basket on her back grew increasingly heavy with the abundant pigweed. Seizing a moment when Sun Feiyang was distracted, she dug up the roots of the pigweed and discreetly cast them into her space, hoping that the soil within would yield further growth. After more than 2 hours, as the basket became nearly overflowing, she followed Sun Feiyang to the pig pen. Upon seeing the tightly packed pigweed, Aunt Wangsai's face broke into a satisfied smile. All right. You two may return now. Get some rest. With a smile, Song Xiaonuan nodded in agreement, yet she was acutely aware that rest was a luxury she could not afford. She still had firewood to gather and wild vegetables to forage. Feiyang, I am grateful for your presence, otherwise, I would be unable to distinguish wild vegetables from mere weeds. Auntie, I too was unaware when I first arrived, but with time, one learns. We've gathered enough for today, let us return tomorrow. Very well, you head back first. I must tend to Xiao Xiao. Having previously assisted in changing Song Zhao's diaper, Sun Feiyang paused to observe how the little infant relieved himself. I shall return home then. I worry for my grandmother. What a thoughtful child, do take care on your way back. Once Song Xiaonuan noticed the absence of others around, she entered her space directly, intending to clean up little Song Xiao. Compliant, Song Xiao allowed his mother to wash him, change his diaper, and feed him. However, having slept excessively during the day, he was reluctant to succumb to slumber. His bright eyes followed his mother as she placed his soiled diaper into a wooden bucket and began to scoop water from a large vat to cleanse it. Moreover, Song Xiaonuan was exceptionally industrious, with the stove in her space ablaze, as she prepared meals, boiled water, and simmered a fragrant chicken soup on another burner. After changing the diaper, she turned her gaze towards the pile of belongings that had been moved from the Yang family, slowly surveying the collection. This set of furniture belonged to the main house, and she opened the drawers of the 5-drawer chest. Inside one drawer, she discovered an iron box. Upon retrieving and opening it, she found 60 yuan and various receipts. A smile graced her face when she spotted the Yan family's grain purchase certificate and household registration book. Without the grain certificate, they could not procure food from the grain station. To obtain a new grain certificate, one must possess the household registration book, which was in her possession, ensuring that the Yang family would be unable to purchase subsidized grain for at least 3 months. Song Xiaonuan decisively tore the household registration book and grain certificate into shreds, casting them into the stove, where the flames consumed the documents, reducing them to ashes. She continued her search, the contents of the drawer in disarray, even hesitating to discard small pieces of paper filled with writing. She emptied the drawer, disposing of unnecessary items into the fire. Opening the wardrobe door, she found clothing belonging to Yang Yi, his wife, and their child. After a brief tidying, she realized that some of Yang Yi's clothes could be worn by her uncle. There were also garments belonging to Yang Yi's son, Yang Bao, who was just over a year old, and several of these items could be cleaned and repurposed for her own son. As she sorted through Yang Bao's clothing, something fell from the pocket of one of the garments, prompting Song Xiaonuan to lower her gaze. A white jade pendant appeared before her, causing her eyes to narrow in surprise as she bent down to pick it up. Upon discerning the jade pendant in her grasp, she was elated beyond measure. It was indeed the mutton-fat jade pendant she had entrusted to Yang Fan in her previous life. Having resigned herself to never finding it in this lifetime, she was astonished to discover it in Yang Bao's pocket. Exquisite. With this jade, she could locate the child's father. Chapter 29, a startling revelation tonight. They would once again be lodging in Tang Jinsong's abode. Niao Bo had indicated that the heated brick bed required a minimum of 3 days for preparation, after which it could be cleaned and occupied. The following morning, as Song Xiaonuan stepped outside to perform her ablutions, Uncle Sun approached, eager to express his gratitude. Xiaonuan, my heartfelt thanks to you. My wife will rest for 1 more day and should be able to return to work the day after. Uncle Sun, you didn't return for lunch yesterday. Were you rushing to complete your work? Uncle Sun nodded. The plots assigned to him and his wife were predetermined, regardless of one's pace. The day's quota had to be met, lest they be subjected to ideological re-education. Indeed, fortunately, the village chief is a benevolent man. Knowing of my wife's illness, he reduced my plot size yesterday, allowing me to finish before sunset. Song Xiaonuan nodded, splashed her face with cold water, and returned to the house with her enamel plate. Tang Jianmei had ignited the makeshift stove, upon which sat a pot filled with soybean flour provided by Song Xiaonuan. A touch of hot water would render it palatable. There are 2 fried dough sticks remaining. I shall refrain from dividing them. Instead, I'll cut them into the soy milk for everyone to share. Acknowledging his sister's generosity, Tang Jiansong retrieved a sack of rice, his gaze lingering on his meager provisions with a tinge of embarrassment. My dear sister, he began. I've been subsisting on your stores these past days. Perhaps you should forego your labors in the fields today, allow me to undertake your tasks. Tang Jianmei demurred. What are you saying, brother? We are siblings, born of the same mother. There's no need for such distinctions between us. A shadow crossed her face as she added. It's fortunate that Ashin managed to escape, otherwise, these days would be unbearable. Ashin, Tang Jiansong's wife, had been spirited away when Tang Jiansong sensed impending peril. She had gathered their resources, urging her husband to abscond. Initially, Ashin had resisted, first endeavoring to send their children to the countryside as educated youth. ensuring they were well provided with funds and ration coupons. However, upon learning that Tang Xiu had fled to Hong Kong with his concubine and son, they realized their fate was sealed. Tang Jiansong promptly escorted his wife to the docks under the cloak of night, entrusting her with a suitcase laden with gold bars and essential garments, imploring her to seek refuge far from their homeland. As to her destination, Tang Jiansong confessed ignorance. Yet he harbored unwavering faith that Xin would await him somewhere, until the dawn of their reunion. Silence descended upon Tang Jianmei. Her understanding of her sister-in-law's affection for her brother profound. Yet, the predicament lay in Xin's own family background, which offered her scant refuge. Tang Jianmei turned her gaze towards Song Xiaonuan, her mind preoccupied with the question of whether her daughter, with her purported ability to foresee the future, could discern whether her uncle's family would ever be reunited. Song Xiaonuan offered a subtle shake of her head, her knowledge obscured by her own circumstances. Confined within the confines of the Yang family's courtyard, she toiled relentlessly, her days consumed by menial labor, leaving her with scant opportunity to seek out her uncle's whereabouts. Never mind, let us simply embrace each day as it comes, for overthinking often leads to one's own detriment. Quickly now, eat. One must be well fed to have the energy to work. Song Wenkong, ever so magnanimous, retrieved a hard pancake from a basket on his desk and devoured it alongside steaming soy milk and fried dough sticks. Upon observing Song Zhao's small legs pedaling furiously on the bicycle, Song Xiaonuan understood his intentions immediately. She swiftly scooped him up and retreated behind the bed curtains, prioritizing his care. Xiaonuan, we are heading out, be sure to finish your breakfast on the table shortly, Song Xiaobao reminded. After ensuring Song Xiao was well fed, she emerged to partake in her meal. Glancing at the time, she hastily washed her bowl and meticulously inspected everything, ensuring no unwanted items remained before she opened the door to step outside. Uncle Niu, you are here quite early, she greeted as she noticed him already engaged in work across the room. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can head out, sowing season approaches. And this is a matter of great importance. The thought of sowing brought to mind the rich black soil of her fields. How splendid it would be to plant wheat and rice within. Alas, not only had she been unable to procure agricultural books, but she also lacked seeds. The supply and marketing cooperative in the city did not sell seeds, and acquiring them necessitated a visit to the agricultural machinery station. However, purchasing seeds there required a recommendation letter, and with her limited time, she had no choice but to relinquish the endeavor. Xiaosong, I have a basket for you. You can place the child inside while you work, making it easier for you and more comfortable for him. Before Xiaonuan Song manifested a basket meticulously woven in a horizontal pattern, her eyes gleaming with sudden delight as she promptly accepted it. The basket was furnished with a pair of handles and 2 hemp ropes, the latter designed for either diagonal suspension or placement around the neck, while the handles served for manual carrying. Observing this basket, Xiaonuan Song realized that once a cotton quilt was placed inside, Xiao Xiao could comfortably nestle within. Thank you, Uncle Niu. How much do I owe you for this? There's no need for your money, my eldest daughter-in-law crafted it. She's quite skilled at making these. Xiaonuan Song expressed her gratitude repeatedly, then gently positioned the small quilt at the bottom, adjusted the angle, and carefully placed Xiao Xiao inside. Xiao Xiao experienced immediate relief upon being set down, as his heart had been tightly pressed against Xiaonuan Song's back. It was manageable when idle, but any movement caused him discomfort. Xiaobao Song, carrying the basket, hastened towards the pig pen, where activity had already commenced. Uncle Wang Kai, Aunt Wang Kai, I've arrived. Upon reaching the pig pen, Xiaonuan Song first placed the basket beneath a tree, partially shielding it with a thin cotton cloth. Then, she picked up the iron shovel and began clearing the pig manure. The 4 pigs, prodigious eaters and defecators, had filled the pig pen with manure overnight. Xiaonuan Song had mastered the technique of shoveling pig manure, and her speed had significantly increased since the previous day. As Aunt Wang Kai prepared the pig feed, diligently cooling it, Xiaonuan Song had already hauled a cartload of pig manure away. That young comrade Song is truly outstanding and possesses remarkable beauty. I wonder which fortunate man will marry her. Presumably, she's already divorced. Wang Kai glanced up, picked up a shovel, and began assisting with the task. How do you know? Otherwise, why would she follow her parents and bring along such a little child? Indeed, divorce is quite common. Would one really choose to endure hardship? Aunt Wang, possessing a clear understanding of the situation, felt an increasing sympathy for Song Xiaonuan. What a pity about her identity, otherwise, with so many young men in Hongqi village, she could have found a suitable match. After running back and forth twice, Song Xiaonuan finally washed the pigsty and the manure cart thoroughly, cleansing her hands and face before bidding farewell to Aunt Wang and her husband. Stealing a glance at the time, she realized it was still early and decided to head to the riverside. There, she took out Song Xiao's soiled diaper and found a spot to wash it. While scrubbing, she discreetly transported water into her Space water tank, not ceasing until all 5 tanks were filled to the brim. You are the next generation of capitalists. A sharp voice pierced through the air from behind, startling Song Xiaonuan, who immediately stood up, cradling the infant Song Xiao in her arms. How ridiculous. Just a capitalist child. And look at how you dote on him. It was only then that Song Xiaonuan truly beheld the woman's visage, a gaunt figure in her 40s or 50s. With a sharp, unkind face and a frame as thin as a reed. The woman was also carrying a basket of clothes, intending to wash them at the river. Upon noticing Song Xiaonuan cleaning the diaper, she suddenly kicked it into the river. Why did you kick away my son's diaper? Everything belonging to a capitalist child is filthy. Why not kick it away? You're not allowed to wash here anymore, your presence is revolting. Song Xiaonuan felt a profound sadness in her heart. She struggled to manage even the child's diapers and found herself in an awkward predicament. With a child in her arms, she hesitated to put him down, fearing for his safety. Suddenly, a child rushed over, heedless of the water's depth, intent on retrieving the scattered diapers. To her surprise, it was Sun Feiyong. Oh dear Feiyong. Come back. The river is dangerous, she exclaimed. Fortunately, there were only 8 or 9 diapers, which Sun Feiyong swiftly retrieved. The woman nearby couldn't suppress a sneer upon seeing Sun Feiyong. Another offspring of those wretched scholars, why hasn't he drowned yet? This remark infuriated Song Xiaonuan, and she was tempted to retort, but Sun Feiyong gently pulled her away, reminding her that engaging in a verbal confrontation would lead to unwanted repercussions. Realizing her own position, Song Xiaonuan sighed and placed Song Xiao into her backpack. She then picked up a basket and placed the damp diapers inside. Let us return. You must change out of those wet clothes, or you will catch a cold. Auntie, I only have 1 set of clothes, he replied. Understanding his plight, she said, come. Let us ascend the mountain to find a safe place to warm ourselves, we can dry your clothes there. Sun Feiyong nodded, aware of a secluded spot. And he took Song Xiaonuan's hand, leading her upward. Their pace was brisk, and soon they arrived at a cave. Song Xiaonuan took out a match and ignited a branch. Once it caught fire, she tossed it inside. The flames flickered softly, indicating that the cave was secure. Feiyong, this place is wonderfully concealed. How did you discover it? Auntie. I stumbled upon this place as well, but unlike you, I did not exercise such caution during my first visit, I simply ventured in. You are indeed fortunate. Had there been any wild beasts inside, you would have been in grave danger. Sun Feiyong felt a flush of embarrassment, his grandfather had repeatedly imparted such wisdom to him. Yet he had failed to retain it. Please sit inside for a moment, I shall gather some firewood. Once it's lit, everything will be fine. Naturally. Sun Feiyong could not remain idle, he began to search the vicinity, and before long, a substantial pile of firewood had accumulated within the cave. The sound of the match striking ignited a flicker of joy within Sun Feiyong. He arranged the twigs to ensure a quicker ignition. Song Xiaonuan found several sturdy branches and fashioned them into a makeshift clothesline. Sun Feiyong swiftly removed his garments, donning only a pair of shorts, and hung his wet clothes upon it. Feiyong, how old are you? Auntie, I am 7 years old and have been here for nearly 2 years. 7 years old? A wave of melancholy washed over Song Xiaonuan. The child appeared no older than 5 or 6, indicating a severe lack of nutrition. Within her space, she possessed an abundance of poultry and meat, yet she hesitated to act benevolently, as Yang Fan's situation had served as a harsh reminder. Auntie will step outside to see if there are any wild vegetables, you tend to the fire. Unwilling to remain idle, Song Xiaonuan placed Song Xiao in the basket and ventured out. Yesterday, Feiyong had taught her to identify wild vegetables, such as dandelions. Her intent was not solely to forage but also to collect these vegetables for her space, with plans to cultivate them in the fertile soil come nightfall. Last night, she planted the diminutive pigweed, anticipating that once it matured, a simple cut at the base would yield another harvest in a few months. This would obviate the need to forage extensively, allowing her to concentrate on discovering valuable flora. Animated by this prospect, Song Xiaonuan quickened her pace, venturing into a copse, only to inadvertently tread upon something. Looking down, she discovered a pheasant with a broken wing. No wonder she had heard a rustling earlier, which she had mistaken for the sound of wind through the trees. The pheasant was barely alive, likely mauled by another creature, its feeble cries barely audible after being stepped on. Tonight, we feast on roasted pheasant. Song Xiaonuan had never savored pheasant before. She stooped to retrieve the bird and hastened back to the cave. "Auntie, how did you manage to capture a pheasant?" Sun Feiyang exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Pheasants were notoriously difficult to catch, known for their alertness, wings, and sharp talons. In the past, a child from Hongqi village had lost an eye to a pheasant's attack, succumbing to an infection afterward. Consequently, adults generally forbade children from pursuing pheasants, advising them to avoid encounters altogether. "I didn't capture it, I found it prostrate on the ground. I'll clean it, and then we'll roast it." "Auntie, allow me. I know of a secluded mountain spring nearby, rarely visited." "A place rarely visited? That sounds perilous." Sun Feiyang remained silent, sensing a potential peril. It was along this very mountain spring that Uncle Tang had once located his stray cattle, only to encounter a pack of wolves. He was on the verge of advising Song Xiaonuan to reconsider, suggesting they could simply bathe by the river in the evening. But before he could utter a word, Song Xiaonuan had already departed. Following the direction indicated by Sun Feiyang, she ascended the mountain, the sound of the flowing spring growing louder with each step, filling her with excitement. After approximately 10 minutes, she indeed discovered a mountain spring cascading downwards, forming a crystal-clear stream below. Upon beholding the stream, Song Xiaonuan immediately felt that the river water she had collected earlier was far too impure. Glancing around to ensure she was alone, she entered her dimension with the pheasant and Song Xiao. First, she cleaned Song Zhao's soiled diaper and nourished him with milk. Then, she swiftly dispatched the pheasant, scalding its feathers with boiling water before gutting and cleaning it thoroughly. With remarkable speed, Song Xiaonuan had the pheasant immaculately cleaned in no time. After rinsing the ground with water, she emerged from her dimension with the water tanks. Positioning the tanks where the current was strongest, they were soon filled to the brim. Once both tanks were full, Song Xiaonuan departed without hesitation, unaware that a large serpent had arrived to quench its thirst moments after her departure. Chapter 31, Following Auntie means meet Auntie, you're back. I was just about to come looking for you. Sun Feiyang, half dressed in damp clothing, was preparing to search for Song Xiaonuan. Looking for me? See, isn't Auntie resourceful? Very resourceful. Did you encounter any wild animals over there? Not at all, on the contrary. It's quite tranquil, and the aunt is ever so vigilant. Little Song found this amusing, as she had been diligently working within her spatial dimension. Even while procuring water, she remained concealed within its confines. She had gathered branches along the path and, with her knife, sharpened their ends to skewer the fowl. In this manner, they could roast the game over the fire. Fly high, henceforth, should you be any flat stones, gather them and bring them hither. Pray, what purpose do stones serve? To roast the flesh, of course. The stones must be thin, so the fire may permeate them with warmth, thus cooking the meat. Such a method of consumption eludes my understanding, confessed. Lack of comprehension matters not, follow your aunt, and you shall partake of meat. Scarcely had she uttered these words when a droplet of rendered fat from the fowl cascaded into the flames, igniting a small blaze that nearly caused to relinquish his grasp on the meat. We shall each have a drumstick and a wing, and divide the body equally. However, the head and neck are mine, and the parson's nose is yours. Aunt, a mere morsel of chicken will suffice for me, I cannot exploit your generosity, as all is of your making. Fly high, your grandparents have instilled in you admirable virtues. Moreover, you do not exploit me. For yesterday you enlightened me on the identification of pigweed and wild greens, and today you assisted in retrieving diapers. After a moment of pensive contemplation, broke into a smile. Indeed, he was a useful individual, capable of assisting his aunt. Then, I shall partake of a drumstick, for my grandmother's health is not yet fully restored, and I wish to bring it back for her sustenance. Good lad, they are all yours. Song Xiaonuan gathered several large leaves, meticulously cleaning them with a handkerchief before wrapping up half of the food meant for Sun Feiyang. She understood that the child, feeling isolated from his family, might struggle to eat. After they had wrapped the chicken, they extinguished the fire pit and tidied up the area before making their way towards the cattle shed, collecting firewood along the way. Upon arriving home, they found Tang Jiansong and Uncle Sun had returned. A glance from Shen Meiqing toward Song Xiaonuan revealed a hint of disdain in her eyes. Song Xiaonuan discerned the underlying sentiment. It was not mere disdain, but rather jealousy of her youth, beauty, and the fact that she did not have to toil in the fields. It seemed rather futile to maintain a facade of superiority when one had already fallen to such depths. Sun Feiyong, noticing his grandfather's return, eagerly tugged at his hand, pulling him towards the house. Uncle Sun raised an eyebrow, discreetly casting a glance at Song Xiaonuan, and noting her cheerful demeanor, felt reassured. Feiyong, go inside and check on your grandmother first. Grandfather will wash his hands and face before joining you, he instructed. Sun Feiyong dashed back into his room, shutting the door behind him, a series of actions that caused Shen Meiqing to frown. Uncle Sun, it's your turn to cook today, isn't it? This is our rice, but there are no vegetables. I wonder what wild greens Feiyong has gathered today. I can provide oil. Uncle Sun felt a twinge of displeasure. Shen Meiqing was too calculating. Her offer of oil merely involved wiping a cloth across the bottom of the pot, which yielded little. Yet, the wild greens his grandson brought home each day required washing and the removal of old roots, a task that demanded considerable effort. As the meal concluded, most of the food had found its way into the bellies of the couple. Alas, if only he had a pot. Uncle Sun remained silent, quietly proceeding to wash the rice and prepare the meal. Shen Meiqing let out a cold laugh, grateful that she had endured the pain of spending on this pot back in the day, otherwise, they would have gone without even vegetables. I went to fetch water. Gu Hui still had some dignity. Given that Aunt Sun had been suffering from a high fever these past few days and Uncle Sun hadn't even returned home for dinner yesterday, he was not required to cook today. However, since his wife had already spoken, there was no need for further debate. And it was wiser to engage in some practical action. Uncle Sun was swift in his movements, having already steamed the rice. Upon entering the house, he was greeted by the aroma of meat, prompting him to quickly shut the door. Thankfully, Shen Meiqing was in her own room, otherwise, trouble would ensue. Not to mention whether she would report him, her sharp tongue could undoubtedly inflict harm. Where did this come from? Grandpa, Auntie is incredible. She managed to catch a wild chicken. We each get half. You child, you are so thoughtless. Just eat a piece and return the rest. I said the same. But Auntie wouldn't allow it. By the way, today, the mother of that scoundrel bullied Auntie and kicked her washed diapers into the river. Really? What should we do about that? Grandma was anxious as well. Fabric was already scarce, and it took considerable effort to gather those diapers. What would happen if they ended up in the river? I'll go retrieve them, I said, and Auntie thanked me, promising to give me half. By the way, there are no wild vegetables today. I gave all the wild vegetables to Auntie. Really? Well done. 3 individuals swiftly consumed the wild chicken, even crunching the bones to swallow them whole. Fortunately, Song Xiaonuan had roasted the chicken thoroughly, rendering the larger bones crisp. Hey, Feiyong, did you not forage for wild vegetables today? Aunt Meiqing inquired. Aunt Meiqing, I am not exclusively gathering wild vegetables for you. If you wish to eat them, you may certainly go out and collect some yourself. The sorghum rice was adequately steamed and palatable, yet without any vegetables, it was quite difficult to swallow. Thus, Shen Meiqing, keeping track of the time, retrieved an oil bottle. However, upon witnessing Uncle Sun take away his portion of the sorghum rice, she immediately set about boiling water. She had no choice but to muster the courage to ask Sun Feiyong, who surprisingly retaliated with a sharp remark today. Suddenly, the sound of vegetables hitting the pot echoed from the cow shed. Shen Meiqing's gaze shifted, revealing Song Xiaonuan skillfully stir-frying. Narrowing her eyes, she deduced that Feiyong had gifted his foraged vegetables to Song Xiaonuan. How dare this audacious individual steal her wild greens? Gu Hui cast a glance at Song Xiaonuan, having already retrieved some pickled vegetables from last year's batch, and began to devour them heartily. After laboring for half a day, he was indeed famished. Feiyong, fetch a lunchbox. As Song Xiaonuan noticed Feiyong heading indoors, she called out urgently. Feiyong hesitated for a moment. Then a broad smile appeared on his face as he hurriedly grabbed his lunchbox and dashed over. Be careful, it's hot. Use a cloth for protection. And don't forget to return it to me later. Ah, thank you, Aunt Xiaonuan. I won't forget, Sun Feiyang replied, cradling a lunchbox filled with shepherd's purse soup as he returned indoors, where the three eagerly picked up their chopsticks to enjoy the vibrant green dish. Regrettably, there is a lack of oil, otherwise, it would be delightful to add a bit more and crack in a couple of eggs. The voice of Song Xiaonuan resonated from within the room, while Shen Meiqin spat disdainfully onto the ground, scoffing at the thought of adding eggs. What a grotesque idea. Chapter 32. A frightening encounter. Song Xiaonuan slowly savored a bowl of sorghum rice, but suddenly set it aside and rummaged through her luggage, producing a jar of fermented bean curd that Tang Jiansong eagerly accepted. This condiment pairs well with meals and can be preserved. Xiaonuan, just how much have you brought? Uncle. We have brought you some cotton-padded clothes. They may be a bit worn, but they should still provide warmth. Song Xiaonuan extracted a somewhat used set of cotton jacket and trousers, which once belonged to Yang Yi, and now offered to Tang Jiansong. Additionally, we have rice, flour, and oil, along with the flour I prepared, as well as Song Zhao's milk powder and malt extract, a few small garments, and fabric. There isn't much, but it should suffice for now. One by one, Song Xiaonuan took items from several bags, and astonishingly, she eventually revealed a thermos. Goodness! How did you manage to carry all of this? Tang Jiansong marveled at the suddenly filled Kong, surprised that such seemingly modest luggage could contain so many essentials. Since Xiaonuan and Wen Kong had not been searched, they had organized their household items, and nearly everything edible and usable was contained within those bags. Tang Jianmei quickly responded, aware that the items Xiaonuan produced were indispensable for their future, and now that they had traversed this path, it felt as though they had successfully passed through Tang Jiansong's scrutiny. The matter concerning your residence. Tang Jiansong was aware that his mother had bestowed a property deed upon his sister, an expansive estate situated in a prime location. Having been deceived by an ungrateful wretch, he felt relieved to possess a contingency plan. He assured her not to worry. Tang Jiansong nodded, understanding that his sister was cognizant of the situation, thus refraining from further inquiry. His gaze remained fixated on Song Xiaonuan's hands. Oh, you even brought an oil lamp. Did you happen to bring any kerosene? Although Tang Jiansong was aware that his sister had packed a flashlight, he felt too embarrassed to mention it. With the oil lamp, he could now carve out time in the evenings to attend to some private endeavors. We have no kerosene. We lack the necessary ration coupons. We thought we might come here to see if we could procure some. Oh, how could there possibly be coupons here? Never mind, let's just put it away for now. We'll inquire with the village chief later. If he has some, we can purchase it from him for a nominal fee. The villagers here were reluctant to burn kerosene at night, with the exception of the village chief, whose chubby child was afraid of the dark and refused to sleep without an oil lamp. After finishing lunch and resting briefly, Song Xiaonuan stowed her belongings back into her bag, then, wielding a wood-cutting knife, called for Sun Feiyang to accompany her in gathering pig feed. Stay close to Aunt Xiaonuan. Don't wander into the mountains, understand? Aunt Sun had already discerned that although Song Xiaonuan appeared delicate and refined, she possessed a bold spirit. After all, who else would dare to roam the mountains so soon after arriving? Understood, Grandma, you must rest well this afternoon. With his grandmother's health improving, Sun Feiyang felt relieved but still offered a final reminder before stepping outside with Song Xiaonuan. The two individuals discovered pigweed and diligently began to harvest it. Zhu Xiangqing even uprooted the smaller pigweeds, tossing them into his storage space. In just over 2 hours, they delivered a substantial load of pigweed to the pigsty. Yet Aunt Wang Kai barely glanced at it, instructing Song Xiaonuan to leave the pigweed and return home. Grateful, Song Xiaonuan nodded, set down the pigweed, and tidied the area before heading toward the foot of the mountain. Upon seeing her move in that direction, Aunt Wang Kai surmised that she was likely going to forage for wild vegetables and gather firewood. Given their meager rations, foraging was essential for sustenance. Xiaonuan, do you wish to ascend the mountain? Sun Feiyang inquired, his tone laced with caution. Let us go, Sun Feiyang replied with a smile, as he chopped 2 branches with his hatchet, handing one to Song Xiaonuan while keeping the other for himself. As they walked, he tapped the ground rhythmically. What are you doing? She asked. I fear the snakes. As the weather warms, they emerge. Are there snakes here? Song Xiaonuan's face paled. Her fear of snakes compounded by the thought of them posing a threat to her child nestled in her backpack. Indeed, but they are mostly harmless little green snakes. If you peel their skins, cut them into segments, and boil them in clean water for a few hours, they are quite delectable. A shiver ran through Song Xiaonuan. She would never consume such slippery creatures, the mere thought of them filled her with dread. The branch in her hand swung with fervor as she hesitated to proceed, anxious that any sluggish snakes on the ground might bite her. After walking for a while and sensing no danger, her heart gradually eased. She tightened her backpack and continued on her way. Feeling a branch brushing against her hair, she irritably reached out to remove it. However, as soon as she grasped it, an unsettling chill and slickness made her suspect it might be a creature. When she discerned that what she held was a vibrant green snake, she let out a startled scream and hurled the snake forward. Sun Feiyong, leading the way, was startled by Song Xiaonuan's shriek. He turned around just in time to see a green object hurtling toward him. A green snake, how delightful! Sun Feiyong immediately reached out and seized the snake by its midsection, lifting it up. Yet, upon meeting Song Xiaonuan's terrified expression, he suddenly comprehended the situation. Aunt Xiaonuan, are you afraid of snakes? Song Xiaonuan nodded vigorously, exclaiming, quick! Let go, that is a snake. Her voice trembled, clearly shaken. You need not fear, Auntie. This type of snake is non-venomous. Please sit aside for a moment while I handle it. By the way, do you have a knife with you? I do, but don't come any closer. I'll throw it to you. As Song Xiaonuan observed Sun Feiyong approaching with the snake in hand, she quickly waved her arms to halt him and retrieved a folding fruit knife from her pocket, tossing it to him. Sun Feiyong caught the compact knife with a smile, unfolded it, and deftly severed the snake's midsection. Upon beholding the bisected serpent, a wave of trepidation washed over Song Xiaonuan. Despite its demise, the creature continued to writhe upon the earth, an unnerving spectacle. Xiaonuan Auntie chirped, you are indeed blessed. Our excursions invariably lead to delectable discoveries. Let us return hence, and I shall prepare a serpent broth for your enjoyment. Procured several blades of grass, weaving them into a makeshift cord with which he bound the severed serpent, depositing it within the depths of his wicker basket. Very well, let us retreat, Song Xiaonuan acquiesced, nodding in rapid succession. She possessed neither the courage nor the inclination to venture further into the mountains, lest another serpent descend upon her person. Observing Song Xiaonuan's expeditious locomotion, nearly erupted in laughter. Xiaonuan Auntie, fear not. I, too, once harbored a fear of serpents, but that trepidation has since dissipated. Song Xiaonuan's pace decelerated, her gaze upon him imbued with admiration. Despite his tender years, he had matured with remarkable alacrity. A flush crept across Song Xiaonuan's visage as she realized that, despite being a mother herself, she possessed less courage than this mere child. Her steps grew more deliberate as she foraged for edible greens and gathered firewood, essential provisions for daily sustenance that demanded meticulous accumulation. Upon returning to the cowshed, Song Xiaonuan was greeted by the delightful surprise that not only had the large Kong in her dwelling been completed, but even the diminutive stove had been constructed. Comrade Song, a voice announced, the stove is now operational. Kindle the Kong this evening, and it shall be ready for slumber by the morrow. Furthermore, a path of stones has been laid upon the ground, albeit hastily due to the constraints of time. You're most welcome, Mr. Niu. Please, just call me Xiaonuan. What you've done is already a great help. I'll start collecting stones like these tomorrow. Little by little, I'll eventually gather enough to pave the area. Mr. Niu nodded with a smile, and told Song Xiaonuan, if you need anything, come find me. My home is on the east side of the village. If you can't find it, have Feiyong bring you over. Mr. Niu, I actually do have a favor to ask. Look at this house, besides the Kong and the stove. There isn't even a table to eat at. Could you possibly make some furniture for me? Song Xiaonuan had plenty of furniture in her dimension, but she couldn't take any of it out, so she had to ask Mr. Niu to make some new pieces. The space isn't large. I'll make you a low table for the Kong, a cabinet, a small square table, 2 benches, and a cradle for the little one. How does that sound? You can make cradles, Mr. Niu? My ancestors made a living doing just this, but we can't do it openly anymore. Alright, how much will it cost? It's quite a bit of work. Give me 15 yuan for now, and we'll settle the difference later. I'll also make you a basket and a woven container in the future, and I won't charge you for those. Song Xiaonuan didn't know the local prices, but she was certain that the furniture would cost at least 30 yuan in the city. You have to count how many legs there are. Note, back then, Furniture had legs, like 4 legs for a bed, 4 legs for a table. Song Xiaonuan readily took out 15 yuan and handed it to Mr. Niu, who then began measuring the length and width of the land with his feet inside the house, and the width of the Kong with his hands. Subsequently, he retrieved a stub of a pencil and a scrap of paper of indeterminate origin from his pocket, upon which he inscribed a series of numerals. With the vernal plowing season imminent, he resolved to proceed deliberately, albeit with the understanding that a month's delay was inevitable. Very well, I am in no hurry, he acquiesced. Uncle Niu departed, his countenance radiating an irrepressible smile, the result of his recent financial gains, which were sufficient to finance the construction of 2 additional rooms for his domicile. Sun Feiyang had already deposited the firewood he had gathered and the wild vegetables he had unearthed within Song Xiaonuan's abode, with the intention of preparing a serpent stew therein. Sun's grandmother, having become cognizant of her grandson's acquisition of a serpent, rummaged through her possessions until she unearthed a small piece of cured ham, which she proposed adding to the broth to enhance its flavor. Xiaonuan, my grandson is once again imposing upon your generosity. This ham, when sliced and simmered with the green serpent, will impart an exquisite flavor. Song Xiaonuan assented repeatedly, though she was genuinely apprehensive about handling the verdant serpent. Ultimately, Sun's grandmother discerned her trepidation and promptly undertook the task of cleaning the serpent. Feiyang, ignite this makeshift stove as well, for I must heat some water for Xiaxia's ablutions. Very well, Aunt Xiaonuan, may I heat an ample quantity? Assuredly, I shall attend to the simmering of the broth, while you shall attend to the heating of the water. With their respective tasks clearly delineated, they commenced their endeavors. The heating of water proved to be a more expeditious undertaking than the simmering of serpent broth. Once both children had completed their ablutions and the hot water bottles had been replenished, Song Xiaonuan prepared to cook a meal. She procured a quantity of sorghum rice, as well as some polished white rice, and incorporated the wild vegetables she had unearthed that day, with the intention of preparing a mixed-grain vegetable rice dish. As luck would have it, lard was essential for preparing the culinary delight of seasoned rice. Fortunately, having already disclosed the contents of her baggage to her uncle, Song Xiaonuan liberally scooped out a generous portion. Aunt Xiaonuan, you actually possess lard. Indeed, she replied, but it's a rather meager amount, so we must consume it sparingly. Aunt Xiaonuan, you mustn't leave the lard exposed in the house, lest. Sun Feiyang hesitated, recalling his grandparents' constant warnings about watchful ears and the need for prudence. Song Xiaonuan nodded in agreement, recognizing that rural life in this era was considerably more arduous than urban existence. Such prized lard would undoubtedly arouse covetous desires. The seasoned rice was cooked on a makeshift stove. Observing that the liquid had been absorbed, Song Xiaonuan stirred the mixture with chopsticks, ensuring the rice and vegetables were thoroughly combined. The aroma is simply divine. My stomach is already rumbling with hunger. Sun Feiyang inhaled deeply. Song Xiaonuan chuckled, restrain yourself, or your hunger will only intensify. Upon their return, Tang Jiansong and his companions detected the savory scent of the meal from afar, mingled with the tantalizing fragrance of cured ham. Shen Meiqin, leading the pack, spotted Song Xiaonuan emerging from her dwelling with a pot, intending to transport it to her uncle's residence. Her keen sense of smell immediately identified the contents as a delectable ham and snake soup, causing her mouth to water uncontrollably. It had been an age since she had savored the taste of meat. Feiyang, fetch a meal container at once. Yes, I'll retrieve it immediately. Sun Feiyang presented Song Xiaonuan with a single container, but she deemed it insufficient and requested another. The youngster hesitated, deciding to consult his grandmother first. No. Although the snake was killed by you, it was also brought here by your Aunt Nguyen. We added ham and firewood. So it is only right for you to share a bowl of soup, taking more would be inappropriate. Feiyang, hurry up. Song Xiaonuan has already served the dishes into everyone's lunchboxes, yet there is still no sign of Sun Feiyang, prompting her to call out. Just then, Sun Feiyang has yet to emerge, and Shen Meiqin approaches with her lunchbox. Serve me a box of rice, and I will give you 50 cents. Song Xiaonuan was taken aback for a moment before realizing that this woman could not resist the temptation of her cooking and was beginning to succumb. I'm sorry, but this is Feiyang's share. Since he provided the wild vegetables and firewood, we must reserve a portion for him. You keep yours. I will just take a box of rice. There is none left. What do you mean there is none left? The older woman replied. We prepare our meals according to our rations, how could we possibly have made extra? Shin Meiqin found no fault in this and boldly requested that Xiaonuan exchange the rice for soup, still offering 50 cents. Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone darkened. And Tang Jiansong retorted sharply, "What do you mean by that? Are you trying to corrupt my niece with capitalist schemes? She has already been relegated. Do you still wish to reform her on the farm?" Shin Meiqin did not anticipate that the usually honest Tang Jiansong would speak so harshly. She meant no offense. Merely desiring a bowl of soup. "Meiqin, come back here. Have you no shame?" Gu Hui strode over, gripping Shin Meiqin's arm firmly. His voice low yet brimming with fury. Chapter 34, Procuring an iron pot. It was your turn to prepare the meal today, yet instead of doing so, you sought broth from others. What were you contemplating? Gu Hui, drawing Shin Meiqin into their abode, remonstrated in hushed, fervent tones. Shin Meiqin, pursing her lips, inwardly retorted. You did not intercede when I carried the lunchbox over. Now that we are denied, you reveal this repulsive countenance. Is it not somewhat nauseating? However, she dared not voice her thoughts, for their livelihood depended largely on Gu Hui's labor in the fields, and discord with him would be to her detriment. Shin Meiqin dutifully commenced cooking. Noticing a diminished portion of sorghum on the stove, she surmised that Sun Feiyong had already retrieved the vegetable rice. Igniting the stove and scouring the pot, she began to cook. Glancing about and finding no wild greens, she furrowed her brow. Feiyong, did you not forage for wild greens today? Shin Meiqin proceeded directly to knock on Uncle Sun's door. Aunt Sun answered, her complexion bearing a wan, sallow hue, betraying her fatigue. Meiqin, I apologize, but the wild greens Feiyong gathered today were exchanged for this bowl of vegetable rice. Alas, my body could not endure. I am truly sorry. Shin Meiqin's gaze drifted towards the two lunchboxes on their bed platform, brimming with vegetable rice, exuding the savory aroma of lard. Another lunchbox contained snake soup, garnished with slivers of crimson ham. Shin Meiqin involuntarily swallowed, then resolutely turned and departed. As Shin Meiqin left, Aunt Sun shook her head, lamenting. This Shin Meiqin is accustomed to the ways of a pampered lady, and her exploitative habits are deeply ingrained. Perhaps we should consider separating from them. But we lack a cooking pot. Tomorrow, I shall inquire with Accountant Liang. Should he have what I seek, I will request his assistance. Where could one possibly find such an abundance of money? Accountant Liang has quite the appetite. I have heard that Shin Meiqin's pot cost 50, perhaps a smaller one, akin to the pots used by Xiaonuan and her companions, could be more economical. I could then construct an additional stove, allowing us to dine separately. Here, take this. It constitutes our last remaining sum. Aunt Sun produced a small knife and carefully unraveled the thread from the edge of her garment, revealing a roll of money. Sun Feiyong smoothed it out and counted, merely 30 yuan. Today, I witnessed Aunt Xiaonuan giving Grandpa Niu 15 yuan for the purpose of crafting a cabinet. Hush. Let this matter remain confidential, Feiyong. The Song family is worth our acquaintance. You may follow Xiaonuan, but ensure you are diligent, understand? Sun Feiyong nodded vigorously, resolved to be industrious alongside Aunt Xiaonuan. The door to Tang Jiansong's abode was tightly shut. He felt fortunate that his sister had arrived, enabling him to share meals separately from Shin Meiqin and the others, lest he too fall victim to exploitation. Xiaonuan, this couple plays their roles well, one as the villain, the other as the hero. I have long grown weary of them. You must keep your distance from both. Understood, uncle. I shall not pay her any heed. Moreover, there are a few rascals in the village, inept at work yet skilled in bullying others, particularly those of our standing. If they discover you possess money, it could prove perilous. A chill ran through Song Xiaonuan. She was unaware that such individuals existed in the village. She would need to exercise caution when venturing into the mountains in the future. Uncle. Today I encountered a rather fierce woman who not only berated me but also forbade me from washing diapers by the river. Do you happen to know who she is? Feiyong suggested she was the mother of the scabby-headed boy, advising me to disregard her. This scabby-headed boy is a nuisance in Hongqi village. And because his grandfather once served in the military and perished in battle, the village chief is rather lenient with his family. Such things occur. In the future, Xiaonuan, you should smear your face with ashes when you go out and avoid secluded places at all costs. Tang Jianmei felt a pang of anxiety. As her daughter had been raised in luxury and was unacquainted with the hardships of life, let alone the malice of human nature. Mother, I understand, she replied. But I fear it may already be too late. The entire village witnessed their family's arrival and pointed and gossiped, and though I couldn't discern their words, I'm sure they were far from complimentary. Even if it seems late, you must still apply the ashes. It's never too late to mend the fold after the sheep has been lost. Song Xiaonuan nodded, filled with self-loathing. Had she not been so obsequious in the past, she might still be living a comfortable life in the city. Alas, there is no turning back the clock. After finishing her meal, she set down her chopsticks and went to her room across the way to heat the Kong, where she would sleep tomorrow. One Kong. You should share a room with me from now on, and Xiaonuan and Jianmei can share a room with the child. There's no need, he responded. The child is quiet and doesn't make a fuss, we can simply hang a curtain between us. Indeed, I've never seen such a well-behaved child, it's quite a rarity. That was sentiment precisely. His own children, along with Song Xiaonuan, were quite rambunctious in their younger years, to the point where he felt compelled to wield a ruler and give each of them a good whack. After some conversation and a bit of tidying up, they settled onto the bed, and before long, Song Xiaonuan was enveloped by a chorus of snores. Indeed, the extent of one's exhaustion during the day directly correlated with the depth of their slumber at night. Cradling Song Xiaonuan entered the dimension. And after settling the little one in, she luxuriated in a soothing bath. Early the next morning, Uncle Sun, clutching 30 yuan, sought out Accountant Liang, whose heart was already brimming with joy at the prospect of earning some money. Accountant Liang, I don't have enough money to purchase a large iron pot. So would it be alright if I bought one this small? Uncle Sun, concerned that Accountant Liang might misunderstand, even gestured with his hands. Accountant Liang was taken aback, pondering for quite some time. There's such a small iron pot? Where did you see it? Song Xiaonuan and the others brought it from the city. I'll have to take a look before deciding, otherwise, having no pot would be a complete waste. Accountant Liang proceeded to the cowshed, finding it empty. He meticulously examined each room, noting that only Song Xiaonuan's room contained a stove, while the others remained unchanged. Accountant Liang hesitated to tamper with the stove, knowing that old Master Niu was not to be trifled with. Upon spotting the small iron pot on the stove, he could barely contain his laughter. Is this an iron pot? It probably couldn't even hold a large goose, no, not even half of one. Aware that Song Xiaonuan was shoveling pig manure, he went directly to the pig pen to find her. Song Xiaonuan, come over here. Accountant Liang, what can I do for you? Beholding Song Xiaonuan, whose countenance was daubed with the soot of a cooking pot, the accountant, Liang, was somewhat bewildered, wondering what she was up to. Pray tell. Whence did you procure this iron pot? Accountant Liang, I brought it from my hometown. Would you be interested? I have another one in my possession. What say you? You transported 2 pots hither? Liang regarded Song Xiaonuan with suspicion, questioning if she was of sound mind. Who, indeed, would embark with 2 pots? It was rather diminutive, hence. I comprehend. Would you be amenable to an exchange with me? Indeed. Could you, Accountant Liang, grant me leave to cultivate a small plot of land behind the cowshed? I shall parley with the village head. Should he consent, I shall effect the exchange with you. However, you must pledge not to divulge this to any soul. Can you accede to this? Chapter 35, Profiteering. Song Xiaonuan assented without delay. Having already surmised Accountant Liang's intentions, namely, to turn a profit at Uncle Sun's expense. Yet, a pot of such diminutive stature would be nigh impossible to locate in the great northeast. As it had been pilfered from the Yang household, she felt no remorse. With their agreement concluded, they parted ways. Xiaonuan, what did Accountant Liang want with you? Oh. I chanced upon Accountant Liang last time and sought to apply for a plot of land to cultivate vegetables, lest we be without vegetables come winter. Alas. Accountant Liang is not wicked, merely somewhat calculating. Take heed lest he ensnare you in his machinations, for none shall speak in your defense should you suffer a loss. I thank you for the admonition, aunt. I shall return hence. I shall gather pigweed this afternoon and return anon. Farewell, then. Aunt Wang Kai grew increasingly fond of Song Xiaonuan. The last not only expedited the dung shoveling process but also ensured that every nook and cranny of the pigsty was immaculate before departing. Alas, what a pity about her station. What's there to lament? She's already a mother, it's not as if we can arrange a marriage for her. Why not? My maternal cousin's son just lost his wife. Let's be realistic, you're not setting up Song Xiaonuan, you're digging a pit for someone. Uncle Wang Kai uttered coldly before preparing to shut the pigpen door and head to the fields, as they still needed to earn work points. And they would starve if they relied solely on pig farming. Instead of heading to the back hills, Song Xiaonuan returned to the cowshed, carefully glanced around, and produced a moderately new iron pot. Just as she had finished cleaning the iron pot, Accountant Liang arrived. Comrade Song, the village chief has agreed to give you 3 portions of land, and this 10 yuan is for the pot. I wouldn't want to take advantage of you. Accountant Liang. Why are you being so kind? Accountant Liang. I won't deceive you, this pot is for that old man Sunday. I wouldn't want him to know I got it from you. Song Xiaonuan understood instantly that as long as she accepted the 10 yuan, Accountant Liang could confidently profit from the price difference. I assure you I won't say a word, but the pot isn't new, it's about 80% new. Is that acceptable? Having a pot is enough, 80% is already very good. Accountant Liang nodded with satisfaction, placed the pot in a sack, and left. The land was located behind their house, with the boundaries already marked with a shovel. Song Xiaonuan measured it with her feet and confirmed that it was indeed only 3 portions. Having 3 portions was already a blessing, but Song Xiaonuan was now troubled, as she had no tools. The machete in her hand was also borrowed from the village chief. Having made up her mind, Song Xiaonuan considered asking Uncle Wang Kai if they had a hoe or a shovel to either borrow or rent, which might serve her purpose. With a newfound sense of determination, she felt a wave of relaxation wash over her. First, she lit the stove, as the morning's supply of hot water had been depleted. It was imperative to boil another kettle. With a cloth and broom in hand, she meticulously cleaned the entire small room, ensuring that not a speck of dust remained on the windowsill. She moved her and her parents' bedding over, arranging it with care, so that she could sleep in her own room that night. Additionally, she decided to take down the fabric curtain, planning to have her father install a hook on the wall to hang it up, thus creating a separation from her parents. The hot water boiled swiftly, and Song Xiaonuan filled the thermoses in her space, having counted over 20 of them. Since her space relied on coal for heating, she was reluctant to use it excessively, mindful that once it ran out, she would be at a loss as to where to procure more. The water she boiled came from a mountain spring, much clearer than river water. Aunt Xiaonuan, I've been waiting for you for quite some time. Why haven't you come? Sun Feiyong, breathless from running with a load of firewood on his back, exclaimed. Apologies, Uncle Niao mentioned that the Kong would be available for sleeping today, so I returned to tidy this up. Is it alright if I come after lunch? Ah, I see. Then, Aunt Xiaonuan, please continue with your tasks. I will go forage for some wild vegetables. Sun Feiyong dashed out but inadvertently dropped the wild vegetables and firewood at her feet. The little fellow. Song Xiaonuan bent down to gather wild vegetables and firewood into her basket, then pushed open the door to Sun Feiyong's room. This room was slightly larger than hers, yet astonishingly sparse, containing only a Kong and a Kongqin. Song Xiaonuan placed the firewood at the entrance and set the wild vegetables beside it, ensuring they would be immediately visible upon entering. Glancing at the time, she prepared to cook lunch, which would consist of coarse porridge accompanied by a stir-fried wild vegetable dish. As Sun Feiyong set down his bowl and chopsticks, he intended to seek out Song Xiaonuan, but was abruptly restrained by his grandfather. You must wait until Aunt Xiaonuan calls for you. Why? He asked. She has children and a whole family to care for. The tasks at hand are simply endless. Blinking, Sun Feiyong slowly processed his grandfather's words, and after a while, he finally grasped the meaning. Feiyong, will you be cutting pig grass this afternoon? Aunt Xiaonuan, I will, just wait for me to fetch a basket. Upon hearing Song Xiaonuan's voice, Sun Feiyong nearly leapt up, grabbing the basket and rushing out, while across from him, Shen Meiqin slammed the door shut with force. It's just a child, what's the big deal? Gu Hui glanced at her without a word, instead picking up his farming tools and heading outside, feeling increasingly fatigued and bewildered by the situation. After delivering a basket of pig grass to Aunt Wang Kai, Song Xiaonuan did not leave but rather engaged in a quiet discussion with Aunt Wang Kai regarding farming tools. Do you happen to have any fabric? My grandson's clothes are quite torn, and I'm lacking material to mend them. I possess a piece of black cloth, approximately 3 yards in length. I had originally intended to reserve it for my son, but I could exchange it with you. Aunt Wang Kai has a hoe, but due to the deteriorated wooden handle, it's been discarded and used at her residence. I hadn't imagined that this dilapidated hoe could be bartered for 3 yards of fabric. I shall deliver it to you tomorrow. I must first procure a wooden handle. Uncle Wang Kai, a man of few words, departed after speaking, presumably heading towards the rear hills in search of suitable wood. Thank you, uncle, I must be on my way. With the matter resolved, Song Xiaonuan, hand in hand with Sun Feiyong, also proceeded towards the rear hills to gather firewood for the winter months. Despite the ample supply within her spatial dimension, it was prudent to prepare for the impending cold season. It seemed Song Xiaonuan had exhausted her good fortune for the day. Having earned 10 yuan and a vegetable plot in the morning, and secured farming tools in the afternoon, resulting in a meager harvest of wild vegetables. Feiyong. With so many individuals foraging for wild greens, even abundant quantities would prove insufficient. Observing the scattered groups of children gathering wild vegetables, their garments clearly too small and patched, Song Xiaonuan gained a profound understanding of the prevailing hardships. Chapter 36, Incensing that evening. Their repast consisted of sorghum rice accompanied by a bowl of wild vegetable soup and preserved vegetables brought from the city. Even with such humble fare, Tang Jiansong partook with relish. Upon the family of 4 returning to their abode and indulging in delicacies procured from their spatial dimension, Tang Jianmei's eyes welled with tears. The fact that they possessed such fineries yet could not share them with her dear brother caused her profound distress, yet she dared not gamble. From a young age, she held deep respect and affection for her father, who, at critical moments, could abandon his lawful wife and legitimate son to elope with a concubine and their illegitimate child. What could be expected of her brother, then? Moreover, the hairpin belonging to Xiaonuan was extraordinarily remarkable. Should Tang Jiansong harbor any malicious intentions, it could spell doom for their entire family of 4. Mother, is uncle really formidable? Xiaonuan inquired softly upon observing Tang Jianmei's cautious demeanor. Before your grandfather took a concubine, your uncle was the primary focus of his nurturing. Do you think he is impressive? And what about you, mother? Your mother was raised in privilege from a young age, possessing a rather difficult temperament, particularly willful. Eventually, she was forsaken by your grandfather due to her impending marriage to your father. Xiaonuan shook her head with a sigh, realizing why her grandmother succumbed to the concubine, and why she herself fell victim to deception. It seemed the nurturing approach of her grandmother's family was misguided. Perhaps it was that their nature was somewhat foolish, solely focused on raising children and managing the household, with little exposure to the harsh realities of the outside world. Xiaonuan, your mother is correct. One should speak only a fraction of the truth to others, even to your own uncle, lest a misstep leads to an irreversible path, she advised. Xiaonuan nodded vigorously, resolved not to repeat the same mistakes. She had her parents and her son, and the weight of responsibility upon her shoulders was immensely daunting. By the way, we now have a vegetable patch at home. I shall borrow a hoe from Aunt Wang Kai tomorrow and plant some greens. Isn't it said that our identities should refrain from engaging in private matters? With this thought, Song Xiaonuan opened the door and peered outside. Seeing no one, she closed the door and recounted the events of the day. As it turned out, Song Wenkong lay down, his worries dissipated completely. Tang Jianmei also felt relieved and indulged in the cake to prevent waking in hunger during the night. A piece of black cloth sparked a glimmer of inspiration in Aunt Wang Sai's eyes. New ideas began to form in her mind. Uncle Wang Kai pointed to a hoe leaning against the wall, gesturing for Song Xiaonuan to retrieve it. Upon grasping the hoe, she felt a surge of gratitude, recognizing the careful craftsmanship of its handle. Thank you, Uncle Wang Kai, thank you, Aunt, she expressed. I shall get to work now. What work is there? Just some vegetable seeds, spinach, bok choy, water spinach, and cabbage seeds. You can choose what to plant. Oh, this is so timely. Aunt, how kind you are, she exclaimed, her voice increasingly sweetened. Your flattery grows with each passing day. Now go plant those vegetables, you can come back tomorrow to shovel manure. Song Xiaonuan nodded, understanding that Uncle Wang Kai and Aunt were looking out for her. Planting vegetables required tilling the soil, which demanded considerable effort. When she left in the morning, she had already informed Sun Feiyong that she would not be going to the back mountain today. She intended to plant vegetables instead. Upon learning that the village had granted Song Xiaonuan a plot of land, Sun Feiyong felt elated, realizing that if he diligently assisted Aunt Xiaonuan, he might earn a couple of vegetables in return. After 3 full days of labor, with the assistance of Tang Jiansong, Song Xiaonuan finally scattered the seeds. Upon discovering that Song Xiaonuan possessed her own piece of land, Shen Meiqin felt a surge of discontent and decided to confront the village chief. The village head retorted with a frosty smile, she needs to nourish her child. How else will she get the necessary nutrients without vegetables in winter? Shen Meiqin was rendered speechless by the rebuke. Ultimately, she conceived a plan, surely, she has some time while nursing. I'll settle accounts with Song Xiaonuan once the child is weaned. Unbeknownst to Song Xiaonuan, she had already become the target of someone's scheming. Every morning, she would diligently water her garden and even procure pig manure composted into fertilizer from Uncle Wang Kai, scattering it across the vegetable patch. It stinks. Song Xiaonuan. How can you be so selfish? Just so you can have vegetables, you're spreading manure everywhere. Comrade Shen Meiqin, I believe your perspective is flawed. The entire red flag village is currently redolent with the aroma of manure. How can you call it foul? The aroma of manure? It seems you've consumed too much of it. Without the stench of manure, where would the fragrance of cooked rice come from? If you claim to have never eaten manure, then you must have never eaten rice, as you've indirectly partaken of it. You. Spare me the you this, you that, I'll report you tomorrow. Report me? Report me for what? For saying manure stinks? Isn't manure inherently malodorous? I'll report you for disdaining the stench of manure. Manure is a treasure to farmers. Yet you scorn it so, proving your ideology is problematic. Humph, as if you're without issues. Don't forget, you're also a scion of capitalists, just like me. Indeed. I am also a descendant of capitalists, but I have undergone ideological education and recognized my shortcomings. You, however, clearly have not. With that, Song Xiaonuan disregarded Shen Meiqin and proceeded to draw water from the vat to wash her hands. Shen Meiqin was so furious that her teeth gnashed in irritation. Just then, Gu Hui returned with 2 buckets of water and, upon noticing his wife's flushed face, felt a sudden jolt of concern. What have you done now? He inquired. Comrade Gu, your wife despises the stench of manure I spread and even berated me, accusing me of consuming dung. I am contemplating reporting her tomorrow. Oh dear. Comrade Song Xiaonuan, surely there must be some misunderstanding. Gu Hui replied, these are my parents and uncle, if you were to inquire with them, they might not believe you. Perhaps you should ask Uncle Sun and the others whether your wife has ever uttered such words. Gu Hui turned to Uncle Sun, who gave a slight nod. He then ushered Sun Feiyang into his house, his heart racing with anxiety. When would Accountant Liang procure the iron pot? Old Sun, your pot has arrived, take it. Accountant Liang entered with a cheerful demeanor, placing a burlap sack into Uncle Sun's hands and handing him 5 yuan, explaining that the pot cost 25 yuan. Uncle Sun expressed his gratitude profusely, and as Accountant Liang exited, she cast a discreet glance at Song Xiaonuan, who promptly lowered her head, feigning ignorance of the individual. Uncle Sun, what do you mean by that? Shen Meiqin questioned, suddenly comprehending the implication of Accountant Liang's visit. Now even Uncle Sun was inclined to share meals separately? Comrade Gu, I have contemplated this for quite some time and believe that dining apart would be more convenient. Thus, I propose we divide the rations this evening. What do you think? Perhaps we should wait a few days, you still lack a stove. That stove had also been funded by them. And Uncle Sun had contributed a portion as well, lest they feel an imbalance in their hearts. Certainly, I have invested in this stove, but at present, I do not possess a sufficiently large pot. Therefore, I shall temporarily borrow the simple stove from Xiao Tang's family. Chapter 37, targeted Uncle Sun's words caused Gu Hui's expression to visibly darken, and he shot a fierce glare at Shen Meiqin. If it weren't for your incessant attempts to take advantage, how could anyone possibly wish to share the stove with me? Shen Meiqin recoiled slightly, realizing her own misstep. Yet she felt that the fault did not lie with her, but rather with the arrival of Song Xiaonuan, which had triggered such complications. Song Xiaonuan. I never anticipated you to be so cunning, sowing discord between us and Uncle Sun, first bestowing small favors upon Feiyang, and subsequently drawing them to your side. What is your true intention? Aunt, do not speak nonsense. Aunt Xiaonuan has never mentioned your name, she does not even know you. Why would she seek to incite discord? Sun Feiyang was infuriated, this Aunt Shen was utterly shameless. It was she who continuously sought to exploit them, and when thwarted, resorted to slandering them. I must say, there is something fundamentally flawed in your thinking. I shall report this tomorrow, without fail. No, Comrade Song, we have already fallen to such depths. Let us refrain from infighting, shall we? If you truly report this, it will not only harm my wife. What do you mean by that? What I mean is that should you proceed with your report, everyone here, including yourself, will be compelled to undergo re-education, and you will ultimately gain nothing from it. Startled, Song Xiaonuan cast a furtive glance towards Tang Jiansong, her brow furrowing upon noticing his almost imperceptible nod. Shen Meiqin chuckled smugly, realizing Song Xiaonuan's relative youth and lack of world-weariness, which explained her naivete. They were all pariahs, and a pariah denouncing another might lead to the denounced's further misery. But the denouncer would gain nothing, a mere fantasy. Comrade Gu, are you suggesting that internal disputes among us should ideally be resolved internally, rather than reported? Precisely. That is my meaning. I shall have Meiqin apologize to you, and as a token of our sincerity, how about I compensate you with a pound of sorghum? Gu Hui. You. Shen Meiqin exclaimed, agitated at the prospect of losing a pound of sorghum. Silence. Gu Hui's eyes narrowed abruptly, a murderous glint in his gaze. Shen Meiqin felt a chill creep up her spine and dared not utter another word. Song Xiaonuan retreated slightly, gaining a deeper understanding of Gu Hui and marking him as a significantly dangerous individual. Apologize now. I am sorry, I was wrong. Shen Meiqin mumbled a perfunctory apology to Song Xiaonuan, then fled to her room, covering her face. True to his word, Gu Hui produced a pound of sorghum and offered it to Song Xiaonuan, who declined, finding the grain too fraught with implications. Currently, she was not in need of provisions anyway. Song Xiaonuan returned to her room, closed the door, and opened the window, planning to prepare a flour paste for supper that evening. She had brought pre-roasted flour, dispensing 2 spoonfuls into each lunchbox, followed by 2 spoonfuls of sugar. Upon adding boiling water, she gently stirred until a slurry formed. Uncle, please eat, it's sweet. Tang Jiansong accepted it with a smile. Despite the meager portion, he was content. He had never been fond of sweets, yet he found the sweet slurry surprisingly palatable. Xiaonuan, how did you come up with this idea? My father taught me. Tang Jiansong paused, taken aback. As a pampered young master, he had been unaware that flour could be consumed in this manner. It seemed his sister had indeed married the right person. During the new year, the village will distribute 5 pounds of white flour to each of us. Xiaonuan, please help your uncle roast some so it's convenient to eat when I'm hungry. Alright, I'll remember. Go to bed early, tomorrow is the day for transplanting rice seedlings. And you'll need to work in the fields as well. Song Xiaonuan felt a surge of excitement, she would finally be able to work in the fields. A portion of her dimension had already been cultivated, and the vegetables and wild herbs were growing more vigorously than those outside, appearing more robust. Once she learned how to transplant rice seedlings, she could acquire some and cultivate them in her dimension, ensuring an abundant supply of food. The following morning, Song Xiaonuan placed Song Xiao in a basket and first went to the pig pen. After completing her tasks there, she accompanied the Wang Kai couple to the fields. Xiaonuan, you really didn't need to come today. We'll all be working in the fields, and you'll be too tired to work later. Don't worry, I've always been strong. The child was indeed sincere. Then let's get started quickly. As the 3 of them arrived at the field, the hustle and bustle had already commenced. Upon seeing the lush green seedlings, a glimmer of joy illuminated Song Xiaonuan's eyes. What are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be with them? Hurry over. A sharp reprimand rang in Song Xiaonuan's ears, startling her. Turning her head, she discovered it was the scorekeeper, a young girl who, upon noticing Song Xiaonuan standing with Uncle Wang Kai and others, immediately began to scold her. Unbeknownst to her, she held a deep-seated disdain for this woman named Song Xiaonuan. After all, she was the offspring of a capitalist, and it was perplexing why she possessed such beauty. Today, Song Xiaonuan had shown some sense by smearing her face with soot, otherwise, she would have certainly given her a lesson. Aunt Wang Kai felt a twinge of displeasure and was about to speak, but Uncle Wang Kai restrained her, and they naturally returned to their respective group. While Song Xiaonuan wisely made her way to her uncle's side. Juanzi, why do you look so unhappy? Another young girl approached, clearly trying to ingratiate herself. Huang Jiqing. This one is a bad element, trying to infiltrate our farmers' ranks. That simply cannot be allowed, but I managed to chase her away. Juanzi, you are remarkable. Dealing with such nefarious individuals requires a ruthlessness akin to autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Indeed, you young intellectuals are well educated, I must learn from you. Not at all. We should learn from Comrade Huang, to keep our eyes wide open and ensure that no undesirable elements infiltrate our ranks. Juanzi beamed with pride. Her face alight with a smile, while Huang Jiqing's gaze flickered momentarily, fixating intently on Song Xiaonuan's retreating figure, her eyes betraying a hint of veiled greed. Huang Jiqing, whose surname is Huang and given name is Ying, is a young intellectual who arrived here last year. Due to her family's relatively affluent circumstances, she does not exert herself in labor, as she does not rely on work points for sustenance. Initially, the villagers held a rather unfavorable opinion of her, perceiving the young lady as a quintessential example of laziness, unwilling even to undertake the simplest task of gathering pigweed. Had it not been for the busy farming season, which compelled the village chief to mandate that everyone contribute to the fields, with a penalty of 50 work points for a day's absence, she would have likely preferred to stay away altogether. However, today she feels no regret, for she has discovered her purpose. Chapter 38, The seedlings have disappeared. Song Xiaonuan has an uneasy sensation that a gaze is fixated upon her, causing her to feel somewhat apprehensive. She turns her head to investigate, only to find the villagers engrossed in their work. Huang Ying had not anticipated Song Xiaonuan's keen awareness, and her heart swells with joy. For she is fond of such spirited women, otherwise, what merit is there in someone who is dull and unresponsive? Observing Tang Jianmei, Song Xiaonuan hastens to her side. And the village chief happens to notice, instructing the women to assist the young intellectuals. These two city-dwelling women are unlikely to engage in transplanting rice seedlings, so they are assigned the task of handling the sprouts, while Shen Meiqin is called over to teach them the process. The village has prepared large baskets for this purpose, and once filled, they will be carried off to the fields for transplanting. Neither Song Xiaonuan nor Tang Jianmei possesses the skill to handle the sprouts, but Shen Meiqin pays them no mind, leaving them to learn from the other young intellectuals nearby. Huang Ying approached and personally tutored Song Xiaonuan in sprouting seeds, a skill easily grasped in theory but challenging in practice. The pair grew increasingly frantic, their movements noticeably slowing. Shen Meiqin, nearby, mocked Song Xiaonuan's clumsy efforts, cautioning her not to spoil the entire batch with a single misstep. Initially indifferent, Song Xiaonuan grew increasingly vexed over time. She surreptitiously glanced at Shen Meiqin and her own sparsely filled basket, contrasting it with Shen Meiqin's overflowing one and another partially filled. A thought struck Song Xiaonuan, and she resolved to offer Shen Meiqin a chance, cease the malicious taunts, and she would let it pass, otherwise. Regrettably, Shen Meiqin squandered the opportunity, unwilling to forego a chance to humiliate Song Xiaonuan and Tang Jianmei. Tang Jianmei repeatedly attempted to confront Shen Meiqin, but Song Xiaonuan restrained her, preferring to focus on improving their speed. As quitting time approached, Song Xiaonuan informed the scorer that she would return with more after preparing a meal. Despite her dislike for Song Xiaonuan, the scorer couldn't deny a reasonable request, lest she be accused of unfair treatment. Song Xiaonuan departed empty-handed. Unbeknownst to all that she had transferred Shen Meiqin's entire harvest into her spatial dimension. Shen Meiqin, where is your yield? Having selected a load of seedlings, Gu Hui surmised that Shen Meiqin should have filled 2 baskets. Once he delivered this load, their morning's labor would be complete. However, upon seeing the 2 empty baskets, he was puzzled, wondering if Meiqin's seedlings had been taken by someone else. Where are you? Just wait a few more minutes, I'll deliver this handful. Shen Meiqin was in high spirits today, as her morning's work was almost finished. Meanwhile, she estimated that Song Xiaonuan and her daughter would likely have to eat their lunch in the fields. Where are the seedlings? Were they taken by someone else? Do you know who took them? Shen Meiqin paused, then stood up to glance into her large baskets, indeed finding them utterly empty. Who took my seedlings? Speak up. This concerns work points. Shen Meiqin's words were carefully chosen. Even they, the bad elements, earned work points, though they never reached their own hands. What about the others? Everyone ceased their work, eyeing Shen Meiqin and her husband with suspicion, unable to comprehend their antics. The village chief had meticulously arranged who would gather seedlings, who would carry them, and who would transplant them, ensuring a streamlined service. Seeing that no one admitted to taking the seedlings, Shen Meiqin grew anxious. She had clearly worked all morning, having exchanged baskets twice, and this 3rd basket would have marked the end of her labor. If no one confessed to taking the seedlings, it would imply either that she had been slacking off or that she had lost the seedlings. It's manageable to compensate for indolence by dedicating additional time, however. The misplacement of the tea sprouts constitutes a significant matter. Excuse me, which one of you selected my tea sprouts? This is no jest. Juanzi, the scorer. upon hearing the commotion, hastened over. Upon learning of the missing tea sprouts selected by Shen Meiqin, she promptly initiated an inspection. The educated youth were displeased, with even Huang Ying displaying impatience, as an inspection would necessitate their prolonged stay. Furthermore, having clearly observed Shen Meiqin's persistent bullying of Song Xiaonuan, she immediately raised her hand, exclaiming, "I wish to report an infraction." "Huang Jiqing, whom do you wish to report?" Juanzi inquired, her eyes gleaming with enthusiasm, as she relished the prospect of handling a report, which would provide her with a task to undertake. "I wish to report this woman, who, despite her indolence, falsely claims to have lost her tea sprouts. Her behavior is reprehensible." "What? Is this assertion veracious?" "I vouch to the village chief that every statement I make is truthful." "You are fabricating falsehoods. I distinctly gathered 2 baskets of tea sprouts. How can you, a young girl, slander me with baseless accusations?" "Slander you? Did you fulfill the village chief's directive to instruct the Song family on how to gather tea sprouts?" "Ultimately, it was I who provided the instruction." Shen Meiqin was rendered momentarily speechless. The village chief cast a piercing gaze upon Shen Meiqin, and upon observing her pallid complexion, discerned the veracity of Huang Jiqing's statement. "Shen Meiqin, you are engaging in duplicity." "Village chief, I am not engaging in duplicity. I feared that my own task would remain incomplete, and thus intended to provide instruction upon its completion." "Fie on you. To instruct only after the task is completed is to leave others to languish, toiling under the sun and wading through the cold water, only to face censure should they fail." Huang Ying's voice resounded with even greater vehemence, drawing the attention of the surrounding villagers. Shen Meiqin's countenance grew increasingly unsightly, and she momentarily regretted her petty machinations. "Juanzi, ascertain the tally of sprouts for today." "Village chief. An inordinate amount of sprouts have been raised today, rendering it impossible for me to discern whether Shen Meiqin has been remiss or whether sprouts have been misplaced." Juanzi covertly extended aid to Shen Meiqin, her conscience pricked by the acceptance of favors. The village chief's brow furrowed. It was the height of the agricultural season, and his sole focus was on maximizing production. Other matters were of secondary importance. However, the matter of Shen Meiqin could not be ignored, lest it incite discontent among the educated youth. More significantly, his impression of Shen Meiqin was unfavorable. "Shen Meiqin, before the cessation of work today, you must replenish the 2 baskets of sprouts, lest you face reckoning in the autumn." Shen Meiqin was consumed by a sense of injustice. She had not been remiss, indeed. In her eagerness to demonstrate her capabilities to Song Xiaonuan, she had even accelerated her pace. Gu Hui had been lurking on the periphery and emerged only after the matter had been fully addressed. Upon seeing Gu Hui, Shen Meiqin was on the verge of uttering something but was silenced by his malevolent gaze. "Continue with your work. I shall return to prepare the meal and bring it to you later." Having spoken, Gu Hui cast another baleful glare at Shen Meiqin before proceeding to cleanse his hands and feet in the paddy field and returning to prepare the meal. Tang Jiansong, observing that the matter had been resolved, instructed Song Wenkong to return to bathe and change his attire, while he assisted Tang Jianmei in raising sprouts. Song Wenkong nodded and hastened towards the cowshed. Chapter 39, Loss of Face. Having prepared a modest midday meal, Song Xiaonuan was about to deliver it to the fields when she beheld Song Wenkong, his person and attire thoroughly besmirched with mud, which elicited a gentle smile from her. Visibly embarrassed, Song Wenkong offered a subdued explanation. "Your father presumed himself capable of carrying burdens, yet the terrain proved treacherous, resulting in numerous falls today. Perhaps the afternoon will present fewer difficulties." "Father, both thermoses contain hot water. Please, eschew ablutions with cold water." Song Xiaonuan retrieved the wooden tub, originally crafted by Uncle Niu for Song Zhao's ablutions, for Song Wenkong's immediate use. "Father, I have placed a bowl of egg-fried rice on the Kong for you to partake of before anything else." Egg-fried rice. Song Wenkong's eyes gleamed with delight. In recent times, his daily repasts with Tang Jiansong had rendered his palate insipid. Divesting himself of his mud-caked raiment, Song Wenkong cleansed his hands and face before retiring behind closed doors to savor the egg-fried rice, while Song Xiaonuan, basket in hand, proceeded towards the fields. Scarcely had she arrived when the sound of Shen Meiqin's lamentations reached her ears. Amidst her weeping, she cursed vehemently, declaring ill fortune upon whomever had pilfered her seedlings. Upon spotting Song Xiaonuan, Shen Meiqin's eyes narrowed. "Was it you who stole my seedlings, you brazen thief?" Song Xiaonuan entrusted the basket in her grasp to Tang Jianmei and lunged forward, delivering a forceful blow to Shen Meiqing's face. I had always believed that our shared circumstances warranted mutual support, and I have consistently exercised forbearance towards you. However, should forbearance lead to unwarranted encroachment, then I shall withhold it no longer. Ah! How dare you strike me? Help! Is anyone there? Initially, Shen Meiqing could resist to some extent. But upon realizing that Song Xiaonuan possessed an overwhelming strength that rendered her immobile, she screamed in terror. Song Xiaonuan, what are you doing? How dare you engage in a brawl in the fields? I believe there is something amiss with your mindset. Help! Villains are fighting, quickly apprehend them. Many villagers, seeking to save time, often dined in the fields. Upon hearing Juanzi's cries, they stood up. Among them was a man, thin on top, who, upon observing Song Xiaonuan's ample figure, moistened his lips with his tongue and approached her. Song Xiaonuan did not recognize the man, but Tang Jiansong certainly did. He swiftly pulled Song Xiaonuan up and positioned himself in front of her. Tang Jiansong, step aside. Juanzi wants to apprehend the wrongdoers. You see, although we may be troublemakers, the only ones qualified to capture us are the village chief or the militia. What right do you have to apprehend us? Juanzi's gaze flickered. She had forgotten her own standing. Uncle Wang Kai, you are part of the militia. Come quickly and apprehend the wrongdoers. They require ideological education after work. Uncle Wang Kai also stood up. He had initially wished to avoid this matter, but upon witnessing the actions of the thin man, a look of annoyance crossed his face. Juanzi. It is currently the busy farming season. We must eat and then get back to work. Why are you meddling in their quarrel? Have we not witnessed enough fighting here already? Juanzi did not anticipate Uncle Wang Kai's response, feeling somewhat displeased. After all, she was a scorekeeper too. Could she not even manage a single troublemaker? Uncle Wang Kai, your words are quite inappropriate. They are indeed nefarious individuals. And we must constantly engage in ideological education to prevent them from straying further down a misguided path. Uncle Wang Kai let out a cold laugh. Thinking to himself that no one is oblivious to your ulterior motives, it is merely that Song Xiaonuan possesses a beauty that surpasses yours, with skin fairer than your own. Yet, he would not voice such sentiments, for he feared being perceived as indecent. Accountant Liang was pulled out of the village committee by Aunt Wang Kai. If you do not intervene, your daughter Wan will soon take the place of the village head and denounce Song Xiaonuan. Upon hearing that his daughter might usurp the village head's role, Accountant Liang's countenance darkened, for he was a cousin of the village head, and without his cousin's benevolence, he would not have attained the position of accountant. In a flurry, he rushed out, and from a distance, he could hear his daughter passionately reprimanding Uncle Wang Kai. A throbbing headache ensued as he hastily approached, exclaiming loudly, Liang Wan, if you have no desire to be the scorekeeper, let your sister take the role instead. With her eyes not quite right and her nose askew, does she truly believe she is someone of importance in this village? Seeing that Uncle Wang Kai did not counter her words, Liang Wan felt a surge of pride within her. She never anticipated that her father would humiliate her in front of so many onlookers. The villagers, who had remained silent at first, erupted in laughter upon hearing her father's rebuke, their mirth striking her like a resounding slap, obliterating her dignity, especially in the presence of Song Xiaonuan. With her eyes brimming with tears, she turned and fled homeward. Alas, Wan is crying, such an occurrence is indeed rare. This young woman truly needs to be reined in. Daring to berate even Uncle Wang Kai, she truly considers herself a village official. Indeed, she carries that scorebook around with an air of insufferable pride. Several young wives were also whispering amongst themselves, though their voices carried clearly to the ears of Accountant Liang, who narrowed his eyes and turned to leave. Without Liang Wan present, the scabby-headed fellow saw no reason to linger. If not successful this time, there would be another opportunity. He refused to believe he couldn't overcome this woman. The scabby-head's retreat brought a wave of relief to Tang Jiansong, and Song Xiaonuan also breathed easier, though her gaze followed the scabby-head's departing figure with a thoughtful expression. Shen Meiqing was genuinely frightened. She hadn't imagined that Song Xiaonuan, usually so affable and seemingly easy to push around, could be so utterly fearless. And just now, had Accountant Liang not appeared in time, both she and Song Xiaonuan would have been bound with ropes, subject to the criticism and instruction of the laboring masses. When Gu Hui arrived with the meal, he found Shen Meiqing sitting on the edge of the field covered in mud, weeping, and Song Xiaonuan likewise, though she had been clean when they left home. His eyes quickly scanned the surroundings, and seeing the others pointing and gossiping, he understood what had happened. His own wife had undoubtedly vented her anger on Song Xiaonuan. But based on his observations of Song Xiaonuan, this woman, though appearing meek, was actually quite formidable. His wife had misjudged her. "Let's eat. If you don't amend your temper, I will file for divorce." Gu Hui's words rendered Shen Meiqin pale with fright. In Hongqi village, without Gu Hui's protection, she would have long been bullied by that scoundrel. Noticing Shen Meiqin's ashen complexion, Gu Hui felt an overwhelming annoyance. This woman possessed nothing but a pretty face, devoid of any real worth. Yet, she still held some utility, although her family had been stripped bare. He was aware that her dowry remained well hidden. If it weren't for that dowry, it would have been a different story altogether. Shen Meiqin obediently sat down to eat. While Song Xiaonuan ceased her glances in her direction, she opened the basket and retrieved their lunch for the day, steamed buns and pickles. Chapter 40, Attempting to transplant rice seedlings. Gu Hui cast a quick glance and promptly averted his eyes, considering the white flour they had brought. It wouldn't be long before it was all consumed. "Thank you, uncle. I'm fortunate to have you here today. Xiaonuan, be cautious of that scoundrel. I have a feeling he has set his sights on you." "I understand. You all eat first, I have work to do." Tang Jianmei nodded, cradling Song Xiao in one arm while eating a bun with the other. She had truly been terrified, had she not been holding Song Xiao. She might have confronted the scoundrel head-on. From Liang accountant's home, the sounds of weeping and wailing echoed, and anyone familiar would recognize Liang Wan complaining to her mother, "Mother, I can't go on living. I have no face left to live." Liang accountant's wife had already placed the meal on the table. With the recent busy farming season, she had made a special trip to the town to purchase a piece of pork, intending to provide some nutritious food for the family. "What now?" Liang Wan recounted the sequence of events to her mother, only to find her face darken with displeasure. Her mother commanded her to refrain from eating. "Who granted you the authority to prance about with your work points book in the fields every day? Tomorrow, let Pinger handle the scoring duties. You are to return to the fields, as you are simply idling." "Mother," Liang Wan called out, but upon receiving a fierce glare, she fell silent. Liang Ping cast a scornful glance at her elder sister, perceiving her foolishness. She had eavesdropped on their parents' conversation and learned that their father had earned 15 yuan from Song Xiaonuan over the past 2 days. The ease with which that sum was acquired was evident, having only cost a few shoe soles and some spit. It was no wonder their mother could afford to buy such a large piece of meat. Liang accountant had returned home, and naturally, the family gathered to dine together. Upon seeing the braised pork on the table, Liang Wan hastily took a seat. "Get out. You are not allowed to eat lunch today." Liang accountant's wife was taken aback. She believed her husband's words were merely a formality, as it was difficult not to feel sympathy for their own child. "What is the matter with your father? Why is he acting this way? Why? You have spoiled her." Today she even dared to scold Uncle Wang Kai. If it weren't for Uncle Wang Sai's good temper. She sighed, "It's truly worrisome." "What? You scolded Uncle Wang Kai? Who is Wang Kai?" "He is a hero from the anti-Japanese war, having returned after sustaining injuries. Now, he serves as the militia captain of Hongqi village." "Mother, I did not berate Uncle Wang Kai, I simply. Liang Ping, commencing this afternoon, you shall assume the duties of the workpoint recorder. Impartiality and equity are paramount, irrespective of whether the individuals are villagers, educated youths, or even those residing in the cowshed. Accurately record the labor performed by each individual, without exception. Do you comprehend?" "Yes, father, I shall bear your words in mind." "Sister, kindly relinquish the record book to me." A smile played upon Liang Ping's lips. From the morrow onward, she would no longer be required to toil in the fields. Despite it being May, her feet would still be afflicted by the cold, even when encased in rain boots submerged in water. "Father, I implore you, grant me another opportunity. I shall not repeat my transgression. Expeditiously retrieve it. Wife, upon the cessation of the agricultural season, consult with Granny Chun regarding a suitable family for Liang Wan. A maiden of her age should not remain at home." Liang Wan could no longer endure the situation. She extracted the record book from her pocket and cast it upon the ground before fleeing towards her abode, yearning to weep uncontrollably, yet constrained by her pride. Liang Ping retrieved the record book, meticulously dusting it off. Upon inspection, she noted the remarkable neatness of Liang Wan's numerical entries. The villagers, witnessing Liang Ping standing above them while Liang Wan remained at the edge of the field, understood that the village accountant had indeed been incensed. The village headman smiled faintly, considering the matter trivial. After all, it was merely a work point recorder, and any member of the Liang family would suffice. Song Xiaonuan hoisted Song Xiao directly onto her back, partially concealing the child's head with a light blanket to shield her delicate face from insect bites, while diligently tending to the sprouting seedlings with both hands. The afternoon's pace was noticeably swifter than that of the morning. Liang Ping approached. "You must be Song Xiaonuan and Tang Jianmei. As it's your inaugural day, you're permitted to complete 2 fewer baskets than the others." Song Xiaonuan, observing the change in the tally keeper, appeared somewhat puzzled. Liang Ping's smile broadened. "I am Liang Ping, the second daughter of the accountant. My elder sister was here this morning." "Ah, no wonder your face seemed familiar. So, you're sisters. You resemble each other quite a bit." Song Xiaonuan's words filled Liang Ping with delight. Liang Wan bore a resemblance to their father, while she resembled their mother. As their father was considerably more attractive than their mother, he always favored her elder sister. For Song Xiaonuan to say that her face resembled Liang Wan's implied that she, too, possessed considerable beauty. Watching Liang Ping depart, Song Xiaonuan glanced at Shen Meiqin, who was diligently working with her head lowered, seemingly oblivious to their conversation. She nodded in satisfaction, relieved that there were no disturbances. Song Xiaonuan focused on her task, her dexterity increasing rapidly, soon nearly matching Shen Meiqin's. However, Shen Meiqin was not truly solely focused on her work, she merely dared not cause any trouble. When she realized that Song Xiaonuan's speed was nearly on par with her own, she grew somewhat anxious. Fortunately, Song Xiaonuan was not working solely for herself. She also had Tang Jianmei to consider. Upon completing her own quota for the day, she directly handed Song Xiao over to her. "Mother, please take Song Xiao to sit under the tree for a while, I'll take over your work." "Xiaonuan, are you certain you can manage?" "Rest assured, I can." Once more, Song Xiaonuan resumed her endeavors, surreptitiously gathering the less robust shoots into her personal dimension. Her celerity was such that neither Huang Ying, who was covertly observing her, nor Shen Meiqin, who was in close proximity, noticed her actions. The signal for cessation of work reverberated, and Song Xiaonuan had just completed filling Tang Jianmei's large basket. Tang Jiansong was content, for by selecting these 2 baskets of shoots to transport to the rice transplanting site, he would have fulfilled his obligations for the day. "Song Xiaonuan, 8 work points shall be recorded for you and your mother. Well done. Should you manage to complete 12 baskets tomorrow, 10 work points shall be conferred. Gratitude. Comrade Liang Ping. You are indeed an exemplary comrade." Liang Ping offered a subtle smile, for anyone who facilitated her father's financial gain was deemed an exemplary comrade. Tonight's supper was prepared by Tang Jianmei. Song Xiaonuan not only had to cleanse herself but also attend to her child. After the evening repast, Song Xiaonuan cradled Song Xiao as she drifted off to sleep. In actuality, she had already retreated into her personal dimension, intending to sow the shoots she had gleaned today in the dark soil. Initially, she employed a hoe to fashion a 2-meter square raised bed in the dark soil, incessantly irrigating it with water until the 5 water vats were entirely depleted. Subsequently, she meticulously inserted the seedlings, one by one, into the dark soil, alternating between planting them too densely and too sparsely, necessitating constant adjustments. Upon the completion of her toils, she discerned that a considerable number of seedlings remained. Yet the vats were devoid of water. She resolved to procure water from the river on the morrow. Song Xiaonuan utilized the water from her thermos, supplemented by some water previously used to wash Song Zhao's face, to casually cleanse her face and extremities. Upon exiting her dimension, she succumbed to a profound slumber. "Arise, Xiaonuan. Awaken. The hour for labor approaches." Thus, Tang Jianmei commenced her day, preparing a hearty porridge of coarsely ground corn and a rustic cornbread of mixed grains for her family. She then attended to Song Xiao, emptying his bladder and cleansing his face, before endeavoring to rouse Song Xiaonuan from her slumber, though still in a haze. Upon hearing Song Zhao's cooing, she promptly extended her arms, eager to nourish him. Tang Jianmei, her heart heavy with sentiment, shook her head gently and proceeded to gather the accoutrements required for the day's labor, such as a water flask and a sun hat. Observing that Song Xiao had sated his hunger, she cradled him, patting his back until he emitted a soft burp. Fully invigorated, Song Xiaonuan swiftly performed her ablutions. Consumed her morning repast with remarkable alacrity. On this day, she was spared the task of shoveling pig excrement, a dispensation secured by the solicitous Aunt Wang Kai. She ladled a wooden bucket full of water and made her way to their family's vegetable plot, intending to irrigate the nascent sprouts that had emerged over the past few days. Having completed the watering, the bell signaling the commencement of work chimed, and the family collectively proceeded towards the fields, embarking on their repetitive toil. Song Xiaonuan also gathered some seedlings that appeared somewhat withered. Seizing the opportunity of a visit to the communal latrine, she detoured to the riverbank, where she rinsed her hands and attempted to channel the river's waters into her personal dimension, aiming to fill the 5 water vats. However, she discerned that the process was unduly protracted, as the water had to trickle through her hands and into the vats. This method was untenable, lest she be perceived as idling and playing in the water. Huang Ying, who was also sprouting seeds, noticed Song Xiaonuan's absence. Her eyes darted around, seeking her out. Finding no trace of Song Xiaonuan nearby, she feigned a visit to the lavatory. There, she espied Song Xiaonuan at the river's edge, laundering diapers. Song Xiaonuan. Song Xiaonuan turned to glance at Huang Ying, a sense of alarm ringing in her heart. She couldn't shake the feeling that Huang Ying's gaze upon her was that of an invader. I apologize, but if I do not wash my son's diaper soon, there will be none left to change tonight. I implore you not to disclose this to anyone else. I assure you I will accomplish today's task. Song Xiaonuan spoke rapidly, her hands busy as she mentioned that her diaper would soon be ready to dry after one more rinse, and her 5 large water tanks were nearly filled to capacity. I shall assist you with the washing, Huang Ying declared, picking up the diaper. Although she felt a twinge of disgust, she was willing to endure it to please Song Xiaonuan. Thank you, you are truly a kind person. By the way, what is your surname? One may call me Huang. My full name is Huang Ying. Your name is lovely. Your parents must have hoped for you to excel and be remarkable. Indeed, such was the sentiment of those well-educated. Huang Ying smiled, appreciating the cultured demeanor of Song Xiaonuan. I have finished washing, shall we return? The two made their way back together, with Song Xiaonuan carrying Song Xiao on her back. She handed the clean diaper to Tang Jianmei, asking her to prepare lunch and bring it over afterward. Tang Jianmei nodded in agreement, recognizing that Xiaonuan worked faster than herself, and she took up the basket to inform Liang Ping before heading toward the cattle shed. Today, Shen Meiqin was unable to keep pace with Song Xiaonuan, yet the only consolation was that Song Xiaonuan had to work not only for herself but also for her mother. In this manner, their speeds were rather comparable. Moreover, Song Wenkong has proven to be a hindrance, perpetually stumbling. Although he fared better today than yesterday, it is evident that he falls far more often than the others. Father, perhaps you might inquire with Accountant Liang about the availability of rain boots. This marks the gravest oversight of Song Xiaonuan. Amid her numerous purchases in Haishur, she neglected to acquire rain boots. Song Wenkong nodded. He walked barefoot along the ridge, leaving his feet numb from the cold. When faced with the slick, muddy ground, even the slightest misstep could lead to a fall. Seizing the opportunity during lunch, Song Wenkong discreetly approached Accountant Liang. Upon learning of his desire for rain boots, Accountant Liang couldn't help but smile. Here, try these on, see if they fit your feet. If you lack the funds, we can negotiate with other items. Immediately, Song Wenkong washed his feet and tried them on. They fit perfectly, neither too large nor too small. Accountant Liang, may we exchange one of the leather bags we brought from Haishur? Certainly, a pair of rain boots for one leather bag. You're the one at a loss. How about I toss in an additional 10 jin of corn as well? Then I am most grateful, Accountant Liang. I shall bring the leather bag to you after work tonight. Excellent. With the rain boots, you'll find it much harder to slip. Regrettably, these are second-hand. New rain boots require tickets, so I must make do with this arrangement. Song Wenkong waved his hands dismissively, expressing that merely having rain boots was already a great fortune. What was there to complain about? Accountant Liang sighed softly, reflecting on the cleverness of city dwellers. Were it a villager attempting such a transaction, they would have long since ruined their reputation through such unscrupulous dealings. Having partaken of luncheon, Song Wenkong rested briefly. Once his feet had regained their warmth, he rose. To his chagrin, he stumbled once more, eliciting mirth from the bystanders, save for Tang Jiansong, who offered no assistance. Uncle Wang Kai, unable to bear witness to his struggles, approached and imparted the technique of carrying a load. After several attempts, Song Wenkong comprehended the root of his instability. The key lay in harnessing momentum, allowing the body to sway with the burden, rather than the burden being dictated by the body's movements. This was the primary cause of Song Wenkong's repeated tumbles. Throughout the afternoon, Song Wenkong only fell twice. This improvement spurred Song Xiaonuan to even greater diligence, culminating in the completion of her and her mother's tasks before the dismissal bell. "Ah, you finally managed to finish on time. Congratulations!" Liang Ping exclaimed sweetly. While recording their work points, she commended them. Song Xiaonuan, her hand delving into her pocket, retrieved a dozen or so colorful elastic bands and presented them to Liang Ping. "Comrade Liang Ping, if you wouldn't mind, please accept these. These are the elastic bands I used to tie my hair when I was a young woman." "Oh, they're lovely." "Thank you, I appreciate it," Liang Ping responded, her eyes lighting up. She accepted the bands and deposited them in her pocket, then smiled at Shen Meiqin, offering a few words of praise, which significantly improved Shen Meiqin's mood. Tang Jianmei, observing the scene, nodded inwardly. This, she mused, was the way to conduct oneself. Regardless of the other person's status or background, she should simply do what she was supposed to do. Liang, the accountant, stood at the edge of the field, observing her young child darting about, diligently recording the labor points. Every individual who engaged her in conversation wore a smile, which filled her with a profound sense of reassurance. Chapter 42, Becoming the object of resentment. For a full 10 days, the rice transplanting work was entirely completed. The village head granted the villagers a day off, coinciding perfectly with the market day in town. "Can we go as well?" When Liang Ping rushed to inform Song Xiaonuan that they could indeed attend the market, her eyes sparkled with joy. Only one member of each household could attend, so they would need to discuss amongst themselves who would go. Liang Ping chuckled. Recognizing that this was her father's doing, however, she was well aware that her father was not so benevolent as to allow them to visit the market merely for leisure. His true intention was to ascertain how much money they had brought with them. Uncle Sun was the first to raise his hand, expressing his desire to go, as his household had run out of salt and it was an opportune moment to replenish their supplies. Tang Jiansong glanced over at the Tang Jianmei family, uncertain whether to count himself as a separate family or to include his sister. If they were to be counted separately, he too wished to attend. "Sister, on the carriage. Xiaonuan gave me 50 yuan. I've used some for various expenses, but the remainder I shall not return to you, for I..." "Oh, brother. Do you need to purchase anything?" "I wish to acquire a pair of shoes, and perhaps check for some fabric, as my trousers and undergarments are in dire need of replacement. Otherwise..." Tang Jiansong's face flushed crimson. Aside from the outfit he wore while working in the fields, his other garments were patched beyond recognition. As for his undergarments and socks, they had reached a point where further repairs were impossible, thus necessitating the purchase of fabric for his sister to assist in crafting some new items. "Ah, regarding that matter, your brother-in-law possesses some. Would you like them cleaned and provided to you? What do you think?" Knowing Xiaonuan had emptied the Yang household, Tang Jianmei figured these items were surely available and would be wasted if left unused, so she might as well give them to her elder brother. Song Xiaonuan promptly went to her room, locked the door, and entered her dimension, where she began searching in Yang Yi's room. Underwear, socks, vests, shirts, coats, trousers, nearly all were 80% new. Xiaonuan selected a few of each. "Uncle, these are Dad's old clothes. Perhaps you could wear them for now?" Tang Jiansong inwardly felt disdain. How could a dignified young master like himself wear someone else's clothes, especially undergarments? But the situation compelled him, for without them, he had nothing to wear. With a complex expression, he accepted them. Tang Jianmei understood her elder brother's thoughts at a glance and sighed inwardly, taking out a wad of cash from her pocket and handing it over. "Brother, go to the market tomorrow. If you wish to purchase anything, feel free to add it." Tang Jiansong did not reach out. After a moment's consideration, he decided to remind his younger sister, "Little sister, Accountant Liang is a covetous man. You must conceal your assets when in his presence." Song Wenkong raised his eyelids and suddenly chuckled. "Elder brother, there's not much to conceal. I only brought 500 yuan, which I obtained from selling my job. I used some along the way, gave you 50 last time, and have a little over 300 remaining." "A little over 300, eh? That must be used sparingly. We do not know how long we will remain here. Nor do we know how the road ahead will unfold. Therefore, having money provides us with confidence. S expression brightened instantly. Although it was merely over 300 in the past, he would have dismissed it entirely. However, circumstances had undeniably changed. His elder brother was correct. It was far safer for each of us to keep a portion of the money. Still insisted on passing the money in her hand to who counted it and found it to be exactly 100. Then I shall accept it, considering it a debt of gratitude to you, which I will repay when the opportunity arises. Waved his hand, asserting that as family, such formalities were unnecessary to avoid straining their bonds. The next morning arrived. His cart laden with a conchin and a cradle, with the remaining items still in the process of completion, to be delivered later. I have brought your belongings. Come out to collect them. And hurried outside, and the two of them first carried the conchin indoors, placing it precisely at the end of the kong, fitting perfectly. Returned just in time with a bucket of water. Upon seeing delivering furniture, he quickly poured the water into the vat and rushed to assist. This must be for my daughter, it is exquisitely crafted. Proudly lifted his chin, a smile revealing the creases at the corners of his eyes. Comrade. I heard that the village chief has permitted you to attend the market in town. Indeed, but only one member from each household may go. Today. It will be my aunt, and I will remain behind. Oh, I see. Then come aboard. Today, I shall not charge you for the fare. Thank you. Let's sit while I shall walk. Felt a surge of excitement within him, he could hardly contain himself and, having spoken, departed from the barn. Carrying a woven basket on her back and cradling Song Xiaonuan climbed onto the ox cart, followed by Uncle Sunday's son Feiyang watched helplessly as the cart departed. His eyes brimming with tears. In her hand, Shen Meiqin clutched some money, but Gu Hui stopped her. Our household is devoid of oil, salt, and vinegar. I must venture into town to procure some. Why do you prevent me from going? You cannot go, Accountant Liang is scheming against us, Gu Hui insisted. With the little money we possess, what scheme could there possibly be? You are overly cautious, she retorted. Better safe than sorry, you ought to heed my advice. Indeed. Caution is wise, yet you have not set aside any personal assets for yourself. Shen Meiqin, quick of tongue, instantly regretted her words. As anticipated, Gu Hui's expression darkened. This was the gravest mistake of his life, and it seemed this wretched woman would not relent. Song Wenkong and Tang Jianmei. Overhearing the quarrel between Shen Meiqin and her husband, paid it little mind as they planned to take Song Xiao to the back mountain for a scenic outing before tidying up their home. The ox cart gradually approached the village entrance, soon filled to capacity. Upon noticing Song Xiaonuan and Uncle Sun among the passengers, a voice erupted in scorn. Ah, how audacious! Even scoundrels dare to ride the ox cart. It's evident that our village chief is too lenient, allowing these miscreants to rise above us. Aunt Lu. Why not squeeze in here with me? Squeeze? In such a minuscule space, how could that be possible? Quickly, Song Xiaonuan descended from the cart, as she often forgot her status as a miscreant. Uncle Sun, his face flushed, followed suit, lamenting that he would not have come had he known it would turn out this way. However, as his beloved spouse was in frail health and Feiyang had reached the age for education, he was compelled to journey to town to procure essential household items. 2 vacant spots were available on the ox cart, and a woman known as Aunt Lu promptly settled into one, yet she continued to grumble incessantly, showing no inclination to cease her complaints. Old woman Lu, if you persist in your foul-mouthness, I shall cast you off this cart. Your words grate on my ears. Vexing my very soul, the old man declared. Aunt Lu immediately fell silent, for she knew old Niu possessed a volatile temper. Should he lash out with his whip, she would suffer in silence, with no recourse for her grievances. Though her lips were sealed, her heart seethed with resentment towards Uncle Sun and Song Xiaonuan. She resolved to seize every opportunity to berate them, until her pent-up anger was fully released. Chapter 43, Prudence ensures longevity. Song Xiaonuan and Uncle Sun, each carrying a basket on their backs, quickened their pace, distancing themselves from the villagers as they headed towards town. By the time they arrived, their legs felt as though they no longer belonged to them. Uncle Sun, let us attend to our own affairs, or we shall not have sufficient time to acquire all that is needed, Song Xiaonuan suggested. Uncle Sun nodded in agreement, and Song Xiaonuan began to venture towards the bustling heart of the marketplace. Her excitement grew with each step. Her heart filled with anticipation as she discovered that bartering was common practice here. For instance, a pound of refined grains could be exchanged for 5 pounds of sorghum flour. And a single egg could fetch a large basket of wild greens. Some individuals were even discreetly peddling freshly caught game, with prices ranging from 1 to 20 yuan. Song Xiaonuan noticed an elderly woman selling eggs at 5 cents apiece, with a bonus egg offered for every 20 purchased, which greatly tempted her. Just as she was about to reach for her money, she spotted two familiar figures in the distance, Huang Ying and Liang Wan, strolling arm in arm through the market. Their eyes darting about in curiosity. Song Xiaonuan hurriedly crouched down, evading the gazes of two individuals. "Auntie, I only have 10 cents, I'd like to purchase 2 eggs." "Please." "Very well, 2 eggs. Make sure to handle them carefully, otherwise, that 10 cents will be gone." The egg vendor showed no disdain for Song Xiaonuan's modest purchase. In these times, every household was financially strained, and 10 cents was indeed a considerable amount. Look at that pauper, buying merely 2 eggs. Song Xiaonuan's plan to hide had failed. Liang Wan had already spotted her. With her fair complexion, she stood out like a crane among a flock of chickens. Perhaps they are for her son, Huang Ying thought without hesitation, justifying Song Xiaonuan's choice. Gazing upon her beautiful face, with its bright eyes and white teeth. A voice within her clamored to possess Song Xiaonuan, regardless of her background. How old is her son? Still drinking milk, I presume? How could he possibly consume eggs? Surely. They are for her own indulgence. A greedy woman, indeed, she is a disgrace. Listening to Liang Wan's scathing remarks, Huang Ying suppressed her rising anger, choosing not to engage. She recognized that Liang Wan's disdain for Song Xiaonuan stemmed entirely from jealousy. Yet, this jealousy was perplexing. Beauty is a gift from one's parents. What could one do if someone were simply more attractive? Should one mar their own face with a blade? Where to next? Huang Ying pondered. I shall follow her and see what else she intends to purchase. Nodding, she welcomed the opportunity to observe Song Xiaonuan's shopping choices and whether she had enough money. If not, she would discreetly buy something for her. Subsequently, the two individuals shadowed Song Xiaonuan, much like obsequious attendants. Song Xiaonuan surmised that they were surveilling her, prompting her to decelerate her pace. She procured 3 cents worth of coarse salt, 5 cents worth of toilet tissue, and spent a dime on 2 marrow bones, intending to prepare a restorative broth upon returning home. Liang Wan, after observing for an extended duration without discerning anything peculiar, promptly departed, as she had her own acquisitions to make. Huang Ying inwardly cursed, as she desired to remain with Song Xiaonuan. Juanzi, what do you intend to purchase? I'm going to the supply and marketing cooperative to see if they have any rubber bands. I want to buy colored ones. Liang Ping had adorned her hair with colored rubber bands this morning, appearing exceptionally fetching. When questioned, she remained reticent about the source, leaving Liang Wan with no recourse but to visit the supply and marketing cooperative herself. The cooperative only stocked black rubber bands, much to Liang Wan's disappointment. Huang Jiqing. Do you know where one might procure colored rubber bands? Huang Ying shook her head, retorting inwardly that she had no knowledge of where such an item might be available in this desolate locale, especially considering their relative expense. She had only encountered them in urban department stores, where 5 mao could only purchase 30 pieces. Could Liang Wan even afford them? An idea struck her. Song Xiaobao possessed a luxuriant head of raven hair. Perhaps she could request her parents to mail some colored rubber bands, along with hair ties and snow cream. Indeed, she has a child, and she must purchase some milk powder. Malted milk is also an option. Additionally, she needs to buy some clothing for women, as she has a fondness for it. Song Xiaonuan suddenly noticed that the two figures trailing behind her had vanished, prompting her to dash over to the elderly woman selling eggs. Auntie, my husband and I have come into some money. How many eggs do you have? I shall take them all. The old woman, smiling, replied that she had 40 left, having brought a total of 42 eggs with her today. Song Xiaonuan beamed, realizing that the woman had sold none aside from her own. Dear girl, just give me 2 yuan, and I shall gift you the remaining 2 eggs, along with the basket. Joyfully, Song Xiaonuan produced 2 yuan, seized the basket, and ran off, finding an empty path where the basket vanished into her space. Stealthily, she purchased over 30 yuan worth of wild chickens, wild ducks, chopped wild boar meat, and a piece of roe deer meat. Glancing at the time, she turned toward the village, determined to return home before sunset. Upon reaching the village entrance, She spotted Accountant Liang and an elderly gentleman engaged in a game of chess beneath a tree. The accountant's gaze inadvertently lingered on Song Xiaonuan's basket. "Hello, Accountant Liang. I'm back. What have you bought?" "Just 2 eggs, 2 tubular bones, some coarse salt, and a bit of tissue paper." "Is that all? You might as well have not gone." "Well, one must be prudent with their resources." Song Xiaonuan's words conveyed to Accountant Liang the understanding that this household had money, albeit limited, necessitating careful budgeting. When the end of the year arrives and the village has fine grains for sale, do not squander your funds recklessly. I extend my gratitude to Accountant Liang. With the year's end approaching, my son would greatly benefit from some rice porridge. Fine grains are indeed a necessity. Accountant Liang, you are truly a benevolent individual. With subtle grace, Song Xiaonuan bestowed upon Accountant Liang a commendation of goodwill before proceeding towards the cowshed with a cheerful countenance. Inwardly, she rejoiced at the providence of her inner sanctum, for without it, attracting unwanted attention could prove perilous, even life-threatening. Prudence, she mused, is the cornerstone of longevity. Uncle Sun had also returned, bearing only a modicum of salt, a few fruit candies, and having made a visit to the infirmary to procure antipyretic medication for his beloved. Accountant Liang remained ensconced at the village entrance, engrossed in a game of chess, until the arrival of Tang Jiansong prompted him to rise. "Comrade Tang, you've returned. What provisions have you acquired?" Tang Jiansong unfurled the brown paper in his grasp, revealing a pair of black cloth shoes. "Is that all you managed to purchase?" inquired Accountant Liang. "Accountant Liang, the funds for these shoes were borrowed from my sister, and I know not when I shall be able to repay her." Accountant Liang furrowed his brow, cognizant of the fact that these ostracized individuals were only provided with a fixed ration of grain, with no recompense for their labor, and thus no means to accumulate wealth. With a knowing comprehension, Accountant Liang abandoned his game of chess, lamenting the 2 hours spent in its pursuit. Upon Tang Jiansong's return to the cowshed, the savory aroma of meat permeated the air. Could it be that Xiaonuan had procured meat today? His pace quickened, and he beheld Xiaonuan carrying a pot towards his quarters. "Take heed, lest you scald yourself. What manner of dish are you preparing? Its fragrance is enticing." "I acquired 2 marrow bones, which, when combined with wild greens and a touch of salt, yield a delectable broth." "Xiaonuan, you are truly remarkable. Your culinary skills have advanced so proficiently." Tang Jiansong sighed, recalling his own pair of children, pondering how they fared in the countryside. Chapter 44, Rootless Vegetables. The combination of white rice and sorghum yielded a far more delectable meal than the latter alone. Coupled with the already boiled soup made from pork bones, Tang Jiansong found himself capable of consuming 2 generous bowls. Once satiated, his longing for his children began to wane. After all, they could no longer communicate, having publicly announced their severed ties in the newspaper. When the 2 children departed, they took with them several thousand yuan and ample provisions, a stark contrast to his own situation at the time, when he left with nothing but a change of clothes. If he could manage to thrive in this place, surely their living conditions were superior, affording them a more comfortable existence. Tang Jianmei could easily discern that the bone soup was not freshly made, for in such a brief span, it would be impossible to extract the fat from the bones. She cast a discreet glare at Song Xiaonuan, whose intentions were too apparent. Song Xiaonuan shook her head, thinking how her uncle, having never engaged in any household labor, could not possibly know how long it took to prepare bone soup, especially since he hadn't inquired about her return. As they finished their meal, Sun Feiyang knocked on the door. Song Xiaonuan invited him in, and just as she was about to speak, he pressed 2 pieces of candy into her hand. "Aunt Xiaonuan, my grandfather brought me candy today, let us share it equally." Warmth filled Song Xiaonuan's heart. This child had been taught exceptionally well by Uncle Sun and the others. She accepted the candy but then retrieved a fried egg from the iron pot on the stove with her chopsticks. "Let us swap, I'll take your candy. And you can have my fried egg. Auntie Xiaonuan, I must confer with my grandfather upon my return." He hushed, "This remains our shared secret. You mustn't disclose to anyone your offering of sweets, and I shall likewise conceal my gifting of the fried egg, is that agreeable?" Sun Feiyang swallowed hard, ultimately extending his little finger. "Agreed, we shall make a pinky promise, inviolable for a century." They linked their little fingers, their expressions exceedingly solemn. Subsequently, Song Xiaonuan unwrapped a sweet for herself, and Sun Feiyang consumed a glistening fried egg. They exchanged smiles, arranging to forage for wild herbs in the back hills the following day. In the ensuing days, Song Xiaonuan resumed her sprightly routine of shoveling pig manure and gathering wild herbs in the morning, and cutting pig grass and collecting firewood in the afternoon. As the weather grew increasingly warm, the wild herbs thrived, and the pig grass and wild herbs within Song Xiaonuan's spatial dimension were also ready for harvest. This significantly alleviated Song Xiaonuan's labor intensity, as she no longer needed to incessantly seek out pig grass, under the guise of Sun Feiyang's inattention. The pig grass entered the basket. Auntie Wang Cai's smiles grew more frequent, for compared to the other children, Xiaonuan gathered the most succulent pig grass, which the pigs relished most. Song Xiaonuan then carried a wooden bucket to water the vegetable plot, yet she found herself perplexed by the condition of her patch. Its initial growth had been quite promising, but it now appeared as though its nutrients had been abruptly depleted, causing the vegetables to slowly wither. Adhering to the principle of seeking guidance when uncertain, Song Xiaonuan inquired of Auntie Wang Cai. Auntie Wang Cai dismissed her concerns, asserting that it was normal for a first-time gardener to have crops fail, they could simply replant. I will furnish you with additional seeds tomorrow. Please extricate the deceased vegetables, aerate the soil, and replant, ensuring you refrain from irrigating during the zenith of the day, as it predisposes them to root decay. Very well, my gratitude, madam. Elatedly, Song Xiaonuan, having amassed sufficient firewood for the ensuing 2 days, hastened homeward, eager to till the land and extricate the decayed vegetables. Feiyang, procure the cleaver. Sun Feiyang promptly proffered the cleaver. Yet, as she exhumed the vegetables, she was taken aback. Feiyang, how is it that these vegetables are devoid of roots? Impossible. What vegetable lacks roots? Aunt Xiaonuan, tarry a moment. I have gathered an abundance of wild greens. Allow me to present them to you. As they examined the wild greens individually, indeed, they were mostly devoid of roots, save for a scant few. A discrepancy. When we forage for wild greens, we conscientiously preserve the roots. Therefore, these greens lack roots. Aunt Xiaonuan, could it be that someone has pilfered our vegetables? Song Xiaonuan demurred. None would be so witless as to uproot the roots yet spurn the vegetables, unless. Abruptly, Song Xiaonuan arose, having surmised something, albeit without substantiation. Feiyang. Are your grandparents adept at cultivating vegetables? Affirmatively. Occasionally, when the village elder's garden is in need of planting, my grandmother lends her assistance. Then, upon your grandmother's return, we shall inquire of her. As evening descended, Feiyang's grandparents arrived. They surveyed Xiaonuan's diminutive plot and unearthed every vegetable. Veritably, not a single vegetable possessed roots. A manifest indication of clandestine sabotage. Dearest Xiaonuan, it is imperative that you inform the village elder. This individual's actions are reprehensible. Not only have they squandered invaluable resources, but they have also exploited your diligent efforts. Indeed, an investigation must be launched to ascertain the perpetrator's identity, and they should be subjected to corrective labor on the farm. Otherwise, who would dare cultivate crops in the future? Very well, I shall seek out the village elder forthwith, that he may witness the devastation wrought upon this parcel of land. Turning on her heel, Song Xiaonuan hastened towards the village elder's abode. Yet she had scarcely taken a few strides when Shen Meiqin emerged, prostrating herself before Song Xiaonuan. Forgive me, it was I who severed the roots of your vegetables. I shall make amends, I shall compensate for all damages incurred. Shen Meiqin produced an exquisite purse from her pocket, pressing it into Song Xiaonuan's hands while clutching at the hem of her garment, refusing to release her grasp. In truth, Song Xiaonuan had already surmised that Shen Meiqin was the likely culprit behind these deeds, which is why she had loudly implored Uncle Sun and her own uncle to inspect the vegetable garden in Shen Meiqin's presence. Their conspicuous movements and clamorous activity had unsettled the guilt-ridden Shen Meiqin, who, upon learning of their intention to report to the village elder, realized that her deception could no longer be concealed. Tang Jianmei, Tang Jiansong, and Song Wenkong were incredulous upon discovering that Shen Meiqin had severed the roots of Song Xiaonuan's vegetables. Sun Feiyang, mouth agape, found himself in awe of Shen Meiqin's ingenuity, marveling at her capacity to conceive such a malevolent scheme. Shen Meiqin, Song Xiaonuan inquired, I confess, I am utterly perplexed. What offense have I committed against you that would compel you to devise such an elaborate plot against me? I implore you, enlighten me. Shen Meiqin, I sincerely apologize. I pledge to refrain from targeting you in the future. My actions stemmed from selfishness and envy, and inability to bear the success of others. I was truly unable to restrain myself. In that case, it becomes even more imperative that I inform the village head. Who knows if you might periodically lose control again in the future? I would inevitably be the victim. Song Xiaonuan, having imbibed the essence of the spatial spring, possessed immense strength and was no longer susceptible to Shen Meiqing's constraints. She struck Shen Meiqing's hand, which was clutching at the hem of her garment, with her taut purse. The pain caused Shen Meiqing to recoil, and Song Xiaonuan quickened her pace, moving away. Song Xiaonuan, if the two of us are consigned to the farm, you will not emerge unscathed. Gu Hui, who had initially secluded himself in his dwelling, reluctant to emerge after a day's exhausting labor, found himself increasingly disquieted by the unfolding events. It was not until he witnessed Shen Meiqing kneeling before Song Xiaonuan that he comprehended the true nature of the situation. He rushed to intercept Song Xiaobao, extending his arms and earnestly attempting to dissuade him. How would I be adversely affected? I am not the perpetrator of these actions. However, we are both deemed undesirable elements within this village. In the eyes of the villagers, we are birds of a feather. If Shen Meiqing is capable of such malevolence, can we truly emerge untainted from the mire? Song Xiaonuan paused, momentarily forgetting her status. Here, she was not the pampered daughter of the city but rather a descendant of capitalists, an individual with a questionable pedigree. Furthermore, can you guarantee that reporting her to the village head will not result in the confiscation of this plot of land? When the cold season arrives, you may find yourselves without even a morsel of cabbage to consume. Observing a shift in Song Xiaonuan's resolve, Gu Hui promptly intensified his persuasive efforts. He was genuinely terrified, as he and Shen Meiqing would undoubtedly face severe repercussions if this matter were exposed. Furthermore, I will endeavor to procure seeds, and I shall instruct Shen Meiqing to atone for her actions by cultivating the vegetable plot. We will compensate for all prior damages. Gu Hui anxiously scrutinized Song Xiaonuan's countenance, vowing inwardly that if Song Xiaonuan dared to report them, he would bring about their collective downfall, as he was weary of enduring such a life. Song Xiaonuan keenly detected a fleeting homicidal intent in Gu Hui's eyes, causing her heart to palpitate. While she was not afraid for herself, she had a son to consider. Tang Jiansong approached, his gaze fixed coldly on Gu Hui. Then you have 3 days to cultivate the vegetable plot. Furthermore, had it not been for your sabotage, we would have been able to consume our own produce. Little Tang, I understand. I will purchase from the villagers at my own expense, exerting my utmost effort to compensate you for all damages. With the matter settled, Tang Jiansong turned to Song Xiaonuan, and upon seeing her nod, he felt a sense of relief. In truth, he was also concerned about Xiaonuan reporting them, as she had not been there long enough to comprehend the villagers' deep-seated resentment towards them. If they could reside here peacefully and diligently perform their duties, all would be well. However, should the villagers discover the act of severing the vegetable roots, the consequences would be dire, and Shen Meiqing might even be beaten to death. The demise of Shen Meiqing was a minor matter, however, Tang Jiansong was cognizant that none of them would escape unscathed. Being bound and subjected to public criticism would be the least of their worries. Gu Hui departed to procure seeds, fortunate to have a favorable rapport with the accountant, Liang. By disbursing some funds, he could acquire not only seeds but also an assortment of vegetables. Shen Meiqing, demonstrating her understanding, gathered the farming implements and proceeded to the vegetable garden, where she would clear away the withered produce and thoroughly till the soil. Within 3 days, Song Xiaonuan's garden was planted with various vegetables, and 2 large piles of vegetables were placed at the doorsteps of her and Tang Jiansong's residence. Song Xiaonuan bequeathed her vegetables to Sun Feiyang, suggesting that any surplus be dried for consumption during the winter months. Sun Feiyang nodded in agreement. His grandmother had already cleared a patch of land near the doorway overnight, expressly for drying vegetables, and had even mentioned acquiring a large crock for pickling vegetables. Feiyang, it has been quite some time since we ventured higher up. Perhaps. Sun Feiyang straightened his back, elated that Aunt Xiaonuan had finally consented to ascend higher into the mountains, which implied that they might partake in meat that day. He hoisted his basket, determined to gather the wild vegetables early, so that no time would be wasted after Aunt Xiaonuan finished shoveling the pig manure. After completing her chores, Song Xiaonuan bid farewell to Aunt Wang Kai and briskly walked towards the foot of the mountain, where she discovered Sun Feiyang diligently digging for wild vegetables. Feiyang, let us ascend the mountain. Upon hearing Song Xiaonuan's voice, Sun Feiyang immediately shouldered his basket. Song Xiaonuan glanced at it and remarked that it was commendable. as the entire basket was filled with wild vegetables. Two individuals each chopped two thick branches, rhythmically striking the ground as they ascended. Huang Ying was foraging for wild vegetables when she spotted Song Xiaonuan and felt a surge of impulse to follow. Song Xiaonuan and Sun Feiyang first ventured to their cave, which had transformed since their arrival. It was no longer barren but now housed numerous branches and a rudimentary stove constructed from stones, along with two battered wooden buckets that, while unsuitable for water, could hold other items. Feiyang, please guard the entrance while Auntie feeds Xiao Xiao, instructed Song Xiaonuan. Alright, I'll step outside immediately. As Sun Feiyang approached the cave's mouth, he noticed Huang Ying stealthily approaching. Just as he was about to speak, she swiftly covered his mouth. Shoo! Don't frighten Song Xiaonuan. I'm merely here to search for wild chicken eggs, I did not intend to follow you. Although Sun Feiyang was not well acquainted with Huang Ying, he knew she was a young intellectual who had arrived the previous year and was rumored to come from a wealthy family, not needing to toil in the fields to secure a meal. Huang Ying attempted to enter the cave, but Sun Feiyang blocked her path. Auntie is nursing the baby. Why would you go in? You're quite foolish. As a male, you cannot enter, but I am female, so it is permissible for me. What if Xiaonuan requires my assistance? You should remain here and keep watch, she retorted. Sun Feiyang blinked in confusion, her logic was perplexing, sounding both correct and yet somehow flawed. Seizing the opportunity while he was distracted, Huang Ying slipped inside. Song Xiaonuan, with her back turned, recognized Huang Ying's voice and, assuming it to be the young intellectual, paid it no mind. Huang Ying walked directly to Song Xiaonuan's side, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the pristine, round figure before her. She exerted effort to control her right hand with her left, preventing it from reaching out impulsively. I brought you some things, she said. You know I can't get too close to you usually, otherwise, I might receive a scolding. Huang Ying removed her woven basket and flipped it upside down, spilling its contents onto the ground. Song Xiaonuan immediately spotted a can of yellow peaches, a can of malted milk, and a large package wrapped in brown paper. The contents unknown. These are all sent by my parents, Huang Ying explained. I noticed you need nourishment for the baby, so I brought them for you. Huang Ying felt exhausted from carrying these items each day in anticipation of seeing Song Xiaonuan. However, every time she tried to speak, unforeseen events would arise, rendering her efforts futile. Today, having ascended the mountain, she finally had this opportunity, even witnessing something she shouldn't have seen, making it all worthwhile. Xiao Qing. I cannot accept your generosity without merit, after all, these are precious supplies. You should take them back, Song Xiaonuan replied as she changed Song Xiao's grain bag. Huang Ying's gaze sharpened, and she yearned to hold Song Xiao aside, tempted to indulge in her cuteness. Chapter 46, The Secret Base. After adjusting Song Zhao's position, Song Xiaonuan removed a towel that had been resting against her chest, due to the demands of breastfeeding. Song Xiaonuan placed a towel on her chest to prevent her clothing from becoming damp and thus appearing unsightly. Huang Ying immediately reached out, taking the towel. And when Song Xiaonuan was momentarily distracted, she brought the towel to her nose and inhaled deeply. A delightful scent of milk wafted towards her, and she hesitated to exhale, succumbing to the intoxicating aroma, her eyes fluttering shut in bliss. What's the matter, Huang Jiqing? Song Xiaonuan, unable to perceive Huang Ying's earlier indiscretion from her angle, inquired curiously as she noticed her standing still. Nothing, I was just looking for a place to put the towel, it seems to be damp. I'll take it back to wash, Huang Ying replied. No need, I can wash it myself, otherwise, it won't be usable next time. It's perfectly fine. I have new towels here, just didn't bring them out. I'll bring you one next time, Huang Ying insisted, unceremoniously placing the towel into her pocket and smiling triumphantly. She had no intention of returning it to Song Xiaonuan, nor did she plan to wash it. After feeding Song Xiao and tending to his needs, Song Xiaonuan gently placed him in the basket, noticing he was drowsy. Huang Jiqing. Please keep an eye on Feiyang for me while I see if I can find any wild chickens or rabbits. We can enjoy roasted rabbit when I return. I'll go with you, you're still carrying the child. No need, it's more convenient for me to go alone. Sun Feiyang nodded in agreement. Every time Aunt Xiaonuan ventured out alone, she managed to catch something wild, while he had never succeeded in doing so while accompanying her. Then relinquish the child to me. It's cumbersome for you to manage the child alone. Yet, Song Xiaonuan demurred, resolute in her decision to entrust her child to no one save her parents. As Song Xiaonuan traversed a distance exceeding 100 meters, she secreted Song Xiao into the sanctuary of her inner world and hastened towards the mountain spring. The quintet of water vats lay utterly depleted, with a mere couple containing water drawn from the river, which Song Xiaonuan deemed unacceptably sullied. Expeditiously, she retrieved the vats, positioning them near the spring source. After a thorough cleansing, she commenced the task of replenishing them. Noticing a naive roe deer approaching for a drink, she seized a stone and hurled it with precision. The stone struck the ungulate's head, and with alacrity, Song Xiaonuan spirited the dazed creature into her pocket dimension. Capitalizing on the interval while the vats filled, Song Xiaonuan meticulously scoured the vicinity, employing a branch to tap the ground repeatedly, her apprehension of encountering serpents palpable. A pheasant, startled by the commotion, took flight, igniting a spark of excitement in Song Xiaonuan's eyes. She darted towards the pheasant's trajectory, parting the foliage to unveil a nest brimming with wild eggs. With a subtle gesture, the clutch of eggs vanished into her personal realm, filling Song Xiaonuan with elation as she resumed her search. Once the 5 vats were brimming with water, she retraced her steps towards the cave dwelling, retrieving 6 wild eggs a mere dozen meters from her destination. "Aunt Xiaonuan, you've returned," Sun Feiyang exclaimed, craning his neck to peer into the distance. Upon sighting Song Xiaonuan's figure, he bounded forth with unrestrained joy. Huang Ying, too, had been consumed by anxiety, the duration of Song Xiaonuan's absence weighing heavily on her mind. She had repeatedly contemplated venturing out in search of her, only to be dissuaded by Sun Feiyang. "Aunt Huang, if you leave, where shall we find you when little Nuan returns?" Huang Ying found the little one's words quite reasonable, suppressing her anxious heart as she paced back and forth in the cave. "While waiting, I found 6 wild chicken eggs. Would you like to have boiled eggs?" Huang Ying and Sun Feiyang spoke in unison, exchanging a glance that ignited their enthusiasm. Sun Feiyang retrieved a match, while Huang Ying gathered some firewood. Song Xiaonuan extracted a small pot from Sun Feiyang's backpack and filled it with water from a kettle. "Today, I shall prepare sweet water eggs for you." "Sweet water eggs? But we have no sugar," Huang Ying remarked. Song Xiaonuan smiled, gesturing towards a can of sweet syrup. She opened the can and poured the syrup into the pot. Once it reached a boil, she cracked the 6 wild chicken eggs into the bubbling mixture. "Aunt Nuan, you are truly clever. This is my first experience of sweet water eggs here." "Me too. I used to eat them frequently at home, but since arriving here, I have yet to taste them." "Why is that? As a sent-down youth, how could you not have sweet water eggs?" Sun Feiyang questioned, puzzled. It seemed normal for those deemed undesirable to miss out on such treats, but weren't sent-down youths free to visit the town whenever they wished? If I were to indulge in sweet water eggs at the youth camp alone, the envious glances from others would surely drown me in disdain, marking me as a hedonist of capitalism. Understanding dawned upon them. Both Song Xiaonuan and Sun Feiyang sighed inwardly. Realizing that the struggles of those with unfavorable backgrounds were not solitary, the lives of sent-down youths were equally fraught with challenges. "The water has reached its boiling point. Please fetch the bowls promptly." There are only 2 bowls available, which caused Huang Ying some discomfiture. Song Xiaonuan poured 2 eggs into Sun Feiyang's bowl, added some sugar water, and replicated the process in the other bowl before handing it to Huang Ying. "If I partake, what will become of you?" Huang Ying exclaimed, taken aback, yet reluctant to accept the bowl. This gesture significantly elevated Song Xiaonuan's impression of Huang Ying. She smiled and gestured towards the pot. "Is this not a ready-made bowl? Procure 2 twigs to serve as chopsticks, and they can partake in the sugared eggs." Sun Feiyang cheered, selected clean twigs from the pile, snapped them into approximately equal lengths, 2 for each person, and began to eat with gusto. "Wow, so sweet, so delicious." Having merely sipped the sweet broth, Sun Feiyang's eyes were already narrowed in contentment. Life is exceedingly pleasant, if only it could be like this every day. Huang Ying emulated Sun Feiyang, taking a sip of the sweet broth, and her eyes also narrowed. Song Xiaonuan smiled, picked up the twig chopsticks, and began to eat, finding the flavor indeed delightful, sweet yet not cloying. "Henceforth, this shall be our secret haven. I shall bring choice items here, and you may also conceal your treasures here. Do you concur?" Huang Ying cast another glance at the cave, deeming it an ideal rendezvous for her and Song Xiaonuan. She resolved to bring more items here. However, Sun Feiyang posed a slight inconvenience. Like a persistent shadow always trailing behind Xiaonuan, she needed to devise a plan to dismiss him. Indeed. We can conceal the cave entrance with grass, so that no one will know there is a cave here. Sun Feiyong was the first to applaud, though regrettably, his household possessed little of value, otherwise the task of gathering firewood would have been entrusted to him. Song Xiaonuan also nodded in agreement, contemplating that should they truly establish such a clandestine sanctuary, she could bring back choice items without arousing her uncle's suspicion. Chapter 47, Desire for Sustenance. Since the inception of this secret haven, Huang Ying had been the most frequent visitor, diligently transporting provisions from the educated youth center, items she was loath to part with, into the mountain cavern. Before long, a bed had materialized in the innermost recesses of the cave. This bed was a testament to Huang Ying's dedication, having painstakingly gathered branches of uniform thickness and length, binding them together with hemp rope, and laying them upon the ground. Atop the branches, she had arranged a thick layer of sun-dried hay, further embellished with a gently used bed sheet and a delicate, lightweight blanket. Despite the sweltering weather, the mountain cavern retained a certain coolness, necessitating the thin blanket to ensure Song Xiaonuan's comfort. Upon Song Xiaonuan's next visit to the cave, she beheld the bed with wide-eyed astonishment. Observing Song Xiaonuan's reaction, Huang Ying felt an overwhelming urge to bestow a tender kiss upon her. "Xiaonuan, behold. This is the bed I fashioned for Xiao Xiao. Quickly cradle him and recline upon it to ascertain its comfort." Song Xiaonuan readily assented, removing her shoes and gently placing Xiao Xiao upon the bed before gradually reclining beside him. Witnessing this, Huang Ying nestled close to Song Xiaonuan, inhaling the delicate scent of soap emanating from her. Lying on her side, she encircled Song Xiaonuan's waist with her arm. "I find this exceptionally comfortable. What are your thoughts?" "It is indeed quite comfortable." Nodding in agreement, Song Xiaonuan found little comfort in the makeshift bed, its unyielding surface betraying the promise of the thick foliage beneath. Huang Ying, aware of Song Xiaonuan's polite acquiescence, tentatively rested a foot upon Song Xiaonuan's leg, her cheek gently caressing the nape of Song Xiaonuan's neck. "You're pressing against me, please, recline a bit further." Huang Ying, disheartened, receded slightly, her foot descending. Yet her hands clasped Song Xiaonuan's waist with increased fervor. Sun Feiyong, too, yearned to experience the straw bed's comfort, yet hesitated to intrude upon the two women's repose. "I shall venture forth to gather firewood, rest yourselves for a while. Exercise caution, and stray not too far. Indeed, collect ample firewood, for I have brought rice and pork. We shall feast sumptuously." Upon hearing of the pork, Sun Feiyong glanced at Song Xiaonuan, uncertain whether to remain for the meal. Song Xiaonuan nodded, signaling her assent. She resolved to compensate Huang Ying with provisions from her own stores, lest they dine on meat while Sun Feiyong was turned away. After a brief respite, Song Xiaonuan patted Huang Ying's arm. "Arise, I must commence cooking, lest time elude us," she urged, mindful of her own impending noon meal. Huang Ying reluctantly released her embrace, lamenting the softness of Song Xiaonuan's form, a haven in which she longed to repose eternally. The fire was kindled, the rice submerged, and the braised pork meticulously sliced into uniform portions. "Huang, you are well equipped, even possessing soy sauce," Song Xiaonuan remarked. "Certainly, since we are to dine here, the condiments must be adequately prepared. Sun Feiyong has already made 3 trips and finally caught a whiff of the aromatic rice and meat. This time, Huang Ying has been wise and brought her own lunchbox. It's time to eat. We each shall have 2 pieces of meat, while Huang Jiqing will indulge in 4. No. You little rascal can only have 2 pieces, both your Aunt Xiaonuan and I shall have 3 each. The braised pork is tender and fragrant, with its reddish-brown sauce cascading over the slightly yellowed rice, appearing utterly delectable. Once the meal is concluded, Sun Feiyong swiftly grabs the bowls and chopsticks, preparing to wash the dishes. Today, Aunt Xiaonuan has brought a wooden tub brimming with water, allowing him to clean up. You two may head back. I will take care of the dishes, as I feel quite full and could use a brief nap. Huang Ying understands that Song Xiaonuan needs to return to cook, lest her parents and uncle go hungry, and hastily ushers them out of the cave. Rest for a while, I will join you after I finish cooking. And then we shall descend together. Song Xiaonuan feels a tinge of unease, wishing Huang Ying would accompany her down the mountain, but Huang Ying is reluctant. She wishes to lie on the bed where Song Xiaonuan has slept and savor the delightful fragrance. An hour and a half later, Song Xiaonuan ascends the mountain. Leaving Huang Ying alone, she cannot shake off her unease. Sun Feiyong also wishes to accompany her, but Song Xiaonuan shakes her head. reminding him that he still has pig feed to gather, and that today's labor points are of no concern. Sun Feiyong nods resignedly, watching as Song Xiaonuan makes her way up the mountain. In a verdant area, Song Xiaonuan places Song Xiao into her space before hastily heading towards the cave. Upon nearing the cavern's entrance, the faint cries for help reached her ears, as if muffled by a restraining hand. A surge of apprehension coursed through Song Xiaonuan, prompting her to glance into her spatial dimension. She swiftly retrieved a rolling pin and charged into the mountain cave. Her gaze fell upon a man pinning Huang Ying to the ground, one hand clamped over her mouth, the other tugging at her garments. Today, I intend to have my wicked way with you, the man sneered. Submit to my desires, and you shall be rewarded. Resist, and you shall face my wrath. Release me. Huang Ying pleaded, her voice strained. I shall report you to the authorities. Report me? He retorted. Today, I shall defile you. You are to be my wife. And what wife would report her husband? Huh. Huang Ying's legs flailed in desperation, but the man's weight upon her waist rendered her escape futile. Her pale hands clawed at the man's hand, seeking to dislodge it. Startled by the commotion, both turned their gazes toward the entrance. Huang Ying's eyes conveyed a silent plea, urging Song Xiaonuan to flee. Yet, the man's eyes gleamed with delight, for Song Xiaonuan's beauty far surpassed that of the educated youth, Huang Ying. Moreover, defiling Huang Ying carried potential repercussions, given her status as an educated youth. Should she choose to retaliate, he would gain nothing. However, with Song Xiaonuan, there were no such concerns, for she bore the label of a pariah. He could simply claim that she had seduced him in a desperate attempt to shed her ignominious label. Song Xiaonuan recognized the man as the village's loathsome Lai Litu. His scarred head bore testament to his depravity. Taking advantage of the moment when the ruffian had yet to regain his footing, Song Xiaonuan swiftly swung the rolling pin in her hand, producing a resounding thud as the ruffian collapsed. Huang Ying, sensing the impending danger, hastily rolled away towards the inner side of the bed, narrowly avoiding the falling body. Is he dead? Song Xiaonuan's heart sank as she observed blood oozing from the ruffian's head. She had exerted herself with such force that she momentarily forgot her own remarkable strength. Huang Ying, too, noticed the crimson liquid seeping from the ruffian's scalp. Disgusted, she delivered a forceful kick to his abdomen, sending him tumbling off the bed. Chapter 48, A Shared Secret. Huang Ying meticulously examined the bed linens and thin blanket, relieved to find no traces of blood. She sighed in relief, grateful that nothing was soiled. Such a predicament would be intolerable. Observing Huang Ying's lack of concern for the ruffian's life, fixated instead on her bedding, Song Xiaonuan couldn't help but cover her face in exasperation, wondering if she could not be a bit more sensible. Xiaonuan, if this kind of person dies, so be it. Why are you worried? Eventually, we'll just toss him into the mountains, and the wolves will take care of the rest. Huang Ying, unfazed, extended her hand and lingered beneath the ruffian's nose for quite some time, feeling no sign of breath. She shrugged her shoulders, stating, he is dead. Let us carry him outside and find a place to dispose of him. But what if he is not dead? Check for yourself. Song Xiaonuan's hands trembled, fear taking hold of her as the courage she had felt moments ago dissipated entirely. Huang Ying chuckled as she grasped her hand, reaching towards the nose of the scoundrel. Song Xiaonuan struggled to suppress the impulse to withdraw her hand, beginning to keenly attune herself to the situation. It felt as though the breath had been snatched away. Had she truly taken a life? Upon confirming that the scoundrel was indeed deceased, Song Xiaonuan's legs buckled in terror, and she sank to the ground. She had committed murder. And Huang Jiqing had witnessed the entire ordeal. If Huang Jiqing chose to report her, the repercussions would be dire, and what of her dear Xiao Xiao? What about her parents? Oh, woe is me. I am doomed, I have killed someone. Xiaonuan, you did this to save me, you are innocent of murder. It was I who took his life. Look, there are my fingerprints on the rolling pin. Huang Ying felt a pang in her heart, her Xiaonuan was truly remarkable, selflessly shouldering the blame for her own actions. How could this be allowed? Song Xiaonuan found herself enveloped in Huang Ying's embrace, inhaling the comforting scent of soap that clung to her. Gradually, clarity began to return. She lifted her gaze to Huang Ying, who nodded affirmatively, raising the rolling pin in her hand as if to declare ownership of the situation. But, Xiaonuan, we have not committed murder. We have merely rid the world of a menace. You are my savior, were it not for you, Huang Ying felt around her person but found no handkerchief, resorting instead to using the sleeve of her garment to wipe Song Xiaonuan's tears. Noticing the dark smudge on her sleeve, Song Xiaonuan pushed her away in distaste. I have a handkerchief, you should return home and change your clothes. If they cannot be cleaned, bring them to me, and I shall wash them for you. Very well. From now on, all my clothes will be entrusted to your care. Witnessing Song Xiaonuan's gradual return to normalcy, Huang Ying smiled. Casting aside the rolling pin and preparing to rise and seize the miscreant's legs. What are you doing? She inquired. Throwing him out for the wolves to feast upon. However, Huang Ying's strength proved insufficient, and she began to pant after only a few steps. Song Xiaonuan quickly approached, and together, they dragged the wretch out of the cavern. Which way? She asked. That way, perhaps. Song Xiaonuan recalled spotting the tracks of wild beasts near the mountain spring. If they dragged the body, reeking of blood, to that location, it would soon be devoured by predators. An hour later, the two women, having cleansed their hands, retraced their steps, meticulously examining the path. Wherever they discovered traces of blood, they employed their hatchets and branches to obliterate them. The cavern, too, bore stains of blood, which Song Xiaonuan washed away with water from a bucket. Huang Ying also gathered the bedding, realizing that they could no longer return to this place. Comrade Huang. You must maintain secrecy, or else. Henceforth, call me Xiao Ying. That is what my family calls me. Moreover, you are my savior. I am the one who slew the scoundrel, you bear no responsibility whatsoever. I shall continue to address you as Comrade Huang. You are aware of my unfavorable class status. Your association with me would be detrimental to you. Nonsense about unfavorable class status. You have never exploited the working class. I shall endeavor to have your label removed. Thank you. Song Xiaonuan's heart was warmed, and she gazed at Huang Ying with gratitude. Huang Ying, observing Song Xiaonuan's cheeks flushed from the exertion, found her beauty to be at its zenith and felt an overwhelming desire to lean in and bestow a kiss upon her. As she took a single step forward, she heard Sun Feiyong's cry. Song Xiaonuan hastily went outside. Feiyong, why did you come up here? I was anxious about you and Jiqing Huang, he replied. We can't come here anymore. We just saw wolves. Luckily, they didn't approach us, but there's no guarantee for the future. Sun Feiyong was startled and grabbed Song Xiaonuan's hand, ready to run downhill. However, Song Xiaonuan held on to Huang Ying's hand, urging her to descend with Feiyong first, while she gathered some belongings and followed shortly. Huang Ying, understanding her concern that she wanted to double-check everything, pulled Sun Feiyong along as they ran down the mountain, but they moved at a moderate pace, clearly waiting for her. Song Xiaonuan entered the cave, and everything within her reach was transferred into her dimension, leaving the cave barren once more. After exiting the cave, Song Xiaonuan even used branches to sweep away her, Huang Ying's, and Sun Feiyong's footprints before turning and running down the mountain. During the descent, Song Xiaonuan slowed her pace and secured Song Xiao on her back. If Huang Ying inquired, she would say that she had left the child outside the cave. Huang Ying, we need to gather pigweed. You should return to the Educated Youth Center and rest, Song Xiaonuan suggested. Huang Ying nodded repeatedly, needing time to recover. She had been frightened, but she couldn't show weakness in front of Song Xiaonuan. Aunt Xiaonuan, I helped you gather this pigweed, but it's definitely not enough. We need to gather more. Song Xiao said. Song Xiaonuan pointed ahead, indicating a large patch of pigweed, and said she would go gather it immediately. Song Xiaonuan quickened her pace, finally managing to deliver the pigweed at the usual time, which put her at ease. Having abstained from gathering firewood at the foot of the mountain, Song Xiaonuan escorted Sun Feiyong directly back. Sun Feiyong, maintaining a tight-lipped demeanor, resolved to keep the day's events from his grandparents. Were they to learn of their encounter with wolves on the mountain, his access to labor in the mountains would be revoked. His inability to contribute would burden his grandparents with additional chores, such as gathering firewood and foraging for wild vegetables, essential for sustenance given their limited rations. Upon their return to the cowshed, Song Xiaonuan entered her abode, placed a kettle upon the stove, ladled a few scoops of water, secured the door, and embraced Song Xiao as she entered the dimension. Sun Feiyong, casting a glance at the closed door, felt a pang of sorrow. The wolves must have deeply frightened Aunt Xiaonuan, he mused, wishing he had intervened sooner. Ah, Feiyong, why are you back so early? Accountant Liang arrived. tasked with inspecting the dwellings of the cowsheet's inhabitants, adhering to the directive to neither overlook the guilty nor unjustly accuse the innocent. Greetings, Grandpa Liang. I felt overheated today. Hence my early return to heat water for a bath. Very well, carry on. I'm simply conducting a routine inspection. Sun Feiyang nodded. Feeding a handful of firewood into the stove and adding water to the pot, commencing the heating process. Meanwhile, Song Xiaonuan. In the midst of preparing a bath for Song Xiao within the confines of the dimension, upon hearing the external commotion, swiftly materialized from the dimension and slightly ajar the door. Chapter 49, Huang Ying's hand is broken. Oh, you're back early as well. Accountant Liang, pushing open the door to Song Xiaonuan's room, was taken aback by her presence on the Kong. Good afternoon, Accountant Liang. I've suffered a touch of heatstroke today, and thus I've returned early. However, rest assured, all my tasks have been completed. You may verify this with Aunt Wang Kai, if you wish. Well, that's satisfactory. Since you're feeling unwell, ensure you rest adequately. The harvest season is fast approaching, and we mustn't have any setbacks. Accountant Liang held a favorable impression of Song Xiaonuan and, in moments of privacy, was willing to extend a measure of solicitude. Thank you, Accountant Liang, you're a truly commendable leader. Accountant Liang was pleased by the remark and departed with a smile, foregoing the inspection of Tang Jiansong's quarters. Song Xiaonuan did not immediately secure the door but waited quietly, anticipating a possible return. Auntie Xiaonuan, do you have sufficient hot water? I've already heated more, should you require it. Do exercise caution. Lest you scald yourself with the hot water, it would be most unpleasant in this heat. Thank you, Auntie Xiaonuan, I shall be very careful. Still concerned, Song Xiaonuan accompanied Sun Feiyang to their room. Indeed, the water was at a rolling boil. Song Xiaonuan lifted the pot and poured the hot water into the prepared bathing tub. Once you've finished, I'll assist you with emptying the water, do not attempt it yourself. Song Xiaonuan tested the water's temperature in the tub, and upon finding it agreeable, she closed the door behind her. This time, Song Xiaonuan confidently bolted the door and entered the interdimensional space. Within, the temperature was exceedingly pleasant, and both Song Xiao and Song Xiaonuan displayed expressions of contentment. Xiao Xiao, allow me to assist you with a bath. Having reached nearly 5 months of age, Song Xiao could now be propped up on the cot, encircled by pillows, and maintain a seated position. He possessed a fondness for bathing, gleefully splashing water upon himself while seated in the tub. Following Song Zhao's ablutions and change into fresh attire, Song Xiaonuan herself indulged in a bath. Her spatial dimension housed an abundance of furnishings, which she utilized to partition off a small sanctuary, wherein she placed a sizable wooden tub, thus creating her bathing area. Song Xiaonuan retrieved some of Yang Xiaobao's playthings, cleansed them, and presented them to Song Xiao for amusement, before departing the space with soiled clothing and diapers. As Song Xiao matured, the necessity for diapers diminished, particularly during the daytime in the summer months. Having laundered the garments, she commenced the preparation of the evening meal. Supper was a simple affair, consisting of coarse corn porridge, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, a meager scattering of yellow egg amidst a generous platter of tomatoes, appearing somewhat forlorn, and a radish and lard soup. The so-called radish and lard soup was merely radishes boiled in water, with a morsel of lard swirled within for flavor. Song Xiaonuan had also mastered the art of affixing flatbreads to the stove's surface. By the time the meal was ready, the flatbreads were also cooked to perfection. Summer evenings arrived late, and as the sky was painted with the hues of twilight, Tang Jianmei and the others returned. Xiaonuan, she announced. The village chief informed us today that the wheat harvest is imminent, so we have a day off tomorrow to go to town and purchase some delicacies. Mother, you should go, Song Xiaonuan replied. Song Xiao is growing, and I fear he might suffer from heatstroke on such a long journey. That was my thinking as well. I'll depart early in the morning. See if there's anything you'd like me to acquire. Purchase several pairs of rain boots, for in 2 months, the rice will be harvested, and without proper footwear, it will be quite inconvenient. I am uncertain if rain boot tickets are necessary here. If they are not, I shall procure a few extra pairs, as these items are prone to wear and tear. Song Xiaonuan fished out a few national grain tickets from her pocket. Should they require tickets? You might inquire if this can be exchanged. Tang Jianmei smiled as she accepted them, and she also received some money from Song Xiaonuan, which she carefully stowed in her inner pocket. By the way, let us also acquire some mosquito nets, look at the welts on my skin. Holding a fan. Tang Jianmei relentlessly swatted at herself, yet the summer mosquitoes in the cattle shed are particularly numerous, and no matter how much one swats, they seem inexhaustible. The Yang family does possess mosquito nets, but I find them rather filthy, taking them out would waste soap and water for cleaning, which is quite bothersome. Tang Jianmei waved her hand, suggesting that when they visit the town tomorrow, if they come across mosquito nets, they should buy one, since Xiaonuan does not require it. She does not sleep on the large Kong at night. Summer dawns early, and by the time Song Xiaonuan emerged from the space with a refreshed Song Xiao, she realized that Tang Jianmei had already vanished. Father, mother has gone to the town. They left long ago, not even pausing for breakfast. Why the rush? She mentioned that there would be many people at the market today, so they needed to leave early to procure what they desired. By the way, your uncle has also gone, he took Fei Yang with him today. Song Xiaonuan chuckled, that child is rather unfortunate, always confined here with no opportunity to go anywhere, but fortunately, their families maintain a good relationship. This morning, we shall partake in succulent meat-filled buns accompanied by soy milk, a delightful indulgence for us both. Indeed. After such a prolonged absence of meat, our palates have grown weary. With meticulous care, Song Wencan consumed the morsel of meat nestled within the bun, preempting any telltale aroma. Only then did he savor the remaining, juice-infused portion, ensuring the scent remained discreetly contained. Following his example, Song Xiaonuan likewise devoured the meaty center in a single, gratifying bite. Father, please hold Xiao Xiao while I attend to the pigsty. Upon my return, I shall launder clothes and prepare a meal for you. Song Xiaonuan hastened towards the pigsty, where Uncle Wang Kai was already present. He promptly urged her to return, as he was relieved of his field duties for the day and possessed ample time. Uncle, I shall complete the task swiftly. Deliver 30 caddies of pig feed this afternoon, there is no need to shovel this morning. Return home and rest. For tomorrow marks the commencement of the busy season. Partake in something delectable. Ah, thank you, Uncle Wang Kai. With elation, Song Xiaonuan proceeded towards the rear mountain. A nagging unease compelled her to ascertain whether the mangy individual had fallen prey to wolves. As she ascended the mountain, Song Xiaonuan exercised caution to avoid detection. However, her ears perked up as she discerned a cry for help. The voice possessed a familiar timbre, alas, it was Huang Ying's. Her composure faltered, and she sprinted towards the sound's origin. As Song Xiaonuan beheld the scene before her, she was torn between laughter and dismay, barely able to contain herself. Huang Ying was in a rather peculiar predicament, having fallen headfirst into a pit, with only her feet visible. It seemed Huang Ying had also ventured up the mountain to ascertain whether the leper had indeed fallen prey to the wolves. Her attention so engrossed in her surroundings that she failed to notice a large stone at her feet. Tripping over the stone, she had stumbled forward. But fate had directed her not towards the mountain path, but rather to the right. Unfortunately, her trajectory led her straight into an abandoned trap, where she found herself upside down. In a desperate attempt to save herself, Huang Ying exerted all her strength in her hands, but only one managed to reach out, providing a brief moment of resistance as she fell. A sharp crack echoed as a jolt of pain coursed through Huang Ying, signifying a broken right hand. With her left hand unable to reach, she was left with no choice but to support herself with her head. Chapter 50, The disappearance of parents and son. Her right hand was useless, and her feet could not find purchase. Huang Ying resigned herself to her fate, believing her end was near. Hearing a familiar voice, she sank further into despair, convinced that she was hallucinating, and that her time in this world was drawing to a close. Was her affection for women a transgression that warranted such divine retribution? Yet, if it were Song Xiaonuan, Huang Ying would meet her end without regret. Not perceiving a response from Huang Ying, Song Xiaonuan grew anxious, fearing some mishap. She promptly grasped Huang Ying's leg and attempted to lift her. Ouch, that smarts. Huang Ying, are you all right? Xiaonuan, is that you? It's me, Huang Ying. How do you feel? Are you injured? The pain jolted Huang Ying back to reality. It was indeed Xiaonuan coming to her rescue, she hadn't been hallucinating. My right arm is fractured. When you pull me up, please be gentle and avoid touching my right arm as much as possible. Song Xiaonuan retrieved a flashlight and shone it downward, confirming that Huang Ying's right arm was indeed at an unnatural angle. However, to pull her up, her right hand would inevitably brush against the pit's edge. Biting down on the flashlight, Song Xiaonuan used both hands to grasp Huang Ying's legs, gently rotating her. Sensing the largest gap at this angle, Song Xiaonuan placed the flashlight into her interdimensional space, bent down, reached out with both hands, seized Huang Ying's thighs, and abruptly hoisted her upward. Ah! Huang Ying's fractured arm suddenly drooped, causing her to scream hysterically from the pain. Fortunately, she was now out of the pit. Relieving the blood rush to her head, Song Xiaonuan hesitated to touch Huang Ying's arm, but its position was too obstructive. She slightly adjusted it, and this time, Huang Ying remained silent. Beads of sweat trickled down her forehead as she vowed to find the person who had dug this pit. Questioning who would place a trap so close to the path. Song Xiaonuan, you malefactor. Have you harmed someone again? Liang Wan, who had skipped her trip to town, decided to search the mountains for wild eggs. She overheard Huang Ying's cries and hurried over, breathless. Comrade Liang, the leadership has clearly stated that without investigation, one lacks the authority to speak. It is unjust for you to slander me. I slander you? Huang Ying, do you not agree that she has harmed you? Liang Wan hastily approached Huang Ying, who lay on the ground, and tugged at her hand. Huang Ying cried out once more, nearly fainting from the pain this time. Comrade Liang, you are the one harming the educated youth, her hand is already broken, yet you still insist on pulling at it. Liang Wan was taken aback, retreating several steps as she gazed incredulously at the anguished expression on Huang Ying's face. Educated youth, how is it that you can break your hand just walking? You are far too delicate. Huang Ying felt a surge of anger. How could she still be accused of being delicate at such a moment? This Liang Wan is truly a dimwit, and I ought to distance myself from her in the future. Song Xiaonuan, carry me to the hospital. Song Xiaonuan shook her head repeatedly. She dared not carry Huang Ying, knowing it would not bode well for her. Perhaps I should call someone to bring a door board. Your hand is broken, and if you sustain further injuries, it could lead to irreparable damage. Liang Wan scoffed internally. Who would this miscreant call, or who would pay attention to her? No need, my left hand is fine, just support me on my left side. Huang Ying noticed the mocking glimmer in Liang Wan's eyes and felt displeased, directly instructing Song Xiaonuan to assist her down the mountain. Liang Wan frowned, casting an irritable glance at Huang Ying. Were it not for Huang Ying's affluent background and her generous nature, she would have never considered her a friend. Huang Ying. She is a miscreant. Liang Wan, I accidentally fell into this pit while walking, and it was Song Xiaonuan who rescued me. If you are unwilling to assist me, please do not hinder my visit to the doctor, my hand is in great pain. Liang Wan, who was accustomed to Huang Ying's always cheerful demeanor, had never seen her so serious. Though she felt displeased, she considered that perhaps a broken hand could explain such a change in attitude. Do as you wish. Since you choose to associate with wrongdoers, you shall become one yourself. Song Xiaonuan was taken aback and contemplated releasing Huang Ying, but Huang Ying's left hand clutched her firmly, rolling her eyes at Liang Wan, indicating that this person was beyond redemption. The mountain path was narrow, and Song Xiaonuan decided to bend down, allowing Huang Ying to climb onto her back. It was more efficient than their slow descent. The village head stood at the edge of the field, gazing at the golden wheat ears, eagerly anticipating the harvest the following day, while taking puffs from his water pipe. Upon witnessing Song Xiaonuan carrying Huang Ying down the mountain, he was genuinely startled. What on earth had transpired? Village head, I fell into a pit and broke my right hand. Fortunately, Song Xiaonuan saved me. I need to go to the town hospital for treatment. The village head's expression shifted slightly. The villagers were aware of Huang Ying's affluent background but had never inquired into the source of her family's wealth or the identities of her parents. However, he had once gleaned that Huang Ying's parents were remarkable individuals, currently under protection due to the tense circumstances. The couple had a son and a daughter. The son was sent to serve in the military, while the daughter was dispatched to Hongqi village as an educated youth. All the money was entrusted to the son, who was responsible for sending funds to Huang Ying each month. The director of the local public security bureau subtly advised the village chief to take good care of Huang Ying, ensuring she would not be bullied. With this thought in mind, the village chief made a decision. Song Xiaonuan, you performed admirably today, and you can ride a bicycle. Report to the village chief. I can. She replied. Take Huang Ying to the town hospital and be cautious on the way. If you cannot return by evening, you may stay. But you must not leave Huang Jiqing's side. Can you manage that? Report to the village chief, Song Xiaonuan can manage it, but my son. Rest assured. I will not allow anyone to bully him. Song Xiaonuan's son was growing increasingly adorable, to the point that even the village chief found him likable. Although there were those who did not, which is precisely why the village chief made such assurances. Observing Song Xiaonuan's anxiety, Huang Ying felt a pang of sorrow. She had resolved that today, come what may, she would ensure Song Xiaonuan returned. The thought of Song Xiao being bullied filled her with dread. Song Xiaonuan helped Huang Ying onto the back of the bicycle and then climbed on herself, pedaling vigorously. Her speed rivaled that of a small electric scooter. Upon arriving at the hospital, Song Xiaonuan exerted both her finances and efforts, not resting until Huang Ying had undergone an X-ray and had her bones set before finally feeling at ease. While Huang Ying received treatment, Song Xiaonuan borrowed a hot water bottle and tea canister from the hospital, thoroughly cleaned the canister, prepared lunch, and set out cool boiled water, anxiously awaiting updates. Xiaonuan. You should return home for now. You can visit me tomorrow. Do not worry, the doctor says I am not in serious condition. And the cast can be removed in 3 months. Acknowledging with a nod, Song Xiaonuan glanced at the time, bid farewell to Huang Ying, and pedaled back to the cowshed with haste. Upon her arrival, she found the cowshed completely deserted. She opened every door, yet no one was to be found. Village chief. Where are my parents and my son? She inquired. The village chief paused, taken aback. Weren't they at the cowshed? Village chief, she continued. My mother and uncle went to the market today, but they should have returned long ago. Furthermore, the sons and Shen Mei-chin are also missing. I fear something untoward may have befallen them. The village chief furrowed his brow. With so many people in the village today, he hadn't paid much attention to the inhabitants of the cowshed. However, a collective disappearance was undoubtedly problematic. Moreover, he had initially promised Song Xiaonuan that he would watch over her son, and now even the child was gone, causing a flush of embarrassment to rise on his face. Grandpa, I know where those malefactors are, a young voice piped up. But you must reward me before I reveal their location. You impudent rascal, the village chief retorted. Are you trying to provoke me? Speak at once. Seeing his portly grandson looking at him smugly, treating such an urgent matter as a game, a surge of anger welled up within him. He grabbed the boy, ready to strike. Hold on, Uncle Village Chief, please don't hit him, Song Xiaonuan interjected. Little brother. Here are some nougat candies from the city, they're very delicious. If you tell me where they went, 3 of these candies are yours. I want 5, the boy insisted. Not one less. The village chief's anger flared anew, but Song Xiaonuan quickly rummaged through her pockets, eventually finding 2 fruit candies wrapped in red cellophane. Dear brother. There are only these 2 candies left, I truly have no more. Please tell me where they are. My son is merely 5 months old and has yet to be fed today. The chubby child paused, recalling that this nefarious figure had arrived cradling a doll. They were confined in the ancestral hall by Liang Wan and Aunt Lu. Ancestral hall? What ancestral hall? Where is it? Why were they locked away there? Song Xiaonuan, filled with urgency, grasped the chubby child's hands and inquired fervently. The chubby child shook his head, equally unaware of the reasons behind the confinement. Go play, I have understood. The village chief's expression darkened noticeably. He held disdain for his cousin, merely the daughter of an accountant. Yet she carried herself as though she were the daughter of a county secretary. I shall seek out Accountant Liang, you may accompany me. Accountant Liang, well-fed and content, sat in his courtyard sipping tea, a gift from Tang Jiansong, who claimed it was brought from Haishur by his sister. Ah, brother, what brings you here? Come, sit. Have a cup of tea. Dear brother, I wish to inquire why your Liang Wan has imprisoned the individuals from the cowshed in the ancestral hall. Accountant Liang paused, turning his gaze towards the guest room, realizing that Liang Wan, upon seeing the village chief and Song Xiaonuan enter, had neglected to release those individuals. Uncle. I observed her and the educated youth, Huang, together on the mountain today. I suspect she is exploiting the commune's resources, and Huang is even aiding her. Consequently, a sharp slap echoed as Accountant Liang, without hesitation, struck Liang Wan across the face. He was acutely aware that his daughter's actions stemmed from jealousy towards Song Xiaonuan, leading her to create obstacles at every turn. Creating obstacles was acceptable, but it required finesse, a subtlety to avoid detection. However, his eldest daughter was simply too obtuse. her intentions transparent. He was merely an accountant, a position attained through the influence of his cousin, the village chief. Once in the role, he realized the ease with which money could be acquired. Accountant Liang now deeply valued his position and had grown weary of his eldest daughter, who was clearly undermining him. "Brother, I will immediately release them." Accountant Liang turned and hurried away. The village chief cast a profound glance at Liang Wan before following. Song Xiaonuan, consumed with anxiety, failed to notice the venomous look Liang Wan directed at her retreating figure. Liang Ping approached Liang Wan, scrutinizing her from head to toe. She truly struggled to comprehend her elder sister's reasoning, questioning her mental acuity. "Why are you looking at me like that? Don't think you can gloat just because you usurped my job. I will reclaim it one day." Liang Ping responded with a frigid laugh before turning and sprinting towards the ancestral hall, determined to understand the motivations behind her elder sister's oafish behavior. A large padlock secured the doors of the ancestral hall, and no one possessed the key. Upon seeing Liang Ping approach, they instructed her to retrieve the key from Liang Wan. Liang Ping retrieved the key from her pocket, having heard Liang Wan confine someone in the ancestral hall. She anticipated it would be locked. Thus, she discovered the key beneath Liang Wan's pillow. Being sisters who shared the same room, she was well acquainted with Liang Wan's habits. "Father, I found this key under Liang Wan's pillow. Please see if it is the right one." Accountant Liang cast an appreciative glance at his second daughter. Inserting the key into the lock, with a soft click, the lock disengaged, and Accountant Liang swung open the door to the ancestral hall. As the door creaked ajar, Song Xiaonuan was met with a musty odor and an inexplicable chill. Originally named Liangjia Village, this ancestral hall was dedicated to the ancestors of the Liang family. However, after the village was renamed Hongqi Village, the hall fell into disuse. "Is anyone inside?" the village chief called out loudly. The darkness had deepened, rendering the ancestral hall even more foreboding, and the village chief felt a twinge of anxiety, resorting to shouting. A faint whimpering sound emanated from within. Song Xiaonuan retrieved a flashlight from her backpack, switched it on, and directed the beam toward the source of the sound. The illumination revealed a shocking sight that left the village chief and Accountant Liang astounded, while Song Xiaonuan stood utterly stunned. Chapter 52. Incurable. All individuals in the cowshed were bound with ropes, kneeling on the ground, their mouths stuffed with various rags. Even 5-month-old Song Xiao was not spared. "Xiao Xiao." Song Xiaonuan stumbled into the room, swiftly scooping up the bound infant, but Xiao Xiao emitted no sound, seemingly lifeless. The village chief and Accountant Liang were finally roused from their stupor. Liang Ping, covering her mouth, gained a deeper understanding of Liang Wan's malice. Her heart now filled with trepidation. Song Xiaonuan swiftly untied the ropes binding her son, only to discover that his skin was terrifyingly scalded. Overcome with panic, she broke into heart-wrenching sobs. Meanwhile, Accountant Liang and the village chief hurriedly worked to free Tang Jiansong. Upon reaching Uncle Sun, they were met with a foul odor. It turned out that both elderly men had soiled their trousers. Sun Feiyang had also made a mess, yet he did not cry, instead anxiously watching Song Xiao, deeply concerned that he might perish. If that were to happen, Aunt Xiaonuan would undoubtedly be devastated. With no time to spare for her own parents, Song Xiaonuan clutched Song Xiao and sprinted toward the village clinic, only to find that the barefoot doctor had already closed for the day. Liang Ping, with a calculating glint in her eye, feigned ignorance of Song Xiaonuan's departure and instead assisted in removing the rags from the mouths of those present. She was betting that Song Xiaonuan's son would die that night. If he were to perish, Liang Wan would surely face dire consequences. Despite their nefarious nature, their demise would go unnoticed as long as a plausible justification existed. However, Song Xiaonuan had a strong relationship with Huang Jiqing, a wealthy and influential figure who would undoubtedly come to her aid, especially since Song Xiaonuan's son had suffered due to Liang Ping's actions. In such a scenario, Liang Wan would certainly find herself in a precarious position. Yet, Liang Wan was her elder sister, a gourd on the same vine. Any trouble for her would inevitably affect Liang Ping as well. Thus, a plan was imperative. The village had harbored similar sentiments, yet diametrically opposed to those of Liang Ping. He was adamant that nothing untoward should befall Song Xiaonuan's son. Should any misfortune befall Song Xiaonuan's son, he would be hard-pressed to assuage Huang Jiqing. Thus, he needed to devise a means of recompense. Liang Ping hastened to the barefoot doctor's abode and bid him to the clinic. "I shall fetch my bicycle from home. You," He directed at the accountant, escort them all back and then secure Liang Wan. The latter half of his utterance was directed at the accountant, who was now perspiring profusely, utterly unaware of the malevolence harbored by his eldest daughter. "Allow me to escort you back," the accountant mumbled, crestfallen. He initially intended to assist the elderly son couple, but the malodor emanating from them compelled him to retreat. Having knelt for an extended duration, they found themselves unable to stand upright despite being unbound. Tang Jiansong, discerning the disdain in the accountant's gaze, suggested that he return first, as they were capable of making their own way. Song Wenkong and Tang Jianmei rose to their feet first, exchanging knowing glances, both cognizant of their shared intention, to seek out Song Xiaonuan and escort Song Xiao to the physician. Tang Jiansong yearned to pursue them, but upon beholding the near immobility of the elderly son couple, he halted in his tracks and proceeded to assist them. Shen Meiqin massaged her knees, having shrewdly avoided kneeling in earnest. As soon as the door was shut, she had promptly seated herself upon the ground, thereby sparing her knees any undue strain. "Allow me to assist you, Auntie," Shen Meiqin offered, exerting her strength to support the elder Mrs. Sun, her frail frame serving as a bulwark against the old woman's weight as they made their way, step by arduous step, toward the cowshed. Sun Feiyang cast a skeptical glance at Shen Meiqin, but now was not the time for doubt. He needed to return home promptly to prepare some hot water, as a thorough cleaning was imperative today. Upon arriving at the clinic, Song Xiaonuan found the Iron General firmly locking the doors and tightly shutting the windows, indicating that the possibility of administering medicine to her son tonight was bleak. Without hesitation, she took Song Xiao into the space, swiftly removing all his clothes and the soiled diaper. Using a warm towel, she gently cleaned him, then retrieved a bottle filled with warm water, adding a few drops of pearl spring water. "Xiao Xiao, open your mouth and take a sip of water, be good." Yet, Song Xiao remained unresponsive, his lips tightly sealed. In a moment of urgency, Song Xiaonuan squeezed his cheeks until his mouth slightly opened. She positioned the bottle at his lips, but he showed no inclination to suck. Resorting to a small spoon, she painstakingly fed him one spoonful at a time. After several attempts, barely half a spoonful managed to enter his body. Just as she prepared to continue, she faintly heard the sound of a bicycle outside. Quickly, she dressed Song Xiao and carried him out of the space. "Don't worry, Song Xiaonuan, I sent Liang Ping to find the barefoot doctor, they will be here shortly." The village chief reassured her upon seeing her crouched on the ground, weeping while holding Song Xiao. Nodding in acknowledgement, Song Xiaonuan's anxious gaze fixed on the distance, where the beam of a flashlight slowly approached. The barefoot doctor arrived, opened the door, lit an oil lamp, and instructed Song Xiaonuan to place the child on the table. After a thorough examination, including a temperature reading, the barefoot doctor shook his head, stating that the fever was too high and he did not possess antipyretic injections suitable for such a young child, rendering him unable to provide treatment. Upon hearing the doctor's pronouncement of inability to treat the child, a glint of hope flickered in Liang Ping's eyes, but she wisely lowered her head, concealing her emotions. The village chief's brow furrowed deeply, and he slammed his hand on the table, declaring that he would transport them to the town hospital. It then dawned on Liang Ping why the village chief had returned home to retrieve his bicycle, realizing it was a contingency plan. As Song Xiaonuan, cradling her son, settled onto the village chief's bicycle, Song Wenkong and his wife hurried over. "Village chief," Song Wenkong said, "the autumn harvest is imminent. Perhaps you could lend me the bicycle so I can take them to the hospital?" The village chief nodded, handing over the bicycle to Song Wenkong, who promptly mounted it. Once Song Xiaonuan was secure, he pedaled with great effort. Tang Jianmei remained behind, intending to observe how the village chief would handle the situation. The village chief, without hesitation, proceeded to knock on Uncle Wang Cai's door. "Village chief, what brings you here?" Wang Cai inquired. "Wang Cai, light the pine resin and gather men to apprehend the culprits at the Lu residence," the village chief instructed. "Very well. Wait for me a moment while I gather the men," Wang Cai responded. Wang Cai, the captain of the Red Flag village militia, commanded 6 men. He set off to summon them. The men were intrigued upon learning that they were to make an arrest, inquiring about the identity of the suspect and the nature of the offense. However, upon discovering that Liang Wan and the Lu family's aunt had inexplicably seized the bad elements from the cowshed and confined them in the ancestral hall, their enthusiasm waned. Although Aunt Lu is an outsider, she is still considered one of the villagers, and as for those nefarious individuals, they can be confined without consequence. However, Song Xiaonuan Song lies in a state of unconsciousness, and it remains uncertain whether he will survive the night. The village chief spoke coldly, and upon hearing his words, everyone gasped in disbelief. Could it be true that they intended to apprehend Aunt Lu and Liang Wan, who had merely given birth to infants a few months prior? Uncle Wang Cai's expression shifted, for he had often seen the charming Song Xiao, resembling a delicate snowball, fair and lovely, a child he held great fondness for. Let us go and capture her, and inquire as to why she has acted thus, and who bestowed such authority upon these two women, Uncle Wang Cai declared, commanding the attention of all present. Without hesitation, the villagers swiftly made their way towards the Lu household. At the Lu residence, Lu Fugue looked at his wife with curiosity. Why was she so cheerful today? She had even taken the time to boil eggs for the children. What good fortune have you encountered today that warrants such a celebration? He inquired. Oh, it's nothing much, the wheat harvest is approaching, and I am simply filled with joy, she replied. Lu Fugue did not suspect anything amiss, after all. The wheat harvest was arduous work, and it was only natural to indulge in a bit of enjoyment. Father, mother, why are there so many people outside? It seems they are all heading towards our home, Lu Fugue's eldest son, Lu Taizhu, who was 21 and had already arranged for his marriage following the autumn harvest, exclaimed. After washing his feet and pouring out the water, he noticed flickering lights in the distance moving toward their home, sensing that something was amiss. He hurried inside to find Lu Fugue. Let us go outside and take a look. Upon opening the courtyard gate, he immediately spotted the village chief and Uncle Wang Cai leading a group towards their home, feeling a sense of astonishment at the sight of so many militia members. Village chief. Brother Wang Cai, what brings you here so late? Where is your wife? Please have her come out. Oh, village chief, what a surprise. Please, come in and have a seat. Aunt Lu, oblivious to the calamity she had caused, prepared to offer a warm welcome upon seeing the village chief and his entourage. However, Uncle Wang Cai cast a cold glance at Aunt Lu, his gaunt cheeks and thin, crooked lips accentuating his harsh demeanor, coupled with a pair of piercing eyes that betrayed his bitterness. Fugue's wife, did you confine those people from the cattle shed to the ancestral hall today? Indeed. But it wasn't my doing. Liang Wan insisted those troublemakers were undermining socialism, and she urged me to assist in their confinement. You not only confined them but also bound their hands, stuffed rags in their mouths, and forced them to kneel for over 4 hours. The village chief's words left everyone in disbelief, and even Lu Fugue stumbled back in shock. And you even had the audacity to bind the 5-month-old child of Song Xiaonuan. That innocent life is now in peril and has been rushed to the hospital. What? You wicked woman, how could you? My Lu family has fallen from grace. How could we have welcomed such a venomous and malicious woman into our midst? Village chief, I must divorce her. Lu Fugue, with a mind sharp enough to grasp the gravity of the situation, sensed an imminent crisis from the village chief's terse remarks. It was imperative to expel this woman from the Lu household. Lu Tiezhu's eyes flickered with understanding, recognizing the seriousness of the matter. As long as no lives were lost, those troublemakers could remain confined, yet, if a child were to perish as a result, the village chief would undoubtedly take measures to distance the Lu family from the scandal. Uncle Wang Cai, I'm going to fetch the rope, I must uphold righteousness and eliminate my own kin. Aunt Lu turned to her most cherished son in astonishment. As if she could scarcely credit her ears. Lu Taizhu emerged with the hemp rope, followed by his 3 younger brothers, Taigun, Tietjiang, and Tyran. Their sentiments aligned with their eldest brothers, to uphold righteousness and eliminate their own kin. When Lu Taizhu personally trussed up his own mother, the village chief was rendered speechless. At a loss for words. Village chief, I propose that my mother, nay, this depraved malefactor be confined to the ancestral hall, so she may taste the bitterness of confinement herself. Chapter 54, Scalp-tingling Aunt Lu was escorted to the ancestral hall by her 3 sons. Her voice echoing throughout Red Flag Village as she loudly cursed them. The once silent village was now ablaze with candles and oil lamps in every household. Those without such luxuries even lit pine branches. What's amiss? It sounds like the old Lu woman's voice. What's with all the commotion outside? Let's go take a look. Let's go, something momentous must have occurred. The villagers flocked over, all inquiring about the unfolding events. Aunt Wang Cai hastily recounted everything she knew in meticulous detail. The villagers harbored no fondness for malefactors, but they were filled with sympathy, even a touch of affection, for the nursing infant, Song Xiao. This babe was usually quiet and docile, while his mother toiled, he would lie in his basket, amusing himself, and when his mother held him, he would kick his legs and wave his hands, cooing with delight. Moreover, the child was remarkably handsome, with large, glistening eyes, rosy lips, and a complexion as white and delicate as a milky dumpling. The villagers, even those who held no affection for Song Xiaonuan and her family, invariably greeted Song Xiao with a smile. Now, with the little one hospitalized and the prospect of her surviving the night uncertain, a sense of gravity weighed upon them, and their gazes towards Aunt Lu were tinged with disapproval. The doors of the ancestral hall creaked open, revealing a murky interior that exuded an aura of dampness and an undercurrent of spectral energy, causing Aunt Lu to tense. "I'm not going in there," she protested. "It's not as if I'm the one tasked with apprehending those miscreants. It was Liang Wan who sent me. Why don't you seize her?" Aunt Lu's words served as a reminder to the village head. He exchanged a knowing glance with Uncle Wang Kai, who nodded imperceptibly, with a wave of his hand. The militiamen followed Uncle Wang Kai towards the accountant Liang's residence. As they approached the dwelling, the sound of Liang Wan's heartrending sobs pierced the air, mingled with her desperate pleas. "Father, I was wrong. I merely intended to frighten them, but in my haste, I inadvertently forgot about them." Liang Wan had already endured a severe thrashing from her father, who demanded to know her motives and the potential benefits of her actions. Liang Wan dared not confess that her animosity towards Song Xiaonuan had driven her to vent her spleen on her family, particularly the endearing infant. "Why does she have to be so adorable?" she lamented. "You imprisoned those malefactors, and as long as nothing untoward occurred, you could have concocted a plausible excuse. But to lay hands on such a tender babe, Liang Wan, your heart is truly venomous." Accountant Liang learned from Liang Ping that Liang Wan had bound a mere 5-month-old infant, leading to her current state of unconsciousness. Upon being delivered to the village clinic, the barefoot doctor expressed his helplessness, stating that the only recourse was to transport the patient to the county hospital for urgent care under the cover of night. The very thought sent shivers down his spine. In a fit of frustration, Accountant Liang brandished a chicken feather duster and struck Liang Wan with fervor. The more she attempted to evade, the more ferociously he swung, ultimately forcing her to cower beneath the table in fear. Liang Ping observed with icy disdain. Having discerned malice in Liang Wan's eyes just moments prior, an animosity stemming from the fact that she had confided in their father, which had now turned Liang Wan against her. Hatred was a familiar sentiment. The sisters had endured countless squabbles since childhood, and what was one more grievance among so many? "Father, Uncle Wang Kai has arrived!" Liang Ping suddenly exclaimed. A wave of dread washed over Accountant Liang, for he already suspected the reason for Uncle Wang Kai's visit. Had that little rascal met with a tragic fate? "Brother Wang Kai, what brings you here?" he inquired. Two men emerged, ready to bind Liang Wan and take her away. "Brother, where are you taking Liang Wan?" Accountant Liang felt a surge of panic as Uncle Wang Kai remained silent, intent on seizing her. His concern was not for Liang Wan's imprisonment but rather the potential repercussions for himself. A fitting retaliation would be to confine her in the ancestral hall for a night. Upon hearing that it was merely a night in the ancestral hall, Accountant Liang's anxiety eased, and he stepped aside, creating space. "I want to go. I realize my mistake. I want to go. Father, please save me. I want to go." Liang Wan clung desperately to the leg of the table, unwilling to emerge. For the ancestral hall was a place of great fright, once reserved for the veneration of their ancestors. With a sharp click, Uncle Wang Kai unslung the rifle from his back, chambered around, and aimed it at Liang Wan's legs. "Come out now. I'll count to 3. If you don't emerge, I'll break your legs. 1, 2. I'm coming out. I'm coming out. Don't shoot." Liang Wan, terrified, knew Uncle Wang Kai was capable of firing. She scrambled out from under the table. Two militiamen promptly bound her with rope and escorted her to the ancestral hall. The doors of the hall slammed shut, followed by cries from within. First Liang Wan, then Aunt Lu. Confined in the pitch-black hall, they felt an eerie draft that seemed to emanate from nowhere, sending shivers down their spines. "Silence. One more sound and we'll gag you both." The village chief, showing a modicum of leniency, had refrained from gagging them. However, his words had an immediate effect, and silence descended upon the hall. The villagers shook their heads as they dispersed, believing Liang Wan and Aunt Lu deserved a lesson. Liang Ping, who had been lurking in the shadows, waited until the area around the hall was deserted. She produced a large padlock from her pocket and stealthily secured the door. Chapter 55, Ideological Struggle. Aunt Lu, I'm so scared. What are we going to do? I'm frightened too, but what choice do we have? Perhaps we can escape back home once the sounds outside have faded. Do you think that's possible? Why not? I didn't hear them lock the door from the outside. Aunt Lu's words brought some solace to Xiaonuan. She struggled to her feet and started toward the hall's entrance, but the darkness disoriented her. And she mistakenly headed toward the right side of the hall. In the right-hand corner, a collection of unclaimed ancestral tablets lay scattered amidst broken earthenware pots. The contents of these vessels remained a mystery, yet they emanated a distinct, acrid odor. This scent, in turn, beckoned forth centipedes and insects from the depths below, inciting them to crawl about with reckless abandon. A lone centipede, encountering an obstruction, proceeded to ascend it. Despite Xiaonuan's attire of trousers, their wide legs offered little in the way of protection, for in the summer heat, she wore nothing beneath but underpants. Initially unaware, she soon became conscious of an intense itching sensation upon her thigh. Desiring to scratch it, she found her hands bound and cried out, "Aunt Lu, where are you?" Aunt Lu was already at the entrance to the ancestral hall, hesitant to push open the doors, preferring to wait a while longer. Xiaonuan's sudden cry startled her greatly. "Why are you yelling like that, you silly girl? You nearly scared me to death." "Aunt Lu, my thigh is terribly itchy. It feels like some kind of insect has crawled onto it." Xiaonuan was not typically afraid of insects, but the thought of one crawling on her leg filled her with unease. "Just jump around a bit, that should shake it off." Xiaonuan began to jump, successfully dislodging the centipede. Startled, the creature bit her leg before falling to the ground. "Juanzi, come over here. It seems the door is locked." "Impossible. Didn't you say you didn't hear the sound of a lock being fastened?" Aunt Lu remained silent, instead opting to throw her weight against the door of the ancestral hall. However, the doors opened inward, and her repeated attempts only produced the sound of the lock and hasp rattling on the outside. "Indeed, I find myself confined, the perpetrator of which remains unknown. It is highly probable that Uncle Wang Kai is the culprit, as he threatened to break my legs with a rifle should I attempt to escape. I am perplexed by Uncle Wang Kai's motivations, as he seems to exhibit undue leniency towards these malefactors. Could it be that he is a covert operative?" Lucian was taken aback by Xiaonuan's revelation. If Wang Kai were indeed a spy, he would undoubtedly protect these wrongdoers, thereby placing her in a precarious situation. "It's all your fault," she exclaimed, "for meddling in affairs and insisting on incarcerating them." "Aunt Lu," Xiaonuan retorted, "why do you speak in such a manner? Do you not harbor animosity towards that woman named Song Xiaonuan? They are all scoundrels, and she even vied for your spot on the ox cart." "I despise her," Lucian conceded, "but it would have sufficed to imprison her alone. Why incarcerate everyone else, including the child? The child has done nothing to provoke you." "Aunt Lu," Xiaonuan countered, "it was you who asserted that the child of a wrongdoer is also a wrongdoer, that his existence is superfluous, and that death would be his most fitting fate." I was merely speaking idly," she stammered. "He is, after all, just a child." Lucian felt a pang of guilt, as she had only made those remarks to ingratiate herself with Xiaonuan. She never anticipated that Xiaonuan would actually bind the child. The child's maternal grandfather was beside himself with rage, and if he had not been securely restrained, he might have devoured them both. "What shall we do now?" she lamented. "We cannot escape, and this place is terrifying." "Let us shout," Xiaonuan suggested. "Let us shout with such vehemence that they become exasperated and open the door for us. Help, someone is going to die. Help. Help. Someone, please. I feel as though I am on the brink of death." Alas, the ancestral hall was not situated close to the village, and everyone was utterly exhausted. Some were snoring, while others were lost in dreams. Who would remember that two individuals were confined within the ancestral hall? As dawn broke the following day, Accountant Liang, urged by his wife, made his way to the hall. Upon seeing the iron lock on the door, he turned to Liang Ping for the key. Liang Ping was taken aback, exclaiming, "I did not lock it. I have no key." "Just look, this is the lock and key I removed yesterday." After some contemplation, Accountant Liang suggested that Liang Ping seek out the village chief. However, the chief claimed he had no key either, prompting them to consult Uncle Wang Kai, who also denied possessing a key. Aunt Lu, upon hearing voices outside, cried out in urgency, "I desperately need to use the restroom." I have held it in all night and can no longer endure. What are you rushing for? We haven't found the key yet. Just wait. Accountant Liang retorted impatiently. The village chief, sensing the gravity of the situation, picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it at the lock. 1 blow. 2 blows, 3. At last, the lock was shattered, and the chief removed it, swinging the door open. A foul stench wafted out as the door creaked ajar, causing the chief to recoil, covering his nose as he stepped back. Aunt Lu stumbled out and hurried home. Liang Wan remained sprawled on the ground with her eyes closed, seemingly in a deep slumber. Accountant Liang cast a furtive glance at the chief, noticing a look of disdain in his eyes, and promptly approached her, saying, "Wake up. What time is it? How can you be so carefree?" However, Liang Ping sensed something was amiss. Liang Wan's face was flushed, an unusual redness that suggested a high fever. She found herself torn between the desire to voice her concerns and the hesitation to speak. Chapter 56, Severing Ties. Liang Ping ultimately decided against speaking. Should Liang Wan succumb to her illness, there would be one less person to contend with for the family's possessions, her brother being the exception. Brandishing her record book, she announced, "Uncle Village Chief, Father, the hour grows late. I must attend to my duties." The village chief, mindful of the day's commencement of the wheat harvest, recognized the need for him to rally the workforce. He, too, hastened away. Liang, the accountant, was exempt from fieldwork, but his wife, Suehua, was not. Suehua felt a sense of urgency, fearing a deduction of work points for tardiness. Observing the departure of the others, Liang glanced at Liang Wan, and, deeming the hour still early, resolved to allow her further rest before departing himself. Upon returning home, Aunt Lu found her son and husband already in the fields. She promptly heated a pot of water and changed her soiled trousers for washing. She now comprehended the error of her ways from the previous day. The pain of the blade is unfelt until it pierces one's own flesh. Yet, to apologize to those labeled as bad elements was an impossibility. Why should she? When they were labeled as such? Having cleansed herself, Aunt Lu gathered her farming implements, preparing to head to the fields. As she approached the doorway, a woman approached. "Mother of Taizhu, hold a moment. I have something to discuss with you." "Oh, it's my dear in-law. Is your village not harvesting wheat today?" "Of course. We are. I've come specifically to inform you that our Kai-Chin is still quite young and we wish to keep her at home for a couple more years." "What? Your Kai-Chin is still young?" "She's a grown woman of 18. I was already with child at 18. Are you feigning ignorance? Must I spell it out for you?" "You. What are you implying?" "It's no wonder you were deceived by Liang Wan. Any girl would be unfortunate to marry into a family with a mother-in-law like you. I'm here today to call off the engagement." "What? Call off the engagement?" "I don't consent. Whether you consent or not, the engagement is off. My Kai-Chin will not marry your son." "Why is that?" "Why? You're capable of harming an infant. What if my Kai-Chin has a daughter in the future? Wouldn't she be at your mercy? We wouldn't dare associate with such a malicious family." "I don't consent. After the autumn harvest, your Kai-Chin must marry my son. You've already accepted 20 pounds of wheat flour and 30 pounds of rice from our family." Sai-Chin's mother felt a bit guilty. This was the betrothal gift from the Lu family for her daughter, but these items had long been consumed. How could she return them? "Return what?" "Your Taizhu has delayed my Kai-Chin for 2 years. You should compensate for the losses, otherwise, my Kai-Chin would have married long ago." Aunt Lu was speechless. Initially, they were haggling over the betrothal gifts, which dragged on for an entire year. Originally, they could have married last year, but the third child suddenly had a high fever. And a sum of money was spent at the hospital, depleting the funds intended for Tieju's wedding. They had to postpone the wedding for a year, but unexpectedly, a situation arose on their side this year, and someone came to their door to call off the engagement. That's not an excuse for you to embezzle the betrothal gifts. Either your Kai-Chin marries into our family, or you return the betrothal gifts. Choose for yourself. Aunt Lu hardened her heart. Who couldn't be unreasonable? Who couldn't argue? Returning the betrothal gifts was out of the question, and Kai-Chin was even more unlikely to marry into their family. Aunt Lu didn't expect Sai-Chin's mother to be so shameless. Directly locking the door and going to the fields. Beholding the departing figure of Mrs. Lu, Mrs. Kai emitted a disdainful snort and turned away. "Lu Taizhu. already immersed in the labor of harvesting with his sickle, was startled by his mother's frantic arrival, who breathlessly announced the impending dissolution of his betrothal by his future bride's mother. A surge of anxiety coursed through Lu Taizhu, causing the sickle to lacerate his hand, resulting in a crimson effusion that sent Mrs. Lu sprawling onto the ground in terror. Alas, Taizhu is bleeding. He has wounded himself with the sickle. The barefoot doctor, stationed at the edge of the field with his medical kit at the ready, prepared to offer his assistance. However, before he could descend into the field, Lu Taizhu had already darted off toward the village entrance, intercepting Mrs. Kai. "Madam," he pleaded, "why do you seek to annul the engagement? In what way do I fall short? Tisu, it is not your deficiencies that prompt this decision, but rather the malevolence of your mother. I fear for Caichin's well-being should she enter your household. Fear not, for she is no longer my mother. She is a subversive element, and my father intends to cast her aside. Henceforth, she shall have no place in our family. Your father intends to divorce your mother? You." Mrs. Kai's legs suddenly trembled. This family was not to be joined, under any circumstances. The 50 pounds of refined grain initially received would be repaid, even if it meant selling all they possessed. Mrs. Kai fled in disarray, leaving Lu Taizhu bewildered. Had he erred in some way? Was it not right to distance oneself from a subversive? "Tisu, hasten here for treatment. Delay further, and your lifeblood will be entirely depleted." The barefoot doctor approached, feeling somewhat awkward, having overheard the preceding exchange. Under normal circumstances, he would have discreetly withdrawn. But now he was compelled to tend to the young man's wound and staunch the flow of blood. Awakening with a start, Lu Taizhu noticed the bloodied state of his hand. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground. The barefoot doctor, unimpressed, remarked on his squeamishness, finding it convenient for the disinfection process. Lu Taizhu was roused by the throbbing pain in his hand. The laceration was rather deep and extensive, necessitating a couple of stitches from the doctor's needle and thread. "Go home and rest," the doctor advised, "for at least 3 days, or the wound may reopen. And you'll suffer the consequences." Chapter 57, Pneumonia. With the barefoot doctor gone, Lu Taizhu informed the village chief of the incident. Upon seeing Lu Taizhu's heavily bandaged hand, the village chief was nearly apoplectic. Xiaonuan Song returned on his bicycle, promptly returning it to the village chief before eagerly heading to the fields. "How is the little one?" The village chief was most concerned about Song Xiao and immediately inquired about his well-being. "Thank you for your concern, village chief. Song Xiao awoke this morning, but the doctor diagnosed him with pneumonia and wants to keep him under observation. Therefore, I need to request a leave of absence for Song Xiaonuan." "That's fine. The child's life is paramount. Have you had breakfast? If not, eat something before you start working." "I have eaten, I'll get to work now." Song Wenkong's proactive attitude brought a measure of solace to the village chief. As soon as Song Wenkong rejoined his team, Tang Jianmei and others surrounded him. They were relieved to learn that Song Xiao was being kept in the hospital for observation but was out of immediate danger. The villagers were harvesting wheat, while Song Xiaonuan sat by Song Zhao's bedside, her head drooping with exhaustion. "Xiaonuan, what are you doing here? What happened to Xiao Xiao?" Huang Ying desired to have breakfast at the state-run restaurant outside the hospital. Upon entering, she noticed a woman seated in the observation room whose silhouette bore a striking resemblance to Song Xiaonuan. Curiosity piqued, she hurried inside and, upon closer inspection, confirmed it was indeed Song Xiaonuan, while Song Xiao lay on the adjacent bed. Awakened by Huang Ying's presence, Song Xiaonuan was suddenly overwhelmed with an urge to weep. "Huang Jiqing, my son was nearly harmed." The phrase harmed stirred Huang Ying's senses, her eyes narrowing with intensity. What transpired? Song Xiaonuan recounted the events of the previous day, her sorrowful gaze shifting towards Song Xiao as tears welled in her eyes. "My son is merely 5 months old. And that heartless Liang Wan had the audacity to bind his hands, subjecting him to fear and hunger, leading to a high fever and convulsions. He nearly lost his life. What is his condition now? Is he out of danger?" The doctor diagnosed pneumonia and advised that he remain hospitalized for observation until the fever subsides. "I fed him some milk just now. He is able to nurse, albeit in small quantities." Song Xiaonuan's chest felt painfully full, and she longed to relieve herself by expressing milk, yet with no one to watch over her child, she had to endure the discomfort. "Have you had breakfast? Look at me asking, you surely haven't eaten." Let me fetch you some breakfast, wait for me. I shall go instead. You can only use one hand. And it would be inconvenient for you to carry the food back. Just watch over Xiao Xiao for me. Huang Ying nodded in agreement. Realizing that although she could manage with one hand if she were to eat, it would indeed be challenging to bring food back. Song Xiaonuan first headed to the restroom, where the hospital provided stalls. She locked the door of the stall and swiftly entered her private space. Taking out a lunchbox, she squeezed her milk into it, just in case Song Xiao felt hungry and her milk had yet to come in. After fetching a basin of water to wash up, she left the space and hurried towards the state-run restaurant, which was offering large meat buns today for 10 cents each, requiring local grain coupons. Lacking the necessary coupons, Song Xiaonuan had to return. Upon seeing her empty-handed, Huang Ying suddenly remembered that she had yet to provide the payment and tickets. Young educated woman. I do not have grain coupons. I forgot to give them to you. Take what you need from my pocket. Take it all. Huang Ying had at least 10 pounds of grain coupons and over 30 pieces of cash. Song Xiaonuan took a half-pound coupon, as each meat bun required only a quarter of a coupon. Ah, you haven't taken the money yet. I have money, do not worry. With one providing cash and the other grain tickets, neither took advantage of the other, a perfect arrangement. Song Xiaonuan bought 10 meat buns, handing one to Huang Ying and keeping one for herself. Both seemed a bit hungry, quickly devouring 2 buns each. You two are quite well off, being able to indulge in so many meat buns. Would it be possible to spare one for me? The doctor approached, there to conduct a follow-up examination for Song Xiao. Song Xiaonuan promptly raised the oil paper bag, grateful to the doctor for saving her son last night. I was merely jesting. Your son's fever has subsided. But children are frail, and he may experience relapses at night. I recommend admitting him to the hospital. Elated, Huang Ying nodded promptly, fully aware that Song Xiaonuan's family had been stripped bare. However, she possessed the means to assist. Xiaonuan's son was akin to her own, and his well-being was paramount. Doctor. My gratitude. I have funds available. Xiaonuan can procure whatever sum is required from me. Let us proceed with the admission formalities without delay. Naturally. Song Xiaonuan concurred with Song Zhao's hospitalization. She produced a 10 yuan note from her pocket, indicating her financial contribution. Huang Ying was slightly vexed. Why was Song Xiaonuan so insistent on contributing such a meager amount? Regardless, she resolved to surreptitiously supplement the funds once they were exhausted. Song Xiao was duly assigned to a ward. The county hospital lacked a dedicated pediatric unit, and the sight of the tiny infant in the ward elicited sympathetic sighs from the occupants of the adjacent beds. Children are delicate these days, and a beautiful baby such as this requires even greater care. You are still young, you must maintain your resolve. Song Xiaonuan glanced at the elderly woman in the neighboring bed, her heart warmed by the genuine concern etched on her face. Thank you, Grandma. I shall endeavor to remain strong. Suddenly, Song Xiao began to cough. Song Xiaonuan swiftly cradled him in her arms, gently patting his back. She retrieved a feeding bottle containing spring water from her interdimensional space and tentatively offered it to his lips. After a few coughs, Song Zhao's throat felt raw. He opened his mouth to cry, but a trickle of the spring water soothed his throat, and he immediately began to suckle contentedly. Chapter 58, The Efficacy of Interdimensional Spring Water. The bottle contained a single drop of interdimensional spring water, diluted with ordinary boiled water. Yet, even this minuscule amount demonstrably alleviated Song Zhao's condition. At noon, Song Zhao's fever subsided, and she was able to drink milk normally. Song Xiaonuan felt immensely grateful for her space, where she could discreetly retrieve the backpack and place the child's necessities inside: diapers, fresh clothes, towels, a feeding bottle, and a small basin, items Song Xiao required daily. Grandma, could you please watch the child for me while I fetch some water to change the diaper? Go ahead, don't worry. With swiftness, Song Xiaonuan grabbed the small basin and towel, darting towards the hospital's water room. After filling the basin with warm water, she hurried back. First, she washed Song Zhao's face, neck, and hands, then replaced the soiled diaper with a clean one, followed by fresh clothes, finally feeling at ease. Song Xiao, having been attended to with care, drifted into a deep slumber on the hospital bed. Huang Ying arrived and, seeing Song Xiao asleep, gently touched her forehead, relieved to find the fever had diminished. Xiaonuan, I'm feeling hungry again. Could you please get me some food while I keep an eye on Song Xiao? Certainly. I will go after I finish washing these items. Please wait a moment. The money and ticket are in my pocket, you must use my money. Otherwise, I would feel embarrassed asking you to fetch the meal. Not at all, I need to eat as well. Helping you get food is no trouble. An elderly lady nearby looked puzzled. Why would a patient need to fetch their own meal? Isn't there someone who delivers food to patients in the hospital? Huang Ying felt a flush of embarrassment upon hearing the old woman's words. She had just declined the food delivery service, wishing instead to treat Song Xiaonuan to a meal. I don't particularly like those dishes, so I prefer to buy something myself from the cafeteria. The elderly woman, upon hearing Huang Ying's explanation, became exceedingly irate. You, young comrade, exhibit a lack of ideological awareness. With the current scarcity and value of food, how can you afford to be picky? I am selective only regarding my own choices, it bears no relation to you. Huang Ying's expression darkened, contemplating the elderly woman's intrusive demeanor, likely due to her coastal residence. Grandmother, interjected Song Xiaonuan, that's not what Huang Jijun meant. She has a fractured hand and requires calcium-rich nourishment for a swift recovery. She is also eager to return to the village and resume work. The elderly woman, perceptive enough to recognize Song Xiaonuan's attempts at mediation, closed her eyes, deciding it best to refrain from meddling, having previously suffered due to her own over-involvement. After washing the soiled diapers and small garments in the water room, Song Xiaonuan hung them on the designated drying rack for patients' families. She then collected Huang Ying's lunchbox and proceeded to the hospital canteen, where she served herself half a kilogram of rice, a piece of braised fish shorter than her hand, a plate of stir-fried green beans, and another of scrambled eggs with chives. Wow, fish today. I shall indulge, she exclaimed, observing Huang Ying relishing the fish, aware of her fondness for it. This reminded her of the pristine spring in the mountains, where she believed she had seen fish swimming. Once Xiaoxiao's health was fully restored, she planned to venture to that spot to catch fish, which she would then roast for Huang Jijun as a token of gratitude for her assistance. Eat up. What are you thinking about? You seem unenthusiastic about your meal, that reflects poorly on your attitude. Song Xiaonuan shook her head, unable to digest the meat buns she had consumed that morning and finding it difficult to eat further. Huang Jijun, there are still 6 meat buns left. They must be eaten tonight. The weather is warm, and if left too long, they will spoil, leading to waste. Alas, how could I have forgotten the savory meat-filled buns? Had I remembered, I would have partaken of them for luncheon. Observing Huang Ying's mischievous smile, Song Xiaonuan responded with a smile, cognizant that Huang Ying's intention was to provide her with nourishing sustenance. You are exceedingly kind to me, I extend my gratitude. Huang Ying beamed, content that her benevolence was acknowledged. She would be fulfilled if she could merely engage in conversation with her daily or even share a fleeting physical connection. But why bestow such kindness upon me? Song Xiaonuan inquired softly. Huang Ying choked on a mouthful of rice, unable to expel or swallow it, nearly causing her eyes to roll back. How could she respond? Could she divulge to Song Xiaonuan her affections? Her realization that she was afflicted with an unconventional attraction to women rather than men? Song Xiaonuan promptly set down her chopsticks and vigorously patted Huang Ying's back, enabling her to dislodge the morsel. I beg your pardon, I ought not to have posed such a direct query. Xiaonuan, I am aware of your insecurities. But you are not truly a reprobate, there is no cause for such self-doubt. I harbor no insecurities, and I am cognizant of my innocence. But I am powerless to alter others' perceptions, am I not? Fear not, for I am here, I shall not permit you to suffer any injustice. Song Xiaonuan smiled, perplexed by the source of Huang Ying's confidence, given that she bore the stigma of being labeled a reprobate. And it was already a favor that others did not mistreat her. On the 3rd day of Song Zhao's hospitalization, the physician conducted an examination of Xiao and was astonished to discover that the child's pneumonia had abated. This child possesses a robust constitution, hence the swift recovery. You are at liberty to discharge her. The doctor believes that this little one has fully recovered and is ready for discharge, as hospitals are hardly pleasant places to linger in for too long. Song Xiaonuan expressed her gratitude profusely while cradling Song Xiao, and proceeded to settle the medical expenses. However, her concern for Huang Ying compelled her to return to Huang Ying's hospital room. Huang Jiqing, please keep an eye on Song Xiao while I take care of washing these clothes and preparing your meals. Chapter 59, The helplessness of the miscreants upon seeing Song Xiaonuan enter her room with a basket on her back and holding Song Xiao. Huang Ying knew the little one had recovered. Can Xiao Xiao be discharged today? She inquired, feeling a pang of reluctance at the thought of their departure. If it were possible, she too would wish to leave the hospital alongside them. Yet, the doctor had already informed her that she would need to remain for at least another week, until her bones showed some signs of healing, for otherwise, a misalignment could lead to further suffering. Indeed, the doctor has confirmed that Xiao Xiao's pneumonia has resolved, and there is no longer a need for hospitalization. I have completed the discharge procedures. Xiaonuan, once you return home, do not overexert yourself needlessly. After all, you do not earn any credits for excessive labor. And no additional rewards will come from it. I understand. I shall learn the art of taking it easy. Squatting down, Song Xiaonuan retrieved the basin from beneath the bed. Pulling out the clothes Huang Ying had worn on the day of her admission, and headed to the washroom. Huang Ying felt a warmth in her heart. She had been fretting over what to wear upon discharge, as she was currently clad in a hospital gown, which was hardly suitable for going home. After washing the clothes, Song Xiaonuan hung them on the drying rack, reminding Huang Ying to collect them before sunset, or to seek assistance if necessary. Huang Ying nodded, watching as Song Xiaonuan carried Song Xiaoli away. From this day forth, she would once again be left to sit alone in the hospital, lost in her thoughts. Song Xiaonuan took Song Xiaoli to a secluded spot, transporting him to her space. It was rather hot outside, she had no intention of letting him suffer. The walk back to the village would take at least an hour, so Song Xiaonuan proceeded at a leisurely pace, quenching her thirst with sips of water and satisfying her hunger with hearty meat buns. She exchanged some food coupons with Huang Ying and, that morning, purchased 10 large meat buns from the state-run restaurant, intending to savor them slowly in her space. As she approached the village entrance, Song Xiaonuan finally brought Song Xiaoli out of the space. She mixed the black soil from her space with water, applying it to Song Xiaoli's face. Once the mixture dried, his skin would appear dark and sallow, immediately suggesting that the child had suffered from a grave illness. Liang Ping, with her keen eyes, spotted Song Xiaonuan returning with the child and rushed over. Song Xiaonuan, is your son better now? Are there any lingering effects? Song Xiaonuan felt grateful to Liang Ping, who had helped her significantly that day. Thank you, Comrade Liang. The doctor said the child is not yet fully recovered and advised me to take good care of him. What a pitiable child. By the way, Song Xiaonuan, did you see my elder sister at the hospital? Not at all, why do you ask? That night, the village chief and Uncle Wang Kai locked my sister and Aunt Lu in the ancestral hall for the entire night. As a result, my sister was bitten by a poisonous centipede and now has a high fever that won't subside. Her body is swollen and red. Is that so? How dreadful. While Song Xiaonuan uttered words of sympathy, there was not a trace of compassion on her face. Instead, her heart swelled with mirth. How delightful. That centipede had proven quite effective. She felt compelled to pay homage to it. The village chief approached, casting a glance at the child cradled in Song Xiaonuan's arms. Noticing the child's complexion had turned a shade of dark yellow, entirely losing the rosy softness of the previous days, he felt a twinge of discomfort. This time, during the busy farming season, you should refrain from coming out, just take good care of the child. Thank you, village chief. You truly are an exemplary leader, replied Song Xiaonuan. The village chief displayed no outward change in expression, yet inwardly, he relished her words. Indeed, he was a commendable leader. Liang Ping raised an eyebrow slightly, acknowledging that Song Xiaonuan was quite articulate, far more astute than her own foolish elder sister. Song Wenkong and Tang Jianmei, among others, noticed Song Xiaonuan as well. But they dared not approach her, as their social standing kept them from speaking freely. Upon returning to the cattle shed, Song Xiaonuan locked the door and entered her space to feed Song Xiao. Observing him smacking his lips, it seemed he had not yet had his fill. As the child grew, mere milk would no longer suffice. She contemplated preparing some supplementary food, for milk alone could not sustain him. In her space, she had roasted flour, which she mixed with milk powder, diluting it slightly, uncertain if the little one would accept it. Just as she was retrieving the mixture, a knock echoed at the door. Swiftly, Song Xiaonuan embraced Song Xiao and exited her space before opening the door. Accountant Liang, what brings you here? I apologize, I did not intend to lock the door. I was just about to feed the child. Noticing Accountant Liang's seemingly displeased expression, Song Xiaonuan recalled her uncle's admonition against locking the door and hastened to explain. Indeed, Accountant Liang was somewhat perturbed by this. He had intended to voice his discontent, but upon learning she was tending to her child, his face betrayed a hint of embarrassment. Fortunately, Song Xiaonuan had secured the door, otherwise, his abrupt intrusion might have led to further accusations of lewd behavior, potentially jeopardizing his position as an accountant. Your actions were justified, and I harbor no resentment towards you. The prohibition against locking the door applies only when the cowshed is unoccupied, which is not the case when you are inside tending to the child. Song Xiaonuan visibly relaxed, scrutinizing Accountant Liang, uncertain of the true purpose of his visit. With a deliberate cough, Accountant Liang's gaze shifted towards Song Xiao, and after a perceptible gulp, he began. I have severely reprimanded Liang Wan for her actions, and she has been confined to the ancestral hall. I trust that we can consider this matter closed. What are your thoughts? A wave of desolation washed over Song Xiaonuan. What choice did she have? She was, after all, merely a dissident. Chapter 60, Sun Feiyang's injury. Upon receiving Song Xiaonuan's assent, Accountant Liang departed with a sense of satisfaction. He cast a lingering glance at Song Xiao, noting that the child's complexion was indeed less vibrant than before, but confident that proper care would restore his health. Song Xiaonuan promptly relocked the door and retreated into the sanctuary of her inner world with Song Xiao in her arms. She prepared a nourishing gruel for Song Xiao, who eagerly consumed a generous portion of 5 or 6 spoonfuls. Let's wash your face, and then we'll go to sleep, shall we? Song Xiaonuan cradled Song Xiao onto the cot. As Song Xiao grew, the cot seemed increasingly diminutive, requiring careful maneuvering even to turn over. While there was a bed within her inner sanctum, Song Xiaonuan was overcome with fatigue and yearned only for the solace of sleep. When she finally awoke, the sun had already begun its descent in the west. A sense of dread washed over her as she realized that her parents would be unable to enter the house upon their return at midday, leaving them without a means to have their meal. Initially, Song Xiao attempted to nurse, but the little one turned his head away, evidently not hungry, leading Song Xiaonuan to realize the soporific effect had taken hold. Nonetheless, she hydrated him and assisted him with urinating before swiftly exiting the pocket dimension with the infant in her arms. Upon opening the door, she found the outside world tranquil. Entering her uncle's chamber, she noticed the unwashed lunch containers and the uncleaned pot on the makeshift stove, deducing that they had foregone rest entirely. After placing Song Xiao on the bed, Song Xiaonuan promptly began tidying up, starting by heating water and kindling the stove in her own room. Following the dishwashing, she measured rice, combining it with millet and sorghum to prepare a hearty 3-grain rice. Retrieving a slab of spare ribs, she sliced it into segments, planning a spare rib and potato soup for the evening meal, accompanied by a stir-fried vegetable dish, thus completing the dinner menu. Additionally, she considered setting aside some flour to prepare flatbreads for the following morning, allowing them to sleep in a bit longer. By the time Song Xiaonuan had completed all the chores, dusk had descended. Song Wenkong and the others returned with their scythes, too fatigued to utter a word. Father, mother, uncle, please freshen up with hot water, I've already prepared the meal. You can dine after washing, she offered. It's truly different with Xiaonuan around, Tang Jiansong remarked, his nostrils already detecting the aroma of meat. He surmised that Xiaonuan must have brought it from town, acknowledging his niece's thoughtfulness. While the others were occupied with bathing, Song Xiaonuan arranged the dishes in Tang Jiansong's room. Song Wenkong, the first to finish, cradled Song Xiao and, using a chopstick, dabbed a bit of meat broth onto the infant's lips. Having his palate acquainted with the savor of broth for the first time, Song Xiao ecstatically kicked his diminutive legs, emitting a series of gleeful coos. Tang Jianmei, having concluded her ablutions, unlatched the door and gathered the soiled garments, intending to cleanse them after the repast. Song Xiaonuan, however, took possession of the laundry, desiring to cleanse them by the riverside ere twilight fully descended. Tang Jianmei, unable to dissuade her, acquiesced. Yet scarcely had Song Xiaonuan traversed a few steps when she encountered Uncle Sun, who emerged in a state of agitation. Xiaonuan, hast thou observed my Feiyang? Uncle Sun, upon returning home and finding his grandson absent, initially disregarded it, but as the meal was prepared and Sun Feiyang remained unreturned, he grew increasingly anxious. Feiyang? Nay. I have not sighted him. Perchance we should embark on a search? Song Xiaonuan was cognizant that Sun Feiyang was not a child of imprudence. He diligently returned early each day to prepare sustenance for his grandparents. Tang Jianmei, upon learning of Sun Feiyang's absence, promptly relinquished her chopsticks. Might he have ventured to ensnare a pheasant? I overheard him expressing such an aspiration yestertide. A sense of unease washed over Song Xiaonuan. As it had been a considerable interval since she had ascended the mountain, subsequent to her resolution of the issue with the scabby-headed individual. Mother, pray watch over Xiao Xiao. I shall investigate. Song Wenkong entrusted Song Xiao to Tang Jianmei's care, grasping a sickle, prepared to accompany Song Xiaonuan. While Song Jiansong voiced his intention to join the search as well. However, overcome by ravenous hunger, he seized his rice bowl, ravenously devouring the contents. Consuming several ribs and morsels of vegetables, and imbibing a copious draught of soup before rising to his feet. Song Xiaonuan mentally calculated the temporal duration. Her uncle had concluded his supper in a mere score of seconds, a velocity of consumption that was indeed remarkable. Several individuals hastened towards the rear mountain, with Song Xiaonuan deliberately directing her course towards the cavern. Despite her aversion to this locale, she entertained the possibility of Fei Yang's presence there. Uncle Sun. There's a grotto here, perhaps we should investigate. Indeed, Xiaonuan possesses keen observation, I hadn't noticed it. As Song Xiaonuan approached the cavern, she detected a scent of blood, prompting her to quicken her pace. Fei Yang. Song Xiaonuan was the first to enter the grotto, immediately spotting Sun Feiyang prostrate on the ground. Blood trickling from his forehead. Xiaonuan. Auntie, pheasant snatched. Sun Feiyang uttered before succumbing to unconsciousness. Upon witnessing his grandson's eyes close, Uncle Sun's heart nearly skipped a beat, and his eyes rolled back as he slumped. Tang Jiansong, standing behind Uncle Sun, swiftly supported him. While Song Wenkong cradled Sun Feiyang in his arms, Xiaonuan, let's depart. Song Xiaonuan nodded, cognizant that it was the hour when wild beasts emerged. And Sun Feiyang's bleeding forehead would undoubtedly attract them. Dad, relinquish Fei Yang to me, you carry Uncle Sunday. It wasn't that Song Xiaonuan looked down upon her uncle, but rather that her father had imbibed the spring water from the dimension, thus possessing superior strength and agility compared to her uncle. Very well, Jiansong. You proceed ahead with the branches, mindful of serpents on the ground. Tang Jiansong confidently affirmed, having become acquainted with the rear mountain during his 2-year sojourn there. Song Wenkong, filled with anxiety, hoisted Sun Shu onto his back and sprinted down the mountain. Noticing Song Wenkong's urgency, Tang Jiansong quickened his pace as well. Trailing behind, Song Xiaonuan carried Sun Feiyang, feeling an oppressive gaze upon her. Summoning her courage, she turned to face the source of the stare. The sight nearly terrified her into submission. A black wolf stood approximately 400 to 500 meters away, its eyes fixed intently on her. Run! The wolf is coming. Song Xiaonuan's voice halted Song Wenkong in his tracks. He wished to protect Xiaonuan, yet with Sun Shu on his back, he was momentarily at a loss. Dad, hurry up! With her mind racing, Song Xiaonuan swiftly retrieved a wooden bucket from her space and added a drop of spring water from her realm, hoping it would deter the approaching wolf. The black wolf crouched low to the ground before leaping into the air. Within moments, it was before the bucket of water. Its nose twitched as it sniffed the air, and with a flick of its crimson tongue, it took a lick of the water. Instantly, it shuddered, plunging its head into the bucket and gulping down the liquid eagerly. One after another, a dozen more wolves emerged, eyeing the backs of Song Xiaonuan and her companions, restless with anticipation. However, the lead wolf did not issue a command to attack. They could only wait patiently until Song Xiaonuan's figure vanished from their sight before being granted permission to drink from the bucket. For the sake of that water. The pack began to squabble among themselves, only settling down after the lead wolf intervened. The substantial amount of water ensured that each wolf would have its fill. Unaware of the discord within the wolf pack, Song Xiaonuan continued to run towards the village clinic, relieved to find the barefoot doctor just about to lock the door. The barefoot doctor, witnessing Song Wenkong rushing towards him with an elderly man on his back, followed by Song Xiaonuan carrying a boy with a bloodied face, sighed wearily and reopened the door. He directed them to place the patients on the beds and commenced his examination with a stethoscope. Discovering that the old man was merely suffering from a fit of apoplectic rage, he retrieved a silver needle and firmly inserted it into the old man's philtrum. A gasp escaped the old man's lips, and his eyes fluttered open. Seeing the old man regain consciousness, the barefoot doctor procured iodine and cotton, approaching Sun Feiyang's bedside. After cleansing the wound, he inhaled sharply. Who inflicted this? they struck with brutal force. A small puncture wound, the width of an infant's finger, marred his forehead, incessantly oozing blood. The barefoot doctor produced a bottle of Yunnan Baiyao, disinfecting the area once more before liberally applying the powder. The Baiyao was swiftly saturated with blood, transforming into a dark brown hue. The doctor continued to administer the powder until it ceased to coagulate, finally exhaling in relief. "Doctor, this was caused by a stone, wasn't it?" Song Xiaonuan surmised, recognizing that the puncture was likely inflicted by the sharp edge of a rock, explaining the wound's depth despite its small size. "One of you should remain here to attend to him. Should he develop a fever tonight, come to my residence. It's located at the end of this path. Simply follow it to its terminus." "Thank you, doctor. How much do we owe you?" 2 yuan will suffice for now." Song Xiaonuan produced 2 yuan and handed it to the barefoot doctor. Tang Jiansong volunteered to stay with Sun Feiyang, who had just regained consciousness and likely needed further rest. Meanwhile, Song Xiaonuan and Song Wenkong had yet to partake in their evening meal, and after the day's strenuous labor, they were undoubtedly ravenous. The barefoot doctor secured the inner room and departed, as Song Xiaonuan, with Song Wenkong in tow, hastened towards the cowshed. "Xiaonuan, do you suspect something amiss here?" Song Wenkong inquired. "Assuredly," she responded. "I espied the pheasant feather in Sun Feiyang's grasp. He must have captured a pheasant, only to have it pilfered." Song Wenkong nodded in agreement, having also noticed the feather, and observed Xiaonuan concealing it. "We shall inquire of Feiyang once he awakens," he affirmed. "Father. Even if we ascertain the truth, it avails us little," Xiaonuan cautioned. "We are labeled as pariahs. Should the villagers discover us pilfering from the collective, the repercussions would be dire." "So, we simply forsake the matter?" Song Wenkong questioned. Song Xiaonuan nodded, yet a glint of resolve flickered in her eyes. To simply forsake the matter was out of the question. She was acutely aware of Feiyang's motives. His pheasant hunt was solely for her benefit. With Song Zhao's life hanging in the balance, and her only sustenance being breast milk, it was imperative that Song Xiaonuan replenish her nourishment to fortify Song Zhao's fragile constitution. Upon returning to the cowshed, Song Xiaonuan partook of a meager repast before proceeding to the riverbank with soiled garments. After laundering the clothes, she made her way to the clinic. Uncle Sun, now sitting upright, promptly produced 2 yuan upon Xiaonuan's arrival, eager to reimburse the individual who had so graciously sought assistance, and loath to impose further financial burden. "Xiaonuan, Feiyang has regained consciousness, but remains reticent to divulge the identity of his assailant," Uncle Sun lamented. "Uncle. Escort Uncle Sun back home." "I shall accompany Feiyang," Song Xiaonuan declared. Tang Jiansong, comprehending Song Xiaonuan's intent, assisted Uncle Sun in his return. "Feiyang, who inflicted harm upon you?" she pressed. Chapter 62. My son has not returned for several days. "Aunt Xiaonuan, you have finally come back. How is Song Xiao? Is he still alive?" "Of course, he is alive. Tell Auntie, who injured you?" "It was the mother of that rascal. She saw me catch a wild chicken and tried to snatch it away. When I refused, I fled into the cave, but she caught up with me and struck my head with a stone." "The mother of that rascal?" "Yes. That wretched woman. I'm so sorry, Aunt Xiaonuan. I intended to catch a wild chicken for you to nourish your health, but..." Sun Feiyang was furious. He had been lying in wait for 3 days to catch that wild chicken, only to have it snatched away by someone else. "It's all right. I bought some meat buns in town today. Have one." Upon seeing the meat bun, Sun Feiyang's eyes lit up. He was indeed very hungry. He quickly opened his mouth and took a big bite. "Delicious. Thank you, Aunt Xiaonuan. I should be the one thanking you. However, from now on, without me by your side, you must not attempt to catch wild chickens, do you understand? I saw a black wolf today." Sun Feiyang's eyes widened in alarm. "When did this happen?" "The wolf was only about 500 or 600 meters away from our cave. If we had arrived a moment later, the consequences would have been dire." Fear spread across Sun Feiyang's face. Grateful that Aunt Xiaonuan had come to his rescue, he was lucky indeed. "Take these 2 meat buns back to your grandparents. Your grandfather was just frightened to the point of fainting." "Ah, so my grandfather." When Sun Feiyang awoke, Uncle Sun was sitting by his bedside, thus he was completely unaware that his grandfather had also been unconscious. "It's nothing serious now, henceforth. You are forbidden from venturing into the mountains alone. I will heed your words and abstain from solo mountain excursions. Having secured Sun Feiyang's pledge, Song Xiaonuan felt assuaged and escorted him back to the cowshed. In the dead of night, after ascertaining that everyone was asleep, Song Xiaonuan stealthily clambered out of the window and, guided by the lustrous moonlight, made her way toward Lai Litu's abode. Devoid of any possessions of value, Lai Litu's house stood with its door ajar. Song Xiaonuan cautiously entered in the darkness. A typical farmhouse courtyard lay before her, with a main room serving as both parlor and kitchen, flanked by a room on either side. Song Xiaonuan could already discern the snoring of Lai Litu's mother. She produced a pre-prepared stone and brought it down upon the forehead of Lai Litu's mother, then retreated into her dimension. Ah! Lai Litu's mother, abruptly roused from her slumber, emitted a startled cry. She touched her forehead and found her hand covered in blood, yet there was no one to be seen. A ghost. Terrified, Lai Litu's mother fled outside without even putting on her shoes. Son, where are you? Village chief, help me. The cries of Lai Litu's mother echoed throughout the Red Flag village, eventually rousing the village chief from his sleep. He lit an oil lamp and opened his door. Village chief, save me. I've been attacked by a ghost. What nonsense are you spouting? Don't you know about eradicating the old ways? How dare you speak such things? But look. I was sound asleep, and then my head was struck. The village chief held his oil lamp forward, revealing a gruesome, bloody mess. The pockmarked woman's cheeks were smeared with blood, making her appear spectral, especially as she materialized before him in the dead of night. Where had her husband disappeared to? He had been absent for 4 or 5 days now. What? Gone for 4 or 5 days? Off gambling again, no doubt. Never mind him for now. I'll take you to the barefoot doctor's. The barefoot doctor, roused from his slumber by the woman's piercing screams, muttered under his breath before turning over to resume his sleep. However, he was soon irritated by the insistent knocking at his door. Who's playing the ghost in the middle of the night? Oh, it's you, chief. What brings you here? She sustained a head wound. Administer some treatment. Do you have supplies? If not, fetch them from the clinic. The barefoot doctor nodded, inwardly vexed. First, it was Sun Feiyang from the cowshed with a head injury needing bandaging, then his grandfather fell unconscious, and now this woman has a head wound too. What a coincidence. The doctor's words ignited the woman's emotions. Chief, did you hear that? It must be that counter-revolutionary brat seeking revenge. Chief, arrest them at once. How do you know Sun Feiyang is responsible for your injury? Did you perhaps inflict his head wound? The woman hesitated, then abruptly stood up. He was stealing wild pheasants from the mountain. Naturally, I had to act in the people's interest. And where is the pheasant now? The woman was rendered speechless. The pheasant had long since been consumed. The village chief cast a weary glance at her. If you have nothing further, return home and cease causing trouble. Or face the consequences. As he contemplated the unconscious old man's son, the village chief turned to head towards the cattle shed. However, as he approached, an unsettling sensation crept over him. Beneath the window of the shed, a pair of green eyes flickered in the moonlight, ceaselessly moving. This was dire. The wolf had descended from the mountains. The village chief extinguished his flashlight and cautiously retreated step by step, fully aware that should he dare to flee, the wolf would undoubtedly outpace him. Finally, he reached the barefoot doctor's courtyard, firmly shutting the gate behind him, and hastily entered the room, securing the door once more before collapsing onto the ground. Chief, what has happened? Have you encountered a ghost? Cough, the wolf has come down. Right here at the cattle shed. Could it have harmed the people inside? Should we take action? I will seek out Wang Kai. You must head to the clinic at once. Prepare the medicine, and do not forget to take pine branches and matches. Exercise caution with the wolf. Chapter 63. Dazed, the village chief sprinted towards Wang Cai's home, his mind racing with thoughts of the plight of Hongqi village. A young woman, Liang Wan, bullied an infant. An elderly woman, with a disheveled appearance, tormented a child not yet 10 years old, and now, the wolf had come down. He worried whether those inside the cattle shed would survive the night, hoping that the wolf would not be too frenzied and that their lives would be spared. Wang Kai, in a muddled state of slumber, was jolted awake by his wife, who, upon seeing the terror etched on her face, sprang up in alarm. What is it? What has happened? The chief is outside. He says the wolf has come down. Right here at the cattle shed. What? Quickly, quickly, hand me the rifle and ammunition. Wang Kai hurriedly donned his clothes, grasped the rifle, and dashed outside. Village head. Summon the others with haste, there are still cattle at stake. The village head slapped his thigh, chagrined that he had overlooked such a crucial matter, and promptly dashed out. Uncle Wang Kai was the first to arrive at the cow shed, but after a prolonged scrutiny, he found no trace of any wolves. Recalling the cattle, he proceeded to the front of the shed, where he found the 2 cows placidly resting. When the village head arrived with several militiamen, they too exchanged bewildered glances, wondering where the wolves had vanished. Uncle Wang Kai cast a sidelong glance at the village head. Are you blind or merely seeing things? Where are the wolves? If there were wolves, the cattle would undoubtedly be agitated, but as you can see, they are perfectly tranquil. And listen to the snores of those sleeping in the cow shed. The village head raised a burning pine branch to illuminate the cows, who were finally roused from their slumber and stood up. Sleep on, then, we'll be on our way, the village head said, waving at the cows, wondering if he had been mistaken. Yet, he was certain of what he had seen, those emerald eyes were unmistakable. Perhaps we should take a look inside, just in case. We can simply peer through the windows. They haven't even opened them. Ah, this window is closed. This was Song Xiaonuan and her parents' residence. And with the window shut, there was likely nothing amiss. This is Tang Jiansong's window, he seems to be sound asleep. Sun is fine as well. Go and check on the Gu family. The Gu family's windows are also closed, so there's nothing to worry about. Uncle Wang Kai slung his rifle over his shoulder and headed back, remarking that the village head was likely overwrought due to the impending harvest. After the scabby-headed woman had left, Song Xiaonuan swiftly returned to the cow shed and clambered back in through the window. However, as soon as she lay down, she sensed something at the window. She slightly adjusted her angle, casting her gaze towards the open window, through which a bright moonlight streamed in, illuminating both the outside world and the 2 pairs of eyes within. Upon seeing the wolf, Song Xiaonuan's instinctive reaction was to swiftly send Song Xiao into her space, retrieving a dagger she had procured in Haisher for unforeseen circumstances. The wolf lingered by the window, its gaze fixed intently on Song Xiaonuan, observing as the child beside her vanished and a sharp blade suddenly materialized in her hand. Just as Song Xiaonuan prepared to act, the wolf abruptly withdrew its front legs from the window and vanished in a flash. Once the wolf departed, Song Xiaonuan promptly rose to close the window, taking a moment to regain her composure as she sat on the Kong. She pondered how the wolf could have descended from the mountains. Perhaps it sought the spring water from her space. If that were the case, she would be willing to offer it, for it would ensure her safety in future encounters. Despite the nature of wolves, which could repay kindness, humans often displayed ingratitude, holding grudges over minor grievances. Just as she was about to close her eyes, she remembered that the window in her uncle's room was still ajar. Who would sleep with their doors shut on such a hot day? Yet, with the wolf's appearance, it was prudent to secure the window. Rising once more, she heard voices outside. Discovering that the village head had also spotted the wolf and had summoned Uncle Wang Kai and a few others, Song Xiaonuan resolved to feign sleep, pretending to be oblivious to everything, for after such a tiring day, a good night's rest was essential. As dawn broke, revealing the pale light of morning, Tang Jianmei's internal clock kicked in, and she sprang up, ready to prepare breakfast. Having laundered garments the day prior, they were thoroughly desiccated overnight and required retrieval and stowing, lest one be rendered without suitable attire for the morrow. Not that she would be bereft of apparel, as her personal haven contained an abundance of raiment, however. Upon arriving here, she was constrained to select a meager 2 ensembles of the most time-worn variety. Once the morning repast was prepared, the arrival of Tang Jiansong and his cohort was heralded by their awakening. Spotting Grandma Feiyang's emergence, Song Xiaonuan hastened towards her. Learning of son Feiyang's well-being, she was thoroughly relieved. Shortly after concluding their breakfast, the village resonated with the summons for labor, signaling the imperative to commence work while the morning's coolness persisted. The mother of the afflicted individual also arrived at the field, accosting the village head and beseeching him, "Village head, my son has been absent for many days. I implore you to assist in locating him." Locate him? Preposterous. He is either indulging in gambling in town or ensconced in the domicile of some widow, living off her largesse. Are you blind? Do you not perceive the urgency of the harvest? Yet, I harbor a premonition that something grave has befallen my son. What calamity could possibly befall him? If you desire to search, do so yourself. Furthermore, I must remind you that absence from the fields entails forfeiture of work points. And without work points, there shall be no grain. I shall not extend any further loans of grain this year. With considerable force, the village head pried open the afflicted mother's grasp, loath to damage his trousers, for which no recompense would be forthcoming. Chapter 64, Aunt Lou's river plunged the afflicted mother. Bereft of recourse, was compelled to return home, intending to meticulously deliberate upon the potential whereabouts of her son. However, the locales that sprang to mind were either in town or in neighboring villages, and her cranium, having sustained a blow the previous night, was afflicted with vertigo, rendering her incapable of traversing such distances. Reflecting upon this, she resolved to return home and recline, figuring that her son had never treated her kindly anyway. It would be just as well if he perished abroad and never came back, thus ceasing to consume her provisions. In Red Flag Village, the wheat was gradually being harvested. Song Xiaonuan, cradling Song Xiao, assisted in sun-drying the wheat on the threshing ground. Numerous sparrows flitted about, coveting the wheat, and Song Xiaonuan, under the guise of shooing them away, secreted some of the grain into her interdimensional space. The wheat at this time was of a self-pollinating variety, suitable for seed saving. And Song Xiaonuan intended to cultivate these seeds within her space. Disaster. Fugui's wife has leapt into the river. A piercing cry shattered the tranquility of the threshing ground. Several of the women who had been watching over the wheat with Song Xiaonuan sprang to their feet and raced toward the riverbank in unison. Song Xiaonuan dared not run, mindful of her position, and remained dutifully seated on the threshing ground, turning the wheat. Yet her thoughts soared to the riverbank, though she was too far to hear or see anything. After roughly half an hour, the womenfolk returned, their gazes directed at Song Xiaonuan, laden with animosity. Just because the little tyke is ill, she's learned to tattle, causing Fugui's wife to be confined to the ancestral hall. Now Fugui intends to cast her off, leaving her no choice but to leap into the river. Song Xiaonuan turned to face the woman who had spoken, who glared back defiantly. What are you staring at? Am I wrong? How could the woman be mistaken? But if your grandson had his hands bound for over 4 hours, would you silently endure it? Bah! How can your son compare to my grandson? You are elements of malfeasance, while we are the very epitome of upright, 3 generations of impoverished peasants, immensely honorable. The woman spat upon the ground, her grandson roughly the same age as that nefarious child, she could not wish misfortune upon him. I contend that the wealthy daughter-in-law ought to leap into the river. How can you even utter such words? Consider the maternal family of the affluent daughter-in-law. They are akin to leeches, unlikely to allow her to return and consume their resources. Indeed, at such an advanced age to be dismissed, it would be utterly humiliating. It might be better to end it all in the river. Initially, a few women expressed some sympathy, but as they spoke, laughter erupted. To be dismissed at such an age is one thing, but to contemplate jumping into the river is truly shameful. Song Xiaonuan lowered her eyelids, harboring an indescribable resentment. Had it not been for the spring water from her space, her life would undoubtedly have been lost. Thus, whether it be Aunt Lou or the affluent daughter-in-law, both owed her son a debt of life, their dismissal was a mere light penalty. Grasping a broom, Song Xiaonuan swept the nearby weed inward and sought a spot far removed from those gossipy women to sit down. Song Xiaonuan, I implore you. Speak to my husband and beg him not to cast me aside. I have erred and shall no longer torment you. Just as Song Xiaonuan settled, Aunt Lou, drenched, rushed over and knelt before her. Aunt Lou, what are you doing? Song Xiaonuan was genuinely startled, jumping aside to evade her. As a young person, she could hardly bear such an act of supplication, fearing it might shorten her life. Xiao Song, Fugui has relented, as long as you forgive her, he shall refrain from dismissing his wife for the time being. The village chief also hastened over, having just exhaled a sigh of relief regarding the autumn harvest, only to find that the affluent daughter-in-law had contemplated jumping into the river. What a world we live in. Could it not pause for a moment to allow him a breath? Very well, I have already forgiven you. Song Xiaonuan hurriedly spoke up, could she dare to say otherwise? What if he were to leap into the river, or worse, hang himself in the cattle shed? Even a plunge into the yellow river would not cleanse her of such a burden. Fugui, since Xiao Song has forgiven me, I promise to cherish our days together. Please do not cast me aside. Fugui shot a fierce glare at Song Xiaonuan, then lowered his head and raced home. Aunt Lou immediately stood up and followed closely behind him, unwilling to lag even a step. disperse, disperse. What are you still doing standing here? The village chief waved his hand, noting that once this batch of wheat was dried, they would need to await the tractor for pressing, which was in high demand and required early reservation. Song Xiaonuan picked up a small stool, preparing to relocate, as this area had become dampened by Aunt Lu, whom she deemed unlucky. However, as she made her move, an instinctual feeling warned her of impending rain. Village chief, wait. Song Xiaonuan called out, prompting the chief to express some impatience. What is it now? Village chief, I sense rain is approaching, should we not gather the wheat? The chief glanced up at the scorching sun, his lips twitching slightly. Comrade Song Xiaonuan, I understand it is a bit warm under the sun, but that does not serve as an excuse for idleness. Song Xiaonuan was momentarily taken aback. How could she be accused of laziness? No, wherever it is cooler, I shall stay. The village chief hurried away, and Song Xiaonuan shook her head, pondering whether perhaps her mind truly was unwell. Chapter 65. A thunderstorm receded. Song Xiaonuan retrieved a bottle to hydrate Song Xiao, whose consumption of milk was gradually decreasing with the introduction of solid foods. Scarcely had the infant consumed half the bottle when a gust of wind swept through, causing the wheat on the ground to swirl, some particles landing on Song Xiaonuan's head. She glanced skyward, noting the once vibrant sky had instantaneously darkened. A sense of urgency washed over her, an inner voice compelling her to return home swiftly, for rain was imminent. Yet, her responsibilities weighed heavily upon her. Her task for these days was to ensure the wheat dried properly, and abandoning her post in the face of rain would invite severe censure. As a large cloud mass drifted overhead, Song Xiaonuan was certain that rain was about to fall. She secured Song Xiao onto her back with a rope. Just as she finished, a raindrop descended, landing on her head. Without hesitation, she withdrew a small, thin blanket from her basket, enveloping Song Xiao within it. Unbeknownst to others, this blanket concealed a secret. Song Xiaonuan had repurposed an adult raincoat, cutting and sewing it into the blanket's lining, complete with a meticulously crafted hood. Thus, even in the heaviest downpour, the blanket would shield Song Xiao from the rain and provide effective protection against the wind and cold. It's raining. Quickly, gather the wheat. There's no time. Cover it with tarpaulins. The tarpaulins are at the village committee, fetch them quickly. Several women, already drenched, cried out. The village chief, who had ventured over 100 meters away, was taken aback by the sudden change in weather. As droplets, then sheets of rain cascaded upon his head. He suddenly turned to gaze at Song Xiaonuan, only to find her unfurling a blanket to cover Song Xiao. Quickly, fetch the tarpaulin, ride my bicycle to do so. The village chief regretted the words he had spoken, wishing he could retract them. Had he heeded Song Xiaonuan's advice and cycled to retrieve the tarpaulin, the damage incurred would have been significantly lessened. The rain poured down with increasing ferocity, and everyone busied themselves gathering the wheat into piles to facilitate the covering with the tarpaulin. Once the tarpaulin arrived, in a flurry of urgency, they managed to cover the crops, only for the sky to unexpectedly clear, revealing a radiant rainbow ascending from the horizon. Song Xiaonuan gazed at it, entranced. Song Xiaonuan, how did you know it would rain? The village chief rushed to her side, his voice laced with urgency. Chief, I cannot say for certain, I merely saw a puddle and sensed that rain was imminent. The village chief turned back, observing that the puddle had long been obscured by the torrential rain. Yet he recalled that it was the spot where the wealthy bride had knelt, leaving behind a trace of water. Truly a harbinger of misfortune, he muttered through gritted teeth, aware that such words were unwise to utter. They lingered ambiguously in his throat. However, Song Xiaonuan understood his implication all too well, her heart racing in protest. That was not her intention. Chief, I did not mean, I understand, he interjected, do you think it will rain again? No, it certainly will not rain today. Once the ground dries, we shall immediately spread out the wheat. The village chief felt a sense of relief, as long as it did not rain again today. The wheat that had just been soaked could still dry. Otherwise, the stalks would sprout or become moldy. Song Xiaonuan felt a pang of regret. She was neither the thunder god nor the goddess of lightning, how could she possibly know when it would rain or not? Why did she so rashly respond? Village chief. I cannot be certain, I am not a meteorological bureau, so. Comrade Song Xiaonuan, I trust you. From now on, these rain covers will be kept here under your care. Whenever you feel rain is imminent, act swiftly. Song Xiaonuan pondered, perhaps she should change her name to Song Jiyu, Song knowing rain. Tang Jianmei had just been drenched by the rain, worrying about Xiao Xiao. For this child had suffered from pneumonia before, even though he had recovered, caution was paramount to prevent a relapse. When she saw the little one wrapped in a thin blanket, her heart finally eased. Xiao Xiao, shall we return home with Grandma? Mom, have you finished your work? The village chief told us to stop, otherwise, there would be no place to dry the wheat. Noticing a dark ring around Tang Jianmei's nostrils, Song Xiaonuan quickly produced a handkerchief. It was dust from the ripe wheat, which could easily be inhaled during the harvest. Mom, make sure to wash your nose thoroughly, including inside, or you might face respiratory issues later. Tang Jianmei nodded. She felt utterly uncomfortable, pricked by the wheat ons, and longed to return home for a proper bath. Please take care of Xiao Xiao for me, this scorching sun could harm the child. Okay, here is the refined version of the text you provided, with a nod. Song Xiaonuan settled Song Xiao into the bamboo basket, a small cotton quilt providing a comfortable cushion for the little one. Xiaonuan, you possess the ability to read the skies? Several aunties, having watched Tang Jianmei depart with Song Xiao, immediately gathered around, their curiosity piqued by Song Xiaonuan's apparent foresight regarding the impending rain. This time, Song Xiaonuan refrained from mentioning the puddle left by Auntie Lu, opting instead to gesture mysteriously towards the heavens, having noticed the gathering storm clouds. But I distinctly recall you mentioning something about water to the village chief, one of the aunties remarked, her gaze fixed on Song Xiaonuan, conveying her attentiveness. Chapter 66, Huang Ying returned. Song Xiaonuan shook her head, asserting with conviction, you must have misheard. She was determined not to repeat her mistake. The mere thought of Auntie Lu, possibly facing criticism, seeking recourse at her doorstep was unsettling. For 4 consecutive days, Song Xiaonuan remained at the threshing ground. Her face meticulously concealed beneath a headscarf, her body clad in long sleeves that extended to cover her neck. Similarly, Song Xiao, though thoroughly wrapped, had noticeably tanned. Uncle Wang Kai fashioned a tripod from wood, requesting Song Xiaonuan to provide some cloth to drape over it, creating a makeshift sunshade. The tripod, being rather small, barely sheltered Song Xiao, which stirred some discontent among the aunties. They perceived Wang Kai's actions as parsimonious, wishing he had made it larger so that they too could find respite from the sun. Wang Kai, however, typically reserved in his speech, merely rolled his eyes, silently questioning whether they could furnish a piece of cloth of comparable size. With a glare directed at the women, he then proceeded to the fields to work. Xiaonuan. Song Xiaonuan, where are you? A familiar voice echoed, and when Song Xiaonuan looked up, she saw Huang Ying's return. I'm over here. Huang Ying smiled. Amidst the multitude of women enveloped in headscarves, she had almost lost sight of Song Xiaonuan, yet her intuition had pinpointed the figure, confirming her suspicions. Are you feeling overheated? I brought something refreshing for you. Oh? What is it? Huang Ying presented Song Xiaonuan with a thermos. Upon opening it, a gust of cool air wafted out, carrying a sweet fragrance. Did you put popsicles in the thermos? Indeed, I initially intended to bring you popsicles, but the distance was too great, and they melted. However, they're still chilled, hurry and partake. Have you had any? Song Xiaonuan, noticing Huang Ying's parched lips, promptly held the thermos to her mouth. You're so parched. You shouldn't deprive yourself. You must drink first, or I shall refuse to drink. Seeing Huang Ying's insistence, Song Xiaonuan took a delicate sip before handing it back. Huang Ying, drinking from the same spot, also took a sip and then knelt beside Song Xiao, holding the thermos to his lips. Here's a spoon. He's not quite adept at drinking from a cup yet. Song Xiaonuan handed the spoon to Huang Ying, the thermos's rim being too thick for Song Xiao to drink from without spillage. Song Xiao opened his mouth wide, savoring a mouthful of iced sugar water, his eyes revealing delight. He smacked his lips, indicating his enjoyment. One more sip. You're still young, you can only have 3 sips at most. Or you might get a tummy ache. Huang Ying shared 3 sips, then took a small sip herself, ensuring Song Xiaonuan finished it all. Amused, Song Xiaonuan couldn't possibly indulge alone in such a precious popsicle treat. They shared it, sip by sip, until it was completely gone. Slightly reluctant to part with the taste, Song Xiaonuan poured some cooled boiled water into a thermos, then into a baby bottle, handing it to Song Xiao, clutching the bottle with both hands. Song Xiao drank the slightly sweet water, revealing 2 tiny, newly emerged teeth. Huang, how did your hand get broken? An auntie, noticing the two sharing from the thermos, knew they were enjoying something special. However, Huang Ying was not to be trifled with, and the village chief had already warned them, so no one dared to provoke her. Yet, the cause of Huang Ying's broken hand remained a mystery. Liang Wan claimed Song Xiaonuan had pushed her, causing the fall. But seeing their close relationship, it was clear Liang Wan was fabricating. Thus, the auntie approached, inquiring about the injury. Her question evoked the memory of the trap. And Huang Ying swiftly grasped the auntie's arm with her uninjured hand, asking, "Auntie, do you happen to know who dug a trap near the back hill? There are countless traps in the back hills, some dug by Wang Kai, others by old hunters. I wouldn't know who dug that one. These days, you can't openly set traps in the mountains to catch wild animals, or people will accuse you of exploiting socialist resources. Certainly, bringing home small creatures like wild chickens and rabbits generally poses no significant issues. However, larger animals such as wild boars and roe deer must be reported. Given the necessity of reporting, who would laboriously set traps, capture wild animals, and then surrender them, unless one were exceedingly foolish? You may not understand. But I shall seek out Uncle Wang Kai. Huang Jiqing, do not go." Song Xiaonuan grasped her arm, questioning the utility of such a visit. Even if you were to locate the individual who set the traps, would you expect them to cover the medical expenses? Not to mention the possibility of their financial means. The mere thought could drown Huang Ying in frustration. Those individuals toil in the fields, while you choose to wander the mountains. Huang Ying, with a peculiar understanding gleamed from Song Xiaonuan's eyes, nodded in agreement, deciding against further inquiry. "By the way, I encountered Liang Wan at the hospital. And it was quite tragic." "What happened?" Her face, swollen beyond recognition, took several days to recover, incurring substantial medical expenses. "I heard she was bitten by a centipede in the ancestral hall." They visited and confirmed that the centipede was quite large. A centipede of such size must possess formidable venom. It could fetch a high price as traditional medicine. A glimmer of ambition sparkled in Huang Ying's eyes. She resolved to visit the ancestral hall. Chapter 67, reporting the incident. Xiaonuan, once this batch of wheat has dried, accompany me to the ancestral hall. I wish to locate that centipede. Huang Jiqing, what do you desire with the centipede? It's a secret. Would you be willing to join me? Song Xiaobao nodded in agreement, expressing no reluctance, yet emphasizing the need for protective measures, such as securely fastening the cuffs and pant legs. As they were engrossed in conversation, a plaintive wail pierced the air. "Son, where are you?" "Huang, that leper's mother has been searching for him these past few days," Song Xiaonuan whispered to Huang Ying. Huang Ying's eyes narrowed with apprehension. "It's been so long. Hopefully, he's been devoured by wild beasts." The village head and the villagers also sensed that something was amiss. In the past, the leper would disappear for 2 or 3 days, but that was the absolute limit. This time, however, it seemed he had been gone for a week. Something must have happened. Leper's mother, think carefully. When your leper left, did he tell you anything? The village head urged, trying to calm her down. The leper's mother shook her head. Her son never told her where he was going, nor did he inform her whether he would return at night. Their home was utterly destitute, and if he didn't venture out in search of food, they would starve. What was the point of saying anything? Could he have gone to town to gamble with those ruffians? He doesn't have any money. If he did, he wouldn't have accumulated so much debt in the village. Did he perhaps spend the night at the home of a widow or someone like that? The village head hesitated but ultimately asked, as finding the leper was of utmost importance. "I don't know." "Son, where are you? You can't be gone. Your father died early. And if you don't come back, who will break the funeral pot for me?" The village head was speechless. Is this really the time to be thinking about breaking funeral pots? Wait, could he have gone up the mountain? The village chief cast a glance at the lush mountains. The farmers lacked both money and tickets. If they wished to have meat, they would need to venture into the mountains. However, he, a slothful individual, would never seek sustenance there. Ignoring his words, the village chief organized a group, seizing the early hours of the day to explore the mountains. At this moment, Song Xiaonuan and Huang Ying were exceedingly anxious. They yearned to accompany the group into the mountains but resolutely held their tongues, understanding that speaking out could invite calamity. "Huang Jiqing, your hand is still healing, and the weather is sweltering. You should return to rest," Huang Ying advised. She exchanged a profound glance with Song Xiaonuan and nodded in agreement. Song Xiaonuan picked up Song Xiao and began to engage with him. hoping to divert her attention and regain a semblance of normalcy. As the sun gradually sank lower in the sky, they had already stored the sun-dried wheat in the granary. This was the final batch, sparing them from further exposure to the scorching heat the following day. Upon returning to the cowshed with Song Xiao, Tang Jianmei had prepared dinner and heated water. A wooden tub stood at the entrance, ready for Song Xiao's bath. Song Xiaonuan entrusted Song Xiao to Tang Jianmei and retreated to her room, locking the door behind her as she entered her space. She casually mixed some warm water, rinsed herself briefly, changed into clean clothes, and emerged from her space with her soiled garments. Song Xiao was already seated in the wooden tub, splashing about, while a wooden toy gun floated nearby, a gift from Uncle Sun, crafted for Sun Feiyang, who had then passed it on to Song Xiao. "Xiaonuan, are you done washing?" asked Tang Jianmei. "Mom, did Dad and Uncle go with the village chief into the mountains to search for someone?" As Song Xiaonuan noted that it was already time to finish work and they had yet to return, she realized that not only her uncle and father were absent, but also Gu Hui and Uncle Sunday and Xiaonuan. "I know they've all gone up the mountain to find that scoundrel. Honestly, such a villain would be better off dead." "Shoo. Are you trying to get yourself killed? If the villagers hear you say that, they will undoubtedly apprehend you." "Why would they catch me?" "Because you have a clear motive." "What do you mean by motive?" "You wish for the scoundrel to die, right? That is your motive." Sun Feiyang, astute and perceptive, immediately inferred the answer from Song Xiaonuan's words. He shrank his neck and confessed his wrongdoing. "Feiyang, our current situation is precarious. You must exercise caution in your speech and actions." Once again, Sun Feiyang observed the seriousness etched on Song Xiaonuan's face, firmly etching her words into his mind. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps echoed nearby. Song Xiaonuan turned to see Song Wenkong and several others returning, their bodies caked in mud. The first thing they did upon arriving was to grab a ladle to drink water, evidently parched from their lengthy trek. "Wash up, you're all covered in dirt." Song Xiaonuan produced a change of clothes, knowing that for men, bathing in summer was rather convenient, as they could simply pour cold water over themselves. "What is the situation?" "The village chief said that we need to see the living or the dead. We wandered around the mountain for quite a while. And not only did we not find a person or a corpse, but not even a single strand of hair." The anxiety that gripped Song Xiaonuan dissipated momentarily, only to be reignited by Song Wenkong's subsequent revelation. The village head had already reported the incident to the Public Security Bureau in town. Chapter 68, A Potent Sixth Sense. The following morning, officers from the Public Security Bureau arrived in Red Flag Village. Their initial course of action involved interrogating villagers known to have strained relations with the pockmarked man. After a week of relentless investigation, their efforts proved fruitless. Consequently, everyone turned their gaze towards the mountains, a silent acknowledgement of the pockmarked man's likely fate. "I can't go on living. Husband, why didn't you take me with you?" The pockmarked man's mother collapsed to the ground, wailing uncontrollably. She wasn't naive, deep down, she knew the truth. Oddly, no one pitied her. Aside from the village head's wife offering words of comfort, not a single villager stepped forward to console her. The pockmarked man had a penchant for petty theft, pilfering eggs from one household and grain from another, earning the resentment of the entire community. "Tai Zhu, go to the neighboring village and fetch Chunhua." Chunhua, the pockmarked man's elder sister, had married into the neighboring village. However, their relationship had soured due to his constant demands for money and food. "All right, I'll go immediately." His prospective bride, Kai Qin, resided in the neighboring village as well. In addition to summoning Chunhua, he needed to have a conversation with his future daughter-in-law. An hour and a half later, Tai Zhu returned, his head hanging low. Seeing that he was alone, the villagers began to murmur amongst themselves. "Tai Zhu, where's Chunhua?" "I have not seen Chunhua," her grandmother declared that they have severed ties, and the plight of the wretched woman is of no concern to their family. Upon hearing this, the mother of the wretched woman nearly had her eyes bulging out in disbelief. Glancing around, she spotted a man wielding a shovel, seized it, and ran off. "This is bad, we must retrieve that old woman immediately," the village head exclaimed urgently. No one dared to disregard the village head's command. They all obstructed the wretched woman and relentlessly urged her back to her home, ultimately forcing her to return. "I warn you, do not stir trouble at Chunhua's household. Her entire family is not to be trifled with, especially not by a woman of your age. Life is not so easily given away." The village head sternly cautioned the mother of the wretched woman. Should she dare to instigate conflict between the two villages, he would ensure she faced the police. The mother of the wretched woman was taken aback, and tears of genuine sorrow filled her eyes. She had raised 2 children, sacrificing her daughter for a high-priced marriage to secure her son's future. Now, with both children gone, she pondered the meaning of her life's sacrifices. The incident concerning the wretched woman merely caused a ripple in the village, and soon it was time for the rice to ripen, prompting everyone to prepare for the harvest. Comrade Song Xiaonuan, do you think it will rain today? The village head, having organized the tasks, sought out Song Xiaonuan in the fields. She confidently shook her head, asserting that there would be no rain in the coming week. Ever since she had foreseen a change in the weather, she had begun to pay close attention, awakening each day with a sense of the day's forecast. For a continuous fortnight, her premonitions had never faltered. For instance, she accurately predicted that today would be windy, tomorrow overcast, and the day after would bring a slight drop in temperature. As time progressed, she had honed her ability to foresee not just the weather of the day, but also that of 3 days hence and even a week in advance. If this week were to be fair, what might next week hold? The village chief pressed her eagerly for answers. It is essential to note that from the moment rice is harvested until it is stored, a minimum of 20 days is required. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, this could extend to a month. I do not know, Uncle Village Chief. Please do not place such weight on my shoulders. Should I err, the repercussions would be dire, she cautioned. The village chief nodded, acknowledging that his request was indeed a tall order, yet he found himself bereft of alternatives, for farmers depend on the whims of the weather. Beyond their own sustenance, they are also obligated to contribute to the public grain, a matter of utmost importance that cannot be taken lightly. The first week had indeed been marked by crisp autumn air, and by late September and October in the Black Province, a chill had begun to set in, sparing the villagers engaged in agricultural labor from the torment of sweltering heat. Xiaonuan, what does next week's weather hold? Please assist your uncle in discerning it. The village chief implored once more. This Xiaonuan was quite remarkable, possessing the ability to read celestial signs, making her a treasure of Hongqi village. Glancing upwards, Song Xiaonuan sensed that next week would likely be overcast, though she could not ascertain whether it would rain. Upon learning that next week might bring clouds and potential rain, the village chief instructed that children under the age of 10 should refrain from gathering rice and instead focus on collecting firewood. The children, somewhat reluctant, had already prepared ample firewood for the winter, with their primary task now being the collection of rice. The village elder sighed, acknowledging the tacit understanding that each year, the gleanings of wheat and rice by the children provided a significant supplement to their family sustenance. To deprive them of this entitlement would undoubtedly be met with resistance. Rest assured, he said, the gleaning will be limited to 3 days, and I assure you these rice grains will be untouched. With no sun in the forecast for next week, we must fire up the Kong to dry the harvest. Upon learning they would still have the opportunity to glean, the children, led by the stout little fatty, surged towards the mountains behind the village. A wave of envy washed over Song Xiaonuan, her heart yearning for the autumnal bounty of the mountains. The thought of not procuring some of its treasures weighed heavily on her mind. Chapter 69, The disappearance of Aunt Wang's grandson. Huang Ying approached, carrying a thermos. Noticing Song Xiaonuan's gaze fixed upon the mountains, she understood her longing. Once the harvest is complete, we shall venture into the mountains, she offered, before urging, drink this now. Song Xiaonuan opened the thermos to find malted milk. She declined, prompting Huang Ying's earnest persuasion, with such strenuous labor and the demands of nursing. You must listen to me and drink this. Comrade Huang, Song Xiaonuan replied, Xiao Xiao will soon be weaned. I shouldn't consume such things any longer. Oh. So young to be weaned? Perhaps a few more months? Huang Ying suggested. Not immediately, but gradually. By the time he reaches 10 months, he will be fully weaned. And we can supplement his nutrition with formula, Song Xiaonuan explained. As you wish. Then I shall take care of Xiaoxiao's formula, Huang Ying offered. Thank you. I have an ample supply here, enough for Xiaoxiao for a year, Song Xiaonuan replied. With a subtle upturn of her lips, Huang Ying paid no heed to such matters, her sole concern being to provide whatever Xiaonuan required. Should she lack it herself, she would simply contact her elder brother, to whom their parents had entrusted her care. Huang. How is your hand faring? It has essentially recovered, but you must keep it confidential. As the saying goes, 100 days to heal from a bone injury, and it has not yet been 100 days, so I must continue to recuperate. Song Xiaonuan smiled, her lips dimpling with a pair of petite hollows. She understood that Huang Ying was seeking to evade labor. Huang Ying, beholding the radiant and alluring Song Xiaonuan, felt a stirring within her gaze, a longing to rush forward and bestow a kiss, yet she managed to maintain her composure. I shall bring you sustenance at midday. Nay. Huang, you must not associate too closely with me, lest. Song Xiaonuan glanced about her. The educated youth were preoccupied with their tasks, but the village women had begun to point and murmur. Liang Ping approached, regarding Huang with a genial smile. Sister Huang, has your hand recovered? Nearly. Yet I lack the strength. Yesterday, I attempted to draw water, but I was unable. Huang Ying discerned that Liang Ping had come to hasten her departure. To abstain from labor was one thing, but to disrupt the work of others was quite another. With a smile, she extracted several liqueur-filled chocolates from her pocket, pressed them into Liang Ping's hand, and, feigning the need to prepare a meal, scurried away. Xiaonuan, how is it that you are so amicable with Huang? Do you hail from the same locale? Beaming with delight, Liang Ping swiftly pocketed the vibrantly hued, foil-wrapped cordial chocolates. She then turned her gaze towards Song Xiaonuan. Song Xiaonuan nodded in acknowledgement. Speaking in their shared dialect, indicative of their common origin, she delved into her pocket and produced several white rabbit milk candies. Huang, the educated youth, just gifted these to me. Please, accept them. Oh, I couldn't possibly. What about your son? Liang Ping protested. Xiao Xiao is still too young for sweets. And I myself don't have a penchant for them. With a cheerful grin, Liang Ping deposited the white rabbit candies into her pocket. She then turned and departed. Content with her bounty, she was now stocked with a week's worth of treats. Tang Jianmei, who had been observing the exchange, inwardly sighed. She was grateful that Xiaonuan's extra-dimensional storage was ample, otherwise, she mused, they would not know how they would manage to survive. Dong dong. Dong dong. Who is watching my grandson? A village woman, Aunt Wang, suddenly exclaimed. Song Xiaonuan glanced up and couldn't suppress a smile. This Aunt Wang, she recalled, was the very same woman who had faulted her for tattling when Aunt Lu had attempted to drown herself. Dongdong's grandmother, are you certain your grandson was playing here? Of course, I'm certain. I even instructed him to remain seated right here. Well, isn't this your grandson's shoe? A village woman, spotting a tiger head shoe on the ground, promptly picked it up and presented it to Aunt Wang. It is indeed my grandson's shoe. I made it myself, in fact. Where did you find it? Just beneath that tree. Aunt Wang immediately hurried towards the tree. Aside from her basket, however, there was nothing else to be found. Basket in hand, containing a tea mug and some provisions, the child had vanished. The village had lamented, perplexed as to why these incidents always coincided with the harvest season, wishing they could postpone their occurrences. Song Xiaonuan, do you have any knowledge of Dongdong's whereabouts? The village head inquired, rushing to her side. Startled, Song Xiaonuan responded. How would I know where this Dongdong has gone? I am not law enforcement. Aha. So you confess to concealing my grandson, do you? You malevolent element. Was one sardonic comment enough to warrant such retribution? Aunt Wang accused, having followed closely behind. She lunged forward, seizing Song Xiaonuan's hair. Caught off guard, Song Xiaonuan was momentarily stunned. Tang Jianmei, witnessing the assault, intervened, grabbing Aunt Wang's hair in turn. Village head, you must report these subversive elements. They have abducted her grandson and are now resorting to violence. Their audacity knows no bounds. Aunt Wang released Song Xiaonuan and turned her attention to Tang Jianmei. However, Tang Jianmei, having imbibed the essence of the spatial spring, proved to be the superior combatant, swiftly overpowering Aunt Wang. Aunt Wang's offspring arrived on the scene, and upon witnessing their mother's defeat, they promptly joined the fray, tipping the scales against Tang Jianmei. Chapter 70, Song Xiaonuan apprehended Song Wenkong abandoned his sickle and rushed to assist, while Tang Jiansong, after a moment of hesitation, rolled his eyes and knelt before the village chief. Village chief, although we are labeled as dissidents, we have been law-abiding. Why are we constantly being falsely accused? Last time we were confined in the ancestral hall, and now we are unjustly accused of abducting children. The village chief was bewildered. He merely sensed that Song Xiaonuan possessed an accurate intuition, and thus sought to inquire if she could discern Dongdong's whereabouts. without ever asserting that Song Xiaonuan had stolen a child. She pilfered our child, so we shall dispose of her offspring. An elderly man suddenly roared. Then lunged directly at Song Xiao. Song Xiaonuan, hearing this, was aghast and, disregarding her own parents, dashed frantically towards Song Xiao. The old man seized Song Xiao by the collar, hoisting him into the air, causing him to wail in terror. Cry, you little harbinger of death. The offspring of dissidents should not be alive. Having uttered these words, the old man was about to hurl Song Xiao away. Dong Dong was his first grandson. And if Dong Dong were lost, this little whelp must die. Song Xiaonuan's eyes reddened. Since her rebirth, all her efforts had been focused on Song Xiao. If this rebirth could not safeguard Song Xiao, she truly had no desire to live. Driven by maternal instinct, Song Xiaonuan mustered all her strength and kicked the old man's leg. A cracking sound echoed as the old man collapsed to the ground. Seeing Song Xiao fall from the old man's grasp, Song Xiaonuan threw herself forward, Song Xiao landing on her back, wailing even more piteously. Song Xiaonuan swiftly embraced Song Xiao, beginning to examine her for injuries. Perhaps due to overwhelming anxiety, she trembled uncontrollably. She broke my father's leg, someone exclaimed. Wang Sun rushed forward, brandishing a hoe, and aimed a blow at Song Xiaonuan's head. No. At that moment, Tang Jianmei and Song Wenkong were forcefully pinned to the ground by numerous villagers, utterly unable to move. Witnessing the scene, they screamed at the top of their lungs. The village chief realized he had caused a disaster. His intentions were never malicious. Yet the situation had spiraled beyond his control. Swiftly, he seized Wang Sun. Zhongqiang, you are mistaken, it was not Song Xiaonuan who stole the child. Village chief. Are you still protecting her? I distinctly heard you ask her where Dong Dong was, and she broke my old man's leg, Wang shouted as she approached. Observing her husband's leg grotesquely bent, clearly broken, she declared, kill her, I shall pay with my life. The old man pointed at the trembling Song Xiaonuan, yelling fiercely. And the villagers were incensed, outraged that a rogue dared to assault them and break the legs of their kin. We did not steal the child. You have no evidence to slander us, nor do you have the right to harm my family. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Song Wenkong bellowed. But no one heeded his plea. Instead, someone seized the opportunity to strike him on the head with the hose handle. Blood erupted from his scalp, quickly obscuring his vision. While Tang Jianmei's eyes filled with anguish, yet she remained powerless to intervene. With a resounding bang, the gunshot startled the enraged villagers, causing them to cower. Uncle Wang Kai arrived with his militia, rifle in hand. Wang Kai, you must seek justice for my old man and my grandson. My grandson is missing. And the old man's leg is broken. It's a tragedy. Aunt Wang cried, tears streaming down her face, her eyes filled with venom as she glared at Song Xiaonuan. Who told you she stole your grandson? Wang Kai asked sternly. The village chief stepped forward immediately. Song Xiaonuan can predict the weather accurately every time. So I thought she might know Dongdong's whereabouts. I rushed over to ask her. It's my fault. Wang Kai looked at the village chief in astonishment. Are you too idle? Being able to predict the weather means you know the whereabouts of children? What kind of logic is that? Aunt Wang was alarmed. A mistake? No. Even if it's a mistake, Song Xiaonuan must suffer, and her child must die. She thought. Wang Kai, look at my old man's leg. How can we till the land with a broken leg? You're in the militia, arrest her. Your old man tried to kill my child first. As a mother, I had to do what I did to save my child, Song Xiaonuan retorted, standing tall, glaring at Aunt Wang, feeling utterly wronged. Arrest Song Xiaonuan and her parents. Wang Kai commanded. Zhongqiang, take your father to the hospital immediately. Someone, fetch the barefoot doctor to bandage him up. As Uncle Wang Kai waved his hand, two militiamen approached, intending to seize Song Xiaonuan. Seeing the strangers approach, Song Xiao, who had just stopped crying, burst into tears again. I departed on my own accord. Clutching Song Xiao tightly, Song Xiaonuan cast a glance filled with resentment at her parents, who were being escorted away by the villagers. The militia escorted the Song Xiaonuan family of 4 to the ancestral hall, where they were locked inside. As the matter was beyond their jurisdiction and had to be reported to the Public Security Bureau. Do not weep, Xiao Xiao, mother is here. Behold, what is this? With no windows and the sole door sealed shut, the ancestral hall was plunged into darkness. Song Xiaonuan produced a flashlight, illuminating the space. Chapter 71, I have taken note of you father, mother, swiftly secure your trouser legs and wrists with rope, there are venomous centipedes present. Song Wenkong nodded in assent, taking the rope to bind himself, but as he lowered his head, he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Song Xiaonuan promptly retrieved cooled boiled water infused with spatial spring water from her dimension, urging Tang Jianmei to administer it to him, while she used rope to secure the trousers of the two individuals. The sound of a lock being opened echoed from outside, followed by the door being flung open, allowing sunlight to stream in. Uncle Wang Kai had arrived with the barefoot doctor. Upon seeing Song Wenkong prostrate on the ground, the barefoot doctor immediately began his examination. Discovering a laceration on his head, likely caused by a nail on the handle, though fortunately not deep. A tetanus shot is necessary, which will require payment. 3 yuan will suffice for now. Song Xiaonuan extracted 3 yuan in change from her person, indeed, mere change, consisting of 10-cent and 2-cent coins, managing to scrape together the required sum with difficulty. I have brought stools for you to seek refuge here while awaiting the arrival of the Public Security Bureau comrades, who will undoubtedly restore your innocence. Uncle Wang Kai brought in 2 baskets from outside, containing 3 small stools and a tea mug filled with cooled boiled water. Thank you, Uncle Wang Kai. Song Xiaonuan expressed her gratitude repeatedly. Uncle Wang Kai waved his hand, and after confirming that Song Wenkong was not in mortal danger, he departed with the barefoot doctor, ensuring the door was locked. Once they had left, Song Xiaonuan switched on the flashlight and retrieved a recliner and some refreshments from her dimension. Dad, please sit on this recliner. Here's some water for you, it's beneficial for your health. If you're hungry, have some snacks. I'm taking Xiao into the dimension. The couple nodded, deeply grateful for the blessings of the Tang family ancestors, who had bestowed such a treasure upon Song Xiaonuan, enabling them to maintain a comfortable life even in dire circumstances. Tang Jianmei took a few sips of water and ate 2 pieces of plum blossom cake, then sighed, when will this ever end? It's all my fault for dragging you down. Perhaps we should divorce, so you and Xiaonuan could. Silence. Song Wenkong interrupted. If I wanted a divorce, I would have done it long ago. Don't ever mention it again, understand? Tang Jianmei nodded, tears streaming down her face. How could the village chief be so wicked? Xiaonuan has helped him so much, how could he deceive our Xiaonuan? Song Wenkong shook his head. I don't see it that way. The village chief certainly didn't intentionally deceive Xiaonuan. A rural man who hasn't even graduated from middle school wouldn't have such meticulous thinking ability. Then why did he do this? Perhaps driven by an urgent desire to help, there remained benevolent individuals in the village. Consider Brother Wang Kai, who, on the surface, apprehended us, yet in reality, he was safeguarding us in a roundabout manner. The couple sat on the stools, murmuring to each other. Meanwhile, within the confines of her sanctuary, Song Xiaonuan meticulously examined Song Zhao's neck, concerned that such a forceful hoisting might have caused injury. Fortunately, there were no apparent wounds. Song Xiaonuan nourished Song Zhao with milk, cleansed his face, and washed his small bottom. After dressing him in a fresh set of clothes, she lulled him to sleep. After an indeterminate period, the sound of a key turning in the lock echoed from beyond the door. Song Wenkong and Tang Jianmei grew anxious, as Xiaonuan had not yet emerged from her sanctuary, and they worried about the whereabouts of the deck chairs beneath them. Xiaonuan, Song Wenkong whispered as he extinguished the flashlight. Tang Jianmei urgently called out. Song Xiaonuan, cradling the slumbering Song Zhao, emerged from her sanctuary and promptly concealed their belongings. Song Wenkong extended the flashlight to her, and with a subtle gesture, Song Xiaonuan caused the flashlight to vanish. Immediately, a beam of light flooded in from the doorway. These are the ones, Wang Kai declared, leading several comrades from the Public Security Bureau into the room. He gestured towards Song Xiaonuan and the others. The comrades from the Public Security Bureau nodded in acknowledgement and escorted Song Xiaonuan and her companions away. Outside the ancestral hall, a multitude had gathered. Upon witnessing the dried bloodstains on Song Wenkong's face and the disheveled appearance of the trio, their hearts were filled with elation. Down with the saboteurs. The saboteurs deserve to be executed. Someone shouted, and the crowd echoed the sentiment. Uncle Niu then drove his ox cart into the throng, swiftly diffusing the perilous situation. Uncle Niu, how can you allow the saboteurs to ride in the ox cart? A robust man bellowed, prompting Uncle Niu to lash out with his whip. You impudent rascal. One should always leave room for future reconciliation. What good does it do you to drive someone to their demise? The villagers fell silent. And Song Xiaonuan seized the opportunity to board the ox cart, pulling Song Wenkong and Tang Jianmei along with her. As the ox cart lurched forward, Song Xiaonuan abruptly turned her head. Her gaze piercingly fixed on one of the men. She etched his face into her memory, the very man who had struck her father's head with the handle of a hoe, malevolently aiming the nail-studded part at his skull. The man was unnerved by the chilling intensity in Song Xiaonuan's eyes. A sudden pang of fear gripped his heart. Had his surreptitious attack been discovered? But even if it had, what could she do? Song Xiaonuan averted her gaze and turned to Uncle Niu, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Uncle Niu. Uncle Niu shook his head, replying, as long as that child remains unfound, you cannot be exonerated of this accusation. What shall become of us? Song Xiaonuan and the others were detained, and the officers at the Public Security Bureau were visibly vexed, their brows furrowed in deep concern. They recalled a previous case from Red Flag Village involving the disappearance of an adult. Now, a mere 10-month-old infant had vanished. A child of such tender age could not possibly wander off on their own, therefore, someone must have taken him. Who would abduct a 10-month-old boy? Only two types of individuals came to mind, someone with a vendetta against the family, or a trafficker of human beings. Immediately seal off the long-distance bus station. There was only a solitary long-distance bus depot in their town, to journey elsewhere. One had to embark on a long-distance bus to reach the railway station in the county seat. The Public Security Bureau mobilized, dispatching a pair of officers to Hongqi village to investigate the situation. As for the allegation that Song Xiaonuan had abducted a child, it was deemed entirely unworthy of attention. A woman of dubious background, burdened with a family, would hardly be so devoid of sense as to engage in such a self-destructive act. Unless she harbored a deep-seated vendetta against the family in question, a blood feud, perhaps. Yet, could such a scenario be plausible? Obviously, it bore no credibility. Huang Ying departed from Song Xiaonuan and proceeded to the town, her funds dwindling. She contemplated sending a telegram to her elder brother, requesting him to remit funds and dispatch some nourishing provisions. Upon her return from the town, she learned of Song Xiaonuan's predicament, and her countenance paled. No. She could not allow Song Xiaonuan to suffer such injustice. Yet, as an educated youth sent to the countryside, what recourse did she have? Her sole recourse lay in seeking assistance from her elder brother. Huang Ying prepared to return to the town, only to be intercepted by the other educated youths at the settlement. What is the point? By the time you reach the town, the post office will have already closed. Then I shall depart at the crack of dawn tomorrow. Huang Ying conceded that it was indeed futile to venture out so late. To traverse the deserted rural roads under the cloak of night would only expose her to unnecessary peril. Huang Ying, why do you hold such affection for that Song Xiaonuan? I admire her. Originally, she was exempt from being sent down to the countryside, yet she chose to divorce rather than be separated from her parents. Is such a woman not deserving of our utmost respect? Those young intellectuals were filled with fervor. Upon reflection, it seems quite reasonable. Moreover, their impressions of the villagers were rather unfavorable, leading to a palpable sense of shared animosity. Huang Ying spent an entire night in restless contemplation, and as dawn broke, she hastened to the town. Upon her arrival, the post office had yet to open its doors. After having breakfast at the state-run restaurant, she took her place by the post office entrance, eagerly awaiting its opening. As soon as the door swung open, she rushed inside. Comrade, I wish to make a long-distance call. To where? To the military region. Upon hearing Huang Ying's intention to call the military district, the postal staff's expression brightened, and they escorted her into a private room. Military district, whom do you wish to reach? I seek my elder brother, Huang Hao. Huang Hao is currently in training. He will be unavailable for 2 hours. Please call back then. Comrade, this is a matter of life and death. In 2 hours, I may not have the chance to see my brother alive. Huang Ying's urgency was palpable, her voice tinged with desperation, which startled the attendant, prompting them to declare they would immediately summon someone via loudspeaker. After approximately 3 minutes, Huang Hao, breathless, answered the phone. Upon hearing his voice, Huang Ying burst into tears. What is the matter? Have you suffered some injustice? Brother, I am dying. My savior has been captured because of me. Savior? What has happened? I fell into a trap on the mountain, landing headfirst and injuring my hand. It was Song Xiaonuan who rescued me from the pit and took me to the hospital. Upon hearing that his sister had tumbled headfirst into a pit and fractured her arm, Huang Hao was initially amused, finding the image rather comical. However, his sister was correct. Without timely intervention, her condition would deteriorate significantly. Therefore, the Song Xiaonuan must be regarded as her benefactor. Why was the Song Xiaonuan apprehended? The child traffickers abducted the villagers' children, leading them to suspect Song Xiaonuan, despite her innocence. They even inflicted injuries upon her. Where is she currently detained? At the Public Security Bureau. It seems she is under protective custody. Protective custody? Brother, I don't comprehend. You need not concern yourself with the details. I am now aware of the situation. Remain where you are, and I will seek assistance. Reassured by her elder brother's promise to find help, Huang Ying paid her bill and hastened to the state-run restaurant, intending to deliver a meal to Song Xiaonuan. Huang Ying did not encounter Song Xiaonuan, however, her meal was accepted, with the Public Security Bureau personnel assuring her that the food would be delivered. Song Xiaonuan was pleasantly surprised upon receiving the 3 lunch boxes. Learning that they were sent by Huang Ying, her heart was profoundly warmed. Xiaonuan, why is that educated youth, Huang, so kind to you? Because we share a mutual passion. Song Xiaonuan hesitated to reveal their shared secret, mindful of potential eavesdroppers, which could jeopardize her interrogation. Judging by her accent, that educated youth, Huang, is likely also from Haishur. We are kindred spirits in a similar plight, although her circumstances are considerably more favorable. Song Xiaonuan nodded, opening the lunch boxes. Each contained a different dish, one held dumplings, another a custard, and the third, braised pork with rice. The egg custard was meant for Song Xiao, while old Song was to enjoy the braised pork. The dumplings were to be shared between myself and Xiaonuan. Chapter 73, What does it matter if she is wronged? Song Wenkong nodded but did not indulge solely in the braised pork. He offered a few bites to Song Xiaonuan and shared some with his wife, even allowing Song Xiao to savor the flavor. Outside, the police officers monitoring the situation shook their heads. Such a loving family could never commit a heinous act. Fate truly plays tricks on us. Ding 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 ding. The phone in the office rang, and a police officer answered. What? The child has been found? Where? We will be there immediately. As soon as that officer hung up, smiles broke out among the others. Where had the child been located? At the long-distance bus station. They were fortunate that there was only one bus in the morning, otherwise, they might have missed the child entirely. 2 hours later, a boy with a hoarse voice from crying was brought in. Naturally, someone had gone to Hongqi village to find the village chief and confirm the child's identity. The village chief arrived with Uncle Wang Kai, while Wang Zhongqiang and his wife, along with Aunt Wang, stayed at the hospital to keep the elderly man company. This is the child, his name is Dong Dong. Let us take him to the hospital, his grandfather is there. Dong Dong's grandfather, Wang Shanzhen, appeared to be honest and simple. Yet he possessed a fiery temper and lacked wisdom, often acting impulsively. Wang Shanzhen and his wife had given birth to 5 daughters before having their only son, Wang Zhongqiang, which illustrates the immense affection they held for their sole offspring. After Wang Zhongqiang married, he consecutively gave birth to 3 daughters before finally having a son, Wang Baodong, who is thus regarded as the emperor of the Wang family. The absence of the emperor would drive everyone into madness. And it is entirely reasonable that Song Xiaonuan became embroiled in this turmoil, especially given the village chief's disjointed speech. Wang Shanggen's leg was wrapped in pristine white bandages. And upon discovering that his grandson had been found, he was overwhelmed with joy, his smile revealing his teeth but concealing his eyes. However, upon learning that his grandson had been abducted by human traffickers and was already en route on a long-distance bus, he broke into a cold sweat. I have truly wronged that vile individual. It seems this broken leg is justly deserved, otherwise, had I inadvertently caused harm to that child, I would undoubtedly have to face severe repercussions. Aunt Wang rushed toward Dong Dong upon seeing him, snatching the child from the hands of the police officers and repeatedly calling out baby. Hearing her elderly husband's reflections, she shook her head in dissatisfaction. How can you say it's unjust? A vile individual deserves to be punished, even to the point of death. Aunt Wang could not contain her indignation. If they had been wronged, clarifying the matter should suffice, yet the injury to her husband's leg had sealed a grudge. Wang Zhongqiang and his wife shared a similar sentiment. After all, they were merely a few nefarious individuals. If they were beaten, so be it. If they were wronged, what could they do? As for the village chief, he suggested they demand compensation for medical expenses, nutritional costs, and lost wages, proposing a sum of 50 yuan. Fine. I will cover that. The village chief's demeanor darkened. While he acknowledged his fault in the matter, he believed that Wang Shenggen and his wife bore greater blame. The situation remained unclear, with one person being overly vocal and the other resorting to violence. It was unreasonable to expect compensation from them. The debt lay with the wrongdoers. What have you done to deserve this? Were you not the one who struck first? Your husband even threatened to harm another's child. If the roles were reversed, how would you react? Aunt Wang remained silent, yet internally scoffed, knowing that if she were in that position, she would unleash a fury that would leave her own mother unrecognizable. Song Xiaonuan is indeed a nefarious character, hailing from 3 generations of impoverished farmers. How could one compare? Village chief, should you be the one to part with this money, we cannot accept it. This matter does not concern you. Wang Zhongqiang dared not accept the village chief's money, even though the temptation was immense. Such funds would weigh heavily upon him. And the village chief is not one to be trifled with. How can it not concern you? It is the result of my inability to articulate properly. If you wish to take it, then accept it. If not, refrain from dragging this out. Do not demand money from Song Xiaonuan, do you understand? Fuming, the village chief stormed off, while Uncle Wang Kai exchanged pleasantries with the police officers before hastening after the village chief. Wang Zhongqiang's wife had her mind racing. Their son had returned, yet her father-in-law's leg was broken. How does one account for such a loss? Mother, perhaps we should apologize to the nefarious character. Keep babbling. And I shall have my son divorce you. I have declared this a matter of life and death. You dare suggest an apology? Have you lost your senses? Before Wang Zhongqiang's wife could finish her words, Aunt Wang interrupted, seething with anger. Suddenly, she found herself filled with resentment towards her mother-in-law. She yearned to rest at home, tending to the children and managing household chores, yet this obstinate old woman refused, insisting she could take care of the children. And what was the outcome? The traffickers had whisked the child away, leaving her feeling utterly powerless. Meanwhile, Aunt Wang continued to coo affectionately at her grandchild, blissfully unaware that her daughter-in-law had begun to harbor deep-seated animosity towards her. The village chief and Uncle Wang Kai once again arrived at the police station, this time escorting Song Xiaonuan and a few others back. The children had been found, and their innocence had been established. However, instead of returning home, Song Xiaonuan and the others requested to visit the hospital, as Song Wenkong had sustained a considerable head injury, and despite being bandaged, he still felt quite dizzy. Tang Jianmei's face had been swollen from the beating, now adorned with bruises, and her entire body ached, prompting her desire for a medical examination to ensure no other injuries were present. Chapter 74, The village chief is interrogated. Then you should hurry, stay at the guest house tonight. I can arrange for the police to issue you a letter of introduction, the village chief offered, eager to rectify his previous mistakes. He implored the officers at the police station to provide a certificate allowing them to seek medical attention. After contemplation, the police officer issued an injury report, indicating that as long as they could confirm the existence of injuries, Song Xiaonuan and her companions could potentially demand compensation from the perpetrators. Nodding in agreement, Song Xiaonuan took the certificate and injury report, departing with her parents. Uncle Wang Kai gazed at Song Xiaonuan's serene expression, letting out a resigned sigh. Village chief, it seems your chances of inquiring about the weather in the future are slim. What do you mean? The village chief's expression shifted slightly. However, with this year's autumn harvest already concluded, and given that they only cultivated one crop per year, there was no immediate need to monitor the weather. By next year, it was likely that Song Xiaonuan's grievances would have subsided, and at that time, if he were to muster the courage to ask her again, she would surely be willing to share. With this thought, the village chief's steps grew lighter, while Uncle Wang Kai hurried back, as the pigs in the pen awaited his feeding. Song Xiaonuan and several others went to the hospital, presenting an injury report. Upon noticing that it was issued by the Public Security Bureau, the doctor immediately began to examine Tang Jianmei and Song Wenkong. Song Wenkong had sustained a head injury, however, having already received a tetanus shot. The doctor advised that he should remain hospitalized for observation. He could only be discharged if he did not develop a fever or experience other complications throughout the night. Tang Jianmei had multiple soft tissue contusions. After disinfecting the affected areas and applying antiseptic, it was determined that her injuries were not severe. Since Song Wenkong needed to stay for observation, Song Xiaonuan borrowed 2 reclining chairs from the hospital staff, allowing her to avoid staying at a guest house that night. She then took a stroll around, visiting the supply and marketing cooperative where she purchased essential items such as toothpaste, toothbrushes, and basins. Upon discovering newly arrived Liberation shoes that did not require industrial coupons, she impulsively bought 3 pairs. However, recalling the image of her uncle kneeling humbly before the village head, she decided to buy him a pair as well. Her uncle, having been accustomed to a life of privilege, was a young master from a wealthy family who usually commanded others with ease. It was a rarity for him to find himself in such a subservient position. Yet, for the sake of himself and his parents, he had knelt without hesitation, and for that reason alone, Song Xiaonuan felt compelled to show him kindness. The doors of the state-run restaurant were still open when she entered, finding the day's offerings quite plentiful. Everything was available except for pork and fish. She purchased 2 servings of dumplings, packed them in a lunchbox, and also acquired rice along with various vegetables such as green beans, cucumbers, and tofu to bring back to her parents. Upon returning to the hospital, she found Song Wenkong already asleep, while Song Xiaonuan settled down beside him, quickly falling into a deep slumber herself. Exhausted, Tang Jianmei dared not succumb to sleep, fearing her child might be stolen, leaving her bereft and desperate. Relief washed over her as Song Xiaonuan returned. Song Xiaonuan offered her the meal box, urging her to eat while she fetched water. Tang Jianmei nodded, forcing down a few bites. It wasn't a lack of hunger, but utter weariness that robbed her of appetite. Upon Song Xiaonuan's return, she noticed Tang Jianmei's listless demeanor and prompted her to wash her face and hands. Then, producing a light blanket, she encouraged her to rest. Tang Jianmei gestured towards Song Xiao, entrusting the child's care to Song Xiaonuan, who nodded in understanding. Reclining the chair, Tang Jianmei succumbed to slumber almost immediately. Song Xiaonuan draped the blanket over her, disposed of the used water, and carried Song Xiao out of the hospital to a secluded spot, where she slipped into her private dimension. After cleansing herself and Song Xiao and partaking in a light meal, she returned to the hospital, resuming her vigil in the recliner. Another night elapsed, and at daybreak, just as the doctor commenced his rounds, Song Xiaonuan had already discreetly brought Song Xiao back from the dimension. The doctor's examination revealed that Song Wenkong had substantially recovered and was fit for discharge. Tang Jianmei stirred, retrieved her wash basin, towel, and toothbrush, and escorted Song Wenkong to the washroom to freshen up. The family of 4, with their newly acquired toiletries, ate breakfast at the state-run restaurant before slowly making their way back to the village. As they arrived at the cowshed, Sun Feiyong and the others rushed towards them, their expressions a mixture of anxiety and helplessness. "Aunt Xiaonuan, is Xiao Xiao all right?" Xiaonuan demurred, recalling that she had observed Uncle Sun and his wife attempting to assist the previous day, only to be restrained by Shen Meiqin and her spouse. Sun Feiyong, too, had been eager to lend a hand but was intercepted by Xiao Pengdun and his companions. Fortunately, they were dissuaded, as Xiaonuan was uncertain how she would have managed any untoward incident. The following day, Xiaonuan went to the pigsty to shovel manure, intending to express her gratitude to Uncle Wang Kai for his assistance. However, Uncle Wang Kai waved it off, stating that it was his duty. The days passed in this manner, and a week later, the village head was summoned to the town to answer inquiries regarding Lai Litu, Wang Baodong, and Song Xiaonuan. The village head, of course, was candid and forthcoming, providing a comprehensive account of the entire affair. As the town leaders listened, they meticulously took notes. Upon closing their notebooks, they cast meaningful glances at the village head, who felt a sudden pang of unease, sensing that something significant was about to transpire. Chapter 75, Song Xiaonuan is not a bad element. Comrade Liang Zong, one of the leaders began, after hearing your account. It's evident that the abduction of Wang Baodong and the subsequent series of injuries were, in fact, precipitated by a remark you made. Liang Zong, the village head of Hongqi village, was now filled with profound regret, repeatedly offering to write a self-criticism. You may return for now, the leader continued. We will conduct a thorough investigation into this matter. Additionally, I must inform you that Hongqi village will not be considered for any advanced or exemplary awards this year. The village head's legs grew weak, and he nearly collapsed, were it not for his hands gripping the table for support. He had toiled diligently, hoping to secure the coveted certificate and the teacup emblazoned with the title of Advanced Village at the year's end, but now, all hope was lost. Liang, the village head, was unaware of how he had returned home. Upon seeing his despondent demeanor, his family discreetly slipped out. Liang Wan was by the river, washing clothes. When she noticed the village head's daughter, Liang Chaohong, approaching with a wooden basin, presumably to do the same. "Chaohong, what has happened? You seem rather upset," she inquired. "My father is back, and he must have been reprimanded. He came home and collapsed into bed, not even drinking a drop of water or eating a morsel. I truly do not know what to do. It's all Song Xiaonuan's fault. If she hadn't kidnapped the child, your father wouldn't have faced such a scolding. Wang Baodong was taken by a human trafficker. What does that have to do with Song Xiaonuan? How do you know it was a trafficker? How would they know there were children in our village? It must have been Song Xiaonuan who attracted them. That seems unlikely." Liang Chaohong retorted, though deep down, she began to believe it. Indeed, there had never been any incidents of child trafficking in their village until Song Xiaonuan's arrival, which coincided with the disappearance of the local miscreant. As they continued their discussion, the rationale behind their suspicions grew stronger, and both resolved to report Song Xiaonuan to the police. With such a harmful presence in Hongqi village, no one could expect to live peacefully. "Let us go tomorrow morning." They agreed. After parting ways, Liang Wan felt a sense of relief, her smile unwavering. Unbeknownst to Song Xiaonuan, she was being plotted against once again. After shoveling manure in the pig pen, she planned to gather firewood from the back mountain, as the weather was growing colder, and she needed to stockpile sufficient supplies. Song Xiaonuan. Song Xiaonuan, hasten to the village committee, someone is seeking you." A chubby lad, perspiring profusely, spotted Song Xiaonuan and immediately exclaimed. Song Xiaonuan's brow furrowed slightly, wondering what matter had arisen this time. She offered the boy a piece of candy, eliciting a contented smile from his face. Indeed, his efforts to secure treats from both parties were quite commendable. Bearing Song Xiao in her arms, Song Xiaonuan informed Sun Feiyang and, under his watchful, concerned gaze, proceeded to the village committee. Upon entering, she observed the village chief and Liang, the accountant, in the company of two men attired in Mao suits. The men greeted her entrance with amicable smiles. "Comrade Song Xiaonuan," one began, "these gentlemen are leaders from our township. They have received directives from higher authorities to officially remove the label of capitalist element from you." "So, I am no longer a bad element?" she inquired. "Precisely. From this moment forward, you are not a bad element, but rather, our comrade." "And what of my parents and my child?" she pressed. "Your child, of course, is not a bad element. However, concerning your parents. In truth, Tang Jianmei was not truly a bad element either, having married Song Wenkong. However, an investigation revealed that Tang Jianmei had brought a substantial dowry with her upon marriage. This dowry was her most damning vulnerability, particularly the houses. Fortunately, Tang Jianmei had the foresight to donate all of the houses. Even so, suspicions lingered that she had concealed gold and silver treasures. Yet, the property had been scoured meticulously, yielding not even a single strand of copper wire, let alone gold or silver. Consequently, the label of capitalist's daughter could not be removed from Tang Jianmei. At least for the time being. However, Song Xiaonuan is different. After investigation, her dowry was only 2,000 yuan, which she gave to Yang Fan. Therefore, her identity is untainted, and you are exonerated. You may return to the city, or you may remain here. As for lodging, you may seek arrangements with the village chief. The leaders of the town are all astute individuals. With Song Xiaonuan's parents and uncles here, she would never return to the city alone. Thank you, leaders, for your discerning eyes in restoring my identity. I have resolved to remain in Red Flag Village and contribute to its advancement." The leaders exchanged glances, impressed by her eloquence, which explained how she had garnered the support of someone influential. The town leaders departed, and Song Xiaonuan, along with the village chief and accountant Liang, escorted them to the village entrance before returning. Accountant Liang patted Song Zhao's head affectionately, conveying his fondness. "Xiaonuan, do you mind if I address you thus? Uncle Village Chief. You are an elder, so of course, I have no objection. You cannot continue to reside in the cowshed. Consider how to resolve your lodging situation. Uncle, I would like to request a plot of land and enlist the help of everyone to build a house. Once I return to the city, this house shall belong to Red Flag Village." "That sounds excellent. Which plot of land do you desire? Perhaps you should inspect the area first, and once you have decided, consult accountant Liang." How does that sound? Song Xiaonuan nodded in agreement. That would be ideal. She has ample money in her dimension. But she will need the village chief's assistance with manpower. Chapter 76, 1 against 5. The news that Song Xiaonuan was no longer a miscreant spread throughout Red Flag Village in an instant. Announced by the village chief through a loudspeaker. Upon hearing the broadcast, Huang Ying jumped for joy and dashed towards the cowshed. Xiaonuan. You are finally no longer a bad element, and I am utterly delighted. Huang Ying, upon seeing Song Xiaonuan, instantly threw herself upon her. Wrapping her arms tightly around Xiaonuan's slender waist, burying her face in the crook of Xiaonuan's neck. Huang Ying, thank you. I know it must have been you helping me from the shadows, otherwise, who would have the leisure to concern themselves with my affairs? Huang Ying laughed again. Xiaonuan. You are so clever. Are you able to move out now? Yes, the village chief has agreed to allocate a piece of land for me to build a house. May I live with you? We could make the house larger. You and Xiao Xiao can have one room, while I have another. And uncle and auntie can have a room as well. My parents cannot leave the cowshed, but they can come here for meals and bathing. Song Xiaonuan had specifically inquired. Song Wenkong and Tang Jianmei remained as bad elements and could not leave the cowshed. Then let us reserve a room for uncle and auntie. They can stay overnight and return early in the morning. No one will notice. Song Xiaonuan nodded. Realizing that this arrangement would free her movements, allowing her to truly access the items within her space. Song Xiaonuan. The police have arrived and wish to speak with you. Song Xiaonuan and Huang Ying exchanged glances, wondering what was amiss. Mom, I entrust Song Xiao to you. I will go see what's going on. Tang Jianmei took Song Xiao into her arms, anxious to follow, but was stopped by Song Wenkong. They are bad elements. How could they enjoy such freedom? Village chief, what do the police want with me? The village head bore an expression of discomfiture. Evidently taken aback by the early morning denunciation of Song Xiaonuan by his youngest daughter and Liang Wan, the accountant's daughter, for allegedly colluding with human traffickers. I consort with human traffickers? Song Xiaonuan exclaimed, incredulous. I was not even aware of the Wang family's young child. As a mother myself, how could I possibly be involved in such a heinous act? The officers from the Public Security Bureau concurred with Song Xiaonuan's logic, yet the accusation necessitated their investigation. Liang Wan, it was you who reported me, wasn't it? Song Xiaonuan challenged. Liang Wan's face was visibly swollen on one side, an unmistakable sign of a recent blow. The culprit was self-evident, given the livid countenance of the accountant, Liang, standing nearby. A shrewd man. Liang understood the implications of the town leader's personal visit to their village to exonerate Song Xiaobao of his bad element label. It signified that Song Xiaonuan had influential backers. They were all aware of Huang Ying's support, yet Huang Ying had never shown favor to anyone but Song Xiaonuan. Liang had recognized Song Xiaonuan's potential value and was attempting to ingratiate himself to reap some benefits, but Liang Wan had thwarted his efforts. Liang Chao's face also bore the mark of a slap, presumably from the village head. Consequently, Song Xiaonuan had no grounds to retaliate. The officers diligently posed numerous questions. And after taking statements, they concluded that Song Xiaonuan was not involved with the human trafficker and prepared to depart. At that moment, the door swung open. And 5 women entered. Their striking resemblance indicated they were from the same family. The village head's scalp prickled at the sight of them. They were the 5 daughters of Wang Shanzhen who had married out of the village, the sisters of Wang Zhongqiang, and the aunts of Wang Baodong. Who is Song Xiaonuan? A woman glared at Huang Ying and Song Xiaonuan, shouting loudly. Huang Ying attempted to speak but was shielded by Song Xiaonuan, who declared, "It is I. You vile creature. Daring to break my father's leg and even thinking of selling my nephew, I shall end you." With a resounding slap. 5 crimson handprints instantly appeared on Song Xiaonuan's fair face. Huang Ying, alarmed, was about to confront the woman when Song Xiaonuan restrained her. Village chief, accountant Liang, and comrades from the Public Security Bureau, you have all witnessed it, she struck first. I shall now act in self-defense. The bystanders were still puzzled by Song Xiaonuan's words when she seized the woman's hand, preparing to strike, and twisted it forcefully. Crack. Ah. The other 4 women, witnessing their leader's anguished scream, charged forward. Song Xiaonuan pushed Huang Ying aside and kicked the first advancing woman in the abdomen. Though she had significantly tempered her strength. The second woman, propelled by the impact to the first, was also sent sprawling. The remaining 2 women froze in fear. Casting terrified glances at Song Xiaonuan, torn between the desire to flee and the paralyzing fear that held them in place, unsure of how to proceed. Everyone stood in stunned silence, particularly the two officers from the Public Security Bureau. Her skill and strength were remarkable, if only she could join their ranks. But no. Her parents were still nefarious elements, such individuals could not be accepted within their force. Help! Upon observing the reticence of the women trailing behind, Song Xiaonuan hastened to the side of the first woman who had slapped her. As she reached out, a cry for help pierced the air. Simultaneously, Liang Wan and Liang Chaohong sought refuge behind the village accountant and the village head, regretting their involvement in provoking this woman. Chapter 77, Provisions within the pocket dimension. In times past, Song Xiaonuan, labeled as a subversive element, was compelled to endure mistreatment. However, she no longer bore that designation, and none dared to oppress her. Comrades Liang Wan and Liang Chaohong, your accusations were erroneous. Henceforth, should you lodge unsubstantiated reports without proper investigation, you shall be held accountable. The public security comrades, disinclined to intervene in such matters, conveyed their sentiment. It was you who initiated the altercation. To be bested by a single individual, 5 against 1, is utterly disgraceful. Upon hearing the public security comrades' pronouncement, the village head discerned their intent and promptly instructed Liang Chaohong and Liang Wan to apologize to Song Xiaonuan. Song Xiaonuan nodded slightly, conveying her indifference. Opportunities to discipline others were abundant. There was no need to do so in the presence of their fathers. Now that this matter is resolved, we shall take our leave. Allow us to see you off. The village head and the village accountant escorted the two public security comrades outside, with Liang Chaohong and Liang Wan hastily following suit. The village committee was left with Huang Ying, Song Xiaonuan, and the 5 golden flowers of the Wang family. Speak, Song Xiaonuan inquired icily. What is the purpose of your visit today? The eldest sister of the Wang family grimaced in pain, her hand undoubtedly fractured. Her sole desire was to seek medical attention at the hospital. The second sister clutched her abdomen, the kick having been delivered with such force that she felt the contents of her stomach churning, desiring to vomit yet reluctant to do so. Having finally partaken of a meal at her maternal home, it would be a pity to waste it. Wang Songjia fared somewhat better. Though her bosom ached from the impact of Wang Erji's collision, yet, too embarrassed to rub it, she could only bear the discomfort. As for Wang Xijia and Wang Wujia, they were both so dumbfounded that they were momentarily speechless when Song Xiaonuan addressed them. What's wrong? Cat got your tongues? Weren't you just full of bluster? Seeking to settle accounts with me? There's a right and wrong to things. I advise you to inquire around the village and not listen to just one side of the story. Can we leave? Wang Xijia gestured towards Wang Dajia, indicating they should take her to the hospital. Song Xiaonuan nodded, of course you can leave. Did you think I was going to invite you to dinner? Xiaonuan, how are you so formidable? 1 against 3, you're too fierce. When will you teach me? Song Xiaonuan assented. Huang Ying had been so helpful, and she would find an opportunity to let Huang Ying drink some of the spring water from her dimension, ensuring her safety when she traveled alone. Seeing Song Xiaonuan's agreement, Huang Ying excitedly embraced her, planting a kiss on Song Xiaonuan's cheek with a smack. Song Xiaonuan's face flushed crimson. Aside from her parents when she was a child, no one else had ever kissed her face, not even Yang Fan. Now, in retrospect, she was glad she had not been kissed by Yang Fan, otherwise she truly would not want this face anymore. Once the village chief returns, we'll survey the land. I've taken a fancy to a plot of barren land behind the mountain. It's elevated, and I can reclaim it. Approximately a kilometer from the cowshed, the village head and accountant measured out 6 portions of land for Song Xiaonuan. From the moment Song Xiaonuan signed, the land became hers. Accountant Liang, here's 100 yuan. Could you assist in purchasing bricks and tiles? And hiring people to construct the house? Any surplus or deficiency will be adjusted accordingly. Huang Ying directly produced 10 large bills from her pocket and handed them to Accountant Liang, whose eyes lit up at the sight of 100 yuan. Good heavens! To build such a house, even one made of brick and tile, would hardly require so much. And with the mention of adjusting any surplus or deficiency, he was sure to profit, as there would certainly be a surplus. Upon learning that Song Xiaonuan and Huang Ying were going to build a house, the villagers' eyes began to gleam with avarice, each hoping to gain some advantage from the situation. Huang Ying and Song Xiaonuan disregarded them all. Maintaining a unified stance, they had entrusted everything to the village head and Accountant Liang, and anyone with concerns should address them directly. Accountant Liang and the village head were quite pleased with the two girls' statement and genuinely put their hearts into the matter. Huang Ying cheerfully observed the progress of the house's construction daily, while Song Xiaonuan busied herself harvesting rice in her dimension. The rice she had planted had matured, and she was diligently working with a sickle. Perhaps due to the fertility of the dark soil in the dimension, the rice yield was astonishing. Song Xiaonuan set aside the rice seeds and grinned foolishly at the towering pile of rice. From now on, she would have no shortage of grain. The wheat seeds she had acquired last time had not yet been planted. Once the wheat harvest was bountiful, she could exchange the flour for supplies. However, the question remained of how to hull the rice, as she had neither a stone mill nor a winnowing machine. However, there is no immediate urgency. Her spatial dimension contains grains procured from the city, sufficient to sustain her family until after the new year. With a plan in place, Song Xiaonuan felt a sense of composure. Gazing upon the expanse of her space, she contemplated constructing a dwelling within it, thereby affording herself a genuine sanctuary for repose. Time elapsed swiftly, and November soon arrived, with snowflakes descending from the heavens. Uncle Wang Kai, observing Song Xiaonuan diligently shoveling manure, harbored an increasingly favorable impression of her. Despite having shed the label of a malcontent, she steadfastly continued her daily task of shoveling manure, conscientiously executing each endeavor. Fortunately, the 4 swine were nearing their maturity. By the year's end, after the mandatory contribution of the boar, their own hogs would also be slaughtered. Upon that juncture, Song Xiaonuan would be relieved of her manure shoveling duties. Uncle Wang Kai even intended to present Song Xiaonuan with 5 pounds of pork as a token of gratitude for her assistance during this period. Chapter 78, Reunion with the Black Wolf. Unbeknownst to Song Xiaonuan, Uncle Wang Kai harbored such intentions. After completing her task of shoveling pig excrement, she proceeded to the rear mountains to observe the villagers constructing houses. The residences of herself and Huang Ying were soon to undergo the ridgepole raising ceremony, a tradition that necessitated the consumption of ridgepole raising wine. Surely, the ridgepole raising wine could not consist solely of vegetables. Some form of meat dish was essential, such as goose stewed in an iron pot or chicken stewed with mushrooms. Alas, they possessed an iron pot but lacked a goose, and while they had mushrooms, they were devoid of chicken. Procuring pork from the town seemed a viable option, but upon arrival, pork would likely be scarce. Visiting the black market was an option, but Huang Ying vehemently opposed it, as her elder brother would strictly forbid such an action, fearing it would bring dishonor upon the Huang family should any untoward incident occur. Perhaps venturing into the mountains was the answer. With a hesitant demeanor, Song Xiaonuan gestured towards the mountain behind them, its slopes dusted with snow. Though not yet impassable, the wintry conditions heightened the inherent risks. An eager glint sparked in Huang Ying's eyes as she nodded in agreement. Hurrying back to the educated youth dormitory to gather a lunchbox, water bottle, rope, and other provisions, which she stowed in a woven basket. Armed with a woodcutter's blade, she followed Song Xiaonuan towards the ascent. Concentrating her thoughts, Song Xiaonuan sought to discern the whereabouts of pheasants, hares, and perhaps even roe deer or wild boar. As a gust of wind swept past, a subtle scent seemed to reach Song Xiaonuan's nostrils. Her gaze sharpened, and she took the lead, venturing forward. Huang Ying, of course, trailed closely behind, but chastened by past misadventures, she trod with greater caution, mindful of each step, lest she once again find herself ensnared in a trap. Huang Ying, there's a rabbit warren here. How do you know? I can't explain it, I simply sense its presence. Xiaonuan, your intuition is astonishing. Promise me you won't divulge this to anyone, or else. Huang Ying's lineage was not humble, and from a tender age, she had been exposed to a plethora of unsavory affairs. I understand, and I trust you implicitly. Upon hearing Song Xiaonuan's avowal of trust, a fervent warmth ignited within Huang Ying's heart, reinforcing her resolve to safeguard Song Xiaonuan. Wait here while I seek out the warren's rear entrance. Once I use smoke to flush the rabbits out, you must be swift and nimble in capturing them. Huang Ying nodded with a smile, placing her basket beside the warren's opening and encircling it with a perimeter of stones. As the smoke ascended, a gray rabbit darted from its burrow, only for Huang Ying's cleaver to find its mark with precision. One by one, rabbits emerged, and with each rise and fall of Huang Ying's hand, another fell. Yet, despite her skill, 2 managed to elude her grasp. How many did you catch? Queried Song Xiaonuan, arriving after extinguishing the fire. Huang Ying, with a hint of remorse, replied. Only 5, and 2 escaped. Huang Ying, you're amazing. 5 rabbits is perfect. Exclaimed Song Xiaonuan. Huang Ying was pleasantly surprised. To receive such praise from Xiaonuan. Could this be happiness? Shall we bring them all down, or conceal a couple? After deliberation, they resolved to present only 2 rabbits. The question then arose, where to hide the rest? I believe I spotted a cave further back, perhaps we should investigate, suggested Song Xiaonuan. Concentrating her senses. Song Xiaonuan guided them toward the location. After a half-hour trek, they discovered a recessed cave. The entrance is quite small, I wonder if any wild animals reside within. Given the diminutive opening, larger creatures couldn't possibly enter, though smaller ones might. Perhaps I should toss a burning pine branch inside, Huang Ying proposed. Retrieving a pine branch from her basket, Song Xiaonuan ignited it with the fire and cast it into the cave's mouth. A resounding howl echoed from within. A woo. Startled, Song Xiaonuan and Huang Ying realized a wolf dwelled within the cave. Huang Ying, seizing Song Xiaonuan's hand, attempted to flee down the mountain. Song Xiaonuan, in desperation, tried repeatedly to transport Huang Ying into her inner world, but to no avail. In a state of urgency, Song Xiaonuan felt a rising anxiety. If she were alone, she would not need to worry, she could simply retreat into her spatial refuge. However, she could not abandon Huang Ying. Suddenly, a black wolf leaped from the cave. But upon spotting Song Xiaonuan, the coldness in its eyes vanished. Recognizing the creature, her heart steadied. She positioned Huang Ying behind her, unfastened her carrying basket, and retrieved a tea jar. The jar contained a drop of spatial spring water, cooled to perfection. The black wolf lowered its head to sniff, then extended its long tongue to drink eagerly. Initially, Song Xiaonuan contemplated seizing the moment while the wolf was occupied to flee with Huang Ying. But an instinctive warning surged within her, she must not leave, as doing so would lead to regret. Once the wolf had drained the jar, it tilted its head and emitted a low whine. Both Huang Ying and Song Xiaonuan watched in astonishment as a dozen wolves emerged from the cave, leaping down into the depths below, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The black wolf gazed at Song Xiaonuan for several moments, and she curiously deciphered its intent. Remarkably, they had relinquished the cave to her. It was indeed a rare stroke of fortune, exchanging a jar of water for a cave. The black wolf displayed an admirable sense of loyalty. The pair ventured into the cave, only to be met with a pungent odor that assailed their senses. Song Xiaonuan and Huang Ying resolved to gather some mugwort for fumigation and to find a large stone to seal the entrance. Chapter 79, Next time, do it for me. They split up to carry out their tasks. Song Xiaonuan instructed Huang Ying to tidy the cave while she sought out mugwort and stones. Although Huang Ying initially disagreed, she understood Song Xiaonuan's formidable prowess and urged her to return swiftly, emphasizing the importance of safety. Knowing where to procure artemisia, Song Xiaonuan swiftly harvested it with her machete, also meticulously seeking out suitable stones. Upon her return to the cavern, Huang Ying had already tidied it up, and although not impeccably clean, it was a vast improvement. Song Xiaonuan scrutinized the grotto, noting its gourd-like shape, narrow at both ends and wider in the middle. The black wolf certainly possessed a keen eye for prime real estate, as the cavern was temperate year-round and impervious to even the heaviest downpours. However, Huang Ying felt a twinge of unease, as they had inadvertently usurped the black wolf's abode, leaving them to find a new sanctuary. Song Xiaonuan simply smiled, knowing that the water she had given the black wolf would not only augment its strength but also bolster its overall vigor. In essence, it had gained much more than it had lost. After igniting the artemisia, the two women set about moving stones. Huang Ying attempted to assist, but despite her best efforts, the stone remained immovable. Song Xiaonuan chuckled, then intertwined 2 hemp ropes, secured them to the stone, and hoisted it onto her back with a grunt. Goodness! My Xiaonuan is truly remarkable, Huang Ying exclaimed in admiration. Spend enough time with me, and your strength will increase as well, Song Xiaonuan replied. Huang Ying cast a dubious glance at Song Xiaonuan, aware that ailments could be contagious but never having heard of strength being transferable. Song Xiaonuan produced a water flask, took a sip, and then offered it to Huang Ying, assuming she must be parched after their labors. Huang Ying, indeed thirsty, accepted the flask and drank deeply. Xiaonuan, she remarked, did you add sugar to the water? It has a delightful sweetness. After adding a touch of sugar, the beverage was indeed delightful. Huang Ying hesitated to indulge further and returned the kettle to Song Xiaonuan. Calculating the time, she surmised that the mugwort should have finished burning by now. Upon entering the cave, she found that the mugwort had turned to ash, yet the lingering stench remained quite strong. Having harvested a considerable amount of mugwort, she could afford to burn it once more. This would afford her the opportunity to clean the rabbits by the mountain spring. "Wait here, I shall clean the rabbits," she declared. "I will accompany you," Huang Ying insisted. "I am swifter alone, we shall converse once you possess equal strength," Song Xiaonuan replied, already hastening away. Huang Ying felt a pang of frustration, pondering when their roles had so abruptly reversed, for she had intended to care for Xiaonuan. Indeed, Song Xiaonuan's pace was brisk. In addition to the 2 rabbits she intended to bring down the mountain, she had also cleaned 3 others, their insides skillfully removed. Her space was filled with 5 large jars of spring water, and she had even managed to wash the clothes she and Song Xiao had left behind in the space. With her basket slung over her back, she returned to the cave, where the foul odor had considerably diminished, leaving behind a faint scent of mugwort. "I gathered ample firewood and stones, let us construct a simple stove and roast the rabbits," she suggested. Having spent a considerable time climbing, Huang Ying felt her stomach growling. Eager to feast on roasted rabbit. "Huang Ying, your basket is smaller than mine. I will place the remaining 2 rabbits into my basket and suspend them with a rope." "Ah, where shall you hang them?" Song Xiaonuan pointed to the innermost part of the cave, selecting 2 sturdy tree branches to place across the stone walls, pushing them inward until they were firmly lodged in the crevices of the rocks. Only then did she place the cleaned rabbit into her backpack and suspend it from the tree branches with a rope. This method would protect it from being gnawed by insects, and when the weather grew colder, it would freeze into an icy rabbit, impervious to spoilage. Huang Ying expressed her admiration for this clever tactic as she savored the roasted rabbit meat, contemplating what items to bring on their next ascent, perhaps a bench, a reclining chair, and essential condiments such as oil, salt, and vinegar. This foresight would undoubtedly facilitate their future excursions. After finishing their meal, they extinguished the fire in the stove and conducted a thorough inspection before exiting the cave. "Wild ginseng, how can there be wild ginseng here?" Just as Song Xiaonuan was about to block the cave entrance with a stone, Huang Ying exclaimed, pointing to a plant on the ground. "This is wild ginseng." Unfamiliar with medicinal herbs, Song Xiaonuan eagerly picked it up upon hearing Huang Ying's identification. Though the wild ginseng was far from pristine, its roots scattered and ragged. Noticing bite marks on the plant, Huang Ying wondered aloud if they were left by the wolf. Observing closely, she discovered the tooth impressions on the ginseng's body. Song Xiaonuan shook her head, uncertain. In both her previous life and this one, she had never encountered a wolf's teeth, nor did she know where wild ginseng typically grew. Everything here was foreign to her, yet she was fortunate to possess a space of her own and had gained a formidable instinct, without which she would truly struggle to navigate this unfamiliar terrain. "Little Nuan, I wish to discuss a matter with you. Shall we share this ginseng equally? I intend to send it to my elder brother, as my family requires it." "Huang Ying, you may take it all, I do not want it." "That simply cannot be. For we share both joy and adversity. Perhaps another time, when I find ginseng next, it shall all belong to me." Chapter 80, Preparations on the Beam. Huang Ying felt warmth in her heart as she embraced Song Xiaonuan tightly. Song Xiaonuan sensed the pressure and was quite pleased with the strength of Huang Ying's arms, which had significantly increased since their last encounter. "Quickly seal the entrance with this stone, we shall hide all that we collect from the mountain here," she instructed. Huang Ying, astonished, pointed to herself with disbelief in her eyes. "Do you truly expect me to block the entrance? Am I capable of such strength? Why not give it a try?" "You may succeed," Song Xiaonuan encouraged, eager to witness how much stronger Huang Ying had become after consuming the diluted spring water from her space. With a hesitant glance at Song Xiaonuan, Huang Ying placed the wild ginseng into her backpack and approached the stone. She placed her hands upon it and pushed with all her might. The stone began to roll, causing Huang Ying to leap aside in fright, fearing it might tumble back down. "Huh! I told you that being with me would enhance your strength," Song Xiaonuan laughed. Huang Ying blinked in surprise and attempted once more. The stone indeed rolled again. A glimmer of excitement danced in her eyes as she pushed from the left, then the right, carefully adjusting her direction to gradually maneuver the stone toward the entrance, treading cautiously to avoid any missteps. As the stone sealed the cave entrance, Huang Ying had come to a realization: Song Xiaonuan harbored a secret, one that resided within that water. The black wolf, having consumed the water offered by Song Xiaonuan, not only vacated the cave but also presented wild ginseng as a token of gratitude. Having also imbibed from the same source, Huang Ying felt her strength surge. Xiaonuan. You have been too kind to me, you have granted me the ability to protect myself, she remarked. Song Xiaonuan blinked. It appeared that Huang Ying had discerned the secret of the water. However, the astute Huang Ying refrained from inquiring about its origin. Huang Ying, you must keep this confidential. Or I risk being captured, Song Xiaonuan urged. Huang Ying's complexion paled, and she instinctively glanced around, relieved that they were alone. Xiaonuan, let us descend the mountain. You can exchange some eggs in the village while I send this item to my brother in town. With her burden slung over her shoulder, Song Xiaonuan set off briskly down the mountain, but she paused momentarily to glance back at the black wolf concealed in the thicket. The wolf's head quickly dipped. And Song Xiaonuan smiled. At the foot of the mountain, Tang Jianmei and Song Wenkong were engrossed in their tasks, those hauling bricks, others sawing wood. While several makeshift stoves were being constructed behind the house. These would be used for cooking and preparing soups on the day of the beam raising. As for the large stove indoors, it was meant for steaming buns or making flatbreads. Upon seeing Xiaonuan and Huang Ying descend, Tang Jianmei felt a wave of relief and hurried to greet them. Song Xiaonuan retrieved 2 plump, cleaned rabbits from her basket, which Tang Jianmei eagerly accepted. Tomorrow, we shall prepare a stir-fried rabbit dish, it will certainly add some meat to our meals. Mother, I shall go procure some eggs and prepare a delightful dish of scrambled eggs with cabbage tomorrow. Tang Jianmei nodded with a smile. Placing the cabbage into a large pot to steam until tender, draining the excess water before finally chopping it. She then sought edit in oil, adding the beaten eggs, resulting in a delectable culinary creation. Sun Feiyang dashed out, Aunt Xiaonuan, may I accompany you? Of course, but you must wait a moment while I feed Xiao Xiao, she replied. Sun Feiyang nodded with a grin and went to gather firewood. Ever since his recovery, he had made it a daily ritual to venture out early each morning to collect firewood. Aware that Song Xiaonuan now had her own home, he intentionally gathered more than usual, keeping half for himself and delivering the rest to her. Unbeknownst to him, the firewood gradually accumulated into a small mound, sufficient for a month's use. Embracing Song Xiaoxiao, Song Xiaonuan led Sun Feiyang to the village to exchange for eggs, trading directly at the price of 4 cents per egg for 50 eggs. Sun Feiyang marveled silently at Aunt Xiaonuan's remarkable speed and precision, as she swiftly visited 3 households without a single failure. Feiyang, take these 10 eggs back with you. Aunt Xiaonuan, I cannot accept them without having earned them, he protested. You have helped me gather so much firewood, it would be unjust to refuse what you have rightfully earned. You deserve these eggs. Sun Feiyang tilted his head in contemplation, ultimately accepting with a smile, resolving to work even harder in his firewood collection starting tomorrow. At the break of dawn the following day, the village elder arrived, for it was the auspicious occasion for raising the beam. Once the beam was set and the celebratory wine consumed, the house would be topped. And after 2 days of heating the platform, the house would be complete. Amidst the resounding echoes of firecrackers, the village elder intoned a joyous beam-raising song, orchestrating the assembly and hoisting the crossbeam into position, while Song Xiaonuan and Huang Ying scattered sweets among the crowd. I managed to seize a candy. I secured a pastry. I even caught a dime. The children, in their innocent glee, reveled in their acquired treasures. Sun Feiyang, however, stood forlornly, his status as a pariah preventing him from joining the scramble. 2 candies landed at his feet, which he hastily picked up, glancing up to meet Song Xiaonuan's beaming smile. Chapter 81, An intuition of unease with the beam-raising ceremony concluded, it was already midday. Both the kitchen and the makeshift stove in the back were abuzz with culinary activity. Huang Ying presided over the large stove in the kitchen, its 2 burners fully engaged. One burner was occupied by steaming corn and wheat flour buns, along with flatbreads adhering to the stove's inner wall, while the other simmered a bone broth. Song Xiaonuan took charge of stir-frying dishes at the rear. A small basket of finely chopped cabbage was introduced to the wok, the cabbage meeting the scalding oil in a symphony of hisses and pops, accompanied by a dance of sparks. Song Xiaonuan stirred the cabbage until it wilted and softened, then poured in a large basin of whisked eggs, seasoned with several spoonfuls of salt, and continued to stir-fry with fervent speed. The golden yolk solidified under Song Xiaonuan's spatula, swiftly adhering to the cabbage. With the lid placed on the pot, a delightful aroma began to waft through the small gap, filling the air after a few minutes of gentle steaming. As soon as the dish was served, it captivated the attention of the men, who had already washed their hands and gathered around the octagonal table. Small cups filled with liquor in hand. What kind of dish is this? Can eggs truly be stir-fried with cabbage? Perhaps we should sample its flavor. But wait. The village head has yet to speak. I heard there's rabbit meat as well. I haven't had meat in ages and must indulge in a couple of pieces. Nonsense. If you take 2 pieces, there won't be any left for others. How shameless. Then I suppose I can have some bread. Laughter erupted as Huang Ying placed 2 baskets on the octagonal table, filled with freshly made bread and flatbreads just taken off the stove. The men eagerly reached out. One hand grasping a flatbread while the other loaded it with the stir-fried cabbage and egg, rolling it up before devouring it. Delicious. So fragrant and crispy. I must have my wife prepare this when I return. Indeed, city folks know how to appreciate food. Huang Ying returned. This time carrying a large pot of bone and potato soup. The village head quickly scooped himself a generous bowl, and the others followed suit with keen awareness. Meanwhile, Song Xiaonuan had prepared several more dishes, yet the final dish of stir-fried rabbit meat remained unserved. Huang Ying approached from behind and noticed the hesitation in Song Xiaonuan's eyes. What's the matter? Huang Ying, I suspect there might be something unusual about this rabbit meat. Observing the prepared rabbit meat, still radiating heat. Huang Ying's gaze was inquisitive. Do you mean? My intention is that this dish has been tampered with, though the specific substance eludes me. Should the village chief and others consume it, considerable complications would undoubtedly arise. Huang Ying's heart skipped a beat. She was uncertain as to how Song Xiaonuan had acquired this knowledge, yet she held unwavering faith in her. Then it should not be served. To abstain from serving it is simply not an option, as everyone is anticipating it. I have a solution, you must act accordingly. Song Xiaonuan whispered into Huang Ying's ear. Huang Ying remained apprehensive, yet nodded in agreement before departing to summon the cooking aunties to dine indoors. Once alone, Song Xiaonuan promptly reignited the oil in the wok and surreptitiously retrieved 2 additional wild rabbits from her dimension, already cooked. She reintroduced them to the oil, stir-frying them once more, and incorporated chili peppers. A plume of fragrant, oily smoke ascended. After a brief stir-fry, merely allowing the peppers to mature, Song Xiaonuan decanted the contents into a dish, carrying 2 generous platters of rabbit meat to the dining table. The meat has arrived, partake swiftly. Liang, the accountant, was the first to reach out with his chopsticks, seizing the largest morsel and placing it in his mouth, followed by the village chief, Niao Baoang, Uncle Wang Kai, and others. Witnessing their actions, the men eagerly extended their chopsticks as well. Before long, the 2 platters were emptied, with even the remaining sauce being absorbed by a man's flatbread. The satiated villagers offered Huang Ying their commendations, each assuming that she had prepared the dishes. Huang Ying refrained from providing an explanation. Xiaonuan's parents still resided in the cattle shed, and if they were to discover that these provisions were prepared by Xiaonuan, it would be detrimental to her family. Behind the house, Aunt Wang Kai and Aunt Niao were enjoying the same meal as those in the front, which naturally included a plate of stir-fried rabbit meat. Song Xiaonuan observed attentively. Apart from Liang Wan, everyone present relished the stir-fried rabbit, their chopsticks unhesitatingly filling their mouths with the succulent meat. Liang Wan had volunteered to assist. Though she lacked the skills to construct a house, she was certainly capable of washing and tidying up. Having an extra pair of hands was certainly welcome, and thus Huang Ying happily acquiesced. Noticing that Liang Wan was only consuming pancakes, she promptly called out, Liang Wan, why aren't you eating the meat? It's just a little meat, it's better left for the elders. I'm still young. And there will be plenty of opportunities for me to enjoy meat in the future, Liang Wan replied with a smile. Her explanation brought appreciative nods from Aunt Wang Kai and Aunt Niao, indicating that Liang Wan had matured. Song Xiaonuan approached with a small bowl of rabbit meat, offering 3 pieces to Huang Ying and placing 3 into her own bowl, leaving 3 for Liang Wan. Hurry and eat, I specifically hid these away, she urged. Huang Ying immediately began to eat, and Song Xiaonuan followed suit, her cheeks puffed out like a little squirrel as she fed some minced meat to Song Xiao, who was obediently seated on Tang Jianmei's lap. Observing that Liang Wan still hadn't eaten, Huang Ying could not help but feel annoyed. Liang Wan, why aren't you eating? In truth, Liang Wan had no desire to partake. She had secretly stolen a laxative from the village clinic, ground it into powder, dissolved it in water, and poured it into the simmering rabbit meat. Chapter 82, Injustice breeds injustice. Liang Wan's foremost adversary at present was Song Xiaonuan. Were it not for her, she would not have lost her position as a scorekeeper. Had it not been for Song Xiaonuan, she would not have entertained the thought of bullying those in the cattle shed, which subsequently led to a series of unfortunate events that resulted in her being bitten by a centipede. It is worth noting that her family spent a considerable sum on her medical treatment. Her mother remained relatively compassionate, treating her like a beloved daughter, while her father regarded her as a thorn in his side. It is hardly surprising that her father felt this way, as half of the hard-earned money was expended on her, causing him great distress, and it was only natural for him to express his discontent daily. Liang Wan's status within the household diminished with each passing day, and her disposition turned increasingly morose. Each day, she plotted ways to trample Song Xiaonuan underfoot. An opportunity presented itself when Song Xiaonuan and Huang Ying's dwelling required a new beam. This necessitated a celebratory meal, yet as a nefarious character, she lacked the funds, which were, after all, Huang Ying's. Contemplating Huang Ying only fueled her animosity further. Previously, Huang Ying had often bestowed small favors upon her. Yet after Liang Wan was stripped of her scorekeeping duties, Huang Ying ceased all communication. As if that were not enough, Huang Ying's association with Song Xiaonuan only deepened Liang Wan's sense of injustice. She yearned to teach Huang Ying a lesson, but her father had warned her against it. It turned out that Huang Ying's family possessed some influence, as she had come to Hongqi village as a youth to comply with government policies. Nevertheless, this did not deter anyone from deliberately crossing paths with Huang Ying. Consequently, Liang Wan was left with no choice but to resort to underhanded tactics. The only scheme she could conceive was to ensure that everyone who partook in the celebratory meal would suffer from an upset stomach. At that time, everyone would refrain from confronting Huang Ying, yet they would undoubtedly seek trouble with Song Xiaonuan. Not only would Song Xiaonuan be burdened with medical expenses, but she would also face reproach from the villagers, potentially earning herself the title of a troublemaker. Everything was in place, awaiting the right moment. Liang Wan had volunteered for community service at the Liang family feast, solely to execute her nefarious plan. Fortunately, fate intervened when Huang Ying called Song Xiaonuan away while she was preparing the rabbit meat. By the time she returned, the poison had already been infused into the meat, and all that remained was for everyone to partake in the meal, allowing her to anticipate favorable news. What troubles you? Is it that your family often consumes meat, rendering it commonplace to you? Aunt Wang Kai noticed Liang Wan hesitating to eat the piece of rabbit meat she had picked up with her chopsticks, sparking her curiosity and suspicion. With her characteristic bluntness, she probed, "Why, as you say, I simply cannot bring myself to eat it, even the aroma is delightful." In a moment of desperation, Liang Wan placed the meat into her mouth. To her surprise, it was cooked to perfection, neither tough nor too tender, neither too salty nor bland, with just a hint of spiciness that was utterly captivating. Unbeknownst to her, she picked up another piece, and it was only when she had already placed it into her mouth that she realized her predicament. Spitting it out was not an option, and she could do nothing but swallow. "Hurry, once we finish eating, we must wash the dishes." Aunt Nyo, irritated by Liang Wan's pretentious demeanor, snatched the bowl and chopsticks from her, forcefully shoving the last piece of rabbit meat into Liang Wan's mouth before beginning to tidy up. Huang Ying watched with amusement and remarked that she would take a look ahead before departing. Song Xiaonuan nodded in agreement and stood up to clear the table, patiently awaiting Liang Wan's reaction. Liang Wan felt a sense of unease as she swiftly made her way home. In case of an upset stomach, there was a rudimentary toilet nearby, which would spare her the embarrassment of competing for a restroom. The winter evenings here descended into darkness rather early. Even at just past 3 in the afternoon, the sun had seemingly vanished, leaving only a faint halo that urged humanity to conclude their task sooner rather than later. The village chief called out, announcing that with just one more day of work, the house would be fully constructed, after which it would be up to Song Xiaonuan and Huang Ying to handle their own affairs. Meanwhile, Aunt Nyo munched on sunflower seeds while listening to Song Xiaonuan's requests. Song Xiaonuan sought Aunt Nyo's assistance in crafting 2 wardrobes, 2 kongqin, a type of traditional Chinese bed, a cupboard, a dining table, and 4 long benches. The more Aunt Nyo listened, the more delighted she became, decisively promising to also gift Song Xiaonuan a bathing tub, 2 wooden basins, 2 small stools, and other assorted trinkets. Song Xiaonuan flashed a radiant smile, revealing her gleaming white teeth, which only served to pique Aunt Nyo's envy for not possessing such a lovely set of teeth herself. With the 30 yuan Song Xiaonuan had given her tucked into her pocket, Aunt Nyo joyfully hurried home, reasoning that since she had earned this money, her husband would not need to repair the riverbank this year. Half an hour after returning home, Liang found herself rushing to the restroom once more. This was a situation that could not be taken lightly. Just as she emerged from the toilet, she felt the urge again and turned back. Initially, Liang's aunt did not think much of it, but after Liang made her 6th trip to the restroom, she furrowed her brow. Today was supposed to be a feast to celebrate Huang Ying and Song Xiaonuan's housewarming. Could it be that the food was tainted? She recalled her own husband and hurriedly dashed towards Song Xiaonuan's house, only to find everyone preparing to wrap up for the day, with no signs of anyone else suffering from an upset stomach. She surmised that perhaps Liang had consumed something else that had not agreed with her. As they prepared to return, coincidentally, Aunt Nyo emerged with her earnings as well. They journeyed back together, with Aunt Nyo regaling Aunt Liang with tales of the day's delectable fare. Aunt Liang felt a pang of regret, wishing she had brazenly joined them for a meal. Just as she was about to speak, Aunt Nyo interjected, drawing her attention. "Look, isn't that Lu Taizhu up ahead? Why is he sprawled on the ground?" Chapter 83, Accountant Liang's decisiveness. Aunt Liang found it peculiar as well, noting that it was near her outhouse. "What's Lu Taizhu doing here? Could it be he's intoxicated and wandered over to use your restroom? Well, wouldn't that be a stroke of luck? My garden would gain an extra dose of fertilizer. Don't get too excited. We should rouse him before he freezes to death on your doorstep." Aunt Nyo, harboring a hint of envy, suddenly had an idea and teased Aunt Liang, poor Taizhu, that marriage was practically sealed, only to be ruined by his own mother. Now, his mother spends her days cursing your Liang, claiming her heart is more venomous than a scorpion's. Aunt Liang's face stiffened, aware of the situation. However, what could she do? It was her Liang's misdeed, ultimately resulting in a venomous centipede bite and a considerable expense for the family. She quickened her pace, intending to wake Taizhu, fearing the wrath of his mother if he were to freeze to death near her outhouse. "Good heavens, you shameless creature! How dare you lie atop my daughter?" It was only when Aunt Liang went to pull Taizhu away that she realized something was amiss. Lu Taizhu was indeed lying directly on top of Liang, and it was only the sight of Liang's face that revealed her presence. Hearing her mother's voice, Liang immediately burst into tears. She had exerted all her strength after being pulled on so many occasions, and with a mere push from Lu Taizhu, she fell to the ground, utterly defenseless. Aunt Nyo's eyes sparkled with mischief as she suddenly shouted, "Oh dear, how shameless Lu Taizhu is! It's barely dusk. Why not let your Liang marry him? Look, they are embracing each other, their faces pressed together." Aunt Lu's voice rang out loudly and clearly, carried by the northwesterly winds into the ears of the men and women returning home behind her. They fell silent, exchanging glances before instinctively rushing forward. The village chief and Accountant Liang's expressions shifted as they quickened their pace, spotting Lu Taizhu, eyes closed, pressing down on Liang. Accountant Liang, filled with rage, summoned all his strength to pull Lu Taizhu away, but to his astonishment, Lu Taizhu's arms remained tightly wrapped around Liang. Consequently, Liang was also lifted alongside Lu Taizhu, her body limp and yielding to his grasp. The villagers trailing behind quickly understood Aunt Nyo's insinuation, given the circumstances. Who else could Liang marry if not Lu Taizhu? Accountant Liang's mind raced. He recognized Liang's mischievous nature but never anticipated her audacity to cling to a man so brazenly in public. "Liang, you shameless wretch, you!" Liang cried out, "Father, it was he who held me. If he holds you, won't you strike him? Instead, you foolishly allow him to embrace you. It seems you are the one lacking shame. Father, I am utterly fatigued. Since my return, I've made 5 or 6 trips to the restroom. And I suspect that the lunch served at the construction site was poisoned by Song Xiaonuan." "What? Is Liang out of her mind? We all consumed the same meal. How could it be tainted? It seems she is deliberately casting blame upon Song Xiaonuan. Poor Song Xiaonuan may find herself in trouble, as Taizhu's mother might seek retribution against her. Indeed, her words imply that Song Xiaonuan and Huang Jiqing are conspiring against her. What is going through her mind? She is simply envious because Song Xiaonuan is more attractive, and Huang Ying possesses greater wealth. Her discomfort has led her to fabricate nonsense. The villagers have just enjoyed the meal prepared by Song Xiaonuan and Huang Ying, and tomorrow, upon the completion of the house, they will receive a sum of money. Only a fool would support Liang's claims. Accountant Liang, fully aware of this, released Lu Taizhu, allowing the two to embrace. He then cast a glance at Liang Ping, who was standing by, reveling in the spectacle. Go and summon Lu Taizhu's parents, so they can take their son and daughter-in-law home. Upon hearing Accountant Liang's statement, silence enveloped the scene. As everyone comprehended the implication, Accountant Liang likely no longer wished to claim this daughter. I refuse, father, I cannot marry Lu Taizhu. You know how much Aunt Lu despises me, marrying him would be akin to seeking my own demise. Liang Wan, in a state of agitation, suddenly found renewed strength. She forcefully wrenched Lu Taizhu's hand from her waist, and when that proved futile, she resorted to biting. With her mother assisting her, Liang Wan finally managed to wriggle free from Lu Taizhu's grasp, standing unsteadily before Accountant Liang. She had yet to utter a word when, from a distance, the irate voice of Aunt Lu echoed, "Which wretched harlot dares to entice my son? Do not presume that sharing a bed with him grants you access to my household. You ought to consider your own worth." Lu Fugue, wielding a hoe, trailed behind. Ever since his wife leaped into the river, he had temporarily abandoned thoughts of divorcing her. He had come to realize that if he were to cast her aside, it would leave 4 bachelors in the household, who would tend to their meals and laundry. He acknowledged that his wife was indeed no paragon, but Liang Wan was far worse. Rather than sever ties with his spouse, it was perhaps wiser to allow her to tarnish that woman's reputation within the village. Yet, he had not anticipated that this insufferable woman would set her sights on his eldest son. That could spell trouble for his family. Chapter 84. Rather marry Song Xiaonuan. Iron Gun, Iron Man, hurry and carry your elder brother back. Do not make a spectacle of yourselves here. Lu Fugue gestured, and Lu's second and third sons rushed toward Lu Taizhu, each supporting him to depart. What is this? You think you can just carry him away after embracing him? Are you attempting to take advantage of the situation? Accountant Liang stood coldly before Lu Taizhu, blocking their path. Lu Fugue approached, filled with a desire to strike Accountant Liang down with his hoe, yet ultimately lacking the courage to do so. Accountant Liang was a cousin of the village head, and offending him would mean incurring the wrath of the village leader. Such a transgression would spell doom for a mere farmer in Hongqi village. Accountant Liang, what do you mean by this? Your son openly embraced my Liang Wan before so many witnesses, and now you wish to simply walk away? Is this some sort of shameless trick? Lu Fugue lowered his head in silence, genuinely perplexed by the notion that Taizhu might have lost his senses, embracing Liang Wan as if there were no other maidens left in the village. The true nature of their embrace remained shrouded in ambiguity. Suddenly, Aunt Lu rushed forward, her gaze fixed menacingly upon Liang Wan, so much so that Liang Wan instinctively sought refuge behind her mother, regardless of who embraced whom. The fact remained that they had shared a moment together, thus it seemed fitting for them to return Liang Wan to her rightful place. Accountant Liang stood resolutely, exuding an air of defiance, suggesting that if Liang Wan were not returned, Lu Taizhu might as well not return home at all. We shall not accept her, he stated plainly. To be honest, we would rather wed Song Xiaonuan, despite her being a divorcee with a child, than take your Liang Wan. Aunt Lu, infuriated and unable to restrain her tongue, found her words inciting a spark of realization in Lu Fugue's eyes. Indeed, marrying Liang Wan seemed less favorable in comparison to Song Xiaonuan. Although Song Xiaonuan was not an untouched maiden, her beauty was undeniable, and she possessed a cultured demeanor. Moreover, she and Huang Jiqing had just built a house. If they were to marry Song Xiaonuan, wouldn't that mean the Lu family would claim half of that property? As for the child, still in infancy, a mere illness could send the little one to meet Yama, thus posing no concern. Initially, Aunt Lu was reluctant to see Liang Wan wed Taizhu, but upon hearing such remarks, her pride was ignited. How could her daughter possibly be deemed inferior to a divorced woman? Taizhu's mother, you must be out of your mind. Song Xiaonuan is a divorced woman with a child, while my Liang Wan is an untouched maiden. How can they possibly be compared? A faint smirk curled at Aunt Lu's lips, her eyes glinting with derision. Liang Wan, you are correct. Song Xiaonuan is a woman who has been divorced and carries a child. However, our Lu family would rather embrace Song Xiaonuan than accept your precious daughter. Aunt Liang turned her gaze toward Lu Fugue, eager to discern his reaction. In truth, it was not just Aunt Liang who looked to him. All the villagers' eyes were upon him. Lu Fugue cleared his throat, his gaze towards his wife filled with a sense of satisfaction, relieved to have made a commendable decision. Goodness! Has the Lu family lost their senses? Some murmured. But it was not folly on their part, rather, they were quite astute. Marrying Song Xiaonuan required no bride price and she was obedient, unlike Liang Wan, who would surely bring challenges. Indeed, bringing Liang Wan home could lead to unforeseen troubles. Not to mention the hefty bride price, for Accountant Liang has a penchant for calculations, one villager gestured with his hands, and the crowd shared knowing laughter. Accountant Liang's expression darkened as he turned away, delivering a resounding slap across Liang Wan's face. Now, immediately leave with the Lu family. Our Liang family has no room for a daughter like you, you have brought shame upon us. Liang Wan felt an urgent need to rush to the restroom. Yet fear held her back. She gritted her teeth, enduring the discomfort, but just as she struggled, the slap sent her crashing to the ground. Unable to contain herself any longer. Fortunately, she had already relieved herself earlier, and what followed was merely liquid, devoid of any foul odor. Moreover, her thick trousers concealed any signs of her distress, leaving no one the wiser. However, Liang Wan was acutely aware of the necessity to change her trousers. Prolonged exposure would undoubtedly lead to illness, jeopardizing her very existence. Mother, my stomach aches, please escort me home, Liang Wan pleaded. Her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at Aunt Liang. Ultimately, a mother's love prevailed, and Aunt Liang, summoning her courage, assisted Liang Wan in returning to the house. Observing Liang Wan's departure, Lu Fuguei contemplated leaving as well. Only to be met by the chilling voice of Accountant Liang. You have 3 days to take Liang Wan as your wife, otherwise, I shall report your son, Lu Taizhu, to the authorities for indecent behavior. Accountant Liang, what evidence do you possess to substantiate your claims of my son's indecency? His actions of embracing Liang Wan at my outhouse entrance are sufficient. If that does not constitute indecent behavior, I shall consume a peanut. The pronouncement of consuming a peanut silenced the crowd. Lu Fuguei, weighing his options, turned to the village chief. Chief, I shall defer to your judgment. I will abide by your decision. The village chief sighed, there is no problem that money cannot resolve. Either compensate or take her as your wife. It is your son's indiscretion that has led us here. He mentally shook his head, lamenting the fact that Lu Taizhu, despite his low tolerance for alcohol, had consumed so much, rendering him inebriated. Chapter 85, Where did they all go? Lu Fuguei nodded in agreement. The two families were currently embroiled in a heated dispute, making any negotiation futile and potentially escalating the situation. Furthermore, they needed to rouse Taizhu and ascertain the reason for his presence at Liang Wan's residence, which held the key to resolving the matter. One evening, the resounding snores of Lu Taizhu disrupted the slumber of everyone in the household. Ultimately, it was Lu Tairen, the youngest son cherished by their parents, who could no longer endure the cacophony. Grasping a rolling pin, he struck Lu Taizhu's posterior with a forceful blow, causing him to spring up from the bed in pain. Are you out of your mind? Why would you hit me for no reason? Lu Taizhu awoke, bewildered, rubbing the spot where he had been struck. It's not nothing. You failed to reclaim the betrothal gifts, and now you are trying to flirt with Liang Wan. Who is truly unwell, you or I? Lu Taizhu was perplexed. When had he ever attempted to court Liang Wan? Taizhu, tell mother. How could you have gone to the Liang family, embracing and cuddling with Liang Wan, even kissing her? What? Mother, what are you saying? How could I ever do such a thing? Lu Taizhu exclaimed, agitated, fully aware that he and Liang Wan were not on good terms. It would be utterly absurd for him to seek her out. You may not have intended it, but we all saw you lying with Liang Wan at the entrance of their outdoor toilet. How could you stand the stench of that place? Lu Fuguei sat up as well, scrutinizing Taizhu's expression intently. Lu Taizhu furrowed his brow, given that their parents had both stated this. It must have been true that he had indeed embraced Liang Wan, yet he could not recall any such incident. After you finished the wedding wine, where did you go? Lu Fuguei and Lu Taizhu had both partaken in the wedding festivities, which allowed them to enjoy a celebratory meal, but Taizhu could not recall when he had left. Lu Taizhu closed his eyes, recalling that he had indulged a bit too much in drink and was urgently in need of relief. He made his way to the wall to relieve himself, when he overheard the conversation of two women. They seemed to be discussing Saiqin's arrival and seeking Liang Wan's counsel, with the intention of refusing to return the betrothal gifts. Lu Taizhu's first thought was to confront Qin at Liang Wan's residence, while she might not come to marry. The betrothal gifts must be returned. However, inebriated, he stumbled along, and by the time he reached Liang Wan's home, Qin was nowhere to be found. Instead, he encountered Liang Wan, who had just emerged from the latrine. In a moment of desperation, he seized Liang Wan. But she was taken by surprise and fell to the ground. As she collapsed, Lu Taizhu instinctively reached out to help her up, yet his legs felt weak, leaving him unable to muster the strength to assist. Ultimately, he ended up falling on top of Liang Wan, attempting to rise, but suddenly found a peculiar comfort in his position, so much so that his eyelids began to grow heavy. Father. It is Liang Wan who has deceitfully lured me with false tidings. How could this be? I heard someone mention that Kai Qin sought out Liang Wan. In my haste to find Kai Qin and reclaim the betrothal gifts, I found only Liang Wan, who ensnared me on the ground and kissed me. Indeed, she is a siren. It seems Liang Wan is the one behaving inappropriately, and we ought to report her to the authorities. Aunt Lu was incensed. Liang Wan's audacity was appalling. Daring to set her sights on her son. Did she not fear the consequences of marrying into their family? Yet, Lu Fugue furrowed his brow, asking, "Who did you hear this from? Can you recall that individual?" Despite his earnest efforts to recollect, Lu Taizhu shook his head, the voice eluding his memory as unfamiliar. Or perhaps simply unremembered. The Lu family's spirits waned at his denial, realizing that someone was surreptitiously causing trouble, undoubtedly Liang Wan. Meanwhile, at the Liang residence, the Liang accountant was striking Liang Wan with a rolling pin, lamenting that his daughter was beyond redemption, having soiled herself. "Father, you never believe me. But Song Xiaonuan is the one playing tricks. She drugged me, otherwise, why would I have diarrhea? You are incorrigible. I know why you harbor such resentment towards Song Xiaonuan. Is it simply because she is more attractive than you? Is it necessary to fixate on this? I don't. Father, I want to report Song Xiaonuan. Report her for poisoning me. And mother, take me to the clinic, I need to relieve myself again." A peculiar sound emerged, unmistakably indicating that Liang Wan had defecated once more, soiling the freshly changed trousers. There were no clean trousers left. "Liang Ping, lend me your trousers, quickly." Liang Ping cautiously approached the wardrobe, retrieved her clothes and trousers, and promptly exited the house, intending to conceal them at Huang Qingyan's place. "Liang Ping, give me the trousers." Witnessing Liang Ping's escape, Liang Wan was consumed with rage and bewilderment. Eventually, Aunt Liang provided her own trousers for Liang Wan to change into. "Father. Perhaps we should summon the barefoot doctor to examine her, we cannot allow her to perish from diarrhea." In the brief span of time, Liang Wan had experienced 2 bouts of distress, her complexion growing increasingly pallid. Accountant Liang let out a sigh and summoned his younger son, Liang Nan, instructing him to procure some anti-diarrheal medication from the clinic. Reluctant at first, Liang Nan dared not defy his father's evident frustration and ventured out with 50 cents in hand. Liang Wan awaited the medicine, yet time dragged on without a sign of its arrival. Even Liang Ping had not returned. Where could they have gone? Chapter 86. In gratitude for your kindness, Liang Nan first visited the clinic, purchasing 30 cents worth of medication, then discreetly pocketed 20 cents before seeking out his friends, only returning home after dusk. Meanwhile, Liang Ping had gone to the homes of Song Xiaonuan and Huang Ying. Upon entering the living room, she was greeted by a wave of warmth, instantly easing her tension. "Sister Xiaonuan, Sister Huang Ying. May I leave these clothes with you for a few days until Liang Wan's condition improves? Has Liang Wan been unwell? Did she eat something disagreeable?" Huang Ying inquired with concern. Liang Ping exchanged a glance with Song Xiaonuan, hesitating momentarily. "What is it? Is your sister spreading falsehoods about me again?" Song Xiaonuan asked with a smile, prompting Liang Ping to nod and emit a deep sigh. "Sister Xiaonuan, my sister has become irrational, constantly accusing you of poisoning her. Yet today, with so many people sharing the meal, everyone else is fine, only she seems to be affected. I have grown accustomed to these accusations, after all. I was once deemed a miscreant. Even when wronged, one must swallow their grievances. From now on, you need not concede to her any longer. Should she unjustly accuse you again, a resounding slap across her face will suffice. Would not her parents then seek retribution against me? Not at all. I can assure you. My father now despises her, and my brother and I share that sentiment. Only my mother still harbors some affection, but that, too, shall soon dissipate." Beaming, accepted several biscuits from Ode's hand, leisurely consuming them. Being in their company was truly delightful, replete with sustenance and drink, a most advantageous arrangement. In recent times, She had been subtly poisoning her mother's perception of Liang Wan, inadvertently revealing her past misdeeds. She was confident that in the not-too-distant future, her mother would also come to loathe her. Having finished the biscuits and imbibed a few mouthfuls of lukewarm water, Liang Wan then proceeded to the residence of her close confidante, Chenling. Chenling was the youngest daughter of Uncle Niu and Aunt Niu. Uncle Niu, whose surname was Chen, was originally named Chen Dazhuang. In bygone years, Chen Dazhuang's wife bore him 3 sons, Chen Yijing, Chen Yijing, and Chen Sanjing. During the birth of Chen Sanjing, complications arose, and ultimately, Chen Sanjing, having remained in the womb for an extended period, emerged as a semi-imbecile. His mother, alas, had also passed away. Chen Dazhuang was grief-stricken, yet as a solitary man, he was ill-equipped to raise a mewling infant. Eventually, persuaded by a matchmaker, he wed his current wife. This woman not only treated the 3 children from the previous marriage as her own but also bore Chen Dazhuang a daughter, Chenling. As Chenling matured, Chen Dazhuang assumed responsibility for the village's 2 oxen. The villagers gradually forgot the former woman, addressing the couple as Uncle Niu and Aunt Niu. Despite a mere 3-year age difference, Chenling and Chen Sanjing exhibited a reversed dynamic, with Chenling often assuming a nurturing role towards her elder brother. Chen Sanjing, in turn, held her in high regard, readily heeding her counsel. Upon spotting Liang Ping's arrival, he exclaimed with glee, "Lingzi, Liang Ping has come to see you. Come quickly." Liang Ping waved in acknowledgement and proceeded indoors with familiarity. Noticing an abundance of cabinets, chairs, and a heated brick bed in the main room, she inquired with curiosity, "Lingzi, who commissioned all this furniture?" Chen Ling emerged from the kitchen and drew her into a seat, replying, "These were all ordered by Song Xiaonuan." "So much? It seems Song Xiaonuan is quite affluent." "Indeed. Just observe the cotton-padded attire of Song Xiao. Though appearing worn, I felt it the other day. And it was remarkably soft, assuredly filled with new cotton. Therefore, we must cultivate a positive rapport with Song Xiaonuan. When we marry, she will undoubtedly bestow upon us generous dowries." "Do you truly believe so?" "Assuredly. Trust me, and do not emulate the folly of my eldest sister." Chen Ling nodded. Although she had abstained from observing the spectacle, she remained cognizant of Liang Wan's recent manipulation. Regardless of whether Liang Wan orchestrated her own misfortune or the Liu family was culpable, neither party possessed virtuous intentions. "My father intends to deliver the furniture to Song Xiaonuan tomorrow evening. Will you accompany us?" "I shall. I will arrive at your home tomorrow evening and join you." Chen Ling concurred. Having resolved to foster a favorable connection with Song Xiaonuan, it was imperative to demonstrate their goodwill, perhaps by presenting them with a pair of lanterns, which could be crafted expeditiously. The following day, the village chief accompanied others to Song Xiaonuan's residence to finalize the remaining tasks and proceeded to settle accounts with Huang Ying. Initially, Huang Ying had contributed 100 yuan, and given the modest size of the house, the costs amounted to just over 90 yuan, which naturally included the labor fees of the villagers. Upon receiving the 3 yuan handed to her by the village chief, Huang Ying resolutely shook her head, saying, "Uncle, why not use this money to buy yourself a pair of shoes? It's freezing out here, and you've worn the soles thin from all your running around." The village chief chuckled, tucking the money into his pocket. "The city girl is indeed perceptive, I have not been remiss in looking after her." He continued, "I appreciate your kindness. If you ever need anything, do not hesitate to let me know, and I shall certainly assist you." Huang Ying smiled and nodded. For those words sufficed, she was uncertain how long she would remain in this place. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the moon gradually illuminated the surroundings. Under the bright moonlight, Uncle Niu instructed his 3 sons to bring out the ox cart. Chen Yijing and Chen Yijing hoisted 2 large wooden cabinets onto the cart. But this time, it was not an ox pulling the cart, but rather Chen Sanjing, a lad of remarkable strength. "Sanjing, take it slow," he was cautioned. While Lingzi and Liang Ping were advised to follow behind and assist in pushing the cart. Seeing Liang Ping and Chen Ling standing by, Aunt Niu understood their eagerness to join and willingly allowed them to follow Sanjing in pushing the cart. With a jovial demeanor, Uncle Niu asked his second son to bring out 2 more carts to load the conchin and the cabinet, aiming to complete their task in one trip. "Old man, charging Xiaonuan 30 yuan for these items seems rather excessive," he remarked. "The timber was hewn from the mountains, and they merely paid for the labor. Yet the cost of labor cannot be so exorbitant. You should gather a few more benches, baskets, and carrying poles. The two children certainly require them for their daily lives. Ah, I shall fetch them. You all proceed ahead, and I will follow shortly. Song Xiaonuan and Huang Ying, aware that Uncle Niu and the others would be delivering furniture that evening, stood by the door early. Upon seeing a group approaching from a distance, they recognized it was indeed Uncle Niu and his companions. Huang Ying, please wait here while I prepare a pot of hot malted milk drink for them. It will warm them as they sip. In the kitchen, a pot of water was already bubbling on the small stove, emitting steam. Song Xiaonuan took a thermos and added several generous spoonfuls of malted milk powder, then poured in boiling water. After filling the thermos halfway, she shook it vigorously and poured a little to taste. Thankfully, it was not overly strong, yet it was not too diluted either. After a moment's contemplation, she added 2 more spoonfuls, deciding that since she had already made the effort, it was best to present it with some dignity, avoiding any whispers of stinginess. Huang Ying lit pine branches and placed one in each room and corridor, ensuring they could see clearly upon entry. Sanjing, you have arrived. Just leave the cart at the entrance. Huang Ying and Song Xiaonuan had intentionally requested the main door to be slightly smaller than that of typical farmhouses, so the ox cart could not enter and had to be left outside. Huang Jiqing, Song Xiaonuan, my parents and elder brothers are still behind. We shall wait for them before moving the items. Chen Ling stepped out with a smile, and Huang Ying promptly nodded, retrieving a few soft candies from her pocket and placing them into their hands. Chen Sanjing, upon seeing the candies, eagerly tore off the wrappers and stuffed them into his mouth. Indeed, his parents had not deceived him. Working for Sister Nguyen meant there were treats to be had. Chen Yijing and Chen Yirjing, pulling a cart, soon arrived as well, with Uncle Niu and Aunt Niu pushing from behind, directly wheeling the cart into the courtyard. Huang Jiqing, how do you suggest we move this? The 2 beds were to be placed in the east and west rooms respectively, the kitchen cabinet in the kitchen, and the 2 wooden cabinets also in the east and west rooms, while the dining table and stools could be set in the main room. This was Chen Ling's first time entering the house, and it was only through Liang Ping's explanation that she learned the east room belonged to Song Xiaonuan and the west room to Huang Jiqing. However, due to the cold weather and in an effort to conserve firewood, the 2 of them were currently sharing a room, along with the little one, Song Xiao. Where is Song Xiao? Chen Ling inquired. He is with my parents. I need to organize things, and it's inconvenient to bring him along. Song Xiaonuan replied as she emerged with a bowl and a thermos of hot water. As the malted milk essence was poured into the bowl, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Uncle Niu, Aunt Niu, come, have a bowl of malted milk essence to warm your stomachs. Oh, this child. No wonder you're called Nguyen, you truly are a comforting little warm quilt. Aunt Niu praised Song Xiaonuan without reservation, savoring a sip of the malted milk essence, which was indeed sweet, warming her heart. Uncle Niu shook his head, remarking that a man of his stature should not indulge in such sweet concoctions, deeming it a waste. Song Xiaonuan, however, insisted that refusing to drink it would be a sign of disdain towards her. Having no recourse, Uncle Niu accepted the beverage. The sweetness of the malted milk powder brought him a sense of relaxation. No wonder it was lauded as a delicacy. Indeed, it lived up to its reputation. Chen Sanjing, catching the scent of the malted milk, felt all his strength desert him. Observing his famished demeanor, the eldest and second eldest sons simply waved him away. Spotting Chen Sanjing approaching, Song Xiaonuan, recalling his vigor in pulling the cart, hastily poured him a bowl of malted milk powder as well. Uncle Niu noticed quite distinctly that while they received a generous portion, Sanjing's bowl was filled to the brim. You can only have 1 bowl. The rest is for your elder brothers, understand? Song Xiaonuan, aware of Chen Sanjing's limited mental capacity, preemptively cautioned him, lest he lose his temper and become unreasonable. Sanjing acknowledged, mindful that his elder brothers had yet to partake. Chen Yijing and Chen Yirjing, having completed their tasks, also took up their bowls. Their impression of Song Xiaonuan and Huang Ying elevated further. They were not only comely but also generous. After a bustling hour, Uncle Niu departed with his family, first escorting Liang Ping home before turning towards their own abode. Song Xiaonuan had no intention of fetching Song Xiao that evening. The little one was gradually weaning, but the evening feeding remained indispensable, so she opted not to sleep by the child's side. Huang Ying meticulously secured the courtyard gate and the main room door. From this moment forward, she and Xiaonuan had their own space, a blissful notion. She scurried to the kitchen and heated a large pot of water. determined to thoroughly cleanse herself and then entice Xiaonuan. Chapter 88, A Taste of Milk. Song Xiaonuan added some large firewood to the Kong and spread out the cotton blankets and bedding. Both her and Huang Ying's quilts were here, more than sufficient for their needs. Xiaonuan, I would like to take a bath. Could you help me bring in the wooden tub? Song Xiaonuan promptly stepped outside. The tub was already half filled with warm water, and the two of them each grasped one handle to lift it into the room. Xiaonuan, the tub is quite large, let us bathe together. A shiver ran through Song Xiaonuan at the suggestion. Indeed, the tub was sizable, but it could only accommodate one person comfortably. The thought of two people inside rendered any movement nearly impossible, making bathing a challenge. You go ahead, I already washed in the cattle shed earlier today. Huang Ying felt a twinge of disappointment and called out as Song Xiaonuan turned to leave. Xiaonuan, where are you going? I'm heading to the kitchen to boil some noodles. Once you're done bathing, we can enjoy the noodles together. Upon hearing the mention of noodles, Huang Ying's stomach responded with a growl, reminding her that they had yet to have dinner. Go on then. Despite her disappointment, Huang Ying was eager to show off her slender figure to Xiaonuan. But she reassured herself that there would be ample time for that later. Song Xiaonuan entered the kitchen, ensuring the door was securely closed. With a swift movement, she stepped into her space, first taking a refreshing bath herself. Afterwards, she emerged with 2 pounds of rice and flour. Since she had ready-made noodles, she simply needed to boil water to cook them, adding a splash of soy sauce and sesame oil brought from Haishur, bearing 2 bowls of fragrant noodles. Song Xiaonuan entered the dwelling. Huang Ying had already completed her ablutions, her hair clinging to her face in damp tendrils, clad only in shorts. Why aren't you wearing any clothes? Song Xiaonuan remarked, glancing at Huang Ying's bare torso as she placed the noodles on a small stool before retrieving chopsticks. Huang Ying chuckled, finally succeeding in displaying her physique to Xiaonuan, anticipating that Xiaonuan would henceforth be hers. She, in turn, intended to seize an opportunity to behold Xiaonuan's form. The two consumed the noodles with gusto and jointly carried the bathing tub outside, not because Song Xiaonuan lacked the strength to do so alone, but due to the tub's cumbersome size, which risked wetting her. Xiaonuan, we've finally established our own abode. Henceforth, I shall entrust my monthly living expenses to you for household management. Very well, I shall heed your wishes. Song Xiaonuan harbored similar intentions, as only by managing the household could she gradually introduce items from her spatial dimension, thereby aiding Song Xiao and her parents. Let us share a quilt. I am susceptible to the cold. But the Kong is so warm, how can you still feel cold? I am simply prone to the cold. We are both women. There is no impropriety in sharing a quilt. Song Xiaonuan concurred, deciding that they would share a quilt, with Song Xiao eventually having one to himself, ensuring his covers wouldn't be pilfered during the night. Extinguishing the pine branch, darkness enveloped the room. Huang Ying promptly embraced Song Xiaonuan, who had ascended the Kong, pressing herself against her. Xiaonuan, you exude such a delightful fragrance, she murmured, a woman's natural scent mingled with a delicate milky aroma, reminiscent of nursing a child. She was suddenly seized by an intense desire to taste milk. Xiaonuan, has Xiaoxiao been weaned? That's quite all right. Do you still have any milk? It's nearly depleted as well. I never had the privilege of nursing from my mother, I was raised on formula. I yearn for just a single taste of my mother's milk. Alas, poor child, that pleasure must await the next life. But you possess milk. Won't you allow me a mere sip? Absolutely not. Song Xiaonuan refused without hesitation. What jest is this? We are of similar age, I am not Huang Ying's mother, and I cannot permit such an act. Huang Ying remained silent and nestled against Song Xiaonuan, falling asleep. Song Xiaonuan, indeed weary, also drifted into slumber, unaware that a hand had begun to stir. When Huang Ying latched onto Song Xiaonuan, she awoke, startled, and swatted Huang Ying away. What on earth do you think you're doing? Xiaonuan, I have finally tasted it, I can die content. You mustn't blame me, I long for my mother. Huang Ying lunged forward, embracing Song Xiaonuan and weeping. Song Xiaonuan, at a loss, could only push Huang Ying away and retreat into her own bedding. If you repeat such an act, we shall each have our own room. We are both adults, cease this childishness. Huang Ying dared not move, obediently returning to her own bedding, yet a contented smile graced her face. As dawn faintly broke, Song Xiaonuan arose, concerned for Song Xiao in the cowshed. After tidying herself, she went to the cowshed. Song Xiao had wept almost the entire night, never having been separated from Xiaonuan. He was not only frightened but also tormented by an insatiable craving for milk. "Xiao Xiao, mother is here." Upon hearing her son's whimpering, Song Xiao felt an immense ache in her heart and rushed inside to lift him from the bed. The first instinct of the child, once cradled, was to seek milk. Song Xiaonuan recalled Huang Ying's actions from the previous night and, feeling a sudden softness in her heart, decided to relent, let him drink. For he would naturally wean himself as he grew older. "Xiaonuan, you mustn't." Tang Jianmei hesitated, pondering the implications of allowing the child to drink milk now, as it might render all their previous efforts futile. "Mother, let him have it, it won't be for long. Soon enough, when he starts eating solid food, he will no longer desire milk." Chapter 89, The Snail Maiden. Tang Jianmei sighed. In her and Tang Jiansong's childhood, they had their own wet nurse. And they had both been weaned only at the age of 3. Xiaonuan was unfortunate, having only enjoyed a year of nursing, and now Song Xiao was even more pitiful, facing weaning at merely 10 months. Truly, each generation seems to fare worse than the last. "Mother, today we shall prepare a feast of pig slaughter. Huang Ying and I will purchase some pork, so we may indulge more during the new year." Tang Jianmei nodded. Today marked the day for the communal pig slaughter. Uncle Wang Kai would also have his pig killed, allowing everyone to savor the pig slaughter feast. After the feast, Uncle Wang Kai would sell the pork, so those with ample funds could purchase more, while those with less would acquire only a little. As the mother and daughter conversed, Song Xiao had satisfied his craving for milk and appeared rejuvenated. Xiaonuan helped him relieve himself and then offered him a piece of pastry. "Mother, I shall take Xiao Xiao to stay with me today. You and father can visit for lunch and return home to sleep at night. Mother is aware that you and Huang Jiqing must secure the doors tightly at night to avoid any untoward incidents, for the villagers can be rather difficult to deal with." Song Xiaonuan nodded and dressed Song Xiao in a thick cotton coat, carrying her on her back and covering her from head to toe with a small quilt. The snowfall outside had ceased. "I will head out first, you all should hasten to have breakfast, and after that, take a nap. I will bring over the pig-killing dishes shortly. The farm work is completed, and the day for repairing the riverbank has yet to arrive. So Tang Jianmei and the others have nothing to do and can enjoy a moment of leisure indoors. Although the snow has stopped, the accumulation on the ground is quite substantial." Song Xiaonuan trudged through the snow, her steps alternating between deep and shallow as she made her way to her courtyard. Along the way, she conjured a basket filled with eggs and milk powder, items for Song Xiao's regular diet. "Xiaonuan, you startled me quite a bit. However, I am rather clever. I deduced that you must have gone to fetch Song Xiao, and my guess proved correct." Upon hearing the door open, Huang Ying rushed out from the kitchen. Seeing Song Xiao on Song Xiaonuan's back, she approached with a cheerful chattering, eager to assist. "I saw you were sleeping soundly and did not wish to disturb you. Are you preparing breakfast? I made some steamed buns and pancakes today." "Xiaonuan, I feel as if our flour supply has increased." "You're dreaming, it will only diminish the more we consume, not increase." "Not necessarily. What if I have a Tianluo girl at home? If such a girl truly existed, I would protect her with my very life." Song Xiaonuan was momentarily taken aback. Yet she refrained from uttering more words. She ushered Song Xiao into the room, allowing him to play on the Kong, while she positioned the quilt at the edge to prevent it from falling. "I will add some firewood to the Kong, you prepare some porridge." Adding a bit of lard and a pinch of salt, she instructed. This method of preparation yields a delightful flavor and enhances the nutritional value. My Song Xiao particularly relishes such porridge. As she spoke, Song Xiaonuan retrieved roasted flour from the basket, adding a generous spoonful of milk powder, blending it into a batter to feed Song Xiao his breakfast. Upon learning of his fondness for the dish, Huang Ying hurriedly went to wash rice and prepare the porridge. Thus, the morning passed for the two women and the child. Time for the pig slaughtering feast. "Huang Jiqing, Song Xiaonuan, come out." Liang Ping called from the doorway. Song Xiaonuan quickly lifted Song Xiao onto her back, while Huang Ying, carrying 2 lunchboxes, followed closely behind as she locked the door, heading off to partake in the feast. Of course, one could not partake in the pig slaughtering feast without bringing something from home, such as cabbage, potatoes, corn, or preserved vegetables. In truth, Song Xiaonuan was not particularly fond of the pig slaughtering dish. It consisted mainly of the pig's offal and scraps, simmered together with potatoes and cabbage into a large pot of stew. Huang Ying shared her sentiments. Yet she understood that Song Xiaonuan would deliver the feast to the cow shed, where Uncle Sun and his companions seldom indulged in rich, fatty fare. And they would surely appreciate the offering. Song Xiaonuan, I am going to kill you. A shrill voice echoed. Turning around, Song Xiaonuan saw Liang Wan brandishing a stick, as thick as a baby's arm, poised to strike her head. Startled, Song Xiaonuan retreated a few paces. Her club missed its mark, and Liang Wan, overexerting herself, lost her footing and tumbled to the ground, club and all. Enraged, Huang Ying darted forward, alternating blows to Liang Wan's head with the 2 lunch boxes in her hands. The commotion drew the attention of the villagers, though only a few gathered around. Those queuing for their portions of freshly butchered pork remained steadfast. Only after receiving their share did they saunter over to inquire about the disturbance. Song Xiaonuan glanced around, and when her gaze met Liang Ping's, Liang Ping nodded emphatically. Understanding dawned, and Song Xiaonuan retrieved the wooden club Liang Wan had dropped, proceeding to strike Liang Wan's posterior. However, Song Xiaonuan tempered her strength, wary of causing genuine injury and potential extortion, which would be undesirable. Are you unwell? She exclaimed. Why do you persist in targeting me? What have I done to wrong you, to warrant such relentless animosity? Chapter 90, Bound to Marry Liang Wan. Assaulted in broad daylight by Song Xiaonuan and Huang Ying, one striking her backside, the other her head, and with no one intervening to assist, burst into a wail of anguish. Aunt Liang, eager to intervene, was restrained by Liang's father, who had witnessed Liang Wan initiating the altercation, followed by Huang Ying's retaliation. Father. I cannot bear to see Wan being beaten, Aunt Liang implored, her anxiety mounting. She did not resent her husband disciplining their child, but she found it unbearable to witness her being assaulted by outsiders. I forbid you from interfering, the father retorted. Or you shall return to your maiden home as well. The accountant's voice was soft, yet it struck Mrs. Liang like a thunderclap, causing her to halt abruptly. Mrs. Liu, also present to collect her portion of the freshly butchered meat, noticed Liang Wan being subdued by Song Xiaonuan and Huang Ying. She spat on the ground, exclaiming, Serves her right. A ripple of laughter spread among the onlookers. Mrs. Taizhu, when will you be welcoming your daughter-in-law into the family? I'd rather see my Taizhu remain a bachelor for life than marry that jinx, no, that viper. She retorted. Well, then your Taizhu might find himself facing serious charges before the authorities. Indecent behavior is no trivial matter, a villager quipped, striking at a sensitive spot. Irked, Mrs. Lu nearly lunged at the villagers, but her third son, Lu Tiren, intervened. Mother, perhaps we should proceed with the marriage. It would spare her brother from imprisonment, provide an extra pair of hands on the farm, and allow you to vent your frustrations. What's not to like? A glimmer of realization sparked in Mrs. Lu's eyes. She had been trapped in a mental impasse. Once Liang Wan became her daughter-in-law, she could mistreat her as she pleased. Go speak with your father, she instructed. He favors Song Xiaonuan, but she's already borne a child and is thus unworthy of our family. Why not marry her off to my second brother, who remains unmarried? And I shall take Huang Ying as my bride. What do you think? Lu Tiren suggested. Mrs. Lu beamed. It was indeed an ingenious plan, even if it meant a sacrifice for her second son. However, Song Xiaonuan possessed half a house, and that alone made it worthwhile. Lu Tiren sought out Lu Fugui, but Lu Fugui demurred. Marrying Song Xiaonuan was feasible, as her parents, being labeled as dissidents, were easily manipulated. However, marrying Huang Ying was out of the question. He was neither blind nor deaf and was well aware of Huang Ying's family's influence, lest he bite off more than he could chew. Lu Tiren was somewhat reluctant, genuinely fond of Huang Ying's fair complexion and delicate features. Although she was incapable of manual labor, he believed she would be content to merely cater to his needs. Unbeknownst to Huang Ying and Song Xiaonuan, they were the subjects of such calculations. Seeing Liang Wan's loud lamentations, they abandoned any further intentions of fighting. The sticks were confiscated, suitable for firewood or self-defense, a double benefit. Seeing Song Xiaonuan cease her attack, Huang Ying was also unwilling to continue. The two proceeded to the rear of the line, where a gaggle of gossiping old women engaged them, spewing divisive remarks. Song Xiaonuan paid them little heed, listening with one ear and letting it pass through the other. When their turn arrived, Aunt Wang Chai generously ladled thick portions of the freshly butchered pork and pickled cabbage into their lunch boxes. Thank you, Auntie, you're so kind, Song Xiaonuan said. Aunt Wang Chai grinned widely, revealing her gums, and whispered to them to visit her home after they had finished eating. Aware of Aunt Wang Chai's intentions, Song Xiaonuan nodded with a smile and surreptitiously led Huang Ying toward the cowshed. Huang Ying, this is your portion of the pork and cabbage stew. I'm going to see my parents. I'll accompany you, I dislike this flavor. When you purchase pork, please prepare braised pork for me, and also wrap plenty of dumplings. Enough to freeze overnight. Nodding in acknowledgement, Song Xiaonuan conveyed 2 portions of the freshly prepared slaughtered pig dish to the cowshed. Tang Jianmei had already prepared a generous pot of mixed grain rice. Upon seeing the dish, she smiled, noting that both she and Song Wenkong found the dish somewhat unpalatable, while Tang Jiansong devoured it with gusto. With his sister's assistance, he had been eating much better lately, though the deficit of fatty foods had left him with an insatiable appetite. Mother, I shall deliver a portion of this slaughtered pig dish to Fei Yang and his father. Go ahead. Fei Yang is also deserving of compassion. Uncle Sun, upon receiving the abundant portion of the dish, was overcome with gratitude. Sun Fei Yang, however, extended his thanks to the 2 ladies with remarkable poise before retreating indoors with his meal. We are due at Uncle Wang Cai's residence and will therefore forego dining here. Song Xiaobao, aware of Huang Ying's aversion to the fare, intended to purchase pork and prepare a meal for her. As they approached the threshing ground, they overheard the agitated voice of Accountant Liang, "Marry him you shall. After being embraced and kissed, what else do you expect? But their family hasn't provided the betrothal gifts yet, and you expect me to marry under such circumstances?" Liang Wan declared defiantly, having endured numerous beatings and lost all fear. Betrothal gifts are mandatory, Liang retorted. If they fail to provide them, I shall deduct them directly from their work points. The villagers erupted into commotion, with Lu Fugue leading the charge. Accountant Liang held sway over their work points, which would be tallied at the end of the year to determine their earnings. Accountant Liang, if you dare deduct my work points, I shall report you to the commune. Lu Fugue threatened. Chapter 91, Arranged Marriage. Accountant Liang, observing Lu Fugue's fury, offered a cold smile and gestured for him to proceed, daring him to prove himself anything but a scoundrel if he failed to follow through with his threat. Enraged, Lu Fugue's eyes reddened, an unvented fury brewing within him. Yet, years of trepidation towards the Liang family redirected his ire towards his eldest son, Lu Taizhu. Should you dare to wed Liang Wan, you shall cease to be my son. Lu Fugue, wielding his hoe in reverse, struck Lu Taizhu's back with its handle. The son neither flinched nor spoke, his mind reeling. He was yet to comprehend the situation entirely, but the prospect of marrying Liang Wan was genuinely unappealing. Liang Wan's face flushed crimson, as if ablaze, under the gaze of villagers who consumed their pork dish while casting judgmental glances her way. Impulsively, she bolted towards the riverbank, contemplating a fate similar to that of Aunt Lu. However, upon reaching the river, she recalled that it was the dead of winter, and the river was encased in ice, thwarting any attempt to leap. Look at Liang Wan, is she contemplating a plunge? Into what river? It's frozen solid. Indeed, a mere pretense. She once docked me 3 work points. Fortunately, she's no longer the scorekeeper. The villagers chattered among themselves, none offering solace to Liang Wan. Huang Ying shook her head, deeming such a plight meaningless. Xiaonuan, let us procure some pork. The prices of pork varied depending on the cut, with fatty portions selling for 60 cents per pound and leaner cuts for 50 cents. A queue had already formed. I desire 10 pounds of lean meat and 2 pounds of fat. Huang Ying directly presented a large piece of meat to Uncle Wang Kai, who smiled and nodded, swiftly slicing the meat and the trimmings before handing them to her. Noticing Song Xiaonuan, Uncle Wang Kai gestured for her not to purchase any, as provisions had already been prepared for her at home. Uncle, I am purchasing for my parents, she explained. Wang Kai nodded, selecting a piece with more fat than lean meat, and upon seeing Song Xiaonuan pointing at the pig's trotters, he also cut one for her. That will be 9 yuan in total. Here you go. Uncle, let us make it a full 10 yuan, and could you spare me a few bones for broth? Certainly. Take this, he replied, handing her the bones. Elated, Song Xiaonuan placed the pork into her basket and was about to turn away when a man approached her. Song Xiaonuan, I wish to marry you. My father has said he can offer you a dowry of 20 yuan. When shall we wed? Startled, she looked up to see Lu Tietong, the second son of the Lu family. My son is nearly a year old, and you still wish to marry me? yes. I do not mind that you have a child. In fact, widows in the village are often treated similarly. A dowry of 20 yuan is sufficient for us to share a life together. I will not marry, seek a widow instead. Song Xiaonuan firmly rejected him, stepping aside to leave. But Lu Tiqiang, equally stubborn, stepped in front of her. You may not be a bad person, but your parents and uncle still are. If you wish for them to live well, you must marry me. Otherwise. What will happen otherwise? As the surging resentment within Song Xiaonuan suddenly erupted, she became invigorated. Upon seeing Huang Ying approach, she entrusted her basket into her hands. Lu Tiqiang, momentarily startled by Song Xiaonuan's icy gaze, quickly regained his composure and, glancing at Song Xiaonuan's burdened back, chuckled, raising a son alone must be exhausting for you. I wouldn't mind being a cheap father. But you must assure me that we will have at least 3 sons together. How dare you, you despicable opportunist? Song Xiaonuan retorted, delivering a swift kick that caught Lu Tiqiang off guard. He hadn't anticipated her to act so ruthlessly, he was sent sprawling backward. Damn it. Lu Tiqiang lay on the ground, momentarily incapacitated by pain, while Aunt Lu gasped in shock and rushed over. Uncle Wang Kai, intending to assist, cast an admiring glance at Song Xiaonuan before retreating back to the meat stall, wary of losing any pork. The village chief, infuriated, felt his beard bristle in agitation. What on earth is going on today? Can't you all refrain from speaking while enjoying this delicious pig slaughter dish? Lu Fugui. Do you even know how to raise your sons? The eldest provokes Liang Wan, and the second insists on forcing Song Xiaonuan to marry him. What is happening? Lu Fugui was equally taken aback by his younger son's impatience. Despite the matter being discussed within the family, this reckless child had acted prematurely. Seeing that her son was unharmed and hearing the village chief berate her family, Aunt Lu hurried over. Village chief, our Lu family is not unreasonable. How about this? If Song Xiaonuan agrees to marry my younger son, we will also consent to the eldest marrying Liang Wan. The village head clutched his heart, the admonishing words still echoing in his mind, preventing him from making decisions for Song Xiaonuan. Comrade Song Xiaonuan, you see. Incensed, Huang Ying cast a frigid glance at the village head. Village head, is this how you administer Hongqi village? Should he dare to decide Xiaonuan's fate, she wouldn't hesitate to report him to higher authorities. Comrade Huang, please, temper your emotions. This is a new society, arranged marriages are no longer permissible. It requires the consent of both parties. Then, have you ascertained my Xiaonuan's willingness? Your Xiaonuan? You. The village head was bewildered. Since when had Song Xiaonuan become a member of the Huang family? Huang Ying felt a surge of emotion, already considering Xiaonuan as her own. She wouldn't allow anyone to lay claim to her. I have already recognized Xiaonuan as my sister. Is that not permissible? Ah, yes, whatever you say. However, I must still inquire with Comrade Song Xiaonuan. What if she is willing? The village head hoped Song Xiaonuan would marry into Hongqi village, which would greatly facilitate future weather forecasts. Furthermore, Song Xiaonuan was indeed beautiful, and their offspring would undoubtedly resemble Song Xiao, like a glutinous rice dumpling, potentially improving the genetics of Hongqi village. Comrade Song Xiaonuan, as the village head, I earnestly ask, are you willing to marry a man from our Hongqi village? The implication was clear, she could disregard Lu Tiqiang, as Hongqi village had plenty of fine men for her to choose from. Song Xiaonuan glanced at the village chief with a smile that was neither entirely sincere nor completely mocking. Village chief, she began, when I divorced, I took an oath, apart from the father of my child, any man who wishes to marry me must undergo castration. Castration, what could that possibly imply? With a chuckle, Huang Ying could not contain her amusement. Xiaonuan's words were indeed quite entertaining. Uncle Wang Kai also laughed, boldly responding to the village chief's inquiry. Village chief, do you recall the eunuchs from the imperial palace? They were once dignified men, but after castration, they became eunuchs. Ah, this Song Xiaonuan is truly formidable. If one has undergone castration, what need is there for a wife? Exactly. Such a wicked individual harbors insidious thoughts. Perhaps she should be confined to the cattle shed. Her presence is quite unsettling. Hush, heed the village chief's words, refrain from speaking out of turn. The villagers began to whisper among themselves, the women casting disdainful glances at Song Xiaonuan, deeming her even more venomous than Liang Wan. The men's gazes shifted from lecherous to fearful. Who would dare to take such a woman home, especially one rumored to possess immense strength? The village chief sighed inwardly. Realizing that Song Xiaonuan would never marry any man from Hongqi village, a most unfortunate circumstance. As the tension dissipated, Huang Ying took her hand and hurried away. The two had purchased an abundance of meat and needed to return promptly to prepare it. Song Xiaonuan began by mixing fatty and lean meat to create a generous amount of filling for dumplings, while also rendering lard from the fatty meat and simmering broth from the bones. Huang Ying emptied all the flour from the basin, intending to make dumpling wrappers. Tomorrow, when the work points are calculated, I will buy some flour and rice. From now on, we must eat fine grains at every meal, she said. Song Xiaonuan nodded. By the end of this year, she should also have work points. Once they had those points, they could spend money to buy fine grains from the village, though coarse grains would still be necessary. The two spent an entire afternoon crafting nearly 100 dumplings, which they placed in the outdoor basin to freeze overnight. By morning, they had transformed into frozen dumplings. Let us go, they will distribute the grain today, and there will surely be a commotion. We should go early to secure our share and leave, Huang Ying urged. When they arrived at the grain drying yard, a long queue of villagers had already formed. They all shared the same thought, to wait for the work points to be calculated and then enjoy the spectacle. Village head Liang had summoned Uncle Wang Kai to assemble the militia, anticipating unrest. He knew his cousin all too well, he would not relent until he achieved his goals. Lu Fugue was at the front of the line that day, standing behind the table with his eyes fixed intently on Accountant Liang, who sat at a table across from him. Liang smirked coldly, picked up his notebook, and called out, Liang Zong. Liang Zong, the head of Hongqi village, was the first to have his work points calculated, which was entirely customary. Lu Fugue could only step back 2 paces. Next was, of course, Accountant Liang himself, who calculated work points and exchanged them for money and grain, allowing his family to push the cart home. The third was Uncle Wang Kai, followed by the militia, and then another militia member. Lu Fugue patiently awaited his turn, believing he should be next after the militia, only to hear Huang Ying's name called along with that of the young intellectuals. Even Song Xiaonuan's name was called, yet Lu Fugue's turn had not arrived. Lu Fugue exercised patience, observing that many villagers behind him were still awaiting their summons. Eventually, Accountant Liang turned his gaze towards Lu Fugue. Noting that his family's accumulated work points amounted to over 10,000, translating to 300-odd yuan. What is your request? I desire 1,000 jin of sorghum, 500 jin of corn flour, 100 jin of polished rice, and 100 jin of refined flour. Agreed, Liang replied. Liang Ping. Deduct the cost of the grain and provide the Lu family with 113 yuan. Liang Ping retrieved a wad of banknotes from the cash box, counted out 113 yuan, and handed it to Accountant Liang. Here is the money, and this is the receipt for the grain. Proceed to the warehouse to collect your provisions. There appears to be an error. Our family amassed over 10,000 work points. These provisions barely exceed 100 yuan in value. I should be receiving 213 yuan. You are not mistaken. I have deducted 100 yuan as your family's bride price for Liang Wan. You may retrieve her after today's proceedings. What? Is your Liang Wan adorned with gold or silver that she warrants 100 yuan? I would begrudge even 10 yuan. Return the money forthwith. I shall not return it. What recourse do you have? Feel free to lodge a complaint, we shall see who suffers the greater loss. Accountant Liang stood calmly before Lu Fugue, daring him to take legal action, infuriating Lu Fugue to the brink of collapse. Heavens, Accountant Liang is excessively ruthless. Liang Wan is hardly worth 100 yuan. Indeed, 30 to 50 yuan would suffice. They are already intimately involved, it is unlikely she would marry another man. Indeed, even I would decline. Actually, Liang Ping is quite agreeable. Perhaps Lu Fugue should consider exchanging Liang Ping for his daughter-in-law, wouldn't that be more advantageous? Are you daft? If Accountant Liang's mind were incapable of calculation, even someone of Liang Wan's caliber would fetch 100 yuan, wouldn't Liang Ping command an even higher price? Everyone dissected Accountant Liang's intentions with utter clarity, each contributing a remark. Accountant Liang's countenance remained unchanged, such was indeed his plan. Liang Song, I implore you one final time, will you tender the 100 yuan or not? Lu Fugue, in a fit of pique, directly addressed Accountant Liang by name. Accountant Liang demurred, the 100 yuan constitutes Liang Wan's bride price, upon your taking her away. Our two families shall be settled in full. What if my family declines to marry her? Then we shall convene at the Public Security Bureau. This 100 yuan also serves as compensation for the damage to Liang Wan's reputation, owing to your son's impetuousness and lack of decorum. Very well. So it is all my son's fault, is it? I will fight you to the death. Lu Fugui's hand reached towards his lower back, where a wood-chopping knife was concealed. He had long been prepared, at worst, a life for a life. The village chief, who had been watching with bated breath, immediately interposed himself between the two men upon seeing Lu Fugui's hand move to draw the knife. Do not be agitated, Fugui, I implore you, do not be agitated. Let us first calculate everyone's work points before addressing the affairs of your two families. How does that sound? Indeed, our families are awaiting today's rice to cook. How vexing. It is merely a marriage, yet it has caused everyone to await your resolution. It is quite unseemly. The village chief's words garnered the villagers' approval. And he promptly signaled to his wife and son. The chief's wife immediately pulled Lu Fugui toward the warehouse, exclaiming, Fugui, let's collect the grain first. Nothing is more paramount than sustenance, we can't forsake the grain now that it's available. Awakened from his reverie, Lu Fugui concealed the 100-odd yuan inside his garment and led his family to the warehouse, where they received their provisions according to the slip. As dusk approached, Lu Fugui, accompanied by his 3 sons, arrived at the village committee. Upon entering, they found Accountant Liang and Liang Wan seated within. Liang Wan was noticeably adorned, her attire appearing almost new, with several large bundles at her feet, presumably containing her bedding and garments. Fugui, take her with you, Accountant Liang conceded. I'm not unreasonable. You gave Liang Wan 100 yuan as betrothal money, and I'll add 50 yuan as dowry. Here it is. Accountant Liang had relented, yielding to the village chief's earnest persuasion. Initially, Accountant Liang had steadfastly refused to lower the betrothal sum. Fortunately, the chief's wife had ingeniously suggested that Accountant Liang provide Liang Wan with a 50 yuan dowry, thus preserving Liang Wan's dignity and enabling the Fugui family to compromise. They all understood that Liang Wan would be unable to safeguard the money, and it would eventually revert to Lu Fugui's possession. Lu Fugui had braced himself for a desperate confrontation, but he had not anticipated Accountant Liang's maneuver. Upon observing the bundles at Liang Wan's feet, he surmised that if they contained cotton quilts, they would not incur a significant loss. When he had discussed marriage with Caiqin, Saiqin's mother had declared that she would bring nothing but a few changes of clothes as dowry. He turned to glance at Lu Taizhu, who also looked down at the bundle at Liang Wan's feet, his mind racing. His own bedding was in tatters, the cotton clumped together. Yet if Liang Wan's quilt were in good condition, he would indeed consider marrying her. May I see your dowry? Accountant Liang nodded. Liang Wan had always been competitive at home, thus her bedding was certainly superior to Liang Ping's and presentable. Lu Taizhu did not actually open the bundle, instead, he squeezed it firmly with his large hand, feeling its softness. Excellent, he had made up his mind about this woman. Father, I agree. Lu Fugui shot a fierce glare at Lu Taizhu and Accountant Liang before turning on his heel to leave. Lu's second and third sons cast envious glances at Lu Taizhu before following Lu Fugui out. Father, when can I bring Liang Wan home? Since he intended to marry Liang Wan, Lu Taizhu naturally addressed Accountant Liang as father. However, Accountant Liang shook his head, saying, Do not call me father. I have severed ties with Liang Wan. As for when you can take her away, I have no objections to you doing so immediately. Accountant Liang harbored a deep resentment towards Liang Wan. Over the year, the girl had earned little in work points but had cost him a considerable sum. Even accounting for the 50 yuan bride price, he calculated a loss of 70 to 80 yuan, primarily due to medical expenses and the cost of her bedding. Most importantly, Accountant Liang foresaw that Liang Wan's life would be far from easy after marrying into the Lu family, and to prevent her from returning home for assistance, he had forced her to sign the papers severing their relationship. Undoubtedly, Lu Tiezhu's intellect was not as sharp as that of Accountant Liang. He would never have conceived of such a strategy. Since Accountant Liang forbade him from addressing him as father, he would simply refrain from doing so. Chapter 94, Elements of Instability. Liang Wan gathered her parcel and departed. As she stepped out, she abruptly turned, her gaze toward Accountant Liang filled with profound resentment. Accountant Liang merely rolled his eyes. If hatred could be converted into currency, he would gladly be loathed by everyone in existence. The village head rose to his feet, patting Accountant Liang on the shoulder. Liang Song, why bother? For better or worse, you raised her for over a decade. It's disheartening that she doesn't express any gratitude toward you as she leaves. Elder brother, Accountant Liang replied, you yourself said that I raised her for over a decade. In all those years, I never witnessed her gratitude, only her resentment. Village head Liang found himself at a loss for words. Liang Wan, at times, did indeed behave inappropriately, bearing no resemblance to her sister, Liang Ping. Oh, yes, registration for the river course repairs begins tomorrow. 15 work points per day, with room and board provided. For a duration of 1 month. Ensure that Liang Ping makes no errors. These tasks were typically handled by the scorekeeper. Accountant Liang nodded repeatedly, relieved that the matter of Liang Wan had been resolved, and he could now focus on the future. Liang Ping ecstatically frolicked in her room, overjoyed that Liang Wan had finally been married off, leaving the room entirely to her. Hearing the sounds from outside, Liang Ping recognized Accountant Liang's return. Father, you're back. Let me brew you a pot of tea to warm your hands. Observing Liang Ping's obedient demeanor, Accountant Liang, whose heart was wounded, finally felt a sense of warmth. He scrutinized Liang Ping, resolving to find her a suitable marriage partner. Liang Ping, tomorrow you must make rounds to each household. The river course is to be repaired imminently. And all must be registered accurately. Father, I shall certainly fulfill the task. But what about the cowsheet here? Accountant Liang furrowed his brow and ultimately waved his hand. Save for Sun Feiyang, all must participate in the river course repair. Bearing a bamboo basket, Song Xiaonuan approached the cowsheet with Song Xiao in her arms. She first produced 3 pairs of rain boots, along with several pairs of thick socks. As the days for the river course repair drew near, the equipment had to be prepared. Father, mother, uncle, here are also 3 pairs of work gloves. Wear them as needed. And take these provisions as well. Song Xiaonuan's preparations were thorough, including not only warm items but also food and medicine. Tang Jiansong was gladdened at heart, with the rain boots. His feet would not be dampened by the frigid river water during the repair. At the doorway, Sun Feiyang squatted on the ground, lost in thought. His grandparents were elderly. He wondered if they could endure the river course repair. He truly wished to take their place. Upon seeing Song Xiaonuan produce the rain boots, his eyes lit up, and he rushed into the house to whisper a few words to his grandfather. When Liang Ping came to deliver the notice, Uncle Sun gave her 10 yuan, requesting her to pass a message to Accountant Liang, asking if he could procure 2 pairs of rain boots for them. Liang Ping, well aware of her father's petty dealings, nodded with a smile, agreeing to the request. After she had made her rounds through the entire village, Accountant Liang handed her a package. Deliver this to Old Sunday. Liang Ping nodded hastily. Upon opening it halfway, she shook her head in admiration. These 2 pairs of used rain boots actually fetched 10 yuan. Aunt Tang, would you trouble yourself to give this to the Sun family? Liang Ping, still a bit tender, felt hesitant to face Uncle Sunday. Upon noticing Tang Jianmei's quick glance, she swiftly thrust some items into her arms and departed in haste. Uncle Sun observed the 2 pairs of rain boots and shook his head helplessly. New rain boots cost merely a couple of dimes per pair, yet they required industrial vouchers, which they lacked. They could resort to the black market, where pristine rain boots could be acquired for 10 yuan, enough for 2.5 pairs. However, once in the hands of Accountant Liang, it was a grim prospect. At last, the day arrived for the riverbank repairs. The villagers gathered at the village entrance, with Tang Jianmei and her companions undoubtedly positioned at the forefront, as they were tasked with hauling the cart and performing laborious tasks. Whether it was the village chief's favoritism or something else, Tang Jianmei and Aunt Sun found themselves pulling a handcart laden with pots and pans. The cart was relatively new, making it easy to maneuver. Aunt, you pull at the front while I push from behind, suggested Tang Jianmei. Having partaken of Song Xiaonuan's spatial spring water, Tang Jianmei possessed considerable strength, rendering the load almost effortless for her. Shen Meiqin silently scoffed, believing Tang Jianmei was being rather cunning, as everyone knew that the person at the front expended far more energy than the one pushing from behind. Yet, she remained oblivious to the fact that with Tang Jianmei pushing from behind, Aunt Sun felt no need to exert herself, effectively conserving her energy. Jianmei, no need to rush. Take your time, Aunt Sun urged, concerned for Tang Jianmei's well-being. Tang Jianmei smiled, reassured that she was not fatigued. Meanwhile, Song Xiaonuan, cradling Song Xiao and accompanied by Sun Feiyong, stood at the village entrance, watching the procession depart. A lingering discomfort gnawing at her heart as if forewarning that something was amiss. Amidst the throng, a man's gaze flickered back, settling upon her. In that instant, the disquietude that had been gnawing at Song Xiaonuan crystallized into recognition. This was the very man who had once assaulted her father with a bludgeon. Her eyes darted around, taking in the sparse surroundings. Save for herself and Song Xiao, they were quite alone. She entrusted Song Xiao to Sun Feiyong's care. "Feiyong, would you mind taking your brother for a little stroll?" Guiding Song Xiao in his nascent attempts at walking was among Sun Feiyong's most cherished pastimes. At her words, he eagerly took Song Zhao's hand, gently leading him away. Song Xiaonuan crouched down, gathering a handful of stones. She weighed them thoughtfully, selecting one of moderate size. Its edges sharp and unforgiving. A glance at Sun Feiyong confirmed his obliviousness, his back turned. With a swift, fluid motion, she hurled the stone towards the man. Chapter 95, Revenge. A collective gasp rippled through the ranks as a man clutched his head and crumpled to the ground. Panic seized the assembly, bringing their progress to an abrupt halt. "What's amiss? Why have we stopped?" "It's Lu Taidan. He's bleeding profusely from his head." The village elder, his voice laced with urgency, hastened to the scene. A sense of foreboding washed over him. He felt beset by ill omens. A pilgrimage to the ancestral shrine seemed imperative, lest these disruptions continue to plague their endeavors. "Fugui, come examine your nephew. What has befallen him?" The elder bellowed towards Lu Fugui, who responded with evident reluctance. Lu Taidan was the son of his late brother, a man lost to the mountains years ago. His widow had remarried, leaving behind Lu Taidan and his brother, Lu Tiepi. Though others might shirk their responsibilities, Fugui, as their uncle, could not in good conscience abandon the young boys. Though he harbored deep-seated resentment, the fear of gossip compelled him to occasionally provide assistance to the two brothers, akin to a beggar seeking alms. It was only when the brothers finally acquired the means to earn their own labor points that he felt liberated from this obligation. However, despite his detachment, the villagers invariably sought out Lu Fugui whenever the brothers faced any troubles. "Village chief, we are but two separate households, their affairs should not concern me. Must you persist in summoning me?" Since Lu Fugui was compelled to take Liang Wan as his daughter-in-law, his grievances towards the village chief had intensified. He had tolerated it before, but no longer. The village chief was acutely aware of the simmering discontent within Lu Fugui. Yet Lu Taidan was a member of the Lu family, who else could he call upon? "Village chief, Lu Taidan has a head injury. He needs to be taken to the hospital," called out a young man who was on good terms with Lu Taidan. Upon hearing this, the village chief swiftly produced a strip of cloth and bandaged Taidan's head. "Fugui, why don't you take your nephew to the hospital? I will arrange for a cart." "I shall not go, I still have to work on the riverbank," he replied. Repairing the riverbank could earn him 15 labor points a day, along with food and lodging. Taking Taidan to the hospital not only required him to spend his own money on food but also risked incurring medical expenses. "Fenxiu, why don't you take Taidan to the hospital?" Fenxiu shook his head, stating that he was there to earn money, not to take someone to the hospital. "Aren't you good brothers?" "Good brothers cannot impede my ability to earn a living. Besides, his biological brother is at home resting." Taidan's brother, Tai Pai, was rather indolent, having opted not to enlist for the riverbank repairs and instead chose to hibernate at home. "Then go fetch Tai Pai and have him take his brother to the hospital. I will reserve a cart for him." Following the village head's pronouncement and subsequent direction, the procession resumed its course. A vehicle was promptly vacated for the transport of Taidan, and the group departed without delay. Observing Finchio's irate dash toward the village, Song Xiaonuan's lips curved into a gentle smile. "Feiyong, let us return home, the outside air is too brisk." Sun Feiyong, equally concerned about Song Zhao's well-being, readily agreed. "Feiyong, you shall reside here for the time being. Furthermore, bring provisions from your home." Sun Feiyong nodded in affirmation. He was the sole occupant of the cowshed, and safeguarding his family's belongings would be an insurmountable task. It would be more prudent to remain with Aunt Xiaonuan. The two proceeded to the cowshed, gathering all transportable items, including those from Tang Jiansong's dwelling, with the exception of the worn-out quilt. "Aunt Xiaonuan, it is so pleasantly warm here. I am fond of this place." I am glad to hear it. You shall sleep at the foot of the Kong, alongside your younger brother. It was not out of reluctance that Song Xiaonuan did not offer son Feiyang the head of the Kong. Children tend to generate excessive body heat, and sleeping at the head of the Kong would be detrimental. The foot of the Kong, on the other hand, would be just right. Feiyang, please watch over Xiao Xiao for me. Auntie is going to prepare a meal for you. Song Xiaonuan proceeded to the kitchen, her spirits buoyed. Taking advantage of Huang Ying's absence in town, she swiftly began preparing a repast. Finchio, breathless, arrived at Tai Dan's residence and vigorously pounded on the door. Tai Pai, roused from his slumber, emerged, inquiring, Brother Finchio, what brings you back? Your brother has suffered a head wound of unknown origin. You must hasten him to the hospital and remember to bring funds. Having uttered these words, Dung Bal attempted to flee, but was promptly seized by Ironhide. Dung Bal, my friend, where is my brother? And who is responsible for this? Your brother is not far from the village entrance. No one witnessed the event. But it is plausible that a stone, propelled by the wind, caused the injury. Ironhide nodded in acknowledgement and watched Dung Bal depart. He then leisurely donned his garments, secured the 80-odd yuan recently allocated to his household, and proceeded towards the village entrance. Upon reaching the flatbed cart, he discovered Iron Egg, his body stiffened by the cold. Fortunately, the laceration on his head had ceased to bleed. Brother, what transpired? How did you sustain an injury while repairing the river course? Take me home. Iron Egg murmured. No need for the hospital. Iron Egg shook his head, suspecting Song Xiaonuan's involvement, yet unable to confirm it. The distance seemed prohibitive for a woman to accomplish such a feat. However, he could conceive of no other perpetrator. Fortunately, the bleeding had ceased, and he believed that rest would suffice for his recovery, after which he would confront Song Xiaonuan. Ironhide nodded and pulled the flatbed cart towards the village, encountering Huang Ying, who was returning to the village. Huang Ying cast a curious glance at the brothers but did not break stride. Esteemed Miss Huang, would you be so kind as to assist me by pushing from behind? Ironhide implored, noticing Huang Ying. The accumulating snow rendered the task of pulling the cart alone arduous. Huang Ying quickened her pace, harboring no altruistic inclinations. Despite Ironhide's repeated entreaties, Huang Ying continued to hasten her departure, eliciting a shadow of resentment in his eyes. Vile wench, should you fall into my clutches, you shall rue the day. The words were uttered in a low voice, so faint that he believed they were audible only to himself. Huang Ying returned home, and as she pushed open the door, a wave of warmth enveloped her, instantly relaxing her entire being. Xiaonuan, Xiaonuan. Song Xiaonuan emerged from the kitchen, carrying a large pot of dumpling soup. Their breakfast. You're back, let us eat. Huang Ying smiled, for today was the day she had gone to the post office to collect a package and remit money. She retrieved 20 yuan from her pocket and handed it to Song Xiaonuan. Here, this is for household expenses. Why do you need so much? It's just you. And all the money for the house is yours, I haven't even repaid you yet. Song Xiaonuan refused, for although this land had been allocated to her, without Huang Ying, she would still be a lost soul. One must not lack a sense of gratitude. Why don't you want it? I don't want it. I have money. Don't forget my former status. Huang Ying sighed. Her elder brother had thoroughly investigated Song Xiaonuan's financial background, revealing that her dowry had merely amounted to 2,000 yuan. Moreover, the man she married was utterly despicable, maintaining a mistress who had even borne him a child. Despite Song Xiaonuan's dowry, she had proven vulnerable to the allure of the scoundrel, resulting in the birth of a son, leaving her finances perilously depleted. As for her parents, having been labeled as renegades, it was likely that their assets had been nearly confiscated. Xiaonuan, I currently possess more wealth than you. Allow me to contribute a bit more. One day, when you find yourself more affluent than I, will you take care of me? Having gradually discerned Huang Ying's temperament, Song Xiaonuan realized that she was a person who would not give up until her objectives were achieved. In that case, I shall accept 5 yuan from you. But no more, for I cannot overextend myself. Huang Ying's eyes dimmed slightly. She could only proffer a 5 yuan note to Song Xiaonuan, then handed her an additional 20 yuan. Saying, then, please keep this for me. I am rather absent-minded and prone to misplacing things, it would be a pity if it were lost. Song Xiaonuan nodded in agreement, deeming it acceptable. With her spatial ability, the money would be secure with her forever. However, she would need to maintain a ledger for record keeping. Acting on her thoughts, Song Xiaonuan retrieved a notebook and fountain pen, meticulously noting the date and amount to maintain an accurate account. Huang Ying, observing Song Xiaonuan's solemn record-keeping, found it amusing. Thinking that even if the ledger were filled, she could simply incinerate it and see how Song Xiaonuan would reconcile the accounts. Fei Yong, hasten to the kitchen and fetch a bowl. The dough drop soup will become cold if we delay any further. When preparing the dough drop soup, Song Xiaonuan had added some ground meat, imparting the broth with glistening specks of oil, rendering it quite appetizing. Sun Feiyang promptly responded, scurrying off with alacrity. The kitchen contained few bowls and chopsticks, only those belonging to Song Xiaonuan, Huang Ying, and Song Xiao. Sun Feiyang was grateful that he had brought his lunchbox, as he would otherwise lack the means to partake in the meal. Huang Ying first ladled some small dough drops and broth for Song Xiao, then filled a lunchbox for Fei Yong, who felt somewhat embarrassed. Eat, and eat heartily, so that you may grow quickly and truly become the head of the household. Huang Ying's words stirred deep emotions within Sun Feiyong. Indeed, with his grandparents aging and his parents having vanished without a trace, it fell upon him to uphold the family legacy. After enjoying a bowl of noodle dumpling soup and ensuring that Song Xiaonuan was well taken care of, he settled down for an afternoon nap with her, while she donned her thick winter attire, preparing to shovel snow. As a resident of Haishur, she was accustomed to winter's embrace, yet she had never witnessed such a heavy snowfall. If left unattended for a day and night, the snow could rise to her calves. While the ground could manage, the roofs were another matter entirely. Excessive snow could lead to a collapse. She donned thick cotton gloves and a warm hat, ensuring her ears were snugly protected, and retrieved a ladder and a snow shovel from the wood shed. Just as she was about to ascend, Huang Ying emerged, gesturing for her to climb up, insisting that Song Xiaonuan should simply clear the snow from the ground. Song Xiaonuan refused, reasoning that if anything were to go awry, she could retreat into her space, whereas Huang Ying could not afford any mishaps. Her recovery was still recent, and further complications could prove disastrous. Unable to sway Song Xiaonuan, Huang Ying resigned herself to firmly steadying the ladder, watching as Song Xiaonuan climbed onto the roof. Snow cascaded down in heaps, and for a moment, Huang Ying felt a flicker of joy, even contemplating the creation of a snowman in the courtyard. However, her delight soon dissipated. If the snow was not cleared promptly, her yard would transform into a winter wonderland of its own. Fortunately, having consumed the spring water from Song Xiaonuan's space, Huang Ying found herself endowed with considerable strength, diligently shoveling the snow away with each scoop. "Be careful not to block the door, we must be able to exit," she called out, as Song Xiaonuan, perched high above, grew increasingly anxious upon noticing that Huang Ying was merely piling the snow at the doorstep. Huang Ying is not lacking in intelligence. She simply chose to clear the snow first, intending to tackle the remaining snow later when there is less in the yard. Chapter 97, In the Dead of Night. Someone arrives half an hour later. Song Xiaonuan was shivering from the cold, though fortunately, a substantial portion of the snow on the roof had been cleared, leaving only a small amount for the next day. She gingerly descended the ladder and hurried into the parlor. Although the indoors was warmer, she hesitated to enter directly. Huang Ying, much like Song Xiaonuan, had also crawled into the yard from the snowdrifts. Sun Feiyang, observing her comical struggle, couldn't help but smile broadly. However, despite his amusement, he was quick in action, preparing 2 steaming cups of malt milk, which earned him praise from both women. "I'll prepare a hot water bag for you," Sun Feiyang remarked, aware that Song Xiaonuan had one, but it was currently of no use while they slept by the fire pit. "I can manage it myself." "Just be careful not to burn yourself," Song Xiaonuan replied, feeling a sense of relaxation wash over her before she ventured into the inner room to fetch 2 hot water bags filled with warm water. "Here you go. No need to shovel snow today, we can deal with it tomorrow. What would you like to eat tonight?" "I'll prepare it. I'd love steamed rice with sausages. And perhaps an egg drop soup. Oh, I also bought a block of tofu today. Should we make a tofu and fish soup?" "Fish? Where would we find fish?" "I have some dried small fish that my elder brother sent me. They will add a delightful flavor to the tofu. Then let us prepare a tofu and dried fish soup, and we can substitute the egg drop soup with scrambled eggs and chives." "Sounds perfect, I trust your judgment." Embracing the hot water bottle, Huang Ying was revitalized and began tidying up the house with a damp cloth. A gentle smile graced Song Xiaonuan's face as she headed to the kitchen. During the winter months, they typically consumed only 2 meals a day. one around 9 in the morning and another in the mid-afternoon. With the clock nearing 1, she needed to prepare some rice cereal for Song Xiao. As the little one got hungry quickly and his meals had to be readily available, she mixed several spoonfuls of fried flour with a generous amount of milk powder, blending it with warm water before adding boiling water and stirring until it reached a thick consistency. Sun Feiyang felt a pang of desire for it. But he knew it was for Xiao Xiao. Even when Song Xiaonuan offered him a spoonful, he adamantly declined, knowing that if he took a bite, Xiao Xiao would have less. It would be unseemly for someone his age to compete with an infant for food. Song Xiao, now awake, gurgled and waved his arms upon seeing Song Xiaonuan. Knowing he must be hungry, she changed his diaper before feeding him the rice cereal. As the afternoon waned, the sky darkened prematurely, even though it was only a little past 3. Song Xiaonuan seized the remaining daylight to prepare dinner. Once the 4 of them had eaten their fill and the dishes were washed, they found themselves with nothing to do. Huang Ying lit the oil lamp, casting a dim glow that barely illuminated the room, but at least provided enough light to see. Song Xiaonuan retrieved the yarn and asked Huang Ying to hold her hands out to serve as a makeshift skein winder. She began winding the yarn into balls, ready for knitting. Xiaonuan, is this for me? In Huang Ying's eyes sparkled with starlight, for she had just procured a bundle of yarn from the supply and marketing cooperative, hoping to have Song Xiaonuan weave it into a scarf for her. Song Xiaonuan nodded, feeling that she had little to offer in return to Huang Ying, and thus resolved to engage in these small acts of kindness. Meanwhile, Sun Feiyang was playfully interacting with Song Xiao, with every remark he made. Song Xiao would respond with an "oh," as if she comprehended his words. Before they realized it, the sky had turned completely dark. Song Xiaonuan ventured outside to inspect the premises. Upon confirming that all doors and windows were securely closed, she returned to her room, feeling assured enough to sleep. In the dead of night, as Song Xiaonuan was lost in a deep slumber, she was suddenly seized by a chill that enveloped her entire body. Initially, she speculated that the fire beneath the Kong had extinguished, prompting her to rise and stoke it with some firewood. Just as she was about to move, an unsettling sensation washed over her. Taking a deep breath to discern her surroundings, she soon realized that there seemed to be an unfamiliar presence in her home. Startled awake, her heart racing, she instinctively grasped a powerful flashlight in her hand. Footsteps echoed from the entrance towards her room, and she regretted not having locked the door, yet it was too late for remorse. Stealthily, she crawled out from beneath her covers and inched toward the direction of the intruder. Just 2 steps away from the figure, she abruptly rose and illuminated the flashlight. The intruder, known as Tai Pai, wielded a rolling pin and had first ventured into the east room. Finding it empty, he deduced that the occupant must be in the west room. Aware that Huang Ying was sleeping alongside Song Xiaonuan, he planned to incapacitate Song Xiaonuan with a single blow before turning his attention to Huang Ying. However, before he could lift the rolling pin, a blinding beam of light struck his eyes, leaving him momentarily disoriented. Seizing the opportunity, Song Xiaonuan swung the rolling pin directly at Tai Pai's forehead. With a formidable blow, Tai Pai's eyes rolled upward, and he collapsed limply to the ground. Song Xiaonuan attempted to transfer Tai Pai into her dimension, but to no avail. Casting a glance at the slumbering pair, one large and one small, she quietly donned her attire, shoes, hat, and gloves. She then hoisted Tai Pai onto her shoulders. Upon reaching the doorway, she discerned how Tai Pai had gained entry. The snow that Huang Ying had shoveled during the day was piled outside the courtyard, conveniently allowing Tai Pai to climb over. Song Xiaonuan sighed, shaking her head, and carried Tai Pai out of the courtyard. Chapter 98, The Corrupted Song Xiaonuan. Moreover, their front door was secured from the inside with a bolt, a type that could be easily manipulated from the outside with a slender rod. No wonder Tai Pai had managed to enter their residence undetected. It was due to her own inadequate security measures. Song Xiaonuan knew Tai Pai's residence, which was situated behind Lu Fugui's, but it was still a considerable distance from her own. Instead, Song Xiaonuan turned toward the direction of the back mountain, which was not far from her home, and where there would certainly be no one at this late hour. The snow on the back mountain was untouched, reaching above knee height. Song Xiaonuan trudged forward step by step, until she reached a bend in the path, where she cast the man onto the ground. Song Xiaonuan did not dig a pit, but rather left Tai Pai exposed in a drafty area. As she retraced her steps, she carefully erased her tracks. As for whether Tai Pai would survive the night, that was up to fate. If he did not, it would be a consequence of his own misdeeds. Upon her arrival home, she had transformed into a snowman. In the yard, she shed her cotton coat and hat, shaking them vigorously to rid them of the snow before stepping into the parlor. Song Xiaonuan did not enter the house. Instead, she settled in the parlor, pouring herself a cup of steaming hot water. The warmth of the water embraced her hands. Yet it did little to warm her heart. In her previous life, she had been toyed with mercilessly, and aside from her son who had been sold, 3 members of the Song family had perished. Fate had granted her the chance of rebirth, yet she continued to lead a life filled with chaos and despair. Although Yang Fan and Zhou Wan were imprisoned, they had not paid the ultimate price, and the Song family had reaped no benefits. They had merely been relegated to a lesser status. Life in such a condition was harsh, with insufficient food and clothing, compounded by the threat of bullying. A moment's carelessness could lead to confinement in the ancestral hall, resulting in little Xiao contracting pneumonia at such a tender age. Were it not for her spatial abilities, the 4 of them might have faced unimaginable suffering, and their lives could have been at stake. Henceforth, she resolved to no longer endure. Anyone who dared to bully her would face her unwavering defiance. As dawn broke, Huang Ying, desperate for a bathroom break, donned her clothes and stepped outside. Only to catch a glimpse of someone seated in the parlor, causing her to scream in fright. "Do not be afraid, it is I, Xiaonuan. Why are you sitting here? Why aren't you sleeping?" "Oh, I went to the bathroom and couldn't fall asleep, so I sat for a moment." "Well, hurry inside, it's cold out here." "I will go to the bathroom and return shortly." By the time Huang Ying returned, Song Xiaonuan had already removed her outerwear and lay down to rest. Utterly fatigued and yearning for a good night's sleep, she slept soundly until the sun was high in the sky. Fortunately, with Huang Ying's presence, she took excellent care of Song Xiao and Sun Feiyong, even preparing breakfast. By the time Song Xiaonuan awoke, Huang Ying had already cleared the snow from the roof and was shoveling alongside Sun Feiyong. "You two go inside, I'll handle this," she insisted. After a hearty meal, Song Xiaonuan played with Song Xiao for a while before grabbing a shovel and rushing outside. Sun Feiyong, unable to endure the cold any longer, hurried back indoors, while Song Xiaonuan urged Huang Ying inside as well, determined to shovel the snow. Inside the house, they watched in astonishment as Song Xiaonuan cleared the snow. With strength akin to that of an ox, she effortlessly lifted large mounds of snow out of the yard. Before long, the courtyard was immaculate, save for the gentle snowfall continuing from the sky, with hardly a trace of snow remaining on the ground. Having finished the yard, she set her sights on the area outside. Climbing to the highest point, she surveyed the village, where those remaining at home were also engaged in the task of shoveling snow. Song Xiaonuan persisted, retreating indoors to warm up whenever she felt chilled. Upon her return, Huang Ying quickly donned gloves and a hat, putting on a thick cotton coat, and joined Sun Feiyong in clearing the snow. The 3 of them took turns, working until dusk fell, and Song Xiaonuan had piled the snow from her doorstep a full 2 meters away. At that distance, without tools, no one could climb over the snow mound to reach their home. Furthermore, she had firmly wedged a wooden block in the gap of the door latch, ensuring that unless someone inside opened the door, no one outside could dislodge the latch. In the kitchen, Huang Ying was already preparing the meal, with Sun Feiyong assisting her. Song Xiaonuan went to the inner room to wash Song Zhao's face, feet, and bottom, as she placed great importance on the child's hygiene. A knock reverberated at the door, prompting Huang Ying to instruct Sun Feiyong to watch the stove while she proceeded to the courtyard entrance. She inquired loudly, "Who's there?" A voice responded, "Huang. I am from the village chief's household. I've come to inquire if you've seen Tai Pai." "Tai Pai? No, we haven't," Huang Ying replied. "But yesterday, Tai Dan mentioned they saw you at the village entrance," the voice persisted. "Oh, now I recall. Yesterday, upon my return from town, I saw Tai Pai pulling a cart. Though I didn't engage in conversation with him," Huang Ying clarified. "Open the gate, I wish to take a look inside," the voice demanded. Huang Ying promptly opened the gate, only to discover that the village chief's wife was not alone. Behind her stood Tai Dan, his head swathed in a white cloth, accompanied by Aunt Lu. "See for yourself. It's just myself and Song Xiaonuan here," Huang Ying declared. The village chief's wife nodded in acknowledgement, but before she could speak, Tai Dan barged inside. He was well aware of his brother's vengeful nature. Huang Ying's refusal to assist them the previous day would undoubtedly provoke Tai Pai to seek retribution. He surmised that if Tai Pai could successfully seduce Huang Ying, their household would gain another woman. Moreover, if Tai Pai were willing, he might even get a taste himself. With these thoughts in mind, Tai Dan had fallen asleep peacefully. However, upon waking up in the morning and finding Tai Pai absent, he initially assumed that Tai Pai had succeeded and desired to spend more time with Huang Ying. However, by the afternoon, he realized something was amiss. There was no way that Tai Dan would dare to venture alone to Huang Ying's residence, so he could only seek out the village chief's wife. In truth, the village chief's wife had little desire to intervene, yet with her husband leading a group away, she felt compelled to attend to matters both great and small in the village. After all, if everyone sought the assistance of her husband's cousin, Accountant Liang, it would surely diminish her husband's standing upon his return. "I will fetch your aunt to accompany us," she declared. Aunt Lu was indeed Tidon's aunt. And on this occasion of repairing the riverbank, Lu Fugue had resolutely decided to take not only his 3 sons but also Liang Wan along. Thus, the Lu household was left with Aunt Lu alone. When the village chief's wife called out, she obediently followed. What the village chief's wife did not anticipate was that upon seeing Huang Ying at the door, Tai Dan would rush inside, startling both women into hurriedly following him. Yet, as they approached the threshold, a cry of anguish echoed from within, unmistakably Tidon's voice. They focused their gaze and witnessed Tai Dan being forcefully kicked out through the door. The strength behind the kick was considerable. Tai Dan was sprawled on the ground at the opposite side of the hall, at least 5 or 6 meters from the entrance. "Tai Dan, what has happened?" Aunt Lu exclaimed, her heart racing with anxiety as she dashed to Tidon's side, only to find him coughing up blood. The village chief's wife was equally taken aback, her feet seemingly glued to the ground, unable to move. Meanwhile, Song Xiaonuan emerged from the house, cradling Song Xiao in her arms. Clad in a padded jacket and loose trousers, her attire clearly indicated her domestic role. "Ladies, it seems you've deliberately come to tarnish the reputation of us sisters." A frosty gaze was directed by Song Xiaonuan towards the village chief's wife and Aunt Lu. Having previously suffered at Song Xiaonuan's hands, Aunt Lu waved her hands in denial. The village chief's wife, taken aback, struggled to articulate a response. "Comrade Song, Tai Dan mentioned that his Tai Pai has gone missing. Are you suggesting that Tai Pai is concealed within my home, and you've come specifically to search?" Song Xiaobao advanced towards the village chief's wife, who felt a tremor of fear as she thought she perceived a murderous intent in Song Xiaonuan's eyes. But she quickly dismissed it, thinking it was impossible for such a delicate young woman to harbor such malice. Upon opening her eyes again, she felt reassured. Convinced she had been mistaken, her own nervousness having played tricks on her. It was Tai Dan who said. Tai Dan said what? The village chief's wife suddenly realized she had been deceived by Tai Dan, who had claimed his younger brother had gone to Huang Ying's and not returned. In her confusion, she had forgotten who Huang Ying was, a person her husband had said came from a family of high standing in the city, sent to experience the hardships of rural life. "We were deceived by Tai Dan. He said Tai Pai came to see educated youth Huang last night and didn't return, so..." "What?" Huang Ying erupted in fury, rushing towards Tai Dan and kicking him with her leather shoes. The already dazed Tai Dan was jolted awake by the pain, gritting his teeth in agony. Aunt Lu hesitated to intervene, but Song Xiaonuan spoke. "Aunts, I'll show you around the house, so you can see if we're hiding anyone." The village chief's wife was reluctant to observe, yet compelled her to, leaving her no room to refuse. Similarly, Aunt Lu was ushered into the west chamber by. Inside the house, lay upon the large Kong. As for, upon hearing's voice, he was promptly dressed warmly and ushered out through the window. Given his lineage as the grandson of a counter-revolutionary element residing in the Cowshed, his presence here could potentially invite unwarranted scrutiny. Thus, it was deemed prudent for him to temporarily evade detection. Displaying remarkable discretion, patiently waited until the village chief's wife and Aunt Lu had entered the house before stealthily departing, meticulously erasing any traces of his passage. The interior of the house was thoroughly inspected, with the wardrobe doors flung open for scrutiny. Even the window was opened, affording a clear view of the exterior, where no footprints marred the pristine snow. "Perhaps we should examine the west chamber," suggested. The west chamber, sparsely furnished with a fire pit and a cabinet, lacked a heated Kong, rendering the room frigid. Undeterred, proceeded to open the wardrobe and window, inviting their inspection. Yet, once again, no one was to be found. With the courtyard consisting solely of the reception hall, the east and west chambers, as well as the woodshed, toilet, and kitchen, meticulously guided the pair through each space. She even went so far as to dismantle the woodpile, urging them to conduct a thorough examination. The village chief's wife, utterly mortified, harbored no desire to continue the charade. However, S firm grip left her with no means of escape. Aunt Lu, on the other hand, was gripped by trepidation. Her thoughts now consumed not only by's predicament but also by the well-being of And. She dreaded the prospect of facing her husband's inquiries upon his return. Unsure of how to respond. "You've scoured every inch of this house," remarked. "Oh, but what about the roof? Perhaps you'd like to." No, comrade." The village chief's wife interjected hastily. "There's truly no need for further inspection." Chapter 100. To the hospital. The village chief's wife shook her head repeatedly, turning to depart. Song Xiaonuan gestured towards Lu Taidan, who lay near death in the corner, inquiring if they were abandoning him. Lu's aunt and the village chief's wife exchanged glances. Reluctant to claim him, yet obligated to escort him back since they had brought him. "Taidan, can you walk?" Lu's aunt approached Taidan, nudging his leg gently with her foot. Taidan writhed in agony, utterly incapable of standing. "Comrade Song, do you possess a plank? Perhaps we could carry him out." Song Xiaonuan nodded. Retrieving a makeshift plank from the woodshed, a panel pieced together from wooden slats, typically used for drying goods. As it was a snowy day, the plank was available to transport Lu Taidan. With considerable effort, the two women hoisted Lu Taidan onto the plank and hastened out, relieved upon exiting the courtyard. Lu's aunt. "Where shall we take him?" "To the barefoot doctor's residence." Observing the bloodstains around Lu Taidan's mouth, the village chief's wife did not delay. They hurried towards the barefoot doctors, the snowdrifts reaching their knees. By the time they arrived, Lu Taidan had succumbed to unconsciousness once more. The barefoot doctor examined Lu Tieju's pulse at length before shaking his head. "To the hospital, quickly. It appears his internal organs have been ruptured. Surgery is the only recourse." Lu's aunt and the village chief's wife were astounded, marveling at Song Xiaonuan's formidable strength, capable of rupturing a person's internal organs with a single kick. If Lu Taidan were to perish, then Song Xiaonuan would inevitably become a murderer. The barefoot doctor furrowed his brow, inquiring about the circumstances, and shook his head. Lu Taidan's death would be in vain. Song Xiaonuan was merely protecting herself and her child, and there was nothing wrong with kicking him to death. Moreover, who could substantiate that Lu Taidan was slain by Song Xiaonuan's kick? He had returned home injured the previous day. And it was quite possible he sought to implicate Song Xiaonuan, compelling her to cover his medical expenses. The village chief's wife and Aunt Lu were at a loss for judgment. The barefoot doctor rolled out a cart from his home, instructing the two women to place the injured man upon it for immediate transport to the hospital. Aunt Lu realized she could not evade her fate, while the village chief's wife could only resign herself to misfortune. Fortunately, the barefoot doctor was well acquainted with the route. He secured the door and promptly began to pull the cart. As night fell completely, the trio finally delivered Lu Taidan to the hospital. Upon seeing the bloodied visage of the patient, the doctor recognized the internal injuries. Following a series of urgent examinations, it was determined that Lu Taidan's spleen had been damaged due to external force, resulting in internal bleeding, necessitating immediate surgery. Lu Taidan was whisked away to the operating room, and the nurse urged the three of them to settle the surgical fee. Upon learning that 50 yuan was required, all three fell silent. Hurry! For such a significant operation, 50 yuan might not suffice, and additional payments will be needed later. Observing the three retreating, the nurse grew anxious, fearing they might attempt to flee. To prevent such an escape, she directly called the internal line. The hospital had a security department, and those personnel were not to be trifled with. "Comrades, we have no intention of fleeing, we merely acted out of goodwill to bring him here. The one responsible for the kick should be held accountable, correct? I am indifferent to this matter, all I know is that whoever sent it must pay. If you refuse to settle, I shall have no choice but to report it to the authorities." Upon hearing this, both Aunt Lu and the village chief's wife shook their heads in disbelief, exclaiming that involving the police would only exacerbate the village's troubles. "Comrade, this issue does not concern me, I am merely a barefoot doctor who, believing I could not treat this ailment, kindly brought the patient here." Regretting his involvement, the barefoot doctor resolved to never meddle in such affairs again. "Comrade, the surgeon is her nephew, I shall return home to gather the necessary funds. Rest assured, with her presence, he will not escape justice." As the village chief's wife saw the barefoot doctor flee, she quickly revealed Aunt Lu's identity and hurried away, needing to inform her husband. In Hongqi village, Sun Feiyang had just reached the vicinity of the cattle shed when he noticed a black wolf prowling near Song Xiaonuan's window. Paralyzed with fear, he found himself unable to move, but the wolf had spotted him and charged in his direction. "Help!" Sun Feiyang cried out, truly terrified. He felt an unsettling warmth in his trousers. Oh no, he had been so frightened that he had lost control. He dashed towards Song Xiaonuan's home, relieved that it was not far from the cattle shed. His pitiful cries reached the ears of the alert Song Xiaonuan. "Oh no, Feiyang is in trouble!" she exclaimed. "Huang Ying, secure the doors and windows, and keep an eye on Song Xiao." Grabbing an iron shovel, Song Xiaonuan rushed out of the courtyard and immediately spotted two small black figures struggling to advance in the distance. Preceding him was Sun Feiyang, each step a laborious effort. As the snow lay deep, each foot sinking into its depths, making extraction a difficult task. Consequently, his progress was severely hampered, barely covering 5 meters despite his strenuous efforts. The black wolf trailing behind, fully aware of the terror it had instilled in Sun Feiyang, deliberately paced itself, refraining from the swift leap that would have easily closed the distance. Chapter 101, Comprehending Animal Tongue. Song Xiaonuan approached, casting a stern glare upon the black wolf before hoisting Sun Feiyang onto her back and heading towards home. Huang Ying, hasten to open the gate and prepare a change of trousers for Feiyang, the poor lad has wet himself out of fright. Huang Ying, who had been anxiously stationed just inside the courtyard gate, her thoughts consumed by Song Xiaonuan's safety, promptly unlatched it upon hearing her call. The black wolf halted a mere 4 or 5 meters from the gate, ceasing its advance. Song Xiaonuan retrieved a bowl from the kitchen, filling it with cool, boiled water infused with a few drops of the mystical spring water. "Drink up, I am truly in your debt." The black wolf sniffed at the offering but refrained from drinking, instead emitting a series of plaintive whimpers. Puzzled by this behavior, Song Xiaonuan glanced back at her courtyard, where Huang Ying had already ushered Sun Feiyang inside. She swiftly procured a piece of meat from her spatial dimension and placed it before the wolf. Again, the black wolf merely sniffed at the offering, declining to consume it. Instead, it placed its forepaws upon Song Xiaonuan's leg, gently tugging at her, before turning towards the mountains and emitting another sorrowful howl. As the wolf tugged at her, Song Xiaonuan was startled by a voice resounding within her mind, "Save my mate. Hold on, give me your paw." Kneeling down, Song Xiaonuan extended her hand towards the black wolf, who, seeming to comprehend her intentions, promptly offered its forepaw. "Is your mate ill?" Song Xiaonuan inquired, grasping the wolf's paw and gazing into its eyes. The black wolf whimpered, imploring her to hasten to its mate's aid, lest she perish. Song Xiaonuan cast a troubled glance at the snow-laden mountains, recognizing that venturing into them at this juncture would be tantamount to gambling with her life. Yet, she understood that refusing the black wolf's plea could potentially transform it into a future adversary, unless she were to eliminate it. A thought that was immediately met with the wolf's mournful howl. Shaking her head, Song Xiaonuan acknowledged her lack of the wolf's speed and endurance, deciding to undertake the journey. "I'll fetch some provisions, please await my return," she informed the wolf. Song Xiaonuan apprised Huang Ying of the situation, who grew exceedingly anxious and desired to accompany her, but was denied. She swiftly gathered essential items into a basket and began dressing Song Xiao. "Xiaonuan, you intend to bring Song Xiao into the mountains?" Huang Ying questioned. "I cannot bear to leave him behind, thus I must take him with me," she replied. "That is unacceptable. You already face considerable danger alone." "I cannot permit you to bring him unless I accompany you," Huang Ying declared. "Huang Ying, I assure you that I can safeguard both myself and Song Xiao. If you lack faith in me, then perhaps you should return to the Educated Youth Center. I will reimburse you for the cost of building the house," Song Xiaonuan stated. Huang Ying's eyes widened in disbelief, scarcely recognizing the words as originating from Song Xiaonuan's lips, leaving her profoundly saddened. "Xiaonuan, you wound me deeply," she lamented. "Huang Ying, I am immensely grateful for your assistance, yet my life does not require the guidance of others, nor can it be obstructed." After Song Xiaonuan spoke, she cradled Song Xiao and exited. Approaching the black wolf, she entrusted Song Xiao into the realm of their space, where he had already learned to climb onto the new military cot. The pair, one person and one wolf, swiftly vanished into the snow-clad expanse. And by the time Sun Feiyang and Huang Ying emerged, there was no trace left of Song Xiaonuan. Aunt Huang, will Aunt Xiaonuan return? Indeed. She is the girl of the rice snail, she shall be safe. What is the girl of the rice snail? Sun Feiyong, somewhat perplexed, had yet to be taught this lesson by his grandfather. Huang Ying remained silent, preparing hot water and washing Sun Feiyong's trousers, ensuring even the cotton pants were clean to prevent unpleasant odors. Sun Feiyong's face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a cooked shrimp. He felt both embarrassed and heated, lamenting his own inadequacy for troubling Aunt Huang after wetting his pants. Aunt, I can manage. No need, you should rest inside. I feel unsettled if I do not engage in some activity. Sun Feiyong nodded in understanding. His grandmother was the same, when overwhelmed with emotion to the point of tears. She would seek out tasks to occupy herself. As Song Xiaonuan followed the black wolf up the mountain, she was astonished to discover, upon reaching the mountain's midpoint, that it led her to the cave they had once vacated. She ignited a pine branch, the flickering flame causing the black wolf to retreat a couple of steps. Yet it soon advanced towards the cave's entrance. Song Xiaonuan followed, and after just 2 steps, she beheld a wolf lying in the corner of the cave, with a small wolf nestled beside it. Song Xiaonuan slowly approached, but the black wolf was a step ahead of her. It circled around the mother wolf before running to the cave entrance and howling at the sky. The black wolf's cries echoed several times, met with the distant responses of other wolves, as if they were harmonizing with its voice. Taking a bold step, Song Xiaonuan crouched beside the mother wolf, the burning pine branches shielding her in front. When she reached out to touch the mother wolf, a chill ran through her. Its body was cold. Having raised a Persian cat in her childhood, she knew where an animal's heart lay. She placed her hand over the mother wolf's heart, but felt no heartbeat. The little wolf continued to suckle at the mother wolf's belly, but its tiny paws indicated that it could no longer extract any milk. In Chapter 102, Who Caused the Trouble, Song Xiaonuan retrieved some milk powder from her space, mixed it with warm water, and filled a baby bottle that had belonged to Song Xiao when she was young. She then picked up the little wolf to feed it. The little creature, evidently starving, opened its mouth wide and began to suck eagerly. The black wolf turned its gaze towards Song Xiaonuan as she fed the little wolf, extending its head to lick her hand. The meaning behind the black wolf's gesture struck her immediately. This cub is yours. However, she thought to herself, I cannot raise your cub, it is a wolf, not a dog. In childhood, it may not matter, but once it grows up, the villagers will surely kill it. The black wolf licked her hand once more, and a wave of coldness spread from her heart to her entire being. The wolf's intent was clear. If the villagers killed its cub, it would unleash the pack to slaughter the entire village. After contemplation, Song Xiaonuan wondered if she could foster the wolf cub within her spatial realm. With a mere thought, the cub was indeed transported into the space. Elated, Song Xiaonuan, just as the black wolf began its search, materialized the cub back into her hands, proclaiming, I possess a dimension where I can conceal objects and even beings. My son resides within this space, and henceforth, your offspring shall also mature within my domain. The black wolf placed its paw upon Song Xiaonuan's hand, and she comprehended that it had given birth not to a son, but to a female wolf cub. Then I shall depart, she declared, you are responsible for your mate. If I tarry any longer, Huang Ying will be beside herself with worry. The black wolf cast a sorrowful glance at the mother wolf before exiting the den. Song Xiaonuan followed suit, only to be startled by the sight of dozens of wolves. Retreating momentarily, she watched as the black wolf howled, prompting the pack to recede and create a path. Song Xiaonuan hastily followed, descending the mountain, with the black wolf leading at a measured pace, occasionally emitting mournful cries until she caught up. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, the black wolf reluctantly returned to its abode. Upon her arrival home, Song Xiaonuan found Huang Ying in tears. Hearing the knock at the gate, Huang Ying rushed to open it, and upon seeing Song Xiaonuan, laden with a basket and carrying Song Xiao, she ecstatically seized Song Xiao. Song Xiao giggled, and Song Xiaonuan smiled, turning to close the gate and hasten inside. Scarcely had Song Xiaonuan changed into her customary attire when a knock echoed, accompanied by the village chief's wife's pleading voice. Huang Ying, open the door. I have something to discuss with you. Song Xiaonuan, please open the door. What does she want? It seems they have come to demand money. I should have shattered Lu Tiedon's insides with that kick. Should I give it to them? Why should I? He was the one who intruded into our home. My action was merely an act of self-defense, unless the police declare that I owe compensation. Huang Ying chuckled, resolved to visit the town the following day. where she would connect with someone influential. She opened the door to find the village chief's wife gazing at her with a distressed expression. Huang Jiqing. That kick from Comrade Song Xiaonuan has indeed ruptured Lu Tietan's insides, and the hospital is demanding 50 yuan. What do you say? Huang Ying shook her head. Auntie. Can you guarantee that Lu Tietan's injury was caused by Xiaonuan's kick? Just yesterday, I saw a cloth bandage wrapped around Lu Tietan's forehead. The village chief's wife sighed, realizing that the barefoot doctor had indeed spoken the truth. On what grounds can you claim that Lu Tietan's injury was inflicted by Song Xiaonuan? Could you lend me 50 yuan instead? The village chief's wife, conceding, made her request. Huang Ying fixed her gaze upon her, leaving the village chief's wife feeling uneasy. What's wrong? Why are you staring at me like that? Auntie, you just received your grain and work points. Didn't you? I heard your family has over 10,000 work points, and after deducting for the grain, you should have at least 200 yuan in revenue. The village chief's wife's expression stiffened. How could she have forgotten? Indeed, the family had a few hundred yuan, but once she parted with 50, it would surely be a wasted expense. As I pondered, it seemed Comrade Song had instigated this predicament. Therefore, Auntie, you are mistaken, the fault lies with you. Had you not brought Lu Taidan, I would not have opened the door. Had I not opened the door, whom could Song Xiaonuan have possibly kicked? The village chief's wife felt somewhat disoriented but conceded that Huang Ying's words held merit. She had brought the person, so the fault was hers. However, Lu Taidan had summoned her, so the primary blame rested upon him. Thus, his injury had nothing to do with her. Very well, I know what must be done. The village chief's wife departed, resolving to telephone the old man first thing in the morning and then proceed as fate dictated, absolving herself of all responsibility. Lu Tietan's surgery was successful. He was wheeled out of the operating room and into a ward. At that moment, Aunt Lu had disbursed 20 yuan for medical expenses. This sum had been secretly given to her by Liang Wan, who hoped for amicable relations between them and the obliteration of past grievances. Because Lu Fugue managed the household finances, Aunt Lu had always kept the 20 yuan close, only producing it today out of desperation. Yet, as soon as she relinquished it, she regretted her actions, unable to account for the money's origin. If Lu Fugue inquired, both she and Liang Wan would be in dire straits. Her only hope now was that the village chief's wife would arrive with the funds, allowing her to pass the blame by claiming the money was a loan. However, a night passed, and the village chief's wife did not appear, a day passed, and still, she did not come. She yearned to abscond. Yet her escape was thwarted by vigilant guards, a consequence of her outstanding surgical fees. Lu Taidan, at long last, emerged from his anesthetized slumber. Spotting his awakening, Aunt Lu promptly inquired if he possessed any funds. His mind still clouded by the lingering effects of the anesthesia. Lu Taidan remained in a daze for a considerable time before recalling the incident where Song Xiaonuan had injured him with a kick. Furthermore, he gleaned from Aunt Lu that the blow had ruptured his internal organs. Esteemed aunt, he uttered, I am indebted to you for saving my life. Within the patches of my trousers, you shall find a few dozen yuan. Pray, use them to settle the medical expenses. Overjoyed, Aunt Lu realized that fortune had taken a turn for the better. She retrieved Lu Tietan's trousers and, guided by his instructions, located the hidden cash. Borrowing a pair of scissors from a nurse, she extracted 70 yuan from the 5 patched areas of the trousers. The money was indeed well concealed, she mused. No wonder I couldn't find it when I searched the pockets. Reclaiming her 20 yuan and supplementing it with 30 more, she settled a portion of the bill, returning the remaining 20 yuan to Lu Taidan. Should the hospital require further payment, she declared, I shall not be held responsible. Taidan, she continued, I have been by your side for a day and a night. My home is unattended, I must return. Respected aunt, he implored, upon your return, ascertain whether Tiepi has come home. If he has, bid him to visit me at the hospital. Yes, I understand. Farewell. Aunt Lu hastened away, vowing never again to concern herself with the affairs of Lu Tietan's household. As for Tiepi, she would certainly not concern herself with him. Upon arriving at her own abode, Aunt Lu found the Kong devoid of warmth, the entire dwelling rendered frigid and unsettling. Swiftly, she removed the ashes from the stove, ignited kindling, and, once the fire had caught, added several large pieces of wood. She hastily made her way to the kitchen and ignited the stove. first setting a pot of water to boil, as her garments were both damp and soiled, necessitating a laundering. Furthermore, her abdomen rumbled with hunger. Thus she resolved to prepare some corn and wheat flour flatbread for herself, also tossing a few sweet potatoes into the stove. After a flurry of activity, Aunt Lu was at last able to partake of her repast, and proceeded to cleanse her hands and face, change her attire, and commence washing the soiled garments. The village chief's wife had already instructed Accountant Liang to unlock the small padlock on the village telephone box, which, as rumor had it, had been installed with the assistance of a benefactor. The village chief's wife was unaware of her husband's telephone number at the river works. But Accountant Liang was privy to it, for in the event of some exigency, a means of communication was essential. When village chief Liang received the call from his cousin and learned of Lu Tiedan's misadventure, he was so incensed that he felt an urge to thrash Lu Taidan on the spot. What justification had the impetuous youth to trespass upon a woman's abode? Was it not his just desert to be kicked, and his wife too? What madness had possessed her? Where was his wife? She was standing nearby. Did he wish to converse with her? Ah, his wife had departed, he should convey the message to her upon his return. Accountant Liang was on the verge of handing the receiver to the village chief's wife, when he observed the drastic alteration in her countenance and her frantic gesticulations, and quickly changed the subject. They exchanged a few more words before terminating the call, and upon the phone being hung up, the village chief's wife released a sigh of relief, no longer needing to confront the matter so prematurely. Liang Song, she inquired, whatever became of Lu Tiepi? She had previously visited his residence, but it was unoccupied. Accountant Liang, recalling the long-missing scabby-headed fellow, felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Could it be that Song Xiaonuan and Huang Ying were responsible? It is improbable that the individual with alopecia bears any association with either Song Xiaonuan or Huang Ying. Song Xiaonuan may not even be acquainted with him. As for Tai Pai, his indolent and gluttonous nature dictates that he would avoid venturing out unless absolutely necessary. As was the case with Taidan's incident, compelling him to depart from his abode. One might speculate whether Taidan is feigning victimhood, having possibly harmed Tai Pai. Although the brothers outwardly maintain a cordial relationship, the question arises, if their bond were truly strong, why would they have chosen to divide the family assets? Accountant Liang harbored suspicions regarding Lu Taidan, yet he refrained from confiding in the village chief's wife, a woman who, despite her apparent shrewdness, tends to falter in critical situations. I am uncertain, and I shall now return home. Accountant Liang secured the telephone and locked the village committee's gate before hastening towards his residence. Given the heavy snowfall, his presence was already a considerable act of responsibility. A month elapsed swiftly, and each household gathered at the village entrance to welcome their returning family members. Song Xiaonuan, cradling Song Xiao, also stood at the village entrance. Tang Jianmei and Song Wenkong had visibly lost weight, their once well-fitting garments now hanging loosely. Song Xiaonuan's heart ached at the sight. Sun Feiyang also spotted his paternal grandparents. The two elderly figures appeared even more stooped, their hair disheveled and as white as snow, appearing more than a decade older. Grandfather, grandmother. Sun Feiyang approached them, only to be abruptly halted by Accountant Liang, who cast a stern glare in his direction, causing Sun Feiyang to freeze in place. Feiyang, go to the cowshed and prepare some delicacies for your grandparents. Song Xiaonuan and Huang Ying had been surreptitiously visiting the cowshed, periodically clearing the accumulated snow from the roof and occasionally heating their sleeping platform. It is advisable to report the case. Sun Feiyang diligently marks the passing days. In just 7 days, his grandparents will return. He must prepare the Kong for heating and dry the quilts. With only 3 days remaining until their arrival, he needs to prepare some food, for when they come back, he wishes to serve them ready-made meals. Tomorrow, his grandparents will return, and he plans to borrow 2 thermoses from Aunt Xiaonuan, filling them with hot water so that his grandparents can wash their faces and feet with warmth upon their return. Naturally, Song Xiaonuan, being equally resourceful, accompanied Huang Ying and Sun Feiyang to the cattle shed early in the morning to heat the Kong and boil water. They then managed their time well and headed to the village entrance, where they spotted a long line of small figures approaching from afar, finally returning to the village. All the villagers hurriedly carried their belongings home, but those in the cattle shed had a different task. They needed to push carts to clean pots, bowls, and other utensils before delivering them to the village committee's warehouse. In addition to these items, many farming tools also required washing before being returned to storage, as the village committee lacked hot water, necessitating that they fetch water from the well. Once they had thoroughly cleaned the carts, Each individual was entitled to collect 15 jin of grain, and as the new year approached, each would additionally receive 5 jin of fine grain. Upon seeing the allocated fine grain, gratitude filled the hearts of the villagers towards Accountant Liang and the village chief, both of whom wore smiles and waved them off as they departed. Yet, once the villagers had retreated, the village chief and Accountant Liang adopted a serious demeanor. "Have you truly searched everywhere and found no iron sheets?" "Brother, I have not found any. I suspect it may be the misdeeds of Tai Dan, he might." "Impossible, for they are blood brothers." Accountant Liang shrugged. "My dear brother, if we hold family ties in such high regard, there is no justification for separating before marriage. Fortunately, they possess little in terms of possessions, otherwise, a conflict would have already erupted." The village chief resolved to search the village thoroughly. If they could not find the missing individuals, they would have no choice but to report the matter to the police. On the 28th day of the lunar year, the village chief finally decided to file a report. With the new year approaching and Tai Dan having been discharged from the hospital, it was time to take action. The police, upon learning that another person had vanished from Hongqi village, were incredulous. They speculated that the child might have been abducted, while the unfortunate Lu Tiepi could have fallen prey to wild beasts. However, in the biting cold, it was implausible for Lu Tiepi to venture into the mountains. Nor could he have been sold by traffickers. Where could he have gone? They located the last witness, a young boy known as Deng Bal, who had seen the Lu brothers. Deng Bal scratched his head and recalled that he had called out to Lu Tiepi before running off. As for whether Lu Tiepi had gone to fetch Lu Taidan, he was uncertain. Next, they sought out Huang Ying, who, according to Lu Tiedan's recollection, was among the last to see the brothers. Huang Ying readily admitted that she had gone to the post office that day to collect a package and a money transfer. She suggested they verify her statement with the post office. Upon returning with her package, she encountered Tiepi at the village entrance, who asked her to help push his cart. Without uttering a word, she departed. Lu Taidan could corroborate this, as it was unlikely his brother would have ventured out in the dead of night without cause. He must have been seeking retribution against Huang Ying. The assertion regarding Lu Taidan was met with skepticism by everyone present. Their gazes towards him were laced with doubt. "Comrade Lu Taidan, how do you know that your brother sought out Huang Ying at midnight for vengeance? What transgression did Huang Ying commit that warranted such retaliation?" "My brother is one who bears a grudge and seeks retribution on the very day it is incurred. If Huang Ying disregards him, my brother perceives it as contempt, naturally compelling him to retaliate." "Is that merely your conjecture? You ought to come clean and disclose the whereabouts of Tai Pai." Lu Taidan was taken aback. How could he possibly conceal Tai Pai? What advantage would that yield him? Indeed, there is an advantage. With Tai Pai deceased, this residence would belong solely to you, along with the rations and funds allocated to Tai Pai at year's end, which would now also be yours. Accountant Liang produced a ledger, documenting the work contributions of the two brothers. It was evident that Lu Taipai was entitled to greater provisions and shares than Lu Taidan. Lu Tiedan's mouth fell agape. He had never conceived of himself as a suspect. This was utterly absurd. "I know who killed my brother, it was Song Xiaonuan. She even deliberately injured me to prevent me from earning money. This is her cunning scheme." Lu Taidan suddenly shouted, vividly recalling the moment he locked eyes with Song Xiaonuan. The fleeting hatred that flickered within her gaze. "You are merely fabricating nonsense. What grievance do you harbor against Song Xiaonuan?" "I have a grievance. In the midst of chaos, I struck her father with a blow." "Why would you assault her father? Do you have animosity towards Song Xiaonuan's father?" "Nay, I merely..." Lu Taidan faltered, unable to articulate his intentions. He simply desired to torment another, a designated pariah. To assault such a person carried no consequence, so long as he did not deliver the fatal blow. Their subsequent demise bore no relation to him. Though unspoken, Huang Ying discerned his shadowy motives. With a disdainful snort, she articulated his sinister designs with but a few words. Lu Taidan stared at Huang Ying, dumbfounded. How could this woman perceive his innermost thoughts? Was she some sort of supernatural being? Chapter 105, I shall not forgive you. Such were Lu Tiedan's thoughts, which he vocalized aloud. In a state of disarray, he pointed at Huang Ying, uttering accusations of witchcraft as he attempted to flee. Alas, he was bound by hempen rope, leaving him no avenue of escape. His inability to flee only exacerbated his panic, leading to increasingly reckless pronouncements. Eventually, even the village elder could no longer tolerate his utterances and delivered a sharp slap to his face. Lu Taidan, I now suspect you of murdering your own brother. How else would your head have been cleaved open? Surely you inflicted the wound upon yourself with a stone. Village elder, you cannot unjustly accuse me. Why would I strike my own head with a stone? Am I not afraid of death? Lu Taidan's eyes burned with resentment. He never imagined that the invariably impartial village elder would stoop to slander. What recompense did Song Xiaonuan and Huang Ying offer to elicit such behavior? Precisely. By feigning injury, you could return home under justifiable pretenses. Then, while the village was unattended, you could murder your brother and place the blame upon Huang Ying or Song Xiaonuan. Accountant Liang added his own incisive observation, delivered with deliberate composure. Indeed. I can attest to it. Huang Ying had barely opened the door when he darted inside. Undoubtedly with the intention of planting some incriminating evidence in the residence of educated youth Huang and Song Xiaonuan. The village chief's wife chimed in. With Aunt Lu beside her nodding incessantly, having already suffered 2 slaps from Lu Fugui for her meddling. The police officers remained silent, meticulously documenting their statements in their notebooks before summoning Song Xiaonuan. Song Xiaonuan vehemently recounted the incident, still clad in her nightclothes. A man had suddenly barged in, claiming to be searching for his brother. However, his demeanor suggested otherwise, his gaze fixated on Song Xiaonuan's person with a lecherous, roguish expression. In a moment of desperation, she had kicked him out, never imagining that he would claim to have suffered internal injuries. It was implausible that a woman could inflict such damage with a single kick. He must have been injured beforehand. Song Xiaonuan's words triggered a realization in Aunt Lu, who promptly raised her hand. Comrades, I have a denunciation to make. Proceed. What is it that you wish to report? Lu Taidan and Lu Tiepi, the 2 brothers, frequently engage in physical altercations over a meal. Either Lu Taidan ends up with a head wound, or Lu Tiepi receives a kick to the stomach, so. Upon hearing this, the police officer waved his hand, signaling Aunt Lu to cease her testimony. They turned their attention to Lu Taidan, whose forehead was now beaded with perspiration. Take him into custody and interrogate him thoroughly. We must ensure that no innocent person is wrongly accused, nor any evildoer allowed to escape justice. Having uttered those words, the public security officers escorted the tightly bound Lu Taidan away, the assembled villagers respectfully clearing a path. Lu Taidan now realized that this was a meticulously crafted scheme orchestrated by Song Xiaonuan, a calculated reprisal for his mistreatment of her father. She had cunningly ensnared him in a trap so flawlessly executed that it not only exonerated herself but also left him without a defense. Song Xiaonuan, you shall not escape my vengeance. As Lu Taidan was led out, he abruptly turned, casting a venomous glare at Song Xiaonuan. She merely raised an eyebrow, retorting, I await your challenge, should you ever emerge from behind bars. With Lu Taidan's departure, the crowd dispersed, the villagers pairing off as they returned to their homes. The occurrence of such an event in the village, with the new year fast approaching, was indeed an ill omen. Liang Song, grace my home this new year. Let us partake in a reunion dinner together. No, thank you, preparations have already been made at my own abode. Liang Song declined outright. For dining at his elder cousin's home would necessitate bringing gifts, an expense that would not only negate any potential gain but might even result in a loss. He preferred to abstain. The village chief was well aware of his younger cousin's avarice. Bestowing a dowry of 50 yuan upon Liang Wan was already his most significant concession. Song Xiaonuan and Huang Ying also returned home, maintaining a silent vigil throughout their journey. Upon arriving, Huang Ying embraced Song Xiaonuan, exclaiming, Xiaonuan, do not fret. I shall ensure that scoundrel languishes in prison for the duration of his days, never to have the opportunity to inflict harm upon you. Okay. Here's the refined version of the text you provided. With a pensive nod, Xiaonuan acknowledged that with the advent of spring, the thaw would inevitably reveal Lu Tiepi's remains, necessitating their clandestine disposal. However, she resolved to keep this undertaking from Huang Ying, who had been deeply traumatized by their previous joint act against the leper, suffering nightmares for a month. Huang Ying, she began, the new year is just around the corner, and I was considering a trip to town for some provisions. Splendid idea. We could go together tomorrow and perhaps enjoy a midday meal at the state-run restaurant before our return, Huang Ying responded. Xiaonuan hesitated, a shadow of reluctance crossing her face. She had already arranged to accompany Tang Jianmei and the others to town, primarily to visit the black market in pursuit of a hulling machine. Sensing Xiaonuan's unspoken conflict, Huang Ying, with a sudden flash of insight, recalled Xiaonuan's aversion to constraints on her autonomy. Actually, Huang Ying interjected. I need to visit the post office to dispatch a letter to my elder brother. Perhaps we could split up and, if time permits, reconvene at the state-run restaurant. Relief washed over Xiaonuan. This arrangement suited her perfectly. Having scouted the black market during previous excursions, she felt confident in navigating its intricacies this time. Chapter 106, The Threshing Machine. At the break of dawn, Xiaonuan, cradling Xiao, and Huang Ying boarded Uncle Niu's ox cart. Tang Jianmei and Song Wenkong, having learned from their past indiscretion, dared not avail themselves of the ox cart's convenience, opting instead to make the journey on foot. Fortunately, the path to town had been cleared of its thick blanket of snow, rendering the walk relatively manageable. They had already agreed to meet Xiaonuan at the state-run restaurant for lunch, where they planned to procure an abundance of meat-filled buns and braised pork, ensuring a savory New Year's feast. Having parted ways with Huang Ying at the post office entrance, Song Xiaonuan entered the post office while the other briskly headed towards the market. Little did anyone suspect that the clandestine market was situated within an abandoned factory building behind the market, a location Song Xiaonuan had discovered with considerable effort. She initially concealed her entire face with a green headscarf, then donned a hat, leaving only her eyes visible, both for warmth and to obscure her identity. Furthermore, she wore Yang Fan's mother's clothing, retrieved from her dimension, which aged her appearance by at least a decade. Upon arriving at the entrance of the black market, a young man eyed her warily. Song Xiaonuan gestured towards the bamboo basket on her back and produced a dime, knowing that buyers of goods had to pay a dime, while sellers only paid 5 cents. After receiving the money, the young man stepped aside, revealing a small door. Song Xiaonuan entered and encountered an elderly woman selling eggs. Upon inquiring about the price, she learned that each egg cost 6 cents, a 1-cent increase from before. Considering the current circumstances, it was understandable. The end of the year was approaching, and in such frigid weather, many hens were not laying eggs, so a 1-cent increase was reasonable. Old woman. How many eggs do you have? I have 60, young lady. How many do you want? I'll take them all, but I don't have a basket to carry them in. How about you give me the basket? The old woman's face beamed with wrinkles, delighted that she had sold all her eggs in just half an hour. At 6 cents per egg, 60 eggs amounted to 3 yuan and 60 cents. Song Xiaonuan handed over the money, and in exchange, she received the basket. Young lady. Aren't you going to count them? Old woman, I already have 20 eggs per layer, 3 layers in total. The matron was astonished. She had meticulously counted the eggs numerous times while placing them, yet this young woman could discern the quantity with a mere glance, truly remarkable. Clutching the basket, Song Xiaonuan ventured into the black market. Perhaps due to the distribution of grain, there was a considerable amount of refined grains being vended. Song Xiaonuan procured 20 jin of white flour and 20 jin of white rice, stowing them within her woven basket before seamlessly entering her pocket dimension, basket and all. Esteemed sir, might you possess bicycle vouchers? Song Xiaonuan inquired, her eyes gleaming as she hastened toward a robust man. Her intuition suggested that this man was the overlord of the black market. The man cast a sidelong glance at Song Xiaonuan, noting that while her attire was time-worn, it was distinctly not that of a rural dweller, implying that she was in disguise. He did not expose her, but instead retrieved a bicycle voucher directly from his pocket. 50 yuan. Song Xiaonuan promptly extracted 50 yuan from her pocket, exchanging it for the voucher. Just as the man was about to depart, Song Xiaonuan inquired further, Venerable sir, would you happen to know where one might acquire a thresher? The man paused, taken aback. A thresher? Such an item was typically found only at agricultural machinery stations, though he was not incapable of procuring one if truly desired. What purpose do you have for a thresher? Venerable sir, a thresher is naturally for threshing rice. You possess rice? The man's gaze flickered with interest. With the Lunar New Year approaching, his black market did not yet lack refined grains. But he would face a deficit after the holiday. I possess rice, yet I lack a thresher, leaving me to merely gaze upon it helplessly. Is there an abundance? If so, have you considered sending some my way? Should the quality of the rice be exceptional, I would be willing to offer you a handsome price. I cannot ascertain the quality myself, but if you can procure the seeds, I would gladly exchange rice for them. What seeds do you require? All kinds, rice seeds, wheat seeds. medicinal herb seeds, fruit seeds, and vegetable seeds. Naturally, I also need agricultural tools such as threshers, sickles, and hoes. The man nodded, extending 2 fingers, 200 for a thresher. The foot-operated kind, which is swift and labor-saving. Song Xiaonuan was somewhat taken aback by the steep price, but realizing that such items are nearly unattainable privately, she felt reassured. After all, anything that money can procure is manageable. When will you have the goods? If you are in a hurry, come back in 3 hours. Brother. Here is your money. In 3 hours, would you be able to place the thresher behind that public restroom? Why there? My brother will come to fetch it. He only recognizes the public restroom. A glimmer of amusement flickered in the man's eyes as he accepted the 200 yuan from Song Xiaonuan. He introduced himself, saying, "Sister. Acquaintances call me Leopard. If you cannot find me in the future, simply inquire about Leopard." Song Xiaonuan nodded, relieved to know a name, otherwise she would not know whom to seek out later. As Leopard watched Song Xiaonuan turn to leave, he had no intention of revealing his name. Understanding that this woman did not yet trust him. And rightly so, who would dare engage in trade with a naive and innocent person? Leopard turned to depart as well, fully aware of where to acquire such tools. Having exited the clandestine market, and assured of being unpursued, Song Xiaonuan removed her verdant headscarf, revealing a fair and tender face. She perambulated through the marketplace, procuring sundry mountain goods, and subsequently ventured to the supply and marketing cooperative. To her surprise, the multitude of people extended beyond the building's confines. "Pardon me, madam," she inquired, "what is the occasion for such a throng?" "Ah. Today a consignment of flawed fabrics and imperfect basins has arrived. They require no coupons and are priced lower than usual, hence the frenzy." Song Xiaonuan expressed her gratitude and refrained from pressing through the crowd, as her spatial dimension contained an ample supply of basins and flawed fabrics, rendering further acquisitions superfluous. Tang Jianmei and Song Wenkong were also present at the cooperative's entrance, recoiling several meters from the surging mass, lest they be compelled to retrieve lost footwear. "Xiaonuan. What brings you here?" "Father, mother, let us adjourn to the state-owned restaurant, lest they descend upon it to seize the large meat buns once they are finished here." Upon hearing this, the two promptly escorted Song Xiaonuan to the state-owned restaurant. As it was still early, the restaurant had yet to open for the midday meal. The trio stationed themselves at the entrance, awaiting its opening. As the number of people at the entrance swelled, Song Xiaonuan was the first to dash to the counter, procuring 10 meat buns, 3 dishes of meat, 2 of vegetables, and a soup. Naturally, she also ordered dumplings and rice. The restaurant attendant, upon witnessing her produce 20 yuan and a stack of coupons, could not feign indifference. Tang Jianmei and Song Wenkong also surged forward, one embracing Song Xiao, the other securing a favorable corner seat. By the time Song Xiaonuan had procured the victuals, the entire eatery was teeming with patrons. Fortunately, their party numbered 3. Else they would have been hard-pressed to secure a place at all. "Xiaonuan, there you are!" Huang Ying exclaimed, poised at the threshold of the state-operated restaurant. Her gaze sweeping the interior until it alighted upon Song Xiaonuan and her parents, not to mention Tang Jianmei cradling Song Xiao. Anticipating Huang Ying's arrival, Song Xiaonuan had surreptitiously sequestered a stool beneath the table, poised to proffer it upon Huang Ying's approach. Number one, collect your repast." The server vociferated from a window. Song Xiaonuan and Song Wenkong arose, their table being designated as number 1. Huang Ying made to join them, but Tang Jianmei forestalled her, encumbered as she was with the infant, rendering her unable to safeguard the trio of seats. Huang Ying acquiesced with a nod, perching herself precariously between 2 seats, while Tang Jianmei ensconced Song Xiao upon another stool, effectively deterring any would-be seat poachers. Song Xiao and Song Wenkong alternated in thrice traversing the distance to retrieve their fare, after which Song Xiaonuan extracted a lunchbox from her pannier. She meticulously transferred the meat-filled buns and dumplings into the receptacle, stowing it back within the pannier beneath the table, before commencing to spoon-feed Song Xiao. Having sprouted 6 milk teeth, Song Xiao was capable of consuming soft, well-cooked victuals. Song Xiaonuan softened the rice with broth, administering a diminutive portion of rice followed by a morsel of meat. "Xiaonuan, I have finished. Allow me to feed Xiao Xiao, you must partake of your meal." Tang Jianmei interjected, her own repast consumed with alacrity. Song Xiaonuan was cognizant that Tang Jianmei's haste was for her sake, for in their domicile, Tang Jianmei had always been fastidious regarding dining decorum. After several months of re-education, Tang Jianmei has undergone a profound transformation. The delicate demeanor of a capitalist's daughter has become a relic of the past. Xiao, be good and let grandma feed you. Mommy is hungry and needs to eat too. Song Xiao is now capable of comprehending adult conversations and can articulate single syllables to express her needs. The little one pointed to the braised pork and then to Song Xiaonuan's mouth, signaling her desire to eat. Promptly, Song Xiaonuan picked up a piece of braised pork and placed it into her mouth. Song Xiao smiled, then gestured to her own bowl, indicating that Tang Jianmei could feed her now. A woman nearby observed Song Zhao's antics with genuine affection, wishing fervently that such a beautiful child could belong to her. Excuse me, is that your son? Song Xiaonuan glanced at the woman, who seemed fond of her child, and nodded with a smile. Your son is truly handsome. If only I had such a lovely son. How many sons do you have? Perhaps you could give one to me? Song Xiaonuan was taken aback, her smile fading as she scrutinized the woman's expression. I have only one son and I will not be giving him to anyone. The woman, unfazed, turned back to her noodles, yet unease settled in Song Xiaonuan's heart. Why did so many people have an interest in her son? Huang Ying had been watching this woman intently, committing her face to memory, noting even the type of leather shoes she wore and the bag she carried. The 3 adults and 1 child consumed 3 meat dishes, 2 vegetable dishes, and a large bowl of rice, prompting Tang Jianmei to pat her belly, reflecting on how such an appetite would have been unimaginable in the past. With time to spare, Huang Ying suggested a visit to the supply and marketing cooperative. Glancing at her watch, she noted they had over 2 hours before their agreed-upon return with Uncle Niu. Song Xiaonuan concurred, intending to check for clam oil and snow cream, essential emollients in the harsh, cold climate. These weren't just for her own use. Huang Ying, her parents, and her uncle all required them. She had even provided Fei Yang with 2 tins of clam oil to alleviate his chapped hands. Chapter 108, Whoever doesn't get out is a bastard. The supply and marketing cooperative had returned to normalcy. After selling off the defective merchandise, the staff promptly cleared out the remaining customers. Many inquired about future stock, but the employees simply shook their heads, uncertain when new shipments would arrive. Serving the people. May I inquire if you have any clam oil? And 3 boxes of snow cream, please. Study diligently and make progress every day. How many tins of clam oil would you like, comrade? I'll take 10 tins, I'm buying them on behalf of others. And snow cream as well. Do you have any towels today? I have industrial coupons here. Anything else? Do you have any sweets or pastries? It's almost the new year. And we need to have some treats at home. Song Xiaonuan then produced grain coupons, acquired with money during her last visit to the black market, which finally proved useful. The clerk efficiently gathered the items, calculated the cost, and completed the transaction. Huang Ying, did you see that bicycle? Would you like it? Huang Ying's eyes lit up momentarily before dimming. She had the money but lacked the necessary coupons, resigning herself to merely admiring it. Look, what's this? Having produced the bicycle voucher, Huang Ying